Bang! A basketball flew through the air, striking Guao squarely in the face. Instantly, Guao was dazzled, his body involuntarily toppling backward. Hey, mouse! A companion nearby instinctively caught Guao. His mind was a blur, and a persistent buzzing filled his ears. Distant yet close, the concerned voices around him began to fade into a haze. After a while, Guao finally opened his eyes once more. Surrounded by pairs of worried eyes, their faces radiated youth and familiarity. Mouse, are you all right? Guao gazed at the face before him, a visage buried deep within his memories. Wangshi? I'm fine. Guao uttered instinctively da-da. Hearing Guao's voice, the surrounding crowd visibly relaxed. All right. Guao is fine, you all can continue playing. Wangshi addressed the onlookers. The young men clad in basketball jerseys appeared significantly relieved. Sorry, bro. I mispast the ball and hit you. The young men hastily apologized to Guao. Afterward, they dispersed. To that moment, Guao's mind was still clouded. These familiar scenes in youthful, yet recognizable faces. Had he truly been reborn? Hey, your head isn't really damaged, is it? Should I take you to the infirmary? Wangshi observed Guao lost in thought. No. Guao's voice came out somewhat awkwardly. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang. Oh no, it's math class. Let's hurry. Upon hearing the bell, Wang Zai's expression shifted, and he urged Guao to his feet. Still in a daze, Guao quickly followed Wangshi back to the classroom. Phew! Luckily, the math teacher hasn't arrived yet. Wangshi surveyed the somewhat chaotic classroom, visibly relieved. Guao stared at the scene before him, feeling as if he were dreaming, a blend of the familiar and the strange. Hurry back to your seat. If that menopausal old hag catches us, we'll be in trouble again. Last time, we were 10 minutes late, and she had our parents come to school. Wangshi shrank his neck, hastily speaking to Guao. With his mind still muddled, Guao instinctively returned to his seat. Before long, the math teacher entered the classroom. Bang! Mr. Wang slammed the test papers onto the podium, his expression grim. This time, the math exam results for your class are abysmal. Out of 53 students, only 20 passed. Wake up. There are only 3 months until the college entrance examination. What are you all thinking? Now, when I call your name, come up to collect your paper. Zhao Ming, 87 points. Wang Zheng, 99 points. As Teacher Wang called out the names of each student, matching them with their youthful faces, a flood of memories surged within Guao's mind, reminiscent of a tidal wave. Indeed, it felt as though he had been reborn. Guao gazed at the scene before him, his eyes filled with the weight of experience. Prior to this rebirth, he had been the owner of a small company, having navigated the complexities of society for over a decade. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would return to the time before the college entrance examination? A fresh start? Guao felt no remorse. Returning to this pivotal moment, armed with the wisdom gleaned from years of societal experience, making money appeared to be an effortless endeavor. It was now the year 2012 that with the advanced knowledge residing in his mind, the prospect of wealth seemed accessible, whether through Bitcoin, gambling, real estate, or countless other opportunities, awaiting his grasp. Even though some of his memories were somewhat hazy, his profound understanding of the broader landscape would still enable him to achieve financial success. However, returning to the past, acquiring wealth was trivial. The true challenge lay in reclaiming lost youth and addressing past regrets. With this thought, Guao surveyed the familiar youthful faces around him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Guao, 37 points. The voice from the podium jolted Guao from his reverie. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly rose and made his way to the front. All eyes in the classroom were fixed on him. Teacher Wang's gaze towards Guao was far from benevolent. Guao, did you come to school to study or merely to waste time? 37 points. I could probably achieve that score by stepping on the answer sheet with my foot. If you don't want to study, then don't waste time here. School is a place for learning, not for idling away your days. Teacher Wang scolded Guao with palpable disappointment. I'm sorry, Teacher Wang. I promise to study diligently in the future. Guao earnestly addressed Teacher Wang. Upon hearing his response, the classmates in the room turned their gazes towards Guao, their expressions revealing astonishment. Teacher Wang was momentarily taken aback. Typically, when she reprimanded students, even the most spoiled among them would silently accept her words and quietly return to their seats. Let alone someone like Guao, who was usually so reticent, now suddenly daring to respond in such a manner. Very well. I shall see if you truly commit to your studies. You may return to your seat. Since Guao had expressed himself, Teacher Wang refrained from saying more and allowed him to sit down. As he settled back in his seat, his desk mate nudged him with a pen. Guao turned to glance at her. "You're really brave," his female classmate whispered to him. Guao smiled, dismissing her compliment. Indeed, Teacher Wang could be intimidating. Most students feared her, yet she was also a dedicated educator. Many students faced her ire due to their poor attitudes. Once they corrected their demeanor, she would not pursue the matter further. Reflecting on past experiences, Guao felt a hint of nostalgia. Seated in his place, Guao picked up the mathematics book beside him. His academic performance in his previous life had been rather dismal. He barely managed to attend a vocational college and subsequently struggled through over a decade in the workforce, leaving him with little recollection of the knowledge acquired in high school. Given the opportunity of rebirth, he was determined not to let his educational background appear too unsightly. Regrettably, he had reincarnated a tad late. It would have been ideal to return to his second year of high school. However, there was no point in lamenting. Guao opened the mathematics book to the first chapter, Sets. This chapter was surprisingly straightforward. Before long, he completed the first chapter and worked through the exercises that followed. As he finished the exercises on sets, a notification appeared. Mathematics Experience 5. Upon seeing the panel, Guao's expression shifted slightly. He instinctively glanced around. It seemed that those nearby were oblivious to this interface. Was this a system? While the concept of rebirth was already astonishing and fantastical, it was unexpected that he would also be endowed with a system. Nevertheless, given the sheer shock of his rebirth, Guao quickly accepted this new reality. A flicker of intrigue stirred within him. Before his eyes, a pale blue screen began displaying a series of numbers. User, Guao Intelligence, 122 Stamina, 8 Strength, 7 Speed, 7 Mathematics. LV0, 5100. Among the 4 primary attributes, the average intelligence of a normal individual ranges between 90 and 109, with values below 69 indicating cognitive impairment. The standard values for other attributes in an adult are set at 10. Chapter 2. Golden Level Task. Gazing at the luminous screen before him, Guao fell into a contemplative silence for a considerable duration. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only had he been reborn, but he had also acquired a system. In truth, even in the absence of such a system, embarking on a successful life post-rebirth would not pose an insurmountable challenge. As the system activated, it recognized that the host currently lacked the knowledge level typical of his peers on this planet, and thus announced a golden level reward task. Golden task: achieve a score exceeding 85% in the college entrance examination, which will take place in 103 days. Task reward: 1 additional brain enhancement, and 3 chances for random draws. The sudden notification from the system reverberated in Guao's ears, momentarily catching him off guard. Indeed, it was a system. The prospect of such rewards stirred excitement within him. Brain enhancement. Regardless of the era or circumstances, the brain remains the most vital organ in a human being. If he could enhance his brain, wealthy individuals would undoubtedly spare no expense, even investing billions without hesitation. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the random draw, it was reasonable to assume that the rewards from the system would be worthwhile. However, a flicker of doubt quickly crossed Guao's eyes. To attain a score exceeding 85% within a span of 100 days? A brief calculation revealed that he needed to achieve a score of at least 637. 5 points to fulfill this task. His previous academic performance had been dismal, and he had long forgotten the examination topics from this year's college entrance exam. Consequently, his current knowledge of high school subjects was even inferior to that of a middle school student. Was it not akin to dreaming to expect him to score 640 points within such a short time frame? A sense of helplessness enveloped Guao. He decided to take it one step at a time. After all, he had been reborn with a system. He would not hinge his aspirations for wealth solely on the next 100 days. The pursuit of prosperity could wait until after university. In this era, possessing a reputable university degree would undoubtedly simplify many endeavors. With this thought, Guao took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. His gaze shifted to the mathematics book before him. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to settle down and focus on studying diligently. Now that he had the system, he could observe the experience points he garnered from studying mathematics, as well as track his learning progress. This was undeniably a boon. Guao perused the section on common number sets, specifically the set of all non-negative integers or natural numbers. This chapter primarily delved into the concept of sets, which is a crucial topic in first-year high school mathematics. Naturally, the difficulty of sets was relatively low, primarily revolving around conceptual understanding, albeit with a multitude of overarching concepts. These topics were foundational. Even after a decade of absence from such material, Guao found himself quickly reacquainted with the subject matter. While teacher Wang lectured on the examination papers, Guao engaged in his studies at his own pace. Due to his earnestness and the relatively easy content at the beginning of his first year, Guao found the difficulty of his studies manageable. Before long, an entire class period had elapsed. He gained 15 points in mathematical experience. Ding! The system notification signaled that the host had entered a deep learning state for 30 minutes, thus acquiring a substantial amount of mathematical experience, totaling an additional 50 points. The chime of the system's prompt astonished Guao momentarily. Within such a brief class, he had amassed enough experience to potentially elevate his mathematical proficiency by one level. Quite intriguing. He pondered what transformations might accompany his advancement to level 1 in mathematics. As Guao mused, the teacher, Wang, concluded her final question at the podium and promptly turned to leave, having already taken up 5 minutes of the class's end time. It was typical for high school teachers to rarely dismiss classes punctually. Once Wang departed, the surrounding students exhaled in relief, with those needing to use the restroom rushing off. Well done. Wang Shi approached Guao, delivering a playful punch to his arm. Ease up, Guao retorted, slightly annoyed at Wang Shi. The latter wore an exuberant smile and pulled a chair closer, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he exclaimed, "You daringly challenged that old hack. Impressive. Scoring 37 points, and yet showing no shame at all. You've become quite audacious. Haven't you?" Wang Shi inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Guao, taken aback by Wang Shi's remarks, shot him an exasperated glance. Who was being audacious? Who said I was exaggerating? Wang Shi looked at him oddly. You can't be serious about actually studying hard, can you? It's fine to deceive the teachers, but don't try to fool your friends. Guao regarded Wang Shi with a serious expression. In 3 months, the college entrance examination will arrive. Have you considered what you want to do after it? At this, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Wang Shi's eyes. So what? He shrugged, glancing at Guao with mild irritation. You scored 37 in mathematics, and I got 68. We're practically even. With only 3 months left, we're likely headed for vocational college. What else could we do? You don't think we can turn things around in the last 3 months and get into a university, do you? Why not? Guao replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Wang Shi. Wait, are you serious? Wang Shi stared at him in disbelief. If you really want to study hard, why not start now? Did that basketball knock some sense out of you? With that, Wang Shi reached out to tap Guao's forehead, then touched his own. You're not feverish. Are you? Go away. Guao swatted Wang Shi's hand away, maintaining a serious demeanor as he regarded his friend. Wang Shi, I speak earnestly. Although we may be at the bottom of our class, we now have merely 100 days left. This is our final opportunity. Let us strive a little harder. Just 100 days. Wang Shi fell silent for a moment, sensing the seriousness in Guao's words. Very well. I shall see how long you can maintain this resolve. Wang Shi cast a deep glance at Guao, and after speaking, returned to his seat. Guao resumed his studies with unwavering diligence. For him, having endured numerous hardships in society, his maturity was evident. After years of running a small business, he had faced every conceivable challenge. While studying may be arduous, it was not insurmountable for Guao. After all, the trials of education merely demanded concentration and earnestness. However, life beyond academia is far more complex. To establish oneself in society, one must wear a facade of amiability, be willing to humble oneself, and even, if necessary, present a smile when faced with adversity. Earning a living is challenging, and enduring hardships is no easy feat yet. All of this hinges on having a structured approach. Without a system in place, the task of compelling Guao to focus on his studies proves quite daunting. The capacity to endure does not inherently equate to the ability to concentrate effectively. In the absence of a framework, it is truly tormenting to dedicate oneself to an endeavor devoid of visible outcomes or progress. Chapter 3. My passion for learning and its affection for me. Without a systematic approach, who would willingly choose the path of learning? Surely, seeking ways to earn money surpasses the mundane act of poring over textbooks. In this day and age, wealth reigns supreme, regardless of one's academic achievements. They merely serve as a means to labor for others. The majority of individuals engage in their endeavors primarily for financial gain. However, with the advent of a structured system, perhaps one can traverse an alternative route, one that is more meaningful and lucrative. After all, in the society of the heavenly dragon nation, mere possession of wealth may render one a docile lamb awaiting slaughter. Guo focused intently on the textbook before him. Although much of this knowledge had faded from his memory, it lay buried deep within his mind. As he dedicated himself to studying once more, his pace accelerated significantly. Whether dealing with formulas or geometric figures, Guo's learning journey became a process of recollection. By diligently revisiting the textbook, he gradually unearthed fragments of knowledge. Before long, class was about to commence, prompting his classmates to hastily return to their seats. Today's lesson was in Chinese literature. Guo chose not to engage in this subject. At this juncture, attending a Chinese class seemed devoid of purpose, as it fundamentally relies on accumulation and exposure. Simply listening in would yield negligible enhancements to one's proficiency. Instead, Guo prioritized reinforcing his understanding of mathematics. With the aid of the system interface, he could not only witness a growth in his mathematical experience, but also clearly assess his completion rate for each chapter of the math textbook. This proved immensely beneficial to him. Often, the reluctance to exert oneself stems from the inability to perceive the rewards of one's diligence. When effort fails to yield visible results, it can easily lead to feelings of despair and, ultimately, abandonment of one's pursuits. The same applies to romantic endeavors. If individuals were provided with a progress bar indicating their efforts, most would be inclined to invest themselves wholeheartedly. Guo was no exception. As a result, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the classroom. The student who had previously languished at the bottom of the class rankings, Guo, unexpectedly began to apply himself to his studies. However, few took notice of this transformation. After all, Guo's grades were the lowest in the class, and his typically reserved nature meant that only a handful paid attention to him. With a sigh of relief, Guo reflected on the past hour, which he had spent diligently solving problems and thoroughly reviewing the concepts of sets and functions. In his mind's eye, the completion status for that chapter finally reached 100%. Ding! The system notification chimed, signaling the successful completion of the first chapter of mathematics concerning sets, granting Guo an increase of 50 in mathematical experience. The sound of the alert filled him with exhilaration, just as he had surmised. Completing the study of sets would yield a commendable reward from the system. The host's mathematical experience points were now maxed out, and he had successfully leveled up to level 1, gaining a permanent increase of 1 in intelligence. At that moment, Guo felt a gentle hum in his mind. As the mathematical level of the system ascended, it was not merely an enhancement of intellect. At that moment, Guo glanced at the mathematics textbook beside him. Concepts that previously seemed exceedingly challenging now appeared surprisingly simple. What once were vexing problems now exuded a sense of familiarity. Of course, Guo was aware that this was merely an illusion. The elevation of his mathematical level had significantly bolstered his capacity for comprehending mathematical knowledge. Having grasped the concepts and operations of sets, he turned to the second chapter, Basic Elementary Functions. The functions introduced in the first semester of high school were not overly complex, as this was merely the content of Chapter 2. Guo maintained a relaxed mindset, diligently taking measured steps to reinforce his understanding from the most fundamental principles. With systematic implicit assistance, he approached his studies with utmost seriousness, keenly observing his progress through these chapters and his grasp of the material. As for the teacher lecturing at the front, Guo paid little attention, finding himself unable to keep pace with the senior year curriculum. With the ringing of the bell signaling the end of class, the teacher announced their departure from the classroom. The sounds of shifting desks and chairs filled the air as many students began to stretch, some rushing to the restroom, while others settled in for casual conversations. Guo remained absorbed in his study of basic elementary functions. "Hey, are you for real?" Wangxi approached Guo, only to quickly notice the content he was engrossed in, his expression turning peculiarly astonished. "Brother, please don't tell me you're still studying basic elementary functions. Do you realize that the college entrance examination is just around the corner? You've been at it for over an hour. This seems excessive. Is there a problem?" Guo shrugged. "No problem, certainly none." Wangxi suppressed a laugh. "At this rate, with 100 days left, it's questionable whether you can even finish the math textbook. What about your English? And the comprehensive science? Just take it step by step. I'll learn as much as I can. It's far better than drifting aimlessly every day," Guo replied earnestly. "Exactly." His female classmate, Qin, shot him an admiring glance before turning a disapproving look towards Wangxi. Look at Guo, though he awakened a bit late. It's never too late to start learning. Guo's female classmate was named Wang Lijuan. Her academic performance was commendable, ranking around 10th in the class. She was remarkably diligent, with a pleasant appearance, and possessed a tranquil demeanor. Guo recalled that she had performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination. scoring over 550 points, securing the 8th position in their class, and gaining admission to a prestigious university. TSK, Wang Shi retorted. I have no intention of engaging in such a thankless endeavor. With only 100 days remaining, I just want to have some fun. After the exam, I plan to work or enroll in a vocational college and continue to pass the time. Wang Shi shrugged. His academic performance is not significantly different from that of Guao. Essentially, if Guao ranks among the bottom 3 in his class, Wang Shi is merely in the bottom 10. Regardless, they belong to that category of individuals who have little chance of even attending an undergraduate program. In Wang Shi's eyes, Guao is likely dazed by basketball, pondering the necessity of diligent study a mere 100 days before the college entrance examination. Even with effort, attaining a spot in an undergraduate program seems a distant dream. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, prompting Wang Shi to return to his seat. Guao continued his exploration of functions. In high school mathematics, functions are a pervasive theme, signifying their paramount importance. Naturally, the second chapter of the compulsory curriculum primarily focuses on the fundamental understanding of functions and their simple applications in everyday life. Chapter 4. A warm home nonetheless. Even after prolonged study, Guao found himself feeling dizzy. It had been a considerable time since he experienced such a sensation. After 4 consecutive lessons, he finally paused. Having completed 80% of his progress in the chapter on functions, the results were commendable. He decided it was time for a brief respite. As he assessed his learning progress, he noted with satisfaction that while he was managing well with sets, he encountered slight difficulties in the realm of functions. Even with the simplest of them, perhaps it was time to seek a tutor to assist him, preferably one who could guide him from the very basics. Although his school teachers were willing to answer questions, inquiring about fundamental concepts often resulted in a lack of sympathy, or worse, scorn. As for his desk partner, he hesitated to impose, fearing that it might adversely affect their academic performance. These thoughts flitted through Guao's mind. After a moment's rest, he resumed his studies on functions, grasping basic concepts, delving into quadratic functions, and exploring simple power functions. He memorized formulas and diligently practiced related problems to firmly embed the concepts in his mind. Before the evening study session concluded, he finally received a notification. Ding. Successfully completed the study of Chapter 2, Functions in the High School Curriculum, earning 80 mathematics experience. Upon reaching level 1 in mathematics, the experience required for further advancement had increased to 1,000 points, making progression more challenging. The bell rang, signaling the end of the evening study session. Ding. User has completed a day of earnest study for the first time, receiving a reward, Energy Potion X10. At the moment the bell rang, a system alert echoed in his ears. Indeed, as per the system's nature, a day of diligent study warranted some form of reward. Guao examined the description of the Energy Potion. Energy Potion restores memory and concentration to 100 for 2 hours. After the effect ends, one will enter a state of confusion, leading to a 50 reduction in learning efficiency until adequate rest is taken. The description bore a resemblance to stimulants. While Guao was engrossed in the system explanation of the Energy Potion, Wang Shi approached him, excitement evident in his demeanor. Hey, what are your plans for the weekend? He inquired, giving Guao a gentle tap on the shoulder. Are we heading to Tianqing? Let's dive into League of Legends. I heard they have promotions going on, including skins and runes. Are you in? We can go tomorrow morning and game all night. Guao shook his head. No, I need to study. Wang Shi's expression immediately soured. Wait, are you really that daft from basketball? This is League of Legends, your favorite game. Remember how many all-nighters we pulled playing it? You're so close to reaching gold rank. Don't you want to push a little harder? Wang Shi's words stirred some distant memories within Guao. Indeed, in my previous life, I became utterly enamored with the game League of Legends upon its release. Throughout my senior year, Guao was almost consumed by this passion. Wang Shi, as my dear friend and fellow enthusiast, shared in this fervor. While the game could be played at any moment, the college entrance examination would, to some extent, dictate the course of our future lives. Guao earnestly conveyed to Wang Shi, Please, this is utterly tedious. You sound just like a teacher now. Wang Shi retorted with a roll of his eyes. Guao merely smiled. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us return home, he said, tidying his belongings. The two engaged in conversation as they descended the stairs and retrieved their bicycles. Drawing from his years of navigating the complexities of society, Guao skillfully extracted every morsel of knowledge Wang Shi possessed with just a few probing questions, prompting a flood of memories from their past lives. Take care. Upon arriving at Guao's doorstep, Wang Shi bid farewell before cycling away. Watching Wang Shi's retreating figure, Guo hesitated momentarily before turning back. As he entered the neighborhood, the sight of the familiar building stirred within him a profound sense of nostalgia. The past and present began to intertwine. In a daze, Guo parked his bicycle in the shed below. As he traversed the dimly lit corridor, everything felt achingly familiar. The closer he drew to home, the more he was beset by an indescribable trepidation. In his previous life, his rebelliousness had cost his parents dearly. When he faced bankruptcy in his business and accumulated insurmountable debt, his parents exhausted their retirement savings and sold their remaining home to help him settle his obligations. The image of his aging parents, their hair turned gray as they worked tirelessly to repay his debts, filled Guo's heart with remorse. Before long, Guo reached the third floor. The motion sensor light in the corridor flickered on as he returned. Standing before the familiar door, he took a deep breath and retrieved his key. Home again? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can whip something up for you. His mother greeted him warmly as he stepped inside. Upon seeing the youthful visage of his mother from his memories, Guo felt a surge of emotion. Nearly overwhelmed by tears. Mom, he called out to her. Come in quickly. Why are you standing at the door? Let me make you a bowl of noodles. His mother said with a smile. At this moment, Guo gradually reined in the flood of feelings within him, mimicking the manner he remembered as he changed his shoes and entered the home. In the living room, his father was busy writing. In his recollections, his father had always been preoccupied. He was a minor leader at the state grid and a technical engineer. He frequently left home earlier than Guo and, upon returning from evening study sessions, Guo would find his father still mired in paperwork, perpetually engrossed in his work. His mother was also employed at a state-owned enterprise. Due to the couple's constant busyness, they have inadvertently neglected the education of Guo since his early years. This neglect allowed Guo to indulge himself freely, leading him to frequent internet cafes at a tender age, ultimately becoming a boy addicted to the virtual world. Sitting beside his father had just completed a document and turned to glance at Guo. The college entrance examination is just over 3 months away. Have you thought about what you want to do afterwards? Guo's father had long since given up on his son's academic performance. Yet he felt he had no right to criticize Guo, for he had been preoccupied with work and had failed to provide the love and attention his son needed over the years. A sense of guilt lingered within him. Not yet, Guo replied, shaking his head. Think it over carefully, his father advised before returning to his work. At that moment, Guo suddenly spoke up. Dad, I want to study diligently. Chapter 5. I must study diligently. Upon hearing Guo's words, Guo's father was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning his head to gaze intently at Guo. Nearby, Guo's mother, who was bringing over a bowl of noodles, also caught the words and her face lit up with surprise. She hurried over to Guo's side and placed the bowl on the coffee table. How? You've grown up. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Guo. Having experienced over a decade in his previous life, he finally comprehended the immense pressure his parents had endured throughout the years. They felt a sense of indebtedness towards him, which made them hesitant to impose academic expectations. Yet, like all parents, they naturally hoped for their child to gain admission to a prestigious school and university. All right, since you, how, wish to study diligently, let us embark on this journey together. Even if you fail the upcoming college entrance examination, it is no matter. We can always try again next year. Guo's father's face radiated joy. His son had finally matured, a realization that brought immense happiness to both parents. Seeing the genuine smiles on his parents' faces filled Guo with joy. Is this not the true significance of his rebirth? He began to eat his noodles. And as he savored each bite, he broached the subject of hiring a tutor with his parents. Could we perhaps enlist a teacher from your school? They could come to our home on weekends for lessons, and we would pay them accordingly, Guo's mother inquired. That might not be feasible, Guo replied, shaking his head. My foundational knowledge is rather weak. It wouldn't make sense to hire a different teacher for each subject. I believe it would be best to engage a peer. Ideally someone from high school with commendable academic performance who can provide guidance across various subjects. Your reasoning is sound, Guo's father nodded in agreement. Isn't there a tutoring service set up by the Xinhua bookstore on Damen Street? I happen to have a day off tomorrow. I'll go check it out then. Great. Let us all go together as a family, Guo's mother decisively concluded. Their family's financial situation was stable, and the cost of a tutor was negligible. After conversing with his parents for a while, Guo finished his meal. Mom, Dad, I'll head back to my room now. Go ahead. Sleep early. Guo's mother replied with a smile, her heart swelling with pride at her son's newfound ambition. Guo's father shared the sentiment, watching Guo retreat into his room. It was only after Guao's door clicked shut that his parents exchanged a glance filled with mutual contentment. Once back in his room, Guao eagerly extracted an energy potion from the system. Almost instantaneously, the potion materialized in his hand. What is this? A form of spatial teleportation technology? Guao mused. His curiosity piqued. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. After all, having encountered the phenomenon of rebirth himself, it seemed pointless to dwell on the workings of the system. He carefully placed his books aside, inhaled deeply, and drank the energy potion in one swift motion. Almost immediately, he felt an invigorating surge of vitality. His gaze shifted toward the textbooks beside him. In the first chapter of the first compulsory course for the first year of high school, focusing on exponential and logarithmic functions, Guao found himself utterly bewildered by the complexities of functions. He had diligently studied the chapter on functions for an entire day, and even the most fundamental functions presented significant challenges. Unlike sets, which involved relatively straightforward operations and mere symbolic concepts, functions were far more intricate. Even the simplest quadratic functions were laden with numerous concepts and algorithms, leaving Guao feeling dizzy. However, with the aid of an energy potion, Guao began to regain his previous learning pace. As he absorbed the concepts, he simultaneously sought out corresponding exercises for practice. He could distinctly observe that his progress in mastering the third chapter had nearly doubled compared to earlier. Throughout the day, he devoted himself entirely to studying functions, barely achieving a full understanding before the evening study session concluded. Yet now, after just 1 hour of studying, he had already advanced to a 15% completion rate. It was important to note that the later sections of content posed greater difficulties. The effects of the energy potion proved to be far superior to his expectations, allowing him to concentrate intensely. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Guao managed to raise his progress in the chapter on exponential and logarithmic functions to a mere 24%. As he continued, the challenges grew increasingly formidable. Just after that period, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. The words in the book before him began to blur, and his previously alert brain descended into disarray. It was clear that he needed a break. Exhaling softly, Guao closed his book, turned off the desk lamp, shed his clothes, and lay down on his bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. The following morning, he awoke feeling invigorated, having experienced deep sleep. Although the potion was dubbed an energy elixir, its effectiveness as a sleep aid was perhaps even more remarkable. A slight smile graced Guao's face as he realized that using it 2 hours before bedtime not only optimized his pre-sleep hours but also facilitated a swift transition into deep slumber, thereby maximizing his restful time. Truly perfect. Stretching languidly, Guao rose and dressed before exiting his room. "You're up?" His mother, who had just finished preparing breakfast, greeted him with a smile. "Yes," Guao nodded in response. "Go wash up quickly. After breakfast, we'll head to Eastgate Street." "All right." After completing their morning routines and enjoying a meal together, the family set off for Eastgate Street. Eastgate Street was the most bustling area in Guan City, brimming with a diverse array of shops. How, it's been a while since we've shopped together. If there is anything you want, just let us know," Guao's mother said with a warm smile. "Okay, Mom," he nodded. Shopping with his parents lifted Guao's spirits. In his previous life, he felt an immense sense of indebtedness toward them, a debt so profound that it seemed almost irreparable. Even though he later earned some money by that time, his parents had aged significantly, and their health had deteriorated. Such interactions have nearly vanished. After strolling for a while, the family of 3 soon arrived at a narrow alley beside a Xinhua bookstore. There were about 4 or 5 individuals in this place, setting up stalls to offer tutoring services. Both men and women were present, displaying signs before them that detailed their resumes and fees. "Sir, do you require a tutor? I graduated from South China Normal University with a degree in education, and my rates are quite reasonable, 50 yuan per hour." At that moment, a bespectacled young man addressed Guao and his companions. "How could a graduate from South China Normal University be here setting up a stall?" His father inquired, intrigued by the words of the meticulous young man. The young man smiled shyly. "I am from Ganqing. I graduated last year and intended to take the entrance exams for several high schools in Ganqing, but I have yet to succeed. So I thought I would start tutoring to earn some living expenses. Rest assured, sir, if you choose me, I will provide my teaching qualification certificate and diploma. My academic credentials can also be verified through the National Education Information Platform." Chapter 6, The Super Scholar. How does this sound? Mr. Gu inquired of Guao. However, it soon became apparent to him that Guo's attention was not directed towards him. Puzzled, Mr. Gu called out, How? At that moment, Guo's focus was entirely captivated by a girl seated in a corner. She wore thick black-framed glasses and an oversized school uniform, her abundant black hair cascading down. Before her stood a sign that simply read tutor. Compared to the experienced tutors surrounding her, she appeared rather modest. Yet, this did not register with Guao, for his attention was fixated on the girl. Her name was Shen Luoyin, a remarkable prodigy from the first high school. Renowned as the first student in Ganqing's history to achieve the highest score in the province's entrance examinations. Moreover, she was considered the most beautiful among all students in Ganqing. During their school years, students from both the first and second high schools recognized Shen Luoyin's beauty, yet few grasped the full extent of it. She had always concealed her allure beneath her voluminous uniform, large glasses, and long hair, which served to shroud her beauty from view. It was only during the graduation ceremony that Shen Luoyin slightly gathered her hair, removed her thick black glasses, and donned a simple outfit, stunning the entire city of Ganqing. During her high school years, Shen Luoyin was not only celebrated for her beauty, but also for her exceptional academic performance, her family circumstances, and her character. Orphaned at a young age, she lived with her grandparents, a fact well known among her peers. Her demeanor was notoriously aloof. She had no friends at either school. Despite her stellar academic achievements, her lack of companionship and understated attire kept her relatively unknown. It was not until the college entrance examination results were released that she ascended to prominence, scoring an astonishing 721 points and claiming the top spot in the entire province. At her graduation ceremony, when she shed her school uniform, removed her glasses, and tied her lustrous hair back, adorned in a flowing white dress, she captured the attention of the city, her image circulating online and leaving everyone in awe. These thoughts flickered through Guo's mind. He never anticipated that upon his return, he would encounter Shen Luoyin at this juncture in her life. It made sense, considering her current financial struggles, that she would seek tutoring work. How? Mrs. Guo, noticing her son's unusual gaze, called out curiously, "What is the matter?" "Mom, that girl is the top student from the elite class at First High School. Her academic performance is exceptional. I've heard her family is somewhat impoverished," so Guo pondered briefly before addressing his mother. He genuinely wished to assist Shen Luoyin, feeling a sense of compassion for her plight. Yet, he also recognized the potential benefits for himself. After all, she was a top scholar, a superlative achiever with a score of 721 in the college entrance examination, signifying her profound mastery of the knowledge acquired during high school, far surpassing that of anyone present. Even the combined faculty of both Yizhong and Erzhong schools would be hard-pressed to find someone as profound as her. It could be asserted that if one truly wishes to excel in their studies, Shen Luoyin would undoubtedly serve as the finest teacher. The top student of the elite class at Yizhong? Upon hearing Guo's words, Guomu's eyes instantly brightened. Guofu, standing beside her, also appeared invigorated. Yizhong is the premier institution in Ganqing, and the elite class has only one top student. However, she is just a young girl. Is it appropriate to have her come to our home for tutoring? Would she even agree? Guofu expressed his hesitance while glancing at Guo and Guomu. "Oh, what's the issue? Hao only needs tutoring on weekends, and I will be at home then." "It's perfectly fine," Guomu replied with a smile. "Moreover, shouldn't we consider the young lady's feelings about this? Discussing it here seems futile." "Indeed," Guofu nodded in agreement. The family of three approached Shen Luoyin's stall. Upon seeing them, Shen Luoyin instinctively recoiled slightly. "Young lady, are you seeking tutoring work?" Guomu kindly inquired. "Why, yes," Shen Luoyin replied hesitantly, her eyes concealed behind large black-rimmed glasses as she assessed the family before her. "This is my son, who is in his third year of high school. His grades are quite poor, but he wishes to improve. We learned from him that you are the top student of the elite class at Yizhong. Would you consider tutoring him? His foundation is weak, and if you take him on, it may prove taxing and even hinder your own studies. Thus, we are prepared to offer you a slightly elevated rate above the market price. What do you think?" Guomu said with a smile. Shen Luoyin scrutinized Guo intently, a look of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. In need of money, she sought a part-time tutoring job. Guo's scholarly demeanor seemed to afford her a sense of safety. "All right, let us adhere to the market rate." After a moment's hesitation, Shen Luoyin addressed Guofu. "However, I must clarify that I will not be alone with him. Even if I tutor at your home, it must be in the living room." "I will not enter his room," Shen Luoyin stated cautiously. "That is acceptable. We will adhere to your conditions." Guofu nodded. "Then let us draft a contract," Shen Luoyin suggested proactively. "Very well," Guofu agreed. They departed together, heading to a nearby printing shop to produce 2 copies of the tutoring contract. After Shen Luoyin reviewed the terms and made slight adjustments, both parties signed the agreement. The fee was established at 25 yuan per hour, initially. Guofu intended to pay her 40 yuan, but Shen Luoyin, citing her lack of tutoring experience, voluntarily reduced the rate to 25. Furthermore, they agreed to one tutoring session per week, as the third-year students only have Saturdays available, totaling 10 hours of instruction. A month comprises 4 days, which translates to a tutoring fee of 1,000 yuan. Upon signing the contract, Shen Luoyin suggested, let the lessons commence today, for the time until the college entrance examination is dwindling. No problem, Guao nodded in agreement, mindful of the pressing golden-level task that loomed over him, brain enhancement. This concept on Earth is undoubtedly an exceedingly rare treasure. In both his past and present lives, Guao had never encountered any technology capable of facilitating such cerebral augmentation. Wait a moment, I need to acquire some materials first, Shen Luoyin suddenly interjected. With that, she entered a Xinhua bookstore to procure some junior high school resources. After completing her purchase, the quartet made their way to Guao's residence. Chapter 7. How did you gain admission to the first high school? After settling down in the living room, Shen Luoyin requested to assess Guao's knowledge level. Following a series of questions and a few exercises, Shen adjusted her black-rimmed glasses. Her gaze filled with skepticism and scrutiny as she regarded Guao. How did you manage to gain admission to the first high school? Guao's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. After all, he had been reborn, and much of the knowledge from middle school had faded from his memory. His current familiarity lay only with the chapters on sets and functions that he had just commenced studying the previous day. That was 3 years ago. Guao awkwardly admitted. What were you doing during those 3 years of high school? Shen Luoyin inquired directly. Guao's discomfort intensified. However, Gua's mother, who was bringing in food, overheard Shen's question and chuckled. This lad spent his entire high school life playing around, constantly out with his friends, engrossed in online gaming. His father and I were so busy with work that we hardly had time to supervise him. With a sigh, she continued. We had all but given up on our expectations for him, but unexpectedly, yesterday he proclaimed his intention to study diligently. My husband and I were overjoyed. Pausing for a moment, Gua's mother looked earnestly at Shen Luoyin. Luoyin, you must teach him well. Whatever you can help him catch up on will be invaluable. Auntie, rest assured, since I have accepted payment and signed a contract, I will certainly teach him with dedication. Shen Luoyin replied earnestly. Then thank you in advance. Gua's mother smiled as she set down the freshly washed fruit and then left. At that moment, Shen Luoyin turned her attention back to Guao. What we need to focus on now is not merely aimless cramming, as your foundation is quite weak. I must first devise a remedial plan for you. All right. Guao nodded, realizing that seeking the assistance of a professional was indeed the right choice. Shen Luoyin spent some time evaluating Guao's foundational knowledge. His mathematics skills were equivalent to that of the first half of the second year of middle school. His Chinese was average, albeit he had forgotten some key poems, which were inconsequential. As for English, he had acquired a fair amount of business-related vocabulary during his entrepreneurial endeavors in his past life, though his grammar was rather mediocre. When it came to the sciences, Guao's foundation was nearly non-existent. He possessed only a smattering of general knowledge. It appears that your weakest areas are mathematics and the sciences. My focus in your remedial studies will be on these 4 subjects. I will draft an outline and begin with middle school knowledge. Adjustments will be made according to your learning pace. Shen Luoyin stated seriously as she pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. Okay, Guao nodded. Let us start with positive and negative numbers from the first year of middle school. Shen Luoyin delivered her lecture at a brisk pace, making the content remarkably accessible for Guao. In no time, she had traversed the essential concepts of the first year of middle school mathematics. Subsequently, she assigned Guao a practice paper of equivalent difficulty. Within half an hour, he had completed the test, missing only 2 or 3 questions on the 120-point paper. Shen Luoyin briefly revisited the concepts related to those questions before Guao attempted another paper, this time achieving a perfect score without any surprises. Ding! The host has gained 60 points in mathematics experience. It is hardly astonishing that the knowledge from the first year of middle school mathematics is valued at only 60 experience points. Considering the relatively low difficulty and Guao's commendable comprehension skills in this area. Very well, your capacity for understanding is commendable. Let us now delve into the second-year curriculum. The morning passed swiftly with a harmonious exchange of teaching and learning. Guao's earnestness and aptitude for grasping new concepts, combined with Shen Luoyin's high proficiency, contributed to the rapid progress. Furthermore, the fundamental nature of middle school knowledge made it easier for Guao, who retained some lingering memories of the subject matter. to absorb the information quickly. However, as they transitioned into the second-year material, the complexity increased significantly, and Guo encountered some hurdles due to his foundational gaps. At 11:30, Shen Luoyan announced, "Let us pause for now. I shall return for lunch and continue this afternoon." Guo nodded in agreement. Just as Shen Luoyan rose to leave, Guo's mother, bustling in the kitchen, caught sight of her. "Luoyan, where are you off to?" "Auntie, I'm heading home for lunch." Shen Luoyan replied. "Why not stay and have lunch here? After all." "No, Auntie, I haven't yet informed my grandparents about my tutoring job. If I return late, they will worry." Shen Luoyan quickly explained. "All right, then please be careful on your way home, and come back early this afternoon," Guo's mother said reluctantly. Throughout the morning, Guo's mother had observed her son intently, and it was truly the first time she had seen him so dedicated to his studies. This realization filled her with immense pride and even brought tears to her eyes. An ambitious son, a diligent son, there is no time too late for one who is willing to strive and learn earnestly. After leaving the Guo residence, Shen Luoyan descended the stairs and mounted her somewhat worn bicycle, departing from the community. As she pedaled through the bustling streets, the surroundings gradually transformed into quieter paths, where self-built homes took precedence and rice fields lined the roadside. Eventually, she reached a village, where wisps of smoke began to rise from chimneys. After cycling for about 10 minutes, she finally arrived at her own modest tiled house. Grandfather Shen was puffing on his pipe, occasionally tapping it gently against a nearby stone. "Grandfather," Shen Luoyan called out eagerly upon seeing him. "Why are you back so late?" Grandfather Shen replied leisurely, as he steadied his bicycle beside him. "Grandfather, I have found a tutoring job. They pay me 25 yuan an hour." Shen Luoyan exclaimed with a hint of joy in her voice. 25 yuan an hour? That is quite a sum. Grandfather Shen remarked, somewhat astonished. "You must express your gratitude to them. When assisting others, it is essential to be dedicated," he advised. "Now, let us go. Your grandmother should have dinner ready for us," Grandfather Shen said as he led Shen Luoyan into the house. Upon their return, they found that Grandma had already set the dishes on the table. Chapter 8. Progress, though it might seem like mere vegetables. The meal consisted of seasonal greens and a soup made from preserved vegetables, sufficient only to satisfy hunger. At the dining table, Shen Luoyan shared this delightful news with her grandmother, who was equally pleased. "You must work diligently. Just one day of work a week, 4 days a month. And they pay you 1,000 yuan. That's more than some laborers earn in a month." Her grandmother reminded her. "Rest assured, Grandma, I understand." Shen Luoyan nodded in acknowledgement. Both her grandparents were advanced in age, and her grandmother's health had always been frail. The family's livelihood depended solely on the 1 mu and 6 fen of land cultivated by her grandfather, along with his occasional odd jobs in the city, barely sustaining them. After serving her grandparents their meals, Shen Luoyan sat down to eat with them. Once they finished, she prepared to clear the table. "All right, I'll handle the cleanup. You should hurry and teach your class. Now that you're enjoying their hospitality, it's important to put in your best effort," her grandmother said. "Okay, Grandma," Shen Luoyan replied, nodding once more. After tidying up a bit, she shouldered her bag and rode her bicycle towards Guo's home. In March, the brisk spring breeze of Jiangxi still carried a chill. Against the wind, Shen Luoyan tightened her loose school uniform. After a short ride, she parked her bicycle in the shed beside Guo's house and ascended the stairs. "Luoyan is here." Guo's mother greeted her warmly as she opened the door. "Thank you, Auntie," Shen Luoyan said politely as she stepped inside. Upon entering, she found Guo diligently working on his exercises. Shen Luoyan silently acknowledged his efforts. Despite his weak foundation, Guo was earnest, hardworking, and intelligent. She felt confident that she could assist him in improving his grades, which would make her feel justified in receiving payment for her help. Approaching Guo, she handed him her notes from middle school. "These are my notes from junior high," she said. "Thank you," Guo replied, appreciating her gesture. "All right, this afternoon we'll begin studying triangles. This topic in middle school mathematics is quite comprehensive and even connects to high school geometry. You must learn it well," Shen Luoyan instructed him earnestly. "Sure," Guo nodded. As they taught and learned from each other, time passed swiftly. Shen Luoyan's advanced knowledge allowed her to explain middle school mathematics with clarity and depth. Even though Guo was at a beginner's level, he grasped the material quickly. He could clearly see that within just 1 day of studying the first half of the second-year mathematics syllabus, he had already surpassed 50% of the content. This was partly due to the material's inherent simplicity and the fact that much of the knowledge was already nestled in the recesses of his mind. The current study served as a process of recollection. Today's mathematics session is nearly concluded. I shall assign you some examination papers along with key knowledge points. Remember to study diligently and practice frequently. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me at any time, said Shen Luoyin to Guao. Very well. Soon. Shen Luoyin meticulously outlined a series of review topics for Guao, compiling a list of essential books and exercises he should focus on. That will be all for today. At 5 in the afternoon, as Shen Luoyin gazed out at the dimming light, she addressed Guao. This evening, complete these 2 papers, and that will suffice. Should I accompany you home? At that moment, Guao too noticed the dim sky outside. He was aware that Shen Luoyin did not reside in Gan City, but rather in a village on its outskirts. A girl cycling home at night might not be entirely safe. No need. You should concentrate on your studies. After saying this, Shen Luoyin stood up, preparing to leave. Luoyin, do stay for dinner tonight. I am just about to start cooking. Guao's mother rushed in upon hearing this, eagerly addressing Shen Luoyin. No, thank you, auntie. I'll eat at home, Shen Luoyin quickly replied. Before Guao's mother could insist further, Shen Luoyin, like a startled rabbit, swiftly departed from the Guao household. Guao's mother displayed a look of helplessness. This child. At that moment, Guao's father smiled faintly. This girl is quite admirable. Though humble, her aspirations are not. Just look at her. While at our home, she didn't touch a single piece of fruit or snack, only sipping some water. Such integrity. Guao's father remarked with a hint of admiration. Guao's mother, upon glancing at the untouched food, found herself speechless. Guao listened to his parents' conversation in silence. Shen Luoyin was notorious for her aloofness at school. Many often discussed her, noting that despite her excellent grades, she had no friends, always solitary in her pursuits. This was largely because she never accepted anything from others, nor did she share anything in return. Even when approached for help with problems, she would not acknowledge them. She was a person with clear boundaries. It was inconceivable for her to stay and dine with them or indulge in snacks. Guao was indifferent to this. As long as Shen Luoyin dedicated herself to tutoring him, he was unconcerned with her character. What truly mattered to him was the reward from the golden task, cognitive enhancement. If he could successfully enhance his intellect, to what heights would his intelligence soar? Guao was immensely curious and eager. With this thought, he reined in his wandering mind and refocused on the review outline that Shen Luoyin had prepared for him. The outline was detailed and progressively structured. After a brief examination, Guao felt a sense of approval. Hiring this tutor was indeed a wise investment. Without her guidance, navigating the complexities of supplementary study would be challenging. Not to mention recalling and reinforcing the knowledge from middle school. It was indeed an exceedingly troublesome matter. After dinner, Guao entered his room alone. He worked through the problems with remarkable speed. Having spent just over an hour on the 2 papers left by Shen Luoyin, he completed them and, upon checking his answers, found his accuracy to be an impressive 90%. Guao felt quite satisfied with both his speed and precision. He took a moment to organize the questions he had answered incorrectly before continuing with his practice. As he engaged in solving problems, he also referred to the review outline left by Shen Luoyin to study the mathematics of the 2nd year of middle school. As the clock approached 10, Guao achieved 100% completion of the 1st volume of 2nd year mathematics. Ding! User's mathematical proficiency has improved, earning 80 mathematics experience. Just as Guao had anticipated, completing the 1st volume of 2nd year mathematics indeed granted him additional experience. However, to elevate his mathematics level to level 2 would require a considerable amount of time. Chapter 9, Linguistics Level 1. Upon contemplating this, Guao let out a faint sigh. It was quite a troublesome matter. The system seemingly was not inclined to directly impart knowledge. Learning would rely solely on his gradual progress, which posed a formidable challenge. Guao was uncertain whether he could complete the golden task, given his current level of knowledge. Achieving a score exceeding 650 within a mere 100 days seemed an insurmountable task. Guao gently shook his head. With another sigh, he retrieved a vial of energy potion from the system and downed it in one gulp. Feeling utterly alert, he resumed his practice, familiarizing himself with the material. A solitary lamp illuminated the room, accompanied only by the soft rustle of his pen on paper. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Guao rose with boundless energy. The side effects of the energy potion had long vanished after a deep sleep, which had provided him with a refreshing rest. Following the steps etched in his memory, he quickly dressed and washed up before leaving his room. His mother had already prepared breakfast, grain porridge and boiled corn. After finishing his meal, Guao ventured downstairs. Rat, let's go. Wangxi happened to be cycling beneath Guao's building. Guao mounted his bicycle and followed Wangxi as they departed together. Along the way, Wang Shi, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned repeatedly. Did you really stay up all night? Guo Hao couldn't help but inquire, observing Wang Shi. Of course. Wang Shi perked up at the mention of staying up late. He turned to Guo Hao and exclaimed, you have no idea. I ranked up several tiers last night. I'm almost at gold. Impressive, right? I told you to join. But you didn't. You have no idea how powerful the AP Sword Saint is. I cut through from our fountain to theirs. Wang Shi spoke animatedly to Guo Hao. Guo Hao felt somewhat exasperated. He wanted to advise his little brother, but he was at a loss for words. After all, Wang Shi wasn't like him. Reborn with a system. Encouraging him to study might not yield any results. Perhaps, at that moment, a thought flickered in Guo Hao's mind. He turned to Wang Shi and asked, have you heard of Bitcoin? Bitcoin? That virtual currency from the States? I've heard of it. They say some people even use it to buy things offline. What a joke. A virtual currency can actually be used for purchases. Wang Shi laughed, looking at Guo Hao. Guo, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Invest in some Bitcoin. Buy as much as you can. If economic pressures arise by the end of the year, you can sell some and hold on to the rest securely. Guo Hao calmly advised Wang Shi. Huh. Wang Shi hesitated for a moment. His eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Guo Hao, struggling to understand why his little brother had suddenly mentioned Bitcoin. Wasn't that a virtual currency? Even if there exists a so-called value, it is merely a game of passing the baton. However, Guo Hao offered little in the way of clarification. Bitcoin undeniably serves as an excellent means for capital accumulation. In a previous life, during the meteoric rise of Bitcoin, Guo Hao had explored this phenomenon. The fervor surrounding it began to escalate this year. Presently, Bitcoin hovers around a few dollars each, yet following April, its value began to surge exponentially, eventually surpassing $100 by year's end. The forthcoming year is poised to be pivotal for Bitcoin's valuation, potentially exceeding $1,000 each. Guo Hao would also acquire some Bitcoin, albeit not for an extended duration, as his interests lie elsewhere. He possesses numerous avenues for profit, such as the stock market, where from 2014 to 2015, indices doubled in value. Additionally, there was his investment in MiHoYo before the launch of Genshin Impact, as well as investments in BYD prior to 2018, which proved to be remarkably secure, often yielding returns of twofold or even tenfold. In its early stages, Bitcoin appeared relatively safe. However, with the influx of substantial capital and the subsequent prohibition of virtual currency transactions on the mainland, it became somewhat less appealing. Despite its continued spectacular rise, peaking at $7,000 each. At that juncture, Bitcoin was under the scrutiny of countless investors. For Guo Hao, it was inconceivable to hold a significant amount of Bitcoin. He would only possess a small quantity for a short period, planning to divest the majority once it reached its zenith next year, retaining only a minimal portion as a safeguard. With this mindset, Wang Shi and Guo Hao arrived at school, which buzzed with activity. These days, high school students maintain such early schedules. Although the bell for morning reading had yet to ring, the classrooms were already filled with students, all poring over their books in preparation for the day's lessons. Only 3 months remained until the college entrance examination, and whether diligent or struggling, every student felt an intangible psychological pressure. Once inside the classroom, Wang Shi and Guo Hao exchanged no further words, returning to their respective seats. Guo Hao settled in, greeted his deskmate, and opened his English textbook. He briefly reviewed simple vocabulary and memorized some more challenging words, finding his lexical capacity commendable, especially given his prior experience in foreign trade. Nevertheless, familiarity with high school English vocabulary remained essential. Guo Hao had allocated his morning study time, the first half dedicated to memorizing and familiarizing himself with English words, and the latter half devoted to reciting classical poetry and prose. After one morning study session, a new entry finally appeared on Guo Hao's system panel, Linguistics. It seemed evident that both Chinese and English fell under the umbrella of this category, perhaps due to Guo Hao's commendable command of the English language. Coupled with his native proficiency in Mandarin, he found himself at level 1 in linguistics, merely 400 experience points shy of achieving level 2. Based on prior experiences, it is conceivable that reaching level 2 in linguistics could enhance his cognitive abilities, potentially yielding additional rewards. Absent these systematic incentives, Guo Hao harbored little confidence in accomplishing the daunting task of scoring above 640 in the college entrance examination. As the morning study session concluded, Guo Hao rose and followed Wang Shi to the restroom. Upon returning swiftly to the classroom, he produced his second-grade textbook. Brother, are you serious? A second-grade textbook? Wang Shi exclaimed, astonished by Guo Hao's actions. What? Do I strike you as someone who enjoys jesting? Guo Hao replied, casting a calm glance at Wang Shi. Chapter 10. Gossip goodness, you rascal. Wang Shi exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Guo Hao. It seemed that his companion was, astonishingly, quite earnest. The day before yesterday, Wang Shi had observed clearly that Guo Hao had dedicated himself to studying throughout the entire day. When he had called Guo Hao to join him at the internet CAF yesterday, he had declined to come, most likely still engrossed in his studies. Wang Shi had initially expected that with the arrival of a new week, Guo Hao would begin to relax. However, he appeared to have become even more diligent. Either you join me in my studies, or, as I suggested, delve into Bitcoin research. Please refrain from disturbing my studies. Guo Hao retorted irritably to Wang Shi. Very well. Wang Shi cast a glance at Guo Hao, revealing a hint of resignation. He pondered, has this fellow's head been damaged by that basketball incident? Or has he taken some strange medication? Contemplating these matters, Wang Shi returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Guo Hao resumed tackling problems and exploring key concepts. The primary focus of the second-year mathematics curriculum centered around real numbers and linear equations. Additionally, inequalities and systems of inequalities were considered significant topics. The concepts of parallel and intersecting lines also held considerable importance. While the difficulty was not exceedingly high, Guo Hao was only familiar with approximately 30% of the material. As Guo Hao immersed himself in the content, the school bell rang. This period was designated for chemistry, prompting Guo Hao to temporarily set aside his mathematics textbook. Self-study in comprehensive science was less effective than listening to the teacher's lecture, which would allow him to simultaneously review the material. Upon entering the classroom, the chemistry teacher immediately instructed the class representative to distribute the exam papers from the previous monthly assessment. Guo Hao glanced at the paper in his hands. A flicker of helplessness evident in his eyes. He had scored 41 points. With a perfect score of 100 in chemistry, he was far from passing. This time, your performance was dismal, and I am too weary to elaborate further. With only 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, you ought to have a grasp of your standing. The teacher lamented. How many times have I explained the simple concepts of oxidation and reduction? How many times have I reiterated them? Yet, still, you do not comprehend. The chemistry teacher, a tall and slender middle-aged man with dark glasses, bore the surname Hu. He was typically refined and cultured, but perhaps due to the abysmal exam results or the looming proximity of the entrance examinations, he uncharacteristically displayed frustration. All right, everyone. Take out your exam papers. I shall explain them once more. As Mr. Hu reviewed the exam, Guo Hao struggled to keep up. After all, those were recollections from over a decade ago, and to make matters worse, he had not excelled in those subjects back then. After a brief period of listening, Guo Hao decided to abandon the lecture. He began to peruse his chemistry textbook, cross-referencing the problems discussed by the teacher, which aided his understanding significantly. However, he found the periodic table of elements entirely elusive. He could only memorize it. Guo Hao silently recited the periodic table in his mind, grateful that in his past life, he had memorized it. As he recited and recalled, the task proved less daunting than he had anticipated. After all, the periodic table required the memorization of only a few dozen elements, rather than the entirety. Class dismissed. As the school bell rang, teacher Hu ceased his lecture and, with a stern expression, shouted at the students. Ding! The host diligently engaged in a chemistry class, earning a chemistry experience of 30. Yet, it was still insufficient to elevate him to the next level. Guo Hao sighed inwardly. There were simply too many subjects he needed to catch up on. When he had been reborn, although he had resolved to study hard and improve his academic qualifications, had it not been for the awakening of the system and the issuance of the Golden Mission, he would have long since given up. Wasn't it much more appealing to simply lie flat? After all, achieving financial freedom seemed exceedingly simple. However, the reward of brain enhancement was far too enticing. There are certain things that money cannot substitute. Ultimately, it is the system that holds the key. If it can enhance his brain, could it not also strengthen his heart, bones, muscles, and internal organs? The system likely possesses that capability. Such enhancements are beyond the reach of any amount of wealth. The second lesson is Chinese. Guo Hao continues to study the second semester of junior high mathematics. Unfortunately, his foundation is quite weak, and since mathematics is an essential subject, Guo Hao has temporarily focused all his efforts on it. After completing the second lesson in the morning, it is time for the break. Originally meant for physical exercises, the break was canceled today due to a light drizzle. Guo Hao stood up and stretched lazily. After more than 3 continuous hours of study, even he felt a bit restless and needed a moment to recharge his mind. Shigu, I'm heading to the restroom. Guao called to Wang Shi, who was still engrossed in a novel. Go ahead. I don't need to, replied Wang Shi, too absorbed in the climax of his book to move. Guao chuckled and stood up on his own. In the high school building, there is a restroom on each floor. Upon arriving at the restroom on his floor, Guao found it crowded, so he shook his head and headed upstairs. The upper floors mainly accommodate the top classes, and fewer people tend to use the restroom there. As Guao ascended, he found an available stall. After finishing his business, he was about to head downstairs when he overheard a group of girls gossiping. That pretentious girl, acting all aloof every day, one would think she is some sort of saint. Exactly, she relies on her good grades and the school's backing, thinking she is something special. It's laughable that she is so unattractive, yet still tries to play the high and mighty role. It's a wonder that any boy would fancy her. Guao paused, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze shifted toward the girls' restroom, where a cluster of girls were engaged in idle chatter. Shen Luoyin walked past them with an impassive expression, completely indifferent to the topic of their discussion, even though they had clearly intended for her to hear their remarks. Chapter 11. All trash. Observing the scene before him, Guao pondered thoughtfully. The jealousy among the girls was far more intense than he had anticipated. The reason Shen Luoyin had not been subjected to physical bullying was largely due to the school's protection. However, the psychological torment she endured had likely never ceased. The more the school shielded her, the more her academic excellence stood out, making the bullying all the more apparent and unabashed. Unfortunately, psychological bullying is more insidious. Even if the teachers wished to intervene, they would find it nearly impossible. Moreover, Shen Luoyin was friendless, utterly isolated within the school environment, rendering her largely unprotected. She was almost perpetually exposed to the fierce jealousy of certain female classmates. Reflecting on this, Guao furrowed his brow slightly. Shen Luoyin had assisted him greatly, and he could not simply turn a blind eye to her plight. Furthermore, he had his own advantages. His father's sworn brother was the captain of the security team. In such matters, he genuinely felt unafraid. Otherwise, even as a reincarnator, he would be somewhat apprehensive when confronted with local thugs. In this era, those young ruffians could be ruthless. Without such a background, who would dare to intervene in such affairs? You lot are worthless. All you can do is gossip behind others' backs. With such limited ability, your jealousy can only manifest in whispers. Pathetic. Guao spoke in a calm yet disdainful tone. Who are you? The nearby girls were taken aback, turning to see Guao not far away. Who are you? The leader of the group, Zhaoying, found Guao unfamiliar and frowned slightly. Does it matter who I am? I simply cannot stand by while you worthless individuals engage in psychological bullying from the shadows. Whether you are envious or hostile, if you have something to say, then say it to my face. Guao replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Zhaoying. What business is it of yours whom we speak of, or what we say? Who the hell are you? If you have the guts, state your name. And don't rush off after school. Zhaoying, possessing a pleasing appearance and commendable grades, was notably skilled in social interactions, making her a prominent figure at the school. Not only did the teachers favor her, but she also had numerous admirers, both within and outside the school. Thus, Zhaoying operated akin to the queen bee of the institution, wielding considerable influence among the local delinquents. Guao remembered Zhaoying from his previous life, recognizing her as the one who had instigated a fight between two thugs outside of school, resulting in one of them losing their life. This incident had made headlines, marking Zhaoying as the first from their cohort to serve time in prison, leaving a lasting impression on Guao. Zhaoying is it? Guao recalled the girl before him, maintaining an impassive expression. Yes, that is me. Zhaoying's gaze was icy as she regarded Guao. What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you kneel before me now and bow 3 times, I might let you off the hook. As she spoke, her several female companions burst into laughter simultaneously. Guao cast increasingly cold glances toward Zhaoying. Indeed, this woman was quite malicious. Just as Guao was preparing to retaliate verbally, Shen Luoyin emerged from the restroom, icy, and directed her words at Zhaoying. If you dare do anything, I will certainly inform the principal. I will have you expelled. Zhaoying merely chuckled lightly, refraining from further comment as she cast a lingering glance at Guao. Let us depart. She instructed her companions, who resembled a group of rebellious high school girls, as they exited the restroom. Observing their departing figures, Shen Luoyin furrowed her brow and approached Guao. What brings you here? She inquired. The restroom downstairs was packed, so I came up. Guao shrugged. You shouldn't have crossed them, Shen Luoyin sighed, scrutinizing Guao. Zhaoying has many ruffians backing her, both within and outside the school. So you intend to let them insult you like that? Guao asked Shen Luoyin. What other choice do I have? Shen Luoyan's expression remained unchanged. They are deterred by the threat from the school. At most, they only dare to verbalize their contempt, but they cannot take any real action against me. Guao sighed inwardly, contemplating the challenges this young girl faced alone within the confines of the school. If they insult you, why not report it to a teacher? He queried, only to regret his words as clarity dawned upon him. The school's threats amounted to expulsion, but their threats towards him extended far beyond that. More critically, even if he were to report their insults to the administration, he had no evidence. Furthermore, the school would find it difficult to act. They could hardly perpetually wield the threat of expulsion. In light of this, it seemed more prudent to maintain the status quo. Moreover, he feared that Zhao Ying might resort to hiring thugs to harass his grandparents. Shen Luoyan's expression remained unchanged. Guao nodded. I understand. All right, you should head back. Stay out of this matter, and return home early this afternoon. Do not linger outside for too long, Shen Luoyan advised him. Okay, Guao nodded, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of potential solutions. At that moment, Shen Luoyan hesitated, regarding Guao with earnestness. Thank you. Huh? What? Guao was momentarily taken aback by her sudden expression of gratitude, but by the time he turned to look at her, Shen Luoyan had already turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Guao sighed. Human emotions are inherently tender. Zhao Ying and her companions routinely engaged in veiled taunts and insults directed at Shen Luoyan. Regardless of her resilience, it was implausible for her to remain entirely unaffected. At that moment, no one dared to stand up for her. And such a life continued day after day. The appearance of Guao stirred a sense of emotion within Shen Luoyan. Contemplating this, Guao let out a faint sigh as he turned and descended the staircase. Upon returning to the classroom, he found that the lesson had yet to commence. Meanwhile, Wangxi had already finished reading the climax of the novel and was seated at Guao's desk. What are you doing sitting here? Guao inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. I'm just looking for a good novel at your desk since I finished my book, Wangxi casually replied. But what about you? Why did you take so long in the restroom? Were you? Wangxi's curiosity piqued as he looked at Guao. No, Guao shrugged. Then what were you doing? Wangxi asked, puzzled. I intervened when I saw Zhao Ying and her group bullying Shen Luoyan, Guao admitted. What? Upon hearing Guao's words, Wangxi sprang up from the desk, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Guao. My brother, when did you become so bold? You actually dared to cross Zhao Ying and her crew? Chapter 12 I have an uncle. If I offend him, so be it. What is the matter? Guao maintained a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Guao's words, Wangxi surveyed him with an odd expression, his gaze flickering with curiosity. Speaking of which, how's he? I feel like you've changed. A chill ran through Guao's heart. What do you mean? He inquired, his expression remaining inscrutable. Ever since that basketball hit you. You've been different. You used to play games with me every day, always so reserved. Now, not only have you taken to studying fervently, but you even dare to provoke someone like Zhao Ying? Wangxi scrutinized Guao with intrigue. You're not seriously suggesting that you've been transported from a web novel, are you? What on earth are you thinking? Stop reading those absurd time travel and cultivation novels. Guao replied, exasperated. Then tell me a memory that only the two of us know to prove your innocence. Now you're really pushing your luck. Fine. Here is a story from our first year in high school, when you almost. Enough. Just as Guao was about to reveal an embarrassing incident, Wangxi hastily covered his mouth. You passed, Wangxi said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He completely overlooked the profound nostalgia and sorrow that flickered in Guao's eyes. Fool, I'm not time traveling. I'm reborn. Then why have you changed so drastically? Wangxi looked at Guao with a puzzled expression. You can't possibly be unaware of who Zhao Ying is, can you? Of course I know. Guao replied flatly. Then why would you dare provoke her? What if she has her brothers waiting for you outside school and beats you up? What will you do then? Wangxi's gaze held a trace of concern. After all, they were good friends. Teasing was one thing. But when it came to real troubles, Wangxi would always stand by his buddy. I'll handle it, Guao shrugged. It wouldn't be so easy for them to corner me. All right then. Regardless, we're brothers. I haven't been slacking off all these years, Wangxi proclaimed. Oh please. Guao rolled his eyes at Wangxi, retorting, if a bunch of thugs stop me and tell you to scram, you'd probably run away without a second thought, leaving me to take the beating alone. Guao regarded Wangxi with disdain. He knew his friend all too well. Heh. Wangxi scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. I'd just be calling the police to come and catch those thugs. Guao rolled his eyes again. Once the jesting subsided, Wangxi's expression turned serious. Let us be real for a moment. Zhao Ying is indeed a formidable character. She knows many people inside and outside of school. Now that we've crossed her, we should be cautious. Shall I go and speak to my brother about the situation? He also navigates the streets and has a bit of a reputation. After all, there's a saying that one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It's nothing, Guao replied, shaking his head. They're merely small-time ruffians. My father has a brother who is the captain of the security team. If those punks dare to bully me, I would honestly welcome it. Guao smiled slightly. Without this background, he would indeed feel somewhat apprehensive about provoking Zhao Ying, the little troublemaker. After all, regardless of whether he had traversed worlds or was equipped with a system, facing those rough girls and thugs could lead to dire consequences if he were not careful. What? She exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Guao. How did you manage to keep that hidden? You actually have an uncle who is the captain of the security team? Impressive. You didn't even ask, Guao replied with a faint smile. Moreover, we've been so low-key playing games every day that there was no need to involve my uncle. True, Wangxi nodded. You really have connections. He looked at Guao with envy. Your parents work for state-owned enterprises, both as dual-income earners, and your father is a leader. You must know so many people. Guao shrugged. Just then, the bell rang. All right, class is starting. You should head back. Wangxi nodded and returned to his seat. Guao opened his book and continued to practice questions and familiarize himself with the material. At this moment, every second was crucial. Meanwhile, in the elite classroom, it was self-study time as the teacher had stepped out for a moment. Shen Luoyin was still focused on her studies when Zhao Ying walked over and switched seats with her. Luoyin, not bad. You've even learned how to flirt with boys. Zhao Ying said, a smile on her face as she regarded Shen Luoyin. Shen Luoyin remained motionless at her desk, immersed in her studies, completely ignoring Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying's expression froze slightly. In the entire school, few dared to disregard her, and Shen Luoyin was a particularly unique exception. Yet, Zhao Ying felt she could not make any bold moves against Shen Luoyin. Even her voice had to be kept low. After all, they were still in class. And any slightly excessive action or words would certainly be reported to the school authorities. She had already been warned about her previous dealings with Shen Luoyin. Should it happen again, even if she were not expelled, she would likely be unable to remain in the elite class. Zhao Ying's grades were not particularly stellar, and her entrance into the elite class was largely due to her mother's connections within the school, which barely secured her a spot. At school, everyone feared her and gave her face. Only Shen Luoyin consistently treated her with indifference, and to make matters worse, she excelled academically and was undeniably beautiful. To the untrained eye, it might not be apparent, for Shen Luoyin always dons oversized school uniforms, adorned with thick black-framed glasses, her hair cascading freely, effectively concealing her exquisite beauty. However, Zhao Ying, keenly perceptive, could discern the undeniable elegance through Shen Luoyin's luminous, porcelain-like skin and the delicate contours of her face. Recognizing her as an unequivocal beauty, her academic prowess far surpasses Zhao Ying's, and her allure is unparalleled. What is more disconcerting is her apparent indifference towards Zhao Ying's overtures of friendship. As a woman who deeply values her presence, Zhao Ying's heart blazes with jealousy. Thus, the seeds of trouble were sown. That boy's name is Guao, isn't it? Zhao Ying's lips curled into a sly smile. He is certainly not a relative of yours. Is he? If I were to incite others against him, would you still be able to lodge a complaint with the school? This statement was whispered into Shen Luoyin's ear, and in that moment, Shen Luoyin finally exhibited a reaction, her pen halting momentarily. Chapter 13. Provocation. Zhao Ying slowly shifted her body, her eyes glimmering with triumph as she provocatively gazed at Shen Luoyin, who slightly furrowed her brows and tilted her head to regard Zhao Ying before her. What exactly do you want? What do I want? I desire nothing at all. Upon realizing that Shen Luoyin had finally acknowledged her, a broader smile illuminated Zhao Ying's face. The icy demeanor of Shen Luoyin had finally responded to her. This was indeed a victory. More importantly, Zhao Ying discerned that she now possessed leverage over Shen Luoyin. It appeared that Shen Luoyin was quite concerned about a certain individual named Guao. Having leverage was advantageous. The real fear lay in the possibility that there were no matters or individuals of concern for her. Shen Luoyin, within the confines of the school, was utterly friendless, rendering Zhao Ying's attempts at intimidation futile. Any aggression towards her could provoke the school's wrath, considering Shen Luoyin was the top student at the prestigious No.1 high school and a promising candidate for admission to elite universities like Tsinghua and Beida. Such a student was under the school's vigilant protection, and Zhao Ying dared not engage in any outrageous behavior. Thus, Zhao Ying had always perceived Shen Luoyin as exceedingly difficult to contend with, but the circumstances had shifted. Now she had someone to care about, someone whose well-being mattered. By targeting Guao, This inconspicuous individual, Zhaoying believed that Shen Luoyan would be powerless to intervene. Would the school truly shield someone as obscure as Guao? With this thought, Zhaoying felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her as she regarded Shen Luoyan with a smirk. What I wish to do depends entirely on you. Join me for lunch at my side. After uttering this delightfully casual remark, Zhaoying returned to her seat, reclaiming her place. Shen Luoyan's brow knitted tightly. Previously regarding Zhaoying as nothing more than an irritating fly, she had ignored her snide remarks, for no matter the circumstances. Zhaoying would not dare to lay a finger on her, which sufficed. Moreover, lacking friends at school meant that Zhao Ying's attempts to undermine her were futile. Yet, the situation had changed. Guao, why had he chosen to stand up for her? Could he not simply pretend not to know her at school? Shen Luoyan felt a flicker of irritation within her. Yet, it was too late to voice her grievances now. Regardless of the circumstances, Guao had aided her. Whether by defending her or by offering to tutor her to improve her and her grandparents' living conditions. She could not turn a blind eye to Guao being bullied. But what could she do? Shen Luoyan's brow furrowed deeper. Despite her intelligence, the current predicament left her feeling somewhat powerless. The morning slipped by unnoticed. At noon, students at number 1 high school typically dined on campus, as their meal costs were included in their tuition, and they were provided with unified meal carts. Shen Luoyan, as per usual, queued to collect her lunch and was about to seek a quiet corner to sit when she noticed Zhaoying beckoning her from nearby. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shen Luoyan, holding her tray, approached Zhaoying's side. Why are you all just standing there? Quickly, give a seat to our top student from class 1. Zhaoying, with a smile on her face, addressed her group of friends. The other girls also smiled, glanced at Shen Luoyan, and moved aside to make room for her. Shen Luoyan sat down in front of Zhaoying, placing her tray on the table. What will it take for you to let go of Guao? Shen Luoyan directly inquired of Zhaoying. That depends on my mood. When I'm in a good mood, I naturally have no desire for conflict, Zhaoying replied, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she observed Shen Luoyan. I never expected this icy mountain would stand up for a boy. How intriguing. Could it be that Guao is truly your secret admirer? How fascinating. I can only imagine the reactions if this news were to spread. You needn't concern yourself with others' reactions. A harlot is still a harlot. Such a facade is truly repulsive. At that moment, a voice interrupted them. Zhaoying and Shen Luoyan turned to see Guao standing beside the table, holding his tray. Move aside. Guao coldly commanded one of Zhaoying's sycophants. You. The girl glared at Guao, but as she met his indifferent gaze, a wave of uncertainty washed over her. Being students, she hesitated before reluctantly stepping aside. Guao boldly occupied her former seat. Zhaoying, I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, send someone to confront me. A swarm of maggots dares to threaten me. How amusing. Guao mocked, his eyes betraying nothing but indifference. Such a woman. In this life and the next, he found utterly detestable. You. Zhaoying was instantly filled with rage at Guao's words, her glare fixed upon him. After a moment, she laughed in anger. Very well. I hope your body is as tough as your mouth. Let us go. Zhaoying instructed her companions, and they departed. You shouldn't have offended her. Shen Luoyan, watching Zhao Ying's retreating figure, remained silent for a moment before speaking to Guao. Every moment is precious for you now. Your goal is to study diligently. With such a weak foundation, you shouldn't entangle yourself with people like her. It won't benefit your studies. Are you concerned about me? Guao looked at Shen Luoyan, astonished. This girl was renowned for her icy demeanor in both Class 1 and Class 2. Regardless of whether they were boys or girls, she managed to go through school without making a single friend, focusing solely on her studies and showing no excess emotion. He never anticipated she would say such things to him. I am concerned about your studies. After all, I am your tutor. I promised your mother I would teach you well, and I am being compensated for it. Shen Luoyan replied calmly, meeting Guao's gaze. All right, I knew it all along. Guao smiled, his expression softening slightly as he looked at Shen Luoyan. There is no need for you to worry about Zhaoying. My uncle is the captain of the security team, and I will discuss this matter with him. A mere group of ruffians is nothing to be concerned about. You need not fret on my behalf. Upon hearing Guao's words, Shen Luoyan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing the enchanting figure of Shen Luoyan, Guao smiled and chose not to continue the conversation. The two shared a brief silence as they finished their meals before departing. As Guao carried his tray to wash it, he was playfully punched by Wang Shi. Hey, when did you start knowing Shen Luoyan? I've heard from the girls in our class that she's an absolute stunner. It's a pity, though, that her personality is a bit too frosty. I never imagined you would manage to connect with her so discreetly. Chapter 14. Time-limited mission. Wang Shi, filled with excitement, exclaimed towards Guao, "Get lost." Guao retorted with irritation, "It's about this morning's incident. Zhaoying is threatening Shen Luoyan. I merely went to assure her not to worry. What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you always so twisted?" Wang Shi replied, a knowing expression on his face as he gazed at Guao. Guao, uninterested in engaging further, proceeded to the sink to wash the dishes. Afterward, the two returned to the classroom together. "Hand me your phone. You aren't using it here." "Are you?" Upon hearing Guao's words, Wang Shi instinctively glanced around, ensuring no teachers were present, before he let out a slight sigh of relief. "What are you afraid of? The lunch bell hasn't rung yet. The teacher won't come here now, so relax." Guao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi's apprehensive behavior. This guy is so timid yet insists on bringing a phone to school. Unbelievable. "All right, just hurry up. Don't let the teacher catch you." Wang Shi carefully retrieved a basic mobile phone from the corner of his drawer and handed it to Guao. Guao looked at Wang Shi's actions with a mix of exasperation and amusement. After taking the phone, he called his father, explained the situation, and effortlessly obtained the uncle's phone number. After exchanging pleasantries with the uncle, Guao clarified the purpose of his call. With the captain's enthusiastic response, Guao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dealing with those small-time delinquents and girls was not something that required the captain's direct intervention. A mere word from him would suffice. If those troublemakers dared to act up, they would truly be courting disaster. "All right, it's settled." Guao tossed the phone back to Wang Shi, who hurriedly caught it. Truly impressive. Most people would panic in this situation. Having connections is quite advantageous. Wang Shi gazed enviously at Guao while securing the phone. "There's nothing to envy. Now, let me study. Don't disturb me," Guao stated decisively. "Damn you." Wang Shi shot Guao a glare. Unfazed, Guao retrieved a book from the drawer and resumed studying. After a morning of diligent effort, he had grasped 60% of the second-year material. However, he found his pace had slowed considerably. Guao was eager to see if he could complete all the knowledge points of the second-year curriculum before the day ended. He aimed to finish the middle school syllabus swiftly, as he was acutely aware that much knowledge lay ahead, and his time was limited. Guao turned to the section on parallel and intersecting lines and began solving problems. Ding. User has studied diligently for over 50 hours, gaining 120 math experience. As the system notification chimed in his ears at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Guao internally grumbled, "Does the system really have to implement such achievements? What I need right now are some side quests." As Guao expressed his grievances, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his ears once more. Sensing the user's earnest learning state, it triggered a limited-time reward task: achieve 100% mastery of junior high school mathematics within a week. The task rewarded an additional entry for a basic lottery and granted 1,000 math experience points. The system's notification instantly brightened Guao's spirits. His inner complaints were indeed fruitful. The system had bestowed upon him a new task, and the rewards were quite appealing. Attaining 100% completion of middle school mathematics within a week posed a challenge. Yet for Guao, it was not an insurmountable task. He resumed his studies vigorously, having already reviewed the knowledge points of the second year. Guao's grasp was still somewhat lacking. He relied on practicing problems to address his weaknesses. However, compared to the average student, Guao was akin to a prodigy, as he could observe his progress in the textbook. While others would toil away at problems without a clear understanding, Guao could see his advancement. This alone was akin to possessing an advantage. By the end of the afternoon, Guao had elevated his learning progress for the second year's curriculum to 80%. His learning efficiency was commendable. At this pace, he might not need a week. Perhaps in 3 days, he could complete the mathematics for the third year. At 5 in the evening, the last self-study session concluded. There was an hour and a half until the evening study session commenced at 6:30. Typically, aside from boarding students, day students would opt to return home for a meal or dine outside during this interval. "Let us go," Wang Shi urged Guao. "Okay," Guao replied, closing the exercise book. As Wang Shi glanced at the densely filled exercise book, he quickly realized it was from the second year. "By the way, you really ought to start studying from the first year. You've been hammering away at middle school math for days. What is the point? We're not even taking middle school math exams. By the time you get to high school, won't we all be facing the college entrance exam? I really don't understand the purpose of what you're doing," Wang Shi remarked with a hint of exasperation. "What do you know? A building's foundation must be solid. Otherwise, it will inevitably collapse. What I'm doing now is laying the groundwork. But we're supposed to be preparing for the college entrance exam." Wang Shi shot Guao a disapproving glance. "It's not like we're building a skyscraper." Guao shrugged. "Let us go home." The two playfully bantered as they exited the classroom. Guao truly relished these moments. This was the essence of youth. They arrived at the bike shed, mounted their bicycles, and followed the flow of students away from the school, riding side by side. They came upon a small alley where a crowd loomed ahead. Guao and Wang Shi gradually brought their bicycles to a halt. "Look, trouble's brewing," Wang Shi observed with a resigned expression directed at Guao. "Rest assured, everything will be fine soon." "Just a moment." Guao offered a faint smile. "Are you Guao?" At that moment, a figure clad in a black jacket adorned with sequins emerged, wielding an iron rod and smoking a cigarette, striding towards Guao and his companion. The gang of followers behind him had already encircled them. "Indeed, it is I. My friend, is there something you wish to discuss?" Guao's expression remained largely unchanged as he calmly addressed the flashy figure before him. "Zhaoying sends her regards. Come over here." The figure, exuding an air of arrogance, shouted at Guao with his nostrils flared. Just as Guao was about to respond, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. "Drop your weapons." Chapter 15. Captain. This is a misunderstanding. A group of officers in hats approached, sternly addressing the gang of rebellious youths. The leader of the gang immediately fell into a state of panic. What was happening? How could the police arrive so swiftly? "Hands on your heads." Everyone squat down. As the officers drew near, the delinquents, despite their initial instinct to flee, were paralyzed by the authority of the police. They had no choice but to obediently discard the iron rods they held and crouch down, hands clasped atop their heads. The leader of the gang, too, dared not utter a word, surrendering his weapon and complying with the command. "Uncle Li," Guao called out to the leading officer. "Look at you, boy. You've lost weight in just over half a month. You need to eat more." Captain Li Xing replied with a smile. "Thank you for your help this time, Uncle Li," Guao responded with a grin. "Consider it nothing but my duty, especially for you high school students. You are indeed our primary focus for protection." Li Xing chuckled, his tone warm. The gang members stared in astonishment at Guao, who was conversing so amicably with Li Xing. Of course, he recognized Li Xing, the captain of the public security team. While these streetwise delinquents might not know many people, they certainly knew the captain as they encountered him daily. If they wished to avoid spending time in a detention cell, it was imperative to acknowledge and never offend him. After all, with just a word from him, they could find themselves confined for 5, 10, or even 14 days, a most unpleasant prospect. Moreover, offending him would only exacerbate the already grim atmosphere of the detention center. To their surprise, this seemingly inconspicuous figure was acquainted with the captain and appeared to share a close rapport. "Zhaoying, oh Zhaoying, you've truly brought me to ruin," Zhang Xian lamented inwardly. Offending the captain could lead to unwelcome repercussions. Resolutely, he lifted his gaze slightly and addressed Li Xing and Guao. "Brother Guo, Captain Li, this is a misunderstanding. I'm not here to trouble Brother Guo. I'm not here to cause trouble, yet you bring so many people and wield iron rods?" Li Xing interjected with a cold smirk. "Zhang Xian, have I not warned you about stirring up trouble? Did I not explicitly say that students are off limits?" "Captain, this truly is a misunderstanding," Zhang Xian stammered, attempting to defend himself. Observing Zhang Xian's discomfort, Guao's lips curled into a slight smile as a thought crossed his mind. He approached Zhang Xian and crouched down. "It was that Zhaoying, wasn't he it? She sent you to trouble me?" Guao said, a smile playing on his lips. Zhang Xian's expression stiffened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. "Brother Guo, I harbor no enmity towards you. If you could just let me off this time, I assure you that I shall not trouble you again in the future. Furthermore, should you find yourself in any predicament, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Zhang Xian whispered to Guao. Guao's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. "Do not be in a rush. I primarily wish to discuss a matter with you. As for what to do next, that is for you to determine. You see, that Zhaoying, that woman, has entangled quite a few students during her time at school. To my knowledge, several top students from the first high school are her paramours. Outside of school, if I recall correctly, she has also been seen with Chun Yi from Dongcheng. Beyond that, I cannot say if she has other liaisons. However, despite her less than favorable family background, she displays a lavish lifestyle. How much have you given her? Do you think she has other sources of income?" Guao's lips curled slightly. He observed that with each word he spoke, Zhang Xian's expression grew increasingly grim, the darkness in his gaze intensifying. "Enough, Brother Zhang. I shall say no more. I can only inform you that Zhaoying is quite adept at concealing her true nature. For such a woman, she may offer you a taste of sweet rewards, yet she can extend the same to others too. The question is, can you endure that?" Guao cast a knowing glance at Zhang Xian. "Very well, Let us be on our way. Uncle Li. Li Xing had witnessed the entire exchange. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Guao. And what of those ruffians? Will you not pursue them? Li Xing inquired pointedly. Uncle, these young men did not lay a hand on me. They merely strayed onto the wrong path. Let us grant them a reprieve this time. Should they dare to act against me again, you may detain them then. Let us consider this matter settled for now, shall we? All right then. Li Xing feigned a look of reluctance, furrowing his brow. Since it is you, Haozi, who has interceded, we shall leave it at that for today. You may go. Thank you, officer. The surrounding ruffians displayed expressions of relief upon hearing they would not be pursued. Be sure to thank my nephew. It was he who advocated for your release. Otherwise, I would have ensured you spent 7 days in confinement. Li Xing glared at them. Yes, thank you. Brother Guao. The ruffians hastily prepared to depart. Zhang Xian, Li Xing suddenly called out, interrupting their escape. Zhang Xian felt a jolt of anxiety and instinctively halted. Captain, is there anything else you wish to convey? Zhang Xian asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. I do not wish for anyone within the confines of Gansheng to bully Guao. He is my nephew, do you understand? Li Xing regarded Zhang Xian with a penetrating gaze. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xian nodded vigorously. Very well, be gone. With that, Zhang Xian hurriedly led his gang of ruffians away from the alley, while Li Xing turned to Guao, a smile gracing his face. In the evening, I invited you and your classmate to dine outside. Please make a phone call to your parents. All right, uncle, Guao replied with a smile. Acknowledging the close relationship between his father and Li Xing, which could be considered a familial bond. This uncle visited the Guo family almost every year for the New Year celebrations. Thus, Guao felt no need to be overly formal with Li Xing. After making a brief call to his parents to explain the situation, Li Xing led Guao and Wang Shi to a nearby hotel. After ordering 3 or 4 dishes, as they awaited the food to arrive, Li Xing casually inquired, How have you been, Haozi? Have you been studying diligently lately? With a smile, Guao responded, Yes, uncle. Oh, Li Xing said, intrigued. Have you not been visiting the internet CAF recently? Chapter 16. Shameless. Wretch. Li Xing was acutely aware of Guao's daily escapades on the internet. In the past, he had even tried to catch him, but Guao always evaded him. Switching internet cafes whenever he was nearly caught, even arguing fiercely with both Li Xing and his father. Eventually, Guo's father advised Li Xing to cease his investigations, leading to a considerable relaxation in the oversight of Guao's activities thereafter. Upon sensing the teasing undertone in Li Xing's voice, Guao's face flushed slightly. Back then, I was rather immature, but not anymore. I genuinely focus on my studies now. Haha, I've heard from your father, Li Xing remarked with a smile, glancing at Guao with a hint of nostalgia. At last, you've matured. Guao's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Matured? Perhaps. If it weren't for my rebirth, I'd still be indulging in online games, lost in a haze of distraction. Regardless, it's good that you've matured. Li Xing chuckled. Just then, their meal arrived. Come, let us eat. Now that you've matured, be diligent in your studies. It doesn't matter if you don't pass the college entrance exam this year. We can always try again, for we have that privilege, Li Xing said cheerfully to Guao. Indeed, Guao nodded earnestly. As they conversed and enjoyed their meal, Wang Shi remained silent, merely focusing on his food. After finishing, Li Xing had official matters to attend to and departed first. Sighing, Wang Shi watched Li Xing's retreating figure and exhaled deeply, casting a disgruntled glance at Guao. Damn, you nearly scared me to death just now. What are you afraid of? Guao asked curiously. Wang Shi shot him an incredulous look. Have you forgotten? We were caught together online before. I had thought he was merely a relative of yours in law enforcement, but he is actually the captain of the public security team. Can you believe it? Did you not notice the way he looked at me? I was too frightened to utter a word. Ah, I see. Guao chuckled awkwardly, patting Wang Shi on the shoulder. Well, he has left now. You've managed to scrounge a free meal. Let us head back to school. Wang Shi rolled his eyes at Guao. The two exited the restaurant and rode their bicycles back to school. Meanwhile, in the school, Zhaoying spotted Shen Luoyan, who was calmly munching on a cold steamed bun. A sneer spread across her face. Ah, I knew you would be here. Your beloved is outside getting beaten. Yet here you are, nonchalantly nibbling away. Truly, you are a person of cold disposition. Zhaoying smirked, standing directly in front of Shen Luoyan. Unfazed, Shen Luoyan continued eating her bun, engrossed in her book. Witnessing Shen Luoyan's calm demeanor, a flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Ying's eyes. Heh, you maintain your composure. Just wait. There will come a time when you'll be seeking my assistance. With that, Zhao turned on her heel and left the classroom. Only then did Shen Luoyin lift her gaze, watching Zhao Ying's departing figure, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. Is that Guo Hao truly unharmed? Although Guo Hao claims to have an uncle in the police force, if he were to be intercepted, would he not still face a beating? Shen Luoyin felt a pang of worry. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying received a call from Zhang Xin and excitedly left the school. In a narrow alley outside the school, a group of unruly youths lounged about, with Zhang Xin standing off to the side. Zhao Ying approached him with a smile. Brother Xin, how's it going? Did you manage to capture the scene of that Guo Hao being beaten? She asked, a hint of eagerness in her voice. At that moment, Zhang Xin turned around with an expressionless face, gazing at Zhao Ying. Noticing something amiss in his demeanor, Zhao Ying's heart skipped a beat, and she cautiously inquired, Brother Xin, is something wrong? Zhang Xin looked at her impassively and calmly stated, Zhao Ying, why don't you come spend the night with me? Upon hearing Zhang Xin's words, Zhao Ying felt a jolt in her heart. She forced a smile and replied, Brother Xin, didn't I tell you? My parents are at home. If I stay out overnight, they will surely be furious. Just wait a bit longer, when my parents go on a business trip or during a holiday. You can do whatever you wish. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Observing Zhao Ying's demeanor, Zhang Xin's eyes turned icy. So, it's acceptable to fool around with Chenyi, but not with me? The words struck Zhao Ying like a thunderbolt. What was going on? Did Zhang Xin know something? How much did he know about her relationship with Chenyi? Brother Xin, what are you talking about? I don't understand, she stammered, attempting to feign innocence. Zhang Xin closed the distance between them, his gaze piercing. Suddenly, he delivered a sharp slap to her face. Wretched girl, don't think you can hide your affair with Chenyi from me. You brazen hussy, always flirting around, and when trouble arises, you come looking for me to clean up your mess. You hesitate to share a bed with me but are eager to play around. Damn it, shameless vixen. Zhang Xin's glare bore into Zhao Ying. Let us go. Without mentioning Guo Hao, Zhang Xin sought information about Zhao Ying after leaving Guo Hao. The more he inquired, the more his anger grew. He realized he had been a fool. Zhao Ying was truly promiscuous, entangled with countless men. His fury morphed into disdain for her. In such a state, how could he warn Zhao Ying about Guo Hao's formidable background? He secretly hoped she would provoke Guo Hao further and face the consequences. Let us go. Zhang Xin called out to his companions. They departed the alley, leaving Zhao Ying alone. Hatred flickered in her eyes as she glared at Zhang Xin's retreating figure, one hand pressed against her face. Humph. Zhao Ying spat on the ground. How dare you strike me? I will make you regret this, mark my words. After speaking, Zhao Ying departed the alley, her eyes filled with animosity. Upon returning to class, her mood remained dismal, and she did not confront Shen Luoyin. What is wrong, Ying? You look rather unwell, one friend observed. Indeed, Ying, what troubles you? Your complexion appears somewhat flushed. What has transpired? Another inquired. Isn't it true that you intended to have Zhang Xin confront Guo Hao? They continued. As Zhao Ying settled into her seat, her friends encircled her, bombarding her with questions. Go away, all of you, she snapped, clearly distressed, shooing her friends aside. Sensing her discontent, the surrounding girls hesitated and, respecting her mood, quietly retreated. Chapter 17. The astonished English teacher as Zhao Ying was in a fit of rage. Contemplating how to exact revenge on Guo Hao and Zhang Xin, Guo Hao was diligently engrossed in his studies. He had a time-sensitive task at hand, to achieve 100% completion of the middle school mathematics syllabus within a week. Should he accomplish this feat, his mathematical proficiency would elevate to level 2, undoubtedly enhancing his cognitive abilities. With such an achievement, he would possess greater confidence in fulfilling his golden tasks. At present, Guo Hao's progress was commendable, primarily due to the relatively straightforward nature of middle school concepts and the latent knowledge he harbored deep within his mind. The learning process was interspersed with fragments of memory, yet it remained a rather monotonous endeavor. Despite being able to track his learning progress, Guo Hao found himself relentlessly solving problems in a fervent quest for improvement. He engaged in targeted practice, benefiting from the clarity of his understanding, which provided him an edge over his peers. He could gauge his mastery of the material. However, as he approached the final 10% of his studies, he encountered a plateau akin to that experienced by ordinary students. Progress slowed significantly, necessitating repetitious problem-solving to solidify and expand his grasp of certain concepts. Guo Hao is currently entrenched in the cycle of repetition. So absorbed was he in his work that he paid no heed to the English teacher at the podium, who was discussing the recent monthly exam papers. His focus was unwavering. He had already completed 95% of the second-year mathematics textbook. His objective was to achieve full completion before evening study sessions commenced, after which he intended to delve into the third-year mathematics curriculum. According to Shin Luoyan's notes, the difficulty of third-year mathematics escalated significantly compared to the second year. Mastering the latter would facilitate a seamless transition to first-year high school mathematics, rendering it a familiar experience. After all, third-year studies would introduce fundamental concepts of geometry, circles, functions, and quadratic functions, elements that form a direct bridge to high school mathematics. Consequently, many students perceived first-year material as relatively simple, with second-year content presenting a slight increase in difficulty. However, upon reaching the third year, the challenge intensified dramatically. Understanding triangles, for instance, was less complex than grappling with circles. Guao was determined to allocate ample time for third-year mathematics. Yet, his intense focus made him stand out among his peers. The English teacher, Wang Yi, noticed Guao's engrossed demeanor clearly. Guao, Wang Yi abruptly halted the lecture, calling out to him. Deep in concentration, Guao failed to hear the teacher's voice and continued his problem-solving, oblivious to the collective gaze of his classmates, who turned to observe him. His deskmate, Wang Lijuan, promptly nudged him. The English teacher is calling you. Wang Lijuan spoke softly to Guao. Startled, Guao hurriedly rose to his feet. Did you call for me, teacher? He asked, looking somewhat bewildered at Teacher Wang beside him. At that moment, Teacher Wang slowly approached Guao. What are you busy with? You're not even paying attention in class. With less than 100 days until the college entrance examination, do you think a score of 73 in English is sufficient for you to forego attending lessons and studying? Teacher Wang spoke with a stern expression as she stood beside Guao. Before Guao could respond, Teacher Wang had already reached his desk, drawing the attention of the other students around them. What is this? Must do questions for transforming middle school mathematics. Teacher Wang casually picked up the exercise book in front of Guao, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What is going on? Instead of practicing high school mathematics, you're busy solving middle school questions? Are you planning to retake middle school and then try for high school again? I'm afraid you might be too old for that. Laughter erupted among the students at Teacher Wang's mocking remarks. Feeling the myriad of ambiguous glances and laughter from all directions, Guao's expression remained unchanged. Such levels of ridicule were trivial to someone who had been in business for many years. Teacher Wang, the reason I am reviewing middle school questions is that I believe my foundation is lacking. Therefore, I intend to start from the basics. After all, a weak foundation can lead to a collapse. If I recall correctly, you have said something similar before, Guao replied with unyielding composure. Teacher Wang's expression shifted slightly. Is this your justification for solving middle school math problems during English class? Because you think your English is acceptable, but your mathematics is too weak. So you've decided to focus on math first? Guao calmly stated. Acceptable? A score of 73 is acceptable? Teacher Wang smirked. Fine, let us assume it is. Let's see how you fare. Dare to speak English with me? Without any warning, Teacher Wang addressed Guao in English. No problem, Guao replied. In his previous life as a businessman, he had specifically studied business English and had done so quite well. There was no reason to fear the English teacher's verbal assessment. The two engaged in rapid dialogue in English, their conversation accelerating in pace, incorporating numerous advanced vocabulary and grammar structures. After a while, Teacher Wang looked at Guao with astonishment. She had never paid much attention to this student, who not only had poor grades but also maintained a low profile and lacked presence. She was surprised to discover that he could communicate in English at such a level. Where had he learned such advanced vocabulary and grammar? Moreover, his speed and fluency, along with his listening skills, clearly met and even exceeded the requirements for a CET for level. So why had he only scored 73 in the last monthly exam? Previously, I had never heard that his English was particularly proficient. Teacher Wang's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, the students nearby, witnessing the interaction between Teacher Wang and Guao, were utterly astonished, especially as Guao confidently conversed in fluent English with Teacher Wang. This experience entirely transformed the impression he had left on all his classmates. That will be enough, Teacher Wang announced in Chinese, bringing the English dialogue to a close. At this moment, the gaze Teacher Wang cast upon Guao had undergone a complete transformation. From our recent conversation, I have discerned that your spoken English and vocabulary are quite commendable, and your listening skills are also impressive. Therefore, I must ask, why did you score only 73 on the last monthly exam? What errors did you make on those questions? Chapter 18. A touch of surreality. Teacher Wang pointed at the errors on Guao's exam paper, a look of perplexity in his eyes as he glanced at Guao beside him. Guo took a moment to survey the mistakes on his paper, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Indeed, there were several rather elementary errors. At that time, he had little desire to study, and his responses on the exam were largely haphazard. However, he had recently resolved to dedicate himself to his studies. Guo earnestly declared to Teacher Wang. Very well. Teacher Wang nodded. During English class, as long as you remain silent, you may do as you please. However, if you fail to achieve a score of 120 in the next monthly exam, you shall have to attend my lessons obediently. Now, take your seat. Understood, teacher. Guo complied and sat down. Teacher Wang cast a penetrating glance at Guo. Never had a high school student left such a profound impact on him. Guo's English was remarkably fluent, peppered with advanced vocabulary that sprang forth effortlessly. Engaging in conversation with him felt akin to communicating with certain business elites. Coupled with Guo's youthful visage, Teacher Wang found himself at a loss for words. Nearby, classmates stared in awe as they watched the exchange of English dialogue between Teacher Wang and Guo. Was this truly the Guo they knew? His English was astonishingly proficient. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to something out of a television drama. All right, let us return to discussing the exam paper. Teacher Wang's voice, resonating from the podium, pulled the students' thoughts back to the present. Yet, some couldn't help but steal glances at Guo. He resumed his practice problems. Wang Lijuan nudged Guo gently, prompting him to turn his head. Admiration radiated from her as she gazed at him. You're incredible. Just average. Guo replied with a slight smile, speaking softly. Now, let us focus on the lesson. I have more problems to tackle. After responding quietly to Wang Lijuan, he continued with his work. For Guo, this was merely a brief interlude. Initially, he had wished to relish his youth, but the emergence of the system and the golden task had compelled him to abandon that notion. Youth, while amusing, was not the most captivating aspect of life. Brain enhancement, on the other hand, just imagine what it would be like to be a version of oneself far more intelligent than the current one. Guo was deeply intrigued. To fulfill the golden task, his mind was consumed with only two pursuits: solving problems and memorizing knowledge points. During the break and evening self-study, many classmates found themselves unable to resist casting glances at Guo. Wang Shi approached Guo, exclaiming, Wow, rodent, how can you be so handsome? When did your English become so remarkable? Shock was evident in Wang Shi's eyes as he addressed Guo. Guo paused his writing and shot Wang Shi an annoyed glare. Why the theatrics? It's just English. I've never seen you express any concern about whether my English is good or not. With that, Guo rolled his eyes. Wang Shi offered a shy smile. However, you barely passed your English exam previously. It is astonishing to witness such a remarkable improvement in your English skills. Anyone would be taken aback. Did you not notice Teacher Wang's expression? He was genuinely shocked. You are truly impressive. Wang Shi exclaimed excitedly to Guo. All right, is there anything else? Guo replied. There is nothing more. Just go back to your studies. I need to continue practicing, he said, feeling a sense of calm within. Such occurrences hardly stirred any emotions within Guo, as he had endured considerable trials in his past life. To him, this was merely a trivial matter. After a brief conversation, the class bell rang, prompting Wang Shi to return to his seat. Guo resumed his practice. The monotonous process was endured through sheer willpower. Whenever he felt on the verge of giving up, he would recall the enticing rewards promised by the system. Such temptation was his greatest motivation at present. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 100 of the second-year mathematics curriculum. You have received 10 energy potions and gained 100 mathematics experience. With half a class remaining before the evening study session concluded, Guo had finally achieved a complete understanding of both mathematics textbooks for the second year. He exhaled deeply, glancing at the nearly completed exercises before him, and set down his pen. Although he had only completed about 60 of the exercises in the second-year mathematics guidebook, the system indicated that he had reached 100 progress. For others, it would be nearly impossible to gauge their learning progress, even if they felt they had grasped the material. Uncertainty lingered. Most would at least complete the entire supplementary workbook, possibly revisiting another guidebook. Guo had thus saved considerable time, with half a class period remaining. He did not hasten to begin studying third-year mathematics. Although time was limited, he did not feel pressed for this half period. He casually picked up the English book nearby. To be honest, since his rebirth, he had not yet perused a high school mathematics book. Previously, he had studied business English, and he was curious about the differences between business English and high school English. Would he be able to score above 120 in the upcoming monthly exam? As he opened the English book, he encountered simple vocabulary and sentences initially, followed by basic grammar. Guao swiftly skimmed through these sections, finding them undemanding. Gradually, he reached more complex grammatical structures, yet these remained manageable, at least for him. Upon finishing one volume of the English book, he opened a test paper. His reading speed in English surpassed that of the average high school student. By the end of the evening study session, he had completed an entire English test paper, excluding the listening and composition sections. If the monthly exam were similar to this, achieving a score of 120 should not pose much difficulty. Guao set down his pen. Feeling a slight sense of relief, it seemed that his rebirth was not solely a disadvantage after all. There were indeed advantageous subjects. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Guao casually tidied his desk before leaving the school with Wang Shi. Upon returning home, after finishing a late-night snack, Guao quickly retreated to his room. After consuming an energy potion, he opened his mathematics textbook for the third year of junior high. Meanwhile, in the living room, Guo's mother gazed at the spotless bowl and chopsticks before her, her expression a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Oh, Lao Guo, she mused. What could have prompted Hao to take his studies so seriously? I still find it hard to believe. The changes in him over the past few days have been truly remarkable. Chapter 19, by Bitcoin. The more, the better. Upon hearing Guo's mother's words, Guo's father, who was busy dealing with documents, paused and turned to her with a smile. Your son is maturing and beginning to study diligently. Why are you becoming so anxious? He remarked. If Hao had gradually started to put in effort, I could accept it, but his transformation has been remarkably drastic, almost a complete turnaround. The difference from before is truly striking. Guo's mother sighed, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. We have no idea what he has gone through previously. Do not worry. Guo's father responded with a reassuring smile. Children grow up and develop their own ideas. It is only natural. You need not be overly anxious. He is growing up. He reflected. Last night, I spoke with Li Xing, and he praised Hao immensely. He said that Hao now handles matters with the poise of an adult. With just a few pointers, he deftly managed those ruffians and dealt with the situation with remarkable skill. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. What happened this afternoon with the ruffians? Guo's mother inquired, a hint of confusion in her gaze as she looked at Guo's father. Hao mentioned that a girl from his school was bullying Shen Luoyin, and he intervened. However, that girl seems to know many ruffians both in and out of school. She threatened Hao and Shen Luoyin, prompting Hao to call us. What happened to Luoyin? Guo's mother asked anxiously, glancing at Guo's father. Rest assured, Shen Luoyin is an exceptional student at Yizhong. No one dares to lay a hand on her. That girl typically resorts to verbal bullying, so Shen Luoyin is fine. It was only Hao who was confronted by those ruffians right after leaving school, but then Li Xing arrived with his people. I see, Guo's mother nodded. Why does Li Xing think so highly of Hao? She asked, puzzled. Guo's father smiled as he looked at her. It seems that Hao not only adeptly leveraged Li Xing's reputation but also subtly stirred the dynamics between that ruffian and the girl from school. He performed exceptionally well. I see, Guo's mother nodded once more. It appears that Hao has undergone significant changes over the past 2 years. A trace of admiration flickered in her eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Guao was deeply engrossed in his studies, unaware of the conversation between his parents. The mathematics of the third year was considerably more challenging. However, with Shen Luoyin's notes, he found some relief and assistance. Even so, his pace of learning had slowed considerably. Despite taking an energy supplement, Guao was exceptionally focused. Yet compared to his second-year mathematics, his speed had decreased significantly. In 2 hours, he had managed to cover only about 8% of the material. If the pace continues like this, consuming all the middle school mathematics content within a week, challenges still abound. Feeling a sharp pang in his mind, Guao realized that the effects of the energy potion had worn off. Rubbing his face, he carelessly stowed the books away, turned off the desk lamp, and lay down on the bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. The following day unfolded like any other. He rose, washed up, and stepped out of his room with his backpack. After breakfast, Guao left home and quickly arrived at school alongside Wang Shi. By the way, Howsy, about that Bitcoin you mentioned the other day. I took the time to research it. ISNT is just a string of network code, and it sells for quite a price. Currently, it can fetch $3. Just a string of code can be worth over $20. Ridiculous, ISNT it? Wang Shi queried. A hint of confusion in his gaze as they walked towards the classroom. Are you sure you want me to buy this? Absolutely. And I recommend you purchase it through legitimate channels. Buy as much as you can, Guao replied calmly. The more, the better? Wang Shi asked, his bewilderment deepening. Indeed. The more, the better, Guo stated with a serene demeanor. By the end of the year, you will understand why I say this. No, to be precise. By June at the latest, you will comprehend my reasoning. Is that so? Wang Shi pondered. You have such faith in Bitcoin? Trust me, just buy it. After acquiring it, sell half by year-end and hold on to the rest tightly, Guo said with a slight smile, addressing Wang Shi. A flicker of hesitation crossed Wang Shi's eyes as Guo strode purposefully toward the classroom. Hey, Wang Shi exclaimed, contemplating as he hastily followed Guo's retreating figure. The two soon returned to the classroom. After organizing their belongings, Guo retrieved the periodic table of elements and classical Chinese poetry from his desk. Having realized that his grasp of English vocabulary was likely sufficient for the college entrance examination, he decided to focus his morning study on the periodic table and the poetry, as these were still somewhat elusive to him and required diligent memorization. Once the morning study session concluded, Guo resumed his studies in 9th grade mathematics. Currently, his pace in this subject had noticeably slowed compared to before. Meanwhile, in the elite class, Zhaoying felt discontent. Although she had consulted Chun-Yi the previous night and confirmed that they would corner Guo in the afternoon to give him a good beating, Zhaoying would also be present. She remained perplexed about Zhang Xin's involvement. How did he come to know about her affair with Chun-Yi? What about those school bullies? Zhaoying was engulfed in confusion, and this uncertainty filled her with an ominous premonition. Consequently, she shared her concerns with several of the school's bullies. However, instigating a brawl within the confines of the school was no trivial matter. She hoped fervently that Chun-Yi would deliver a thorough thrashing to Guo. At present, the matter of confronting Guo has transcended mere retaliation against Shen Luoyin. For Zhaoying, assaulting Guo has become an obsession, an essential endeavor to uphold her esteemed authority as the leader of the first high school. If she cannot even deal with someone like Guo, her reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Therefore, who exactly is Guo? Could it be that he informed Zhang Xin about her affair with Chun-Yi? But how did Guo acquire this knowledge? Could there be a traitor among them? Zhaoying cast a suspicious glance at the sycophants surrounding her, her mind swirling with questions. The morning slipped away quietly. Guo managed to elevate his progress in the third-year mathematics curriculum to a modest 15%. During lunch, he audaciously took a seat directly across from Shen Luoyin. She glanced at him briefly before returning her focus to her meal. Bet Zhaoying has been bullying you. Has she? Chapter 20. A mischievous encounter. Guo smiled faintly and inquired of Shen Luoyin before him. Not at all. Shen Luoyin's tone remained brisk, imbued with an air of frosty detachment, as if to keep others at bay. Please don't be so aloof. After all, I am your student. Guo remarked with a grin directed at Shen Luoyin. She remained silent. At this moment, Guo's smile waned slightly as he pondered for a brief moment before addressing Shen Luoyin once more. I concluded my study of mathematics for the second year of junior high last night and have embarked on the curriculum for the third year. However, I find that the mathematics is considerably more challenging than before. Do you have any valuable advice, Teacher Shen? Guo stated earnestly while gazing intently at her. This was, in truth, the purpose of his visit. He had little interest in jesting with Shen Luoyin. Currently, she resembled an unyielding stone, frigid and unapproachable. Unless one possessed a penchant for masochism, it would be unlikely for anyone to willingly engage in banter with her at this moment, even if she were an exquisite beauty. Furthermore, for Guo, the matter of femininity was secondary. His paramount concern was to fulfill the golden task assigned by the system, to achieve a score exceeding 640 in the upcoming college entrance examination. Moreover, the time-sensitive task at hand involved advancing his junior high mathematics proficiency to a perfect score of 100, which would elevate his mathematics level to LV2. This would significantly aid him in mastering high school mathematics, and the enhancement of his mathematics level would also bring a boost to his intellect, thereby benefiting nearly all his subjects. Thus, it was essential for Guo to seek Shen Luoyin's guidance during the midday hours. Upon hearing Guo's words, Shen Luoyin finally reacted. She adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and explained, the relative difficulty of third-year mathematics primarily stems from the plethora of formulas and theorems involved, along with the necessity for a certain degree of abstract thinking in geometry. Many of the problems in the third-year curriculum build upon the foundational formulas and theorems, introducing numerous transformations that require a comprehensive understanding of the derivation process. Furthermore, for geometry, one must possess ample skill in drawing auxiliary lines. I will assign you a few problems to ponder at home. Remember what I just mentioned. Do not hesitate to utilize auxiliary lines in geometry. And do not merely memorize the formulas and theorems. Rather, strive to comprehend them, even to the extent of deriving them on your own. Shen Luoyin outlined several common challenges encountered in third-year mathematics, as well as effective study methods that could not be captured in notes. After absorbing her insights, Guao felt a profound sense of benefit. After all, rote memorization of formulas and theorems was of little utility. His progress had stagnated. As he had discovered the previous day, despite being thoroughly familiar with the material, the examination would not present questions in a manner conducive to direct application of those formulas and theorems. At that time, one was often oblivious to the contexts in which formulas and theorems could be applied, as well as the specific formulas to utilize. Reciting these formulas could be deemed rather foolish. The ability to derive them is of far greater significance. Shen Luoyin shared some insights with Guao. Thank you, Teacher Shen. Guao remarked with a smile directed at Shen Luoyin. She nodded in acknowledgement. After the lunch break, I will provide you with the test questions. All right. Guao agreed with a nod. As the two engaged in conversation, numerous onlookers in the cafeteria cast curious glances their way. After all, Shen Luoyin was a prominent figure within the school, a renowned academic prodigy, seemingly quite attractive as well. However, her demeanor was rather aloof. Not only boys but even girls dared not approach her. Several boys secretly harbored feelings for her, leaving small snacks or love letters on her desk. Yet, Shen Luoyin discarded every single item, reporting each instance to the teacher. Her demeanor was exceedingly frigid, and no one had ever formed a close relationship with her. Yet, unexpectedly, it seemed that a certain boy was able to engage her in lively conversation. This was indeed noteworthy news. When did Shen Luoyin start showing interest in a boy? Many were intrigued and turned their attention toward the unfolding scene. However, after discussing academic topics, Guao quickly finished his meal, stood up, and departed from the table, washing his dishes afterward. What do you want to discuss today? It wouldn't he happen to involve Zhaoing again, would it? Wang Shi asked with a sly grin. Come clean. How did you manage to charm this ice queen? Did you deliberately seek her out as a tutor to win her over? Wang Shi leered at Guao. Guao shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, Charm? Nonsense. I'm preoccupied with my studies every day, unlike you, who seems to dwell on unwholesome thoughts. I approached Shen Luoyin solely to ask questions. What is wrong with your mind? Humph. Who asks questions during lunchtime? Wang Shi scoffed, clearly skeptical. Then tell me, when should I inquire? Should I rush to the advanced class after class ends, or find a secluded spot after school? Guao shot another glance at Wang Shi. Wang Shi paused, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps there was some merit to that line of reasoning. After all, for high school students, the cafeteria appeared to be one of the few venues for interaction. Other locations were either classrooms or unsuitable for conversation. Fine, Wang Shi conceded, beginning to believe Guao's words. What a letdown. I thought there would be some thrilling news. Wang Shi's excitement dwindled, and Guao, uninterested in Wang Shi's thoughts, became absorbed in his own mental calculations, deriving formulas, sketching auxiliary lines, and contemplating dotted lines. Upon returning to the classroom, Guao promptly commenced his formula derivation. As Guao delved into the derivation of numerous formulas and theorems prevalent in middle school mathematics, he discovered a remarkable efficacy in his approach. Indeed, auxiliary lines proved to be extraordinarily beneficial, whether applied to circles or triangles. As Guao's research progressed, he realized that his pace of assimilating middle school mathematical knowledge was unexpectedly accelerating. This revelation filled him with excitement. It appeared that completing his middle school mathematics studies within a week was not as daunting as he had initially presumed. During one particular afternoon, Guao forewent his usual nap, dedicating his time to persistently deriving formulas and tackling corresponding problems. Upon concluding his break, he approached the elite class and received a problem from Shen Luoyin. His presence in the elite class stirred a wave of intrigue, as many students recognized him as the boy who had sat across from Shen Luoyin during lunchtime. Curiosity swirled among them regarding the nature of their relationship. Chapter 21. Where did you learn this news? Curiosity aside, Shen Luoyin possessed a cold demeanor, lacking friends at school, and few had the audacity to inquire about her. On the other hand, Guao remained largely unnoticed, known by only a handful within the school. Consequently, their intrigue would remain unfulfilled. Upon returning to the classroom, Guao's deskmate, Wang Lijuan, had yet to return, prompting Wang Shi to occupy her seat. What? Do you have something to say? Guao cast a discontented glance at Wang Shi. Isn't it rather ironic for you to question me after asking me to purchase Bitcoin? Wang Shi retorted, her eyes narrowing at Guao. After a moment's contemplation, Guao acknowledged the validity of her point. He was likely the sole individual who understood the forthcoming trends and the pivotal moments in Bitcoin's anticipated rise. Wang Shi's skepticism was entirely reasonable. and he recognized the necessity of elaborating further. However, articulating such complex insights posed a challenge. Despite his awareness of Bitcoin's impending surge, conveying the nuances of its fluctuations from their current standpoint proved to be a daunting task. It was not feasible to divulge insider information or explain how he foresaw the subsequent increases. It was hardly plausible to claim he hailed from the future with the ability to glimpse what was to come. After a brief silence, Guao addressed Guangxi. During my exploration of the dark web, I stumbled upon a significant piece of news. Substantial capital is poised to enter the Bitcoin market, particularly from the United States. Consequently, I predict that starting this year, Bitcoin will experience a meteoric rise. According to my predictive model, it is likely to skyrocket over the next 2 years, followed by a correction, and then another surge, ultimately reaching a value that many may struggle to comprehend. After sharing his conjecture, Guao attributed his source of information to the dark web. After all, the understanding of Bitcoin in their country was exceedingly limited. The dark web? Guangxi regarded Guao with a hint of confusion. You can access the dark web? I've never heard of that before. If I were to venture there, it would certainly be from my home computer, not a cyber CAF. Guao replied with irritation. Well, that's rather simplistic of you. Guangxi nodded, expressing no further skepticism toward Guao's assertions. Their long-standing camaraderie inspired unwavering trust in him. So, how much do you think I should invest? Guangxi inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Certainly, invest as much as you can. The crux of the matter hinges on how much you can manage to persuade your parents to part with. Guao replied. Guangxi hesitated momentarily. I am aware of my parents' banking secrets. Generating money is not particularly challenging. However, accumulating too much could lead to detection. And if I were to incur losses, my life would be at stake. Rest assured, I shall not suffer any losses. Yet you must only sell when I instruct you to do so. At all other times, it is prudent to conceal this money from your parents, should they discover it. The consequences would be dire. Guao pondered momentarily, gazing at Guangxi. Indeed, if my parents were to find out, I would surely face their wrath. Let us take a portion of the funds they are unlikely to notice. Perhaps around 50,000 yuan. Then let us procure 50,000 yuan worth. Guao stated directly to Guangxi. Agreed. Guangxi nodded. As for the purchasing channels, I recommend either Bitstamp or MTGOX. You might want to familiarize yourself with them. Regardless of the platform, I solely advise you to invest in Bitcoin. Understood. Guangxi nodded once more. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and curiosity flickered in his eyes as he looked at Guao. So, Howsy, how much do you plan to buy? That depends on how much my parents allocate to me, Guao replied with a shrug and a slight smile directed at Guangxi. I will communicate this matter directly to my parents. I truly envy you. Guangxi gazed at Guao with admiration. I would never dare to disclose such matters to my parents. If they were to find out, they would certainly disapprove, and I might end up in serious trouble. Guao shrugged, offering no further comment. He had a general understanding of Guangxi's family situation. However, every family has its own challenges. And while his own parents are understanding and respectful, it does not imply that others enjoy the same fortune. Enough of this. It's almost time for the afternoon break. You should return to your seat. All right. Guangxi nodded. Watching him depart, Guao resumed his studies in junior high mathematics. According to Shen Luoyan's earlier remarks, there is an overwhelming number of mathematical formulas in middle school. Merely memorizing these formulas lacks significance. One must comprehend their meaning and integrate them into problems to truly grasp the essence of junior high mathematics. This principle holds true even in high school mathematics. After all, formulas and theorems are static. Memorization alone is futile. At best, it signifies mere recognition, but when applied to problems that can vary infinitely, rigid application is insufficient. A deep understanding of the formulas and their various transformations is essential. Only through thorough comprehension and extensive practice can one truly master them, as Guao diligently derived formulas. He also began working through exercises, albeit at a slow pace. During the break, Teacher Wang, the mathematics instructor, entered the classroom, paused beside Guao for a brief moment, and then moved on. Guao paid little mind to this. Once the break concluded, Guao promptly made his way to the upper-level elite class. Shen Luoyan, Guao called out as he entered the classroom. After the afternoon break in the elite class, many students remained in slumber, teetering between the realms of consciousness and dreams. The sudden sound roused a multitude, prompting heads to lift in unison, all eyes directed towards the entrance. Who could it be? Someone has come seeking Shen Luoyan. A number of students in the elite class exchanged surprised glances at the sight of Guao, a boy nonetheless. Several female students, intrigued by the unfolding drama, observed Guo with a blend of curiosity and excitement, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Shen Luoyin, however, maintained her composure. She had not napped during lunch and held a small booklet she had prepared earlier. Approaching Guo at the door, she earnestly spoke. Within this booklet, I have compiled over 30 problems for you, ranging from simple to complex, designed to assist you in deriving formulas and theorems. Additionally, these problems are quite adaptable. I encourage you to engage with them thoughtfully and, once completed, return them to me for review. Chapter 22. Energized. All right, thank you. Guo nodded as he received the notebook from Shen Luoyin's hands. Shen Luoyin said nothing further and turned back to her seat. Casting a glance at the multitude of inquisitive eyes in the elite class, Guo offered a faint smile before departing the elite class and returning to his own classroom. Once back in the classroom, Guo commenced his examination of the 30 problems assigned by Shen Luoyin. These problems proved to be more challenging than those sourced from the supplementary materials Guo had procured, primarily due to their flexibility and the subtlety of the formulas and theorems referenced. After an entire afternoon, Guo had managed to solve only 5 problems, still uncertain about his accuracy. Nevertheless, he noted that his progress in mastering the material for the 3rd year of junior high had reached 22%. At this pace, if all went smoothly, he anticipated achieving a full comprehension within 4 days. Of course, this was contingent upon everything proceeding without a hitch. Guo lifted his head, stretching his neck slightly, his thoughts momentarily adrift as he surveyed his surroundings. At that precise moment, Teacher Wang, the mathematics instructor, approached him. What's the matter? Are you encountering a difficult problem? In stark contrast to her usual fiery temperament, Teacher Wang spoke with surprising gentleness, a subtle smile gracing her features as she regarded Guo. It's manageable, Guo responded, taken aback by her demeanor. Teacher Wang then glanced at the problems on Guo's desk. These must be the problems assigned by Shen Luoyin, she remarked, instantly recognizing her handwriting. Given Shen Luoyin's reputation as the most esteemed student in the school and Teacher Wang's prior experience grading her papers, excellent problems for an introduction, Teacher Wang noted appreciatively. Your approach to solving these problems is commendable, though there are some issues concerning the use of auxiliary lines in geometry. Teacher Wang proceeded to guide Guo through the problems he had attempted, offering insights and explanations on various concepts. Though the surrounding classmates harbored a fear of Teacher Wang, they could not resist glancing towards Guo, their expressions filled with astonishment. It was well known that Teacher Wang had earned the nickname Old Witch among the students, notorious for her harsh demeanor, often likened to that of a menopausal woman. This softer side was a rarity for all present. After a period of individualized instruction, Teacher Wang concluded, "All right, focus on your studies. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office during breaks." "Thank you, teacher," Guo replied. Teacher Wang nodded, her expression reverting to her usual stoic demeanor as she surveyed the classroom before turning to leave. As soon as she exited, a wave of astonishment swept through the students who had been engaged in self-study. Wait, what did I just witness? The old witch actually has a gentle side? Is this real, or am I dreaming? Incredible. To the surprise of many, Teacher Wang, enduring the trials of menopause, exhibited an unexpected gentleness. The classroom erupted into a cacophony, the previously serene atmosphere now abuzz with chatter as students eagerly engaged in discussions about the recently tender demeanor of Teacher Wang. They were witnessing this rare side of her for the first time, a spectacle indeed. Guo furrowed his brow, choosing not to comment on his classmates' speculations, instead focusing intently on his exercises. "Silence! Silence!" commanded Li Ming, the class monitor, as he rose to restore order amidst the clamor. However, his efforts were soon interrupted by the entrance of their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang. From a distance, the raucous noise of the class reached his ears. "What is this? Do you not wish to study, or are you eager to hold a celebration?" Mr. Huang's face darkened as he addressed the students with a stern tone. Instantly, the classroom fell into a hushed silence, no one daring to utter a word, for Mr. Huang commanded considerable respect. "Li Ming, what is the commotion about?" Mr. Huang inquired, eyeing the class monitor. A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Ming's face. It was Teacher Wang. She just came in and gently offered guidance to Guo regarding his studies. It was quite an unusual occurrence, leading to our discussions following her departure. "Is that all?" Mr. Huang responded, casting a discerning glance over the other students. "Do any of you comprehend why Teacher Wang specifically chose to visit our class and kindly assist Guo?" Including Li Ming, a multitude of students shook their heads, expressions reflecting their confusion. "It is because Guo has been diligently applying himself to his mathematics studies. He recognized his foundational weaknesses and has commenced his review from junior high school mathematics, progressing to the third-year material. Mr. Huang continued, in your English class. Many of you mocked Guao, yet he remained unfazed by your derision. Aware of his shortcomings, he persevered under pressure, resolutely choosing to review junior high mathematics rather than succumbing to the temptation of leaping directly into high school material. Such resolve and spirit are immensely admirable to your mathematics teacher. More importantly, Guao's earnestness and commendable attitude towards his studies serve as a notable example for each of you. If one truly desires to learn, it is never too late to put in the effort. Mr. Huang regarded all the students gravely. Many of you, particularly those struggling academically, may be thinking, my foundation is too weak, and with the college entrance examination looming, what is the use of striving now? Thus, you resign yourselves to despair and abandon hope. Yet, look at Guao. Amongst us, his foundational knowledge ranks among the weakest. He stands at the bottom of the class in mathematics. However, he has resolutely chosen not to give up. Instead, he decided that if he cannot grasp high school mathematics, he will build a solid foundation starting from junior high. Let us commence anew from the first year of high school. This undoubtedly consumes time. However, it is a sincere endeavor towards learning and progress. Fellow students, do not abandon yourselves. Every ounce of your effort shall not be in vain. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, delivered a lengthy discourse that left many students in the classroom feeling somewhat ashamed, while igniting a fervor in others. Guao observed the varied expressions of his classmates, his own countenance remaining largely unchanged. In truth, this momentary surge of motivation holds little significance. Those who are inclined to study will continue to do so after the talk, while those disinclined will, at most, persist with a couple of problems before retreating back into avoidance. Such is the reality of the third year of high school. Chapter 23. Intermittent ambition, continuous indifference. The final year of high school can be exceedingly harsh. However, this is a relative assessment. For those who excel academically, as well as those who find themselves in the middle or upper middle tiers, the challenges of senior year are indeed formidable. These individuals harbor aspirations of gaining admission to universities and perhaps even more prestigious institutions. Thus, they engage in rigorous and fervent study, competing earnestly. For them, the phrase upon opening their eyes, they begin to compete is not a mere platitude, but rather a vivid depiction of their reality, particularly for those in the upper middle echelon. The opportunity to secure a place at a superior university exists. Yet, should they falter in their efforts, they risk being overshadowed by those trailing behind. They must strive relentlessly, clinging to their slight advantages while endeavoring to ascend further. In stark contrast, we have those in the lower tiers, or even those at the very bottom. For them, the prospect of attending university has become a distant dream. Over the 3 years of high school, they have scarcely dedicated themselves to their studies, resulting in a significant deficit in their foundational knowledge. Moreover, they have grown accustomed to a languid approach to learning. In such circumstances, even if a fleeting desire to study arises, they often cannot sustain it for a day. They quickly realize the inadequacy of their grasp on the material. With merely 100 days left, the notion of bridging their knowledge gaps seems utterly implausible. Consequently, they abandon their efforts, oscillating between intermittent bursts of ambition and persistent disengagement. Guao is acutely aware of this dynamic, having experienced it firsthand in his previous life. Thus, he pays little heed to the homilies of the class teacher, Mr. Huang. His focus is firmly on the problems before him. Recently, Ms. Wang Shui, the mathematics teacher, elucidated several concepts, providing Guao with new insights. As Mr. Huang indulges in motivational rhetoric, Guao successfully solves a problem. Witnessing his progress in mathematics from middle school increase by 1% to an overall 23%, a smile graces his face. The tangible improvement in his knowledge level is undeniably satisfying. Just then, the last self-study session of the afternoon concluded. All right, class dismissed. Mr. Huang announced to the students. They began to gather their belongings and filed out of the classroom. Guao joined the throng, making his way to the bicycle shed. Upon arrival, he found several students lingering in front of his bicycle. As they noticed him approaching, a few unruly students rose and approached him with an air of mockery. Are you Guao? They inquired, their eyes gleaming with derision. I am. What do you want? Guao replied, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he glanced at Wang Shi, who quickly understood and discreetly positioned himself among other students. Our leader wishes to see you. Come with us, they declared, advancing towards Guao with the intent to seize him by the collar. Do not dally. I shall accompany you, Guao declared, his brow furrowing deeply as he addressed the group of students beside him. Perhaps mindful of their surroundings in the school, the group of carefree students ceased their antics. Come with us. Guao followed the ragtag assembly of students as they exited the school premises. As they distanced themselves from the throngs of departing students, the group encircled Guao, vigilantly preventing any sudden escape. Observing the scene before him, Guao quickly surmised the truth. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Zhao. It appeared that Zhang Xian had not been truthful with her. He likely intended to use Guao as a pawn against Zhao Ying and Chen Yi, deliberately concealing certain facts. Well then, it would be delightful if Zhao Ying were present as well. In that case, things would certainly take an amusing turn. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Guao's mouth. You wish to challenge me? I shall not be so easily bested. Soon enough, the group of unruly students ushered Guao away from the throng, leading him to a secluded alley beside the school. At that moment, over 20 ruffians loitered in the area. Zhao Ying stood prominently among them, smoking a cigarette. The leader of the gang, a brash young man with a pompadour, leaned against the wall with Zhao Ying, both engulfed in clouds of smoke, rendering the alley a haze of foul air. As Guao was brought forth by the group, the leader inquired, "Is that him?" "Indeed, that is he," Zhao Ying replied, a hint of anger in her voice. "Brother, this scoundrel, Guao, has conspired with others at school to bully me." She pouted as she addressed Chen Yi. "Do you not realize she is my woman?" Chen Yi said coolly, still puffing out smoke, casting a dispassionate glance at Guao. "I do not know," Guao replied, maintaining an impassive expression. "Very well then. Kneel and offer 3 respectful bows to my woman, swearing to be her loyal servant at school from this day forth, and I shall let you go unscathed." Chen Yi stated calmly, directing his words at Guao. "What if I refuse?" Guao responded with a smile, his gaze fixed on Chen Yi. "Refuse?" Chen Yi's indifferent gaze sharpened slightly as he scrutinized Guao's face. "You would do well to assess your surroundings and contemplate your decision. In this school, resistance is futile. I trust you are a wise individual." As he spoke, the nearby ruffians began to rise, slowly advancing toward Guao, each cracking their knuckles, their expressions laced with mockery. The sheer number of them exuded a palpable sense of intimidation. Were an ordinary high school student to witness this scenario, they would likely succumb to despair and plead for mercy. However, Guao was no ordinary student. Having navigated the complexities of business over the years, he possessed a resilience of spirit that would not easily falter. He remained composed in the face of adversity. Zhao Ying, nestled in Chen Yi's embrace, cast a glance at Guao and smiled. "Guao, I harbor no animosity toward you, nor do I require you to plead on your knees. Simply serve me as a loyal hound, assisting me in dealing with Shan Luoyan, and I shall grant you clemency. Is this request too burdensome?" Zhao Ying feigned a demeanor of magnanimity as she addressed Guao. Guao maintained a serene expression, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Ying. Since his rebirth, his sole focus had been on pursuing his studies diligently, determined to complete the golden tasks set forth by the system. He had steadfastly adhered to this path. However, the reality of life in the world often proves to be unpredictable. Within the confines of the school, one is bound to encounter individuals of Zhao Ying's ilk, ne'er-do-wells who seem to proliferate endlessly. It is imperative that they experience a moment of pain, instilling within them the fear of crossing him. Perhaps then, he could pursue his studies in peace, free from the threat of oppression. "Uncle Lixing, if you do not emerge soon, I shall truly find myself in a predicament," Guao remarked, casting a glance at the increasingly unruly crowd surrounding him and suddenly calling out to the side. Chapter 24. Trembling with fear, what are you shouting about? "No one is coming to rescue you here," Zhao Ying retorted at Guao, her annoyance evident. The surrounding ruffians exchanged glances, their expressions betraying uncertainty. Meanwhile, Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "Lixing? Wasn't that the name of the captain of the public security team?" As a street thug, one could afford to be unfamiliar with others, but one could not afford such ignorance when it came to the personnel of the public security team, as they were the direct overseers of individuals like him. Just as Chen Yi was about to inquire about the relationship between Guao and Lixing, a voice suddenly echoed from a nearby alley. "Hey, when did you realize I was here?" All movements among the ruffians ceased. A few officers wearing peaked caps emerged from the alley. Lixing smiled as he regarded Guao. "I noticed you the moment you arrived. Unlike these ruffians, I have been vigilant about my surroundings." Guao felt a twinge of helplessness as he glanced at Lixing. "You really are quite composed under pressure, I must admit. The praises I heard from your father regarding you were understated." Observing the exchange between Guao and Lixing, Chen Yi's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that the high school student he casually cornered would have such a close relationship with the captain of the public security team. What should he do now? Chen Yi's face was a mask of gloom. In his arms, Zhao Ying was rendered speechless, her complexion pale with fright. Despite her self-proclaimed status as a big sister, she could only put on a brave front before high school students or ordinary small-time thugs. However, upon encountering genuine law enforcement, she was no different from any other frightened student, even more so. Uncle, I still need to go home for dinner. And then I have to study. Guo sighed slightly, looking at Li Xing. Haha, it's my fault, uncle. I'll treat you to a meal later. All right then, uncle, I shall take my leave. Guo remarked to Li Xing. Good. With that, Guo cast a disinterested glance at Chen Yi and Zhao Ying, confident that Li Xing would handle the situation adeptly without requiring his intervention. After Guo departed, Li Xing's previously jovial demeanor shifted almost instantaneously to one of stern seriousness. He regarded Chen Yi with a cold expression. Take them all back to the station. Li Xing commanded the officers beside him. Understood, Captain. Everyone, down on the ground. Face away. The ruffians were apprehended and escorted back to the Public Security Bureau. Throughout the journey, Chen Yi remained silent. Zhao Ying, pale as a ghost, desired to speak but was acutely aware that the leading officer had a good rapport with Guo, and her earlier words had not escaped their ears. What could she possibly say now? Upon returning to the Public Security Bureau, in the interrogation room, Li Xing addressed Chen Yi. I told you before, haven't I? I've apprehended you more than once. I've warned you not to bully others. Engage in something meaningful, will you? You not only bully others but also target students. Do you have anything else to say? Li Xing spoke solemnly to Chen Yi. Chen Yi remained silent. Handle me as you see fit. But I implore you to spare Zhao Ying. She is not involved in this matter. Chen Yi pressed his lips together, gazing at Li Xing as he spoke. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Li Xing replied coldly while fixing his gaze on Chen Yi. No. I merely wish to convey that this incident has nothing to do with Zhao Ying. I heard that she was bullied by Guo, which prompted me to confront him. This matter does not concern Zhao Ying in any way. Chen Yi continued addressing Li Xing. Li Xing chuckled. You need not concern yourself with this. As for Zhao Ying, I will liaise with the school regarding the necessary actions. My words carry little weight. I beg of you. Chen Yi's eyes were filled with desperation as he looked at Li Xing. You still have the time to worry about others. Perhaps you should first take care of yourself. With that, Li Xing began to record Chen Yi's statement. The nearby thugs also proceeded to take their statements. Zhao Ying sat in the interrogation room, her face pale and lips white, filled with terror. She never imagined she would find herself in a police station. That seemingly unremarkable Guo had an uncle who was a captain in the police force, and she had foolishly thought she could deal with him. Filled with regret, Zhao Ying, still just a high school girl, despite having many friends, felt intimidated by the stern tone of the police and recounted all the incidents concerning Guo. Guo remained oblivious to the police matters but could surmise something was amiss. At that moment, he sat at home dining with his family. His father had recently been less busy and was home for dinner. Guo briefly recounted the events to his parents. Guo's father displayed little change in expression, while his mother, somewhat hesitant, looked at Guo and remarked, How? Why is that girl Zhao Ying so cruel? We must ensure Li Xing speaks to her parents. What if one day those thugs corner you in an alley and beat you up, or worse, use a knife? That would be perilous. I need to have a serious talk with Li Xing. Guo's mother was visibly worried. Guo's father interrupted her, smiling as he addressed his wife. Rest assured, Li Xing knows what he is doing. We need not interfere. Really? Guo's mother remained somewhat uncertain. Trust me, I know Li Xing's character better than you do. All right. She acquiesced with a nod. Meanwhile, Guo listened quietly to his parents' discussion, silently eating his meal. He felt a warmth in his heart, grateful for such parents. Dad, Mom, I've finished eating. I'm heading back to school now. Guo smiled slightly, addressing his parents. All right, take care on your way. Guo's mother replied, her concern evident. Just as Guo was about to depart, his father suddenly interjected. Wait a moment. Guo paused for a brief instant. His father entered his room and shortly emerged, presenting Guo with a small mobile phone. This is a phone I used previously. It contains the numbers for your uncle Li Xing as well as your mother and me. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact us. All right, Dad. Guo accepted the phone from his father and tucked it into his pocket. As he was leaving home, Wang Shi was already waiting at the entrance of the community. That's wonderful. Howsy, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed. Wang Shi exclaimed, visibly relaxing at the sight of the unscathed Guo. Guo shot her a glance. Why didn't you come with my uncle to rescue me? Chapter 25, Bitcoin? Let us purchase 10,000 of them. I went there. Otherwise, how would the police have located your position? Yet, I dared not approach too closely. Those ruffians had encircled you. I could only wait outside for the police. When Captain Lee and his team arrived, they urged me to leave swiftly. I feared that those thugs might recognize my face and seek revenge. Hence I had no choice but to depart. Wang Shi offered a somewhat awkward smile. All right, I shall reluctantly accept your explanation. Let us go. The two swiftly returned to school. There were still over 10 minutes until evening study, and the classroom was not overly crowded, with a few diligent students engrossed in their studies. Upon their arrival, many turned their gaze towards Guao. In recent days, Guao had captured the attention of the entire senior class, overshadowing everyone else. The teachers regarded him highly, and rumors about his conversations with Shen Luoyin had circulated throughout the school. At present, Guao could be considered a prominent figure. While some regarded him with disdain, many others admired him. Unfazed by the attention, Guao returned to his seat and resumed solving problems. He had assigned himself 30 questions, yet it took him an entire afternoon to struggle through merely 7. Nonetheless, his progress in the curriculum was commendable, having reached 23%. Hopefully, he could achieve 30% today. Studying truly is a slow and arduous journey, Guao mused. Even with the system at his disposal, this process could not be expedited. During evening study, he diligently memorized the periodic table of elements and recited classical poetry and prose. During the self-study session, both the physics and chemistry teachers distributed a test paper. Guao took only a few minutes to jot down answers for the questions he could manage before returning to mathematics. At this stage, tackling physics and chemistry was still premature for him. Guao believed it best to solidify his mathematics skills first, allowing him to be slightly lax in the other subjects. Physics and chemistry had to be temporarily sacrificed. Over the course of the evening, Guao completed 8 more questions. The more he practiced, the deeper his understanding of middle school knowledge became, even if he was unsure about the correctness of his answers. Yet, he could see his learning progress advancing steadily. Throughout 4 evening study sessions, he submitted blank papers for both the chemistry and physics tests. Meanwhile, his completion rate for the 9th grade mathematics had reached 30%. Quite impressive. Returning home that night, along with the next morning, he should be able to resolve those 30 questions. Regardless of correctness, he would have Shen Luoyin review them. After packing his belongings, he left school with Wang Shi and headed home. Upon returning home, Guao was not in a rush while having his late-night snack. Mom and Dad, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Hearing Guao's words, his father, who had been handling paperwork nearby, paused. Go on. The gazes of Guo's father and mother turned towards Guao, their eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. It concerned an investment. I have developed a keen interest in a particular internet product, which I believe is poised for a substantial surge in the next couple of years. I wish to purchase some now and hope my parents will lend their support. Guao did not seek any excuses to deceive his parents for money, as there was no necessity for such deceit. His parents were open-minded individuals, thus, any form of trickery would hold no significance. An internet product? Financial investment? Guo's parents exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment toward Guao. Please, follow me. Guao smiled and led his parents to his room. After opening his computer, he briefly shared some news about Bitcoin, including its current price. I predict that Bitcoin may experience a significant price surge this year, making it an opportune moment to invest. Guao spoke earnestly to his parents. $3.2 per coin, that is not inexpensive. Converted to RMB, it's over 20 yuan each. Isn't that rather costly? Guo's mother calculated briefly, her astonishment evident as she looked at Guao. This is no mere virtual currency. It holds more value than real money. Indeed, Guao nodded. Moreover, since last year, the commercial value of Bitcoin has become increasingly prominent. According to my projections, in the next 2 years, Bitcoin is likely to enter a period of explosive growth. If we can seize this opportunity, we could achieve financial freedom. Guao regarded his parents with earnestness. Guo's mother appeared somewhat hesitant, while Guo's father remained silent for a moment. Well, we don't quite understand this. How much do you need? 200,000. I need 200,000 to acquire 10,000 Bitcoins. Guao was not overly greedy. If 10,000 Bitcoins appreciated to $1,000 each, it would amount to $10 million, allowing him to liquidate 90%, holding $9 million in cash. He would retain 1,000 Bitcoins for the long term. That would be more than sufficient. $9 million in this era is indeed a substantial fortune. All right. I will give you 200,000. After a moment of contemplation, Guo's father nodded and told Guao. Guo's mother displayed a flicker of hesitation. Their family was not in dire straits, yet 200,000 was still a considerable sum, comprising over 80% of their savings. Should they truly allow their child to proceed with such a venture? Guo's mother opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. After all, if the father had agreed, what more could she say? In front of his parents, Guao accessed the Bitstamp platform, a low-profile and relatively secure cryptocurrency exchange established in 2011. After linking his father's bank card and executing a series of operations, Guao successfully placed a substantial order, purchasing 10,000 bitcoins. In his previous life, Guao had dabbled in Bitcoin trading, even placing orders. However, by that time, the trading price of Bitcoin had soared excessively and the market was in constant flux, leading to his swift exit from the scene. All done, Guao exclaimed, pulling the USB drive from the computer and turning to his parents with a smile. Is that it? 200,000? Just for a USB drive? His mother gazed at him, somewhat bewildered. The USB drive is not the crux. It is the contents within that matter. Guao replied with a grin, meeting his mother's gaze. Well, you're grown up now. You can make these decisions on your own, his father remarked with a thoughtful look at Guao. We're heading to rest. You should also turn in early. All right, Dad. As his parents exited the room, Guao consumed a vial of energy potion and continued his studies. Throughout the night, he managed to complete approximately 6 problems, advancing his progress in junior high mathematics to 35%. Chapter 26, An Apology? Is it truly sufficient? As for Bitcoin, Guao remains rather indifferent. He simply purchases and holds. Given the remarkably low buying price, one might casually speculate that it could multiply several hundred times with ease. What else is there to do? For Guao, at this moment, nothing holds greater significance than his own education. Opportunities for profit will undoubtedly abound in the future. The following day, Guao and Wang Shiru arrived at school as usual. Everything was just as it always had been. After completing his morning reading, Guao continued to tackle his exercises. Shen Luoyin had set aside 30 problems for herself, and after an entire day, only about 10 remained. Guao aimed to finish them all within the morning. Once completed, he intended to submit them to Shen Luoyin for correction at noon. During the 2 morning classes, Guao managed to solve 5 problems. During the break for physical exercise, the school unexpectedly required the senior students to join their junior counterparts for the activity. A rare occurrence as seniors were typically exempt from such routines. Guao was compelled to pause his thoughts. After the exercise, the principal did not dismiss the students, but instead took to the platform. Students, yesterday, a scandal of monumental proportions has erupted within our school. Principal Fong cast a stern gaze over all the high school classes arrayed before him. His expression was remarkably grave. To our astonishment, Zhaoing, a student from our school, had conspired with external ruffians to bully one of our male classmates. This matter is undeniably atrocious, tarnishing the esteemed reputation of our institution. It has also introduced an undesirable atmosphere to our school. Such occurrences are nothing short of a disgrace to our esteemed academy. Should such an incident occur again, expulsion is inevitable. There will be no leniency. Principal Fong proclaimed loudly to the assembly of students before him. Zhaoing? At this moment, a wave of astonishment swept through all the students gathered beneath the high platform. After all, she was the illustrious leader of the esteemed First High School. In a classroom of considerable influence, many delinquents heed her words, yet unexpectedly, such an event has transpired. Shen Luoyin felt a subtle stir in her heart as her gaze drifted towards the distant location of Class 7. This matter must surely have been orchestrated by Guao. Zhaoing, come forward to reflect upon your actions and apologize to classmate Guao in front of everyone. Principal Fong turned to the side and spoke. Zhaoing approached, her face streaked with tears. Last night, the Public Security Bureau had informed the school and her parents about the incident. The school had initially intended to expel Zhaoing outright. However, after her parents' heartfelt pleas and assurances, who themselves held some standing, they managed to secure Zhao Ying's continuance at the school. Nevertheless, she now bore a significant mark against her. Should any similar incidents occur, expulsion would be inevitable. Under various assurances, Zhao Ying was afforded the opportunity to reflect upon her actions here. I reflect. In conclusion, I sincerely apologize to my classmate Guao. Why apologize to me? An apology, is it not insufficient? You ought to apologize to Shen Luoyin. Zhao Ying had yet to finish her words of apology to Guao. At that moment, Guao, who had been watching the performance from below the high platform, could no longer contain himself. He turned to Zhao Ying beside him and spoke loudly. In such a setting, few dared to voice their opinions amidst the ranks. A ripple of unrest spread through the assembled classes as everyone desperately began searching for the source of the voice. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, cast a glance at Guao. Step forward and speak. Mr. Huang hesitated for a moment before addressing Guao. With a faint smile, Guao boldly emerged from the student ranks. gazing at the high platform before him. Your apology to me means little. What truly matters is that you owe an apology to Shen Luoyan. Do you remember the conflict between us, Zhaoying? Guao's expression remained calm. Most students in the school turned their gaze toward Guao, while Zhaoying on the platform appeared somewhat flustered, unprepared for such a confrontation. Just a few days ago, when I was using the restroom upstairs, I witnessed you and your friends at the door, making veiled insults towards Shen Luoyan. I could not stand by silently, which is why I confronted you. Ever since then, you have harbored resentment towards me. Haven you? Is it not worth mentioning in your apology letter and reflection? Guao spoke to Zhaoying with a serene demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the principal beside the platform changed his expression. He had not anticipated that this matter would involve the top student, Shen Luoyan. She was crucial to their academic reputation, and any trouble concerning her was unacceptable. This thought darkened Principal Fang's gaze towards Zhaoying. Zhao Ying's expression grew increasingly anxious, her eyes betraying hesitation as she stammered, afraid to speak further. Apologize. Guao called out directly. Why yes, I'm sorry. Zhaoying replied, her voice choked with emotion as she deeply bowed to Shen Luoyan. It was all my fault. I promise, I won't do it again. All right, that will suffice. Guao decided to cease the matter, feeling no need to delve further. He had achieved the apology he sought. Whether she would truly refrain from such behavior in the future was of little concern to him, as Guao had his own means of addressing it. He turned and returned to the ranks. The expressions of his classmates as they looked at Guao were somewhat peculiar. How had they not noticed before that he possessed such formidable charisma? When Guao stood before everyone, refuting Zhaoying and loudly proclaiming her transgressions, his calm, yet resolute demeanor left a lasting impression on many. Some girls gazed at him with starry eyes. Shen Luoyan also regarded Guao with a complex expression, surprised that he would go to such lengths for her. As for Guao, his expression remained unchanged. Once back in the crowd, he stood in front of Wangxi. Wangxi patted Guao on the shoulder, and Guao turned, puzzled. Well done, Wangxi exclaimed, giving Guao a thumbs up in admiration. What is the big deal? Guao shrugged. All right, disperse. At this moment, the principal stepped forward and addressed the students gathered below the platform. One by one, the students began to disperse in pairs and small groups. As Guao and Wangxi made their exit, a number of students began to point and whisper in Guao's direction, with some girls exchanging glances and soon erupting into laughter. The realm of students is, in many ways, far more innocent than that of adults. If such a scene were to unfold in the adult world, the myriad of individual perspectives would likely lead to a significantly lower number of favorable opinions about Guao. However, within the school environment, students tend to evaluate situations based on a more singular standard. Guao, however, remained largely indifferent to the commotion. As he and his companions returned to the classroom, the principal and others on the platform remained in place. Zhaoying also lingered there. At this moment, Principal Fang cast an irritated glance at Zhaoying, pondering the underlying cause of the situation. Chapter 27, Standing Up Against Injustice. Perhaps sensing Principal Fang's wrath, Zhaoying remained silent, her head bowed as tears streamed down her face. After a while, she returned to the classroom, intending to privately apologize to Shen Luoyan and pledge never to bully her again, whether through physical means or verbal jabs. If I hear of any similar incidents in the future, I will undoubtedly expel you. Principal Fang glared fiercely at Zhaoying. How dare this girl? Shen Luoyan was the prize jewel of the entire No. 1 high school, someone they had always held in high regard. Based on her test scores, it was clear that she could easily emerge as the top student in the city for the college entrance examination, and there was even a chance for her to be the provincial champion. She was the benchmark for all students at No. 1 high school in Ganqing. The fact that such a paragon was being bullied was utterly unacceptable, and the verbal abuse had persisted for far too long without the school's knowledge. If word of this incident were to spread, it would likely deter top students from enrolling at No. 1 high school in Ganqing, with consequences that would be immeasurable. This was precisely why the expressions of the school leaders had turned grave when Guao stood up to voice these concerns. They were astonished to learn of such matters, which had evidently gone unnoticed. According to Guao, there were likely numerous students within the school who were aware of these incidents. How could they mitigate the fallout? The school leaders found themselves in a predicament. Ideally, Zhaoying should be expelled to alleviate some of the repercussions, but owing to personal connections, that was not a feasible option. They felt as though they were riding a tiger, unable to dismount. The leader's troubles were unrelated to Guao, who was also grappling with his own challenges. Shen Luoyan had assigned him 30 questions, and he was down to just 4. However, These remaining questions posed a significantly greater challenge than the earlier ones. Furrowing his brow, Guao scrutinized the problems before him, his mind racing through concepts of inverse functions and calculating areas of irregular shapes. The difficulty of these questions was overwhelming for him, given his insufficient foundational knowledge. Throughout the final 2 periods of the morning, he struggled to tackle these problems. By the end of class, he had barely managed to complete them, though he could not guarantee their accuracy. The difficulty of the final questions was evidently a notch higher than the previous ones. The bell rang for the last period of the morning. "Class dismissed," announced the teacher. The students promptly vacated the classroom. At the school cafeteria, lines were inevitable, and no one wished to squander time waiting. Guao and Wangxi left the classroom and, upon reaching the cafeteria, found it bustling with activity. After choosing a random window and obtaining their meals, Guao settled into the corner of the cafeteria where Shen Luoyan often sat, taking a seat across from her. "I have completed the 30 questions you assigned me. Then please hand them to me later. I will help you with the corrections." "All right." Guao nodded. After finishing his words, Guao did not linger any longer. Ultimately, his willingness to assist Shen Luoyan stemmed primarily from her role as his teacher, having aided him immensely. Though Shen Luoyan possessed remarkable beauty, Guao had little interest in unreciprocated affections. His mindset was that of an adult, and it was difficult to develop feelings for a cold-faced girl still in her adolescence. As he stood up with his tray, preparing to leave, Shen Luoyan, who had been remarkably quiet, suddenly spoke. "Thank you." Guao paused momentarily, recognizing the sincerity in her tone. A faint smile graced his lips as he nodded at her and turned to depart. He approached Wangxi's table and, after finishing their meal, the two left together. As the lunch break neared its end, Guao presented the completed exercises to Shen Luoyan. "Come find me for them after the break," she instructed. Guao nodded and returned to his classroom. Once there, he continued to work through the previous year's math guide for the high school entrance exam. He had progressed through over half of the curriculum for the 3rd year of middle school, achieving full comprehension of the 1st and 2nd years. The difficulty of the exercises had notably diminished compared to before. During the lunch break, Guao was summoned from the classroom by his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang. "You're Guao, right? We wanted to discuss a few matters with you today," he said. In the corridor, the principal and the head of the academic affairs stood on either side. Principal Fang regarded Guao kindly. "Is there something you need, Principal?" Guao asked calmly. "We just spoke with Shen Luoyan and consulted some students, confirming that what you mentioned this morning is indeed true. This is our negligence," Principal Fang expressed with a sense of regret. "I never imagined that Shen Luoyan had been enduring mental torment all along, and we were oblivious until you brought it to light today. It was nothing. One ought to assist when witnessing injustice," Guao shrugged nonchalantly. "You truly possess a chivalrous spirit, Guao." Principal Fang and the head of academic affairs chuckled warmly. At this moment, Principal Fang hesitated slightly before inquiring, "By the way, Guao, what is your relationship with Shen Luoyan?" It seemed the principal harbored suspicions regarding their connection, perhaps contemplating if they were romantically involved. "It's a teacher-student relationship," Guao replied with a smile. "My parents sought a tutor and found Shen Luoyan. Hence she is my tutor." "I see." Principal Fang and the head of academic affairs exchanged glances, visibly relieved. They had heard whispers among students suggesting Shen Luoyan had been unusually close to a boy, a situation unprecedented in the past. Many speculated if she was dating Guao. But having learned the truth from him, they finally exhaled in relief. Over the years of teaching, they have long realized that students' romantic entanglements significantly impact their academic performance. Shen Luoyan is the hope of Gancheng No. 1 High School. Should her early romance lead to a decline in her grades, they would be filled with regret. "Very well," Principal Fang said with a slight smile, encouraging Guao with a few words before allowing him to return to the classroom. Watching Guao's retreating figure, Principal Fang felt a hint of admiration in his gaze. This student, Guao, seemed both courageous and astute, diligently applying himself to his studies. "How is it that I have never heard of his name before?" Principal Fang, intrigued, inquired of the nearby class teacher, Mr. Huang of Class 7. Mr. Huang chuckled softly. This student, Guao, was once a rather reticent child, ranking near the bottom of his class academically, often spending his time online. His transformation has only occurred recently, and it has been remarkable. Chapter 28, Monthly Examination O. Principal Fang gazed at the class teacher, Mr. Huang, with keen interest, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity as he inquired, "What is going on? What exactly happened?" "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics," Mr. Huang replied, "but from what I've heard from the students, it seems that since last week, Guao has been studying fervently. He pays meticulous attention in every class. and he has even started reviewing middle school mathematics. The level of his diligence is remarkable. Mr. Huang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Although his foundation is weak, he possesses a fair amount of talent and is willing to exert effort. Teacher Wang Shui mentioned that even if Guao does not perform well in the upcoming college entrance examination, she would certainly encourage him to take another year to prepare. If he can maintain his current momentum and continue to work hard, achieving a top-tier university entrance score should be well within his grasp. Indeed, Principal Fang remarked, intrigued by Mr. Huang's words. Moreover, Mr. Huang continued, there's more to it. What else is there? Principal Fang asked, somewhat astonished by Mr. Huang's enthusiasm. I heard from teacher Wang Xing during English class that she tested Guao, and she discovered that his English proficiency is quite impressive, far from the abysmal scores he typically demonstrates. His actual level is closer to the 100 to 130 range. Impressive, Principal Fang exclaimed, clearly taken aback. It seems that the student, Guao, deserves our close attention. Indeed, I have been keeping a close eye on him recently, Mr. Huang responded with a smile. Unbeknownst to them, Guao was completely oblivious to the conversation between Mr. Huang and Principal Fang, and he remained unconcerned. He was diligently utilizing every moment to study middle school mathematics. After the afternoon break, Guao made his way to the advanced classroom. This time, his arrival did not incite a commotion, though many pairs of eyes still turned toward him, each with a distinct expression. Zhaoying also noticed Guao. Her demeanor was noticeably uneasy. Unable to maintain her gaze, she resorted to laying her head on her desk, feigning sleep. Shen Luoyan guided Guao into the corridor. You answered 30 questions with approximately 60% accuracy, getting 20 correct. The remaining 10 had various issues, which I have annotated for you. I have also outlined the problem-solving approaches and various formulas and theorems for your reference. Furthermore, here are 50 new problems. Once you complete these, I will gradually introduce you to high school mathematics. Shen Luoyan handed Guao several booklets. Thank you, he replied. You're welcome, Shen Luoyan said, her expression calm as she turned to leave the advanced classroom. However, she hesitated, casting a glance at Guao's retreating figure, her gaze laden with complexity. Guao's talent exceeded her expectations, but what stood out the most was his unwavering commitment to hard work. During a tutoring session with Guao, Shen Luoyan had roughly gauged his knowledge level, concluding that he was barely at the outset of the second year of junior high. However, astonishingly, within less than half a week, Guao managed to solve 60% of the 30 challenging problems assigned for the third year, accomplishing this feat in just one day. Such diligence. If only he had awakened to his potential last year, perhaps he would have had a chance in this year's college entrance examination. Now, it seems he must wait for a second attempt. With a slight sigh, Shen Luoyan turned and returned to the classroom. Guao re-entered the classroom and opened his practice notebook. It was filled with elegant, read annotations explaining in detail why he had erred, where his reasoning faltered, and which formulas he had misapplied. As he glanced through the notes, a realization dawned upon him. So that was it. Many problems were merely a thin veil away from him. If he could pierce through that veil, many problems would prove far simpler than he had anticipated. After scrutinizing his mistakes, Guao promptly resumed his practice. For mathematics, particularly at the junior and senior high school levels, the most effective and essential method is relentless practice. Through this process, one begins to comprehend the various transformations of formulas and theorems, thereby deepening their understanding. This journey also serves to derive formulas. Thus, practicing problems is indeed the optimal approach to mastering mathematics at this stage. In the afternoon, while Guao was immersed in his exercises, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, entered to announce an important event. A monthly examination was scheduled for the following day. Guao felt a tinge of helplessness. In the third year of high school, one cannot escape the onslaught of examinations. A minor test every 3 days and a major one every 5 is not an exaggeration but rather a stark reality. Language arts in the morning and English in the afternoon, subjects in which Guao excelled. The language arts were manageable. He could fabricate responses for reading comprehension. And while he only partially remembered various classical poems, he had a solid grasp of classical literature, having read extensively in his previous life. The difficulty was not insurmountable. As for essay writing, that was even simpler. Guao had experienced much and penned various works, so his writing skills were commendable, bolstered by rich life experiences. Crafting an argumentative essay felt effortless. The afternoon English exam promised to be straightforward, too. Guao had a commendable vocabulary, and a rough estimate suggested he could score at least 130 points. That evening, he continued his self-study, persisting in his problem-solving endeavors. The monthly examination had consumed a considerable amount of his time. The following day, mathematics in the morning and comprehensive science in the afternoon awaited him. Guao barely managed to tackle a small portion of the foundational questions. For the remainder, he submitted a blank paper and exited the examination room to resume his practice. At this point, Guao was nearly lost in his fervent problem-solving. He had been closely monitoring the progress of his completion of junior high mathematics. Unfortunately, engaging with such elementary material seemed to yield little growth in mathematical experience. The system's task was exceedingly crucial, to elevate his mastery of junior high mathematics to 100% within a week. As it stood, he had only reached 60%. Based on past experiences, the progress tends to slow down as time advances. Your approach to this problem is misguided. Outside the examination hall, Shen Luoyin and Guao were seated on a stone bench. How could you possibly draw auxiliary lines in such a manner? This is evidently incorrect. Guao was tackling the problems while Shen Luoyin provided guidance from the side. With dedicated assistance, Guao was able to easily identify his mistakes, and his learning pace accelerated significantly. The day after the monthly examination concluded, the results were released. Each subject teacher distributed the test papers. This time, I wish to commend one individual in particular. Teacher Yang of the Chinese department stood at the podium, surveying the multitude of students before him, a smile gracing his face. That individual is our esteemed classmate Guao. Previously, Guao's scores in Chinese hovered around 80 to 90 points. However, this time, he achieved a remarkable score of 113. Furthermore, according to the unanimous assessment of our Chinese teaching research group, Guao's essay has reached the standard of a perfect composition. Chapter 29. Time task completed. Rewards received. Upon hearing the words of the language teacher, the gaze of every student in the classroom turned towards the back, where Guao was seated, engrossed in his exercises. Guao was forced to pause, bewildered by the attention directed at him. What was happening? Guao, could you share with your classmates how you conceived and composed this essay discussing the duality of human nature? Smiled Teacher Yang, looking at him expectantly. Guao was momentarily taken aback. Was that all? Without much hesitation, he recounted some of his past experiences as examples. After all, in his previous life as a businessman, he had encountered an abundance of both good and evil. The duality of virtue and vice constantly intermingles and transforms. Excellent. Very impressive. Teacher Yang regarded Guao with admiration. You may take your seat now. After Guao sat down, Teacher Yang continued with a smile, addressing the rest of the students. What Guao shared is truly insightful. Good and evil are indeed two sides of the same coin. Their interdependence is vividly illustrated by his examples, which are remarkably authentic. Thus, I encourage everyone to actively seek out similar instances and engage those around you in discussions about unique examples to enrich your essays, making them more credible and vibrant. Teacher Yang launched into an elaborate discourse, while Guao, disinterested, focused on mathematics. Until he saw improvement in math, he was reluctant to divert his attention elsewhere, as it seemed rather futile. Guao had certainly made quite an impression during language class. However, he would not enjoy the same fortune in the upcoming chemistry lesson. Guao. The chemistry teacher slammed the test paper down on the podium. Out of over 50 students, you are the only one to submit a blank sheet. What happened? You used to score in the low 40s, and now you've simply opted not to answer? Do you have a grievance against me? The teacher's icy gaze bore down on Guao. The expressions of the classmates varied, their faces reflecting a mix of bewilderment. Having just witnessed Guao's commendation by the language teacher, they were now confronted with the stark contrast of him being reprimanded by the chemistry teacher, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Stand up. The chemistry teacher commanded loudly. Guao resignedly rose from his seat. Why did you submit a blank paper? As the teacher approached him, disappointment evident in his tone, he continued, I have told you before, it is fine to be unable to solve the problems. However, did I ever say that if you can't solve them, you shouldn't at least attempt to fill the paper? And yet, you chose to hand in a blank sheet. The chemistry teacher was visibly upset. Guao, wearing an expression of helplessness, had anticipated the teacher's anger when he submitted the blank sheet. But there was little he could do. He had just traversed into this new existence. The realm of chemical physics has faded from his memory, leaving him utterly unprepared to compose any answers on the examination paper. Rather than scribble aimlessly, he would prefer to leave it blank. After all, even Guao finds himself at a loss for words. Observing Guao's silence, the chemistry teacher inquires, why are you not speaking? Guao calmly admits, you are right. It is indeed my fault, and I am uncertain how to defend myself. The chemistry teacher, taken aback, glares at him with intensity. Take care of yourself. With that, the teacher begins discussing the test paper from the podium, making no attempt to allow Guao to sit down. Guo feels a twinge of helplessness. Such circumstances disrupt his study schedule significantly. Standing in contemplation, he awaits the end of class. Class dismissed. The chemistry teacher finally announces to the entire room. After a brief pause, Guo steps out from his seat, drawing curious glances from several classmates. Unfazed by their scrutiny, he swiftly makes his way to the teacher's office. There, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, is engrossed in paperwork. Guo, what brings you here? Mr. Huang looks up, his expression curious. Mr. Huang, I've come to discuss my individualized review plan. Currently, the natural science section is scheduled for later, so I have not completed the practice questions. I hope you can inform the natural science teachers that my exam papers are blank and that they might extend their understanding temporarily. My energy is limited, and I wish to first tackle the key topics before gradually expanding my focus. I hope the teachers will not overreact to this matter. Guo addresses Mr. Huang directly. Upon hearing his words, Mr. Huang is momentarily taken aback but quickly regains his composure. So, it was your chemistry teacher who lost their temper with you, correct? Mr. Huang smiles at Guo. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Guo does not deny the assertion. Very well, I will contact the 3 teachers to clarify your situation. Thank you. Mr. Huang, I won't take up any more of your time, Guo replies before turning to leave. Watching Guo's retreating figure, Mr. Huang feels a twinge of regret. For him, Guo's awakening has come rather late. Over this period, Mr. Huang has observed Guo's efforts closely. There is no escaping his diligent demeanor, which Mr. Huang has noted during class inspections. Had Guo exhibited such seriousness earlier, he would surely rank among the top students, possibly even securing a spot at a prestigious university. However, for now, it seems that a repeat year may be his only opportunity. Mr. Huang, is that student Guo from your class? Quite audacious, indeed. He stood up bravely the other day. A nearby teacher remarks with a smile. Mr. Huang chuckles and shakes his head. He is, in fact, a very honest student, quite intelligent as well. Unfortunately, he was previously captivated by the internet but has recently awakened to the importance of diligent study, demonstrating remarkable perseverance. He has embarked on his learning journey from the fundamentals of middle school mathematics. However, time is of the essence as the college entrance examination looms ever closer. Such a pity. Upon returning to class, it was evident that Guo was undisturbed. He engaged earnestly in his studies, diligently practicing problems daily, and conversing with Shen Luoyan during lunch, seeking her guidance. This continued until Saturday, just before the holiday. At last, Guo achieved a complete mastery of the knowledge from his 3rd year of middle school. Congratulations to the user for accomplishing the limited time reward task within a week. He has reached a 100 proficiency in 3rd year mathematics. Reward received, 1 chance for a beginner's lottery, 1000 math experience. Ding. The user's math experience is now full. Successfully advancing to level 2. Ding. The user's math level has increased, granting an intelligence boost of 3. Chapter 30. The First Lottery. Mastering Hacking Skills. The incessant sound of system notifications resonated in Guo's ears, revealing the excitement in his gaze. He had finally completed this task. A time-limited assignment meant to be accomplished within a week. He had managed to finish it in approximately 5 days, thankfully. He was undisturbed during the last 3 days of the week. Moreover, he had sought assistance from Shen Luoyan, who provided him with invaluable guidance. Otherwise, achieving 100% progress in his 3rd year studies would have posed a significant challenge. However, all of it was worthwhile. Not only did he gain 1000 mathematics experience points, propelling his math level directly to LV2, thus enhancing his intelligence, but he also earned a chance for a primary lottery. What treasures might the primary lottery bestow upon him? Guo was indeed quite curious. This was his first encounter with a system lottery, and acquiring some skills would be splendid. Perhaps even obtaining beneficial items such as energy potions or tools to accelerate his learning pace. Guo felt a swell of anticipation. The final class of the afternoon would conclude around 3 o'clock, and with more than 20 minutes remaining, it was the perfect opportunity to try his luck. Draw. Guo silently urged the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the mastery level hacking skill. The system notification that resonated in his ears filled Guo with shock and unbounded delight. Hacking skills. It was indeed hacking skills. Before he could entertain any further thoughts, a colossal surge of information began to flood into his mind. This overwhelming influx rendered him incapable of distraction as he absorbed the vast stream of knowledge, programming languages, operating systems, network fundamentals, databases, encryption and decryption, sniffing techniques, vulnerability exploitation, malware creation, password attacks. Each skill and the immense knowledge contained within cascaded into Guao's consciousness. He passively received the knowledge transmitted by the system. A mere fraction of this knowledge was familiar to him. The majority was alarmingly alien, with which he was scarcely acquainted. As this unfamiliar knowledge flowed into Guao's brain, it effectively assisted in unlocking his cognitive potential. Gradually, the torrent of information began to subside. After more than 10 minutes, the transmission came to a halt. Guao rubbed his aching forehead. The sheer volume of information he had just absorbed was staggering, and he felt as though his mind might burst from the overload. Although he had acquired mastery-level hacking skills, the system had simply inundated him with related knowledge. While the system had stimulated his brain, mastering this knowledge would require time, perhaps several hours, or even a day or two. The method of knowledge absorption differed significantly from traditional learning. Class dismissed. The teacher's voice, calling for the end of class, faintly reached Guao's ears as he rubbed his weary eyes. "Why are you just sitting there? Let's head home," Wang Shi said, giving Guao a gentle nudge on the shoulder. "Oh," Guao replied, somewhat dazed as he rose from his seat. "Let's go," he added, turning to Wang Shi. Wang Shi regarded Guao with a puzzled expression, his gaze tinged with concern. "How's he? What's wrong? You seem a bit off. Have you been overexerting yourself with all that studying lately?" Perhaps. Guao inhaled deeply, making an effort to mask his fatigue. "Let's head home." "Indeed. However, while it's commendable that you are diligently studying, I must remind you that while education is paramount, your health is even more critical. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. If your body breaks down, no matter how well you perform academically, it would all be in vain," Wang Shi said earnestly to Guao. "Don't worry, I understand," Guao replied with a smile, meeting Wang Shi's gaze. "That's good to hear," Wang Shi said, choosing not to elaborate further. The two then exited the classroom and, after locating their bicycles, prepared to leave. "Guao," a voice suddenly called out. Both Guao and Wang Shi halted, turning to see Zhaoying, who had unexpectedly appeared behind them. "What is it? Is there something else?" Wang Shi asked, his expression somewhat unfriendly as he regarded Zhaoying, while Guao maintained a neutral demeanor, not rushing to speak. At that moment, Zhaoying appeared somewhat flustered, fixing her gaze on Guao. "Guao, I'm sorry, it was all my fault. Please forgive me," she stammered. "Are you done?" Guao asked, showing no interest in her apology. Zhaoying raised her head in a panic, looking at Guao. "Yes, I'm done. Let us go," Guao said dismissively, turning away from Zhaoying and addressing Wang Shi. With that, Wang Shi followed Guao as they pedaled away from the school, watching their retreating figures. Zhaoying bit her lip, her heart heavy with feelings of grievance, reluctance, and regret. She had not anticipated that such an unassuming individual at school would possess such character and background. Why is it that everyone seems to favor Shen Luoyan? Zhaoying felt an intense sense of unfairness within her. "Are you going to the internet CAF again this week?" Guao casually inquired of Wang Shi as they cycled home. "Of course. I'm about to reach gold rank. I have to go. Who knows? I might even get a chance to hit diamond." Wang Shi responded enthusiastically as they discussed the game. Guao shook his head at his friend's excitement. "By the way, I've purchased the Bitcoin you asked me to buy. I managed to secretly transfer 30,000 from my parents' account and bought over 1,000 coins. Do you really think this will make money?" Wang Shi asked, his expression slightly anxious as he turned to Guao. "Rest assured, if you can't make any profit this year, just sell all your Bitcoin to me, and I'll buy them at double the price," Guao reassured him. Guao cast an exasperated glance at Wang Shi and remarked, "Well, that's splendid." Wang Shi chuckled lightly. "I shan't be courteous to you, you extravagant one." Guao rolled his eyes, truly at a loss for words. "All right, I have arrived home. Take good care of the USB drive containing the Bitcoin. Ensure it remains intact. Rest assured, there are over 30,000 yuan within. If I were to lose it, my parents would surely flay me alive. How could I even dare?" Guao shook his head and departed, returning to the entrance of his residential complex. After parking, he ascended the stairs. Upon entering the house, he noticed that his father had not yet returned from work, while his mother busied herself in the kitchen. "Mother, I am back," Guao called out toward the kitchen. "Ah, Hao has returned," his mother exclaimed joyfully. "I am making dumplings. We shall have dumplings for dinner tonight." "Excellent," Guao nodded in agreement. Chapter 31. Guao's ambition. Guao returned to his room alone. He opened his computer, and as he sat before the screen, a torrent of knowledge pertaining to technology surged within him. Instinctively, he accessed the back-end management interface, made modifications to his computer's registry, and crafted a small program to fortify the firewall, serving as a primary defense against external threats. These actions were the subconscious maneuvers of a seasoned hacker. As he observed his computer morphing rapidly under his command, A subtle smile graced Guao's lips. The system had indeed bestowed upon him numerous advantages, as he had surmised. Even the most mundane and straightforward rewards held greater significance for him than mere monetary gain. In essence, knowledge is invaluable, particularly for someone like him who possesses foresight into future trends. Whether it be the losses incurred from purchasing RNG in 2018 or acquiring a mask factory in 2019, actions that required little conscious effort to remember, or the bullish market of 2014 and 2015. Even a novice in the investment arena could profit immensely simply by betting on the most prominent automotive and tech companies. Blindly investing in stocks, be they in the US, Hong Kong, or A-shares, could yield returns that multiplied tenfold and beyond. While making money is one aspect, securing that wealth and leading a drastically different life necessitates knowledge. For instance, now that he possessed advanced hacking skills, his future became infinitely more intriguing. Guao reflected on the 6 years from 2012 to 2018, an era when programmers thrived. With proficient skills, one could easily command an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands, irrespective of prestigious qualifications. Given his foresight and his current expertise as a hacker, the simplest route to financial success lay in developing video games, or even establishing a gaming company. A myriad of lucrative opportunities flashed through his mind, and Guao couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. For someone reborn, earning money appeared to be a trivial task. It was akin to picking up coins off the ground. The system could impart vast knowledge while simultaneously enhancing his intellect. If that were the case, developing his physical capabilities should be a trivial matter for the system. Perhaps the system could even unveil the secrets of longevity. With this thought, a glimmer of ambition ignited in Guao's eyes. With such a formidable tool at his disposal, he might alter the landscape of technology in Guao and even transform the trajectory of human civilization itself. Or perhaps, he could leverage the system to elevate himself or attain immortality. For someone like him, a reborn individual equipped with a system, wealth should not be the primary objective. He ought to aspire to greater heights. The system evidently aimed to mold him into a super scholar. Thus, he would embark on the path laid out by the system. Perhaps, everything one desires for the future can be attained. Guao's eyes narrowed slightly. Gazing at the computer screen before him, he diligently wrote a series of programs. Once completed, he temporarily shut down the computer and exhaled softly, opening the system panel. User: Guao Intelligence, 128, Physical Strength, 8 Power, 7, Speed, 7, Mathematics, LV2, 361, 5000, Linguistics, LV1, 590, 1000. Informatics, LV2, 4288, 5000 at this moment. Guao's system panel had undergone a significant transformation. As for linguistics, it scarcely required mention. He had hardly studied it, hence his lack of experience in the field. The mathematics he had diligently pursued crumbled in the face of the system's bestowed expertise in hacking, relegating it from its former pinnacle to second place. Newly emerged informatics was tantalizingly close to reaching LV3. Moreover, his intelligence had surged by 6 points compared to when he first crossed over. It is worth noting that intelligence is notoriously difficult to enhance postnatally. While learning can indeed bolster one's intellect, it is an exceptionally arduous endeavor, especially beyond adulthood. For the vast majority, as neural pathways stabilize, cognitive abilities become fixed, rendering further improvements increasingly challenging. Yet, in a mere few days, he had experienced a 6-point increase in intelligence, akin to a second awakening. A smile crept across Guao's face as he eagerly anticipated the golden rewards from the system's tasks. Merely elevating his academic levels had facilitated a remarkable enhancement of his intellect. What further fortification could his brain undergo? Guao was filled with anticipation. He retrieved his first-year high school mathematics textbook and resumed studying sets. Before long, he reached the point he had attained upon his rebirth: simple functions. With a solid foundation in middle school mathematics, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Initially, while grappling with sets, he had found functions to be overwhelmingly complex. Now, the perceived difficulty had significantly diminished. For over 2 hours, Guao immersed himself in solving function-related problems with utmost seriousness. Perhaps it was due to his clearly defined goals, or perhaps the enhancement of his intellect, or perhaps the gratifying sense of achievement that propelled him forward. He could effortlessly track his progress through the chapters he was studying. Engrossed in his studies, he was interrupted by his mother calling him for dinner. After enjoying a plate of dumplings, he returned to his studies. 2 hours before bedtime, he consumed an energy potion and continued his learning. The following day, he was met with surprise. "You learned so quickly?" Shen Luoyan, with a hint of skepticism. Flipped through the high school compulsory textbook before her, casting a puzzled glance at Guao. To her astonishment, he had already advanced to Chapter 3, focusing on the fundamental properties of functions, specifically Section 3 concerning power functions. It was only prior to the holiday that Guao was still immersed in the concluding chapters of junior high school content. Shen Luoyin had initially assumed that her visit today would involve discussing the key elements of the first 3 chapters of the compulsory curriculum with Guao, followed by some practice exercises. Little did she expect that he had nearly completed the first 3 chapters on his own. How could his learning pace be so swift? A hint of prior knowledge had been rekindled last night, which evidently accelerated his progress. Guao smiled slightly. All right then. I shall assign you some exercises in accordance with your learning pace for the first 3 chapters. Chapter 32, Optional Side Quest Activated. Shen Luoyin did not inquire further. She promptly retrieved a selection of questions that she had prepared the previous day, initially intending to present them after instructing Guao. However, since Guao claimed to have mastered the 3rd chapter of the compulsory curriculum, Shen Luoyin decided to present the questions immediately. Very well, Guao nodded. Settling down at the table in the living room to begin his work, Shen Luoyin cast a glance at him before returning to her lesson preparations. With Guao now studying high school material, the task had become significantly easier for her. After all, Shen Luoyin possessed a deeper understanding of high school knowledge and was more aware of the appropriate angles from which to approach learning. The process of studying is invariably tedious. After about an hour of concentrated effort, Shen Luoyin lifted her head, somewhat astonished as she observed Guao beside her. For most individuals, the monotony of studying can be challenging to endure. Typically, a brief diversion is necessary after a period of focused study. Even though Shen Luoyin had grown accustomed to hardship since childhood, she rarely engaged in continuous study for extended periods, usually needing to shift her focus or relax after an hour of earnest effort. This was the first time she had witnessed someone more dedicated and industrious than herself. If only he had approached his studies with such diligence earlier, perhaps his academic performance would not be so inferior to hers. Contemplating this, Shen Luoyin regarded Guao with a gaze imbued with complexity. Here, dear, have some grapes. At that moment, Gua's mother approached with a plate of freshly washed grapes, wearing a warm smile as she addressed Shen Luoyin. Thank you, Auntie. Shen Luoyin's expression remained inscrutable, likely retaining its usual coolness. Gua's mother smiled gently, but inwardly sighed. This girl is polite, academically gifted, and possesses a pleasant appearance, yet unfortunately, she is a bit too aloof. Moreover, based on Gua's mother's observations, not only was Shen Luoyin's demeanor reserved, but she also exhibited a pronounced clarity regarding many matters. During her visits to their home, she hardly touched anything around her, even refusing to partake in the fruits that had been prepared for her. She even brought her own water in her bag, never drinking from the home's supply. This girl's upbringing seems excessively refined, or perhaps it is less about upbringing and more a deep-seated sense of detachment or insecurity. Gua's mother pondered this, feeling a twinge of pity for Shen Luoyin. However, she recognized that a person's character is not developed overnight, and as an outsider, it was nearly impossible for her to instigate change. With a sigh, Gua's mother returned to the kitchen. All done. Take a look. Guao announced after over an hour of working through the 60 meticulously selected questions that Shen Luoyin had arranged, handing her the completed workbook. Shen Luoyin accepted the workbook from Guao, beginning to grade the answers. As she progressed through the corrections, her astonishment grew. Unable to contain herself, she glanced up at Guao. Is there a problem, Teacher Shen? Guao inquired with a slight smile. Nothing at all. Shen Luoyin shook her head, using a red pen to scribble on Guao's workbook. After a considerable amount of time, she noted a 90% accuracy rate, having made only 6 mistakes. However, these errors were all related to power functions and the application of functions, which were topics he had only recently begun to learn. Excluding this segment, his accuracy was 100%. As she spoke, Shen Luoyin gazed at Guao with a complex expression. Guao pondered, nodding thoughtfully. It appeared that the system's claim of a 100% learning progress was a fixed value, defying even the human forgetting curve, which was quite impressive. He had not anticipated achieving such an impeccable accuracy rate. How did you manage that? Shen Luoyin inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. What? Guao responded, momentarily taken aback, looking at her in confusion. You previously mentioned that your grades were consistently poor, which suggests that even if you had a slight foundation, it was negligible. Given the brief time you've studied, how have you attained a 100% accuracy rate? Shen Luoyin regarded him with bewilderment. As a top student herself, she found it unremarkable to achieve such results. but based on her impression of Guao's intelligence and learning ability, he belonged to the upper echelon among students. Nonetheless, his current pace of learning and the stability of his knowledge seemed rather accelerated. Nothing much. Perhaps I am just naturally talented. Guao replied with a faint smile. The system could be considered a part of that talent. Shen Luoyan regarded him intently. Since you are progressing swiftly, I will also accelerate my teaching pace. I hope you can keep up. Just as Guao was about to respond, a sudden notification from the system chimed in his ears. Ding! User's mathematics proficiency has increased. A new time-limited task is now available. Within 1 week, elevate the completion rate of first-year high school mathematics to 100%. Task rewards, Mathematics Experience 2000. Beginner Random Draw 2. Ding! Optional side tasks initiated. Task 1. Challenge the library. The user possesses a system, yet their knowledge is rather narrow. The user is encouraged to broaden their horizons. Within 1 month, spend over 200 hours reading diligently in the library. Task rewards. Free experience, 5,000. Beginner draw chances 1. Silver task card 1. Task 2. The body is the capital of revolution. As a future researcher, physical health is of utmost importance. Within 1 month, complete a running distance of 150 kilometers. Task rewards. Constitution 3, Strength 3. Beginner draw chances 1. Task 3. After rebirth, learning is fundamental. Within 1 month, elevate the completion rate of all subjects in first-year high school to 100%. Task rewards. Free experience 6,000. Beginner draw chances 1. Silver task card 1. Guao paused momentarily, surprised at the appearance of an optional branch task. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. What's wrong? Shen Luoyan discerned that Guao was in a daze, and with a hint of curiosity, she inquired about his state. It's nothing, Teacher Shen. I just need to use the restroom, Guao replied, suppressing the exhilaration within him while smiling at Shen Luoyan. She nodded in understanding. Upon entering the restroom, Guao began to deliberate among the 3 available tasks. He swiftly dismissed the second option, as it offered the least reward, although it promised an enhancement of physical strength. Such a benefit held little significance for him at present, especially since it did not come with a silver task card. The first and third tasks both included silver task cards, and Guao had a general grasp of what these cards entailed. Chapter 33. The cautious Shen Luoyan. It seemed that obtaining a silver-level task would yield a commendable reward. Thus, Guao promptly dismissed the option of Task 2. As for Tasks 1 and 3, he hesitated briefly before decisively selecting Task 3. Although Task 1 presented the least difficulty, requiring merely 200 hours in the library over a month, averaging 10 hours a day for 20 days, its simplicity did not align with Guao's overarching objective. His aim was to achieve a score exceeding 640 in the college entrance examination, necessitating a comprehensive mastery of all first-year subjects within a month. Given that he had merely 3 months at his disposal, Task 3 resonated more closely with his ambitions. Having made his choice, he inhaled deeply, splashed water on his face, and exited the restroom. Approaching the table in the living room, he caught Shen Luoyan's eye. Based on your previous study progress, I have slightly adjusted today's lesson. She stated, time is of the essence, so let us commence without further ado. All right, Guao nodded in agreement. Let us begin with power functions. With that, Shen Luoyan embarked on her teaching. Their exchange unfolded seamlessly, as Guao, having experienced an enhancement in intellect and mathematical proficiency, grasped concepts with remarkable clarity. He could now draw connections effortlessly. Shen Luoyan noticed his acute insight into mathematics and, accordingly, accelerated her teaching pace, which Guao adeptly matched. By the end of the morning, they had nearly completed the entirety of the first compulsory course. That will suffice for this morning, Shen Luoyan remarked. Glancing at the clock and noting it was nearly 11:50, she turned to Guao. All right, he replied with a nod. As Shen Luoyan began to tidy her materials, Gua's mother emerged from the kitchen. Hey, Luoyan, why not stay for lunch? It must be quite a hassle for you to travel back and forth. No, Auntie. I can return quickly. I'll be back in no time, Shen Luoyan replied with a forced smile, addressing Gua's mother. All right, if you insist, Gua's mother began. But she noticed her son signaling her with a glance and fell silent. Shen Luoyan turned to leave, watching her depart from their home. At this moment, Gua's mother hesitated slightly and turned to Guao, saying, How, regarding Luoyan, how? She has her own thoughts, Mom. We should respect her wishes. Guao replied to his mother. All right then, Gua's mother sighed softly. By the way, Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. Guao quickly left the house. Hey, wait. Guo's mother intended to say more, but Guao had already opened the door and departed. This child. Guo's mother sighed again and turned back to continue cooking. Guao left the house and descended the stairs, soon spotting Shen Luoyan in the distance. Shen Luoyan had not ridden her bike away from the neighborhood. Instead, she was seated in a pavilion within the community, retrieving several cold steamed buns from her bag. Teacher Shen, why not come over to my house for a meal? Guao approached her, observing the scene. Startled at the prospect of sharing her buns, Shen Luoyan instinctively attempted to hide them. As Guao approached, she declared, "No need. I can manage on my own." Her eyes reflected a stubbornness, perhaps instilled in her by her grandmother, who had taught her the importance of having integrity. Guao sighed softly. He had anticipated such a reaction. Other families provide meals for their tutors. It is customary. It's not stipulated in our contract, Shen Luoyan remarked earnestly, fixing her gaze on Guao. Guao's expression faltered momentarily. How about this? You can dine at my home for 10 yuan per meal, which I will deduct directly from your tutoring fee. What do you think? I want to eat, Shen Luoyan replied coolly. Why not? Guao asked, puzzled. It's too expensive, she stated. Guao was taken aback. Then how about this? After the meal, you could give me an extra half-hour of tutoring as compensation for the meal. After all, if we were dining normally, you wouldn't want to join us. We would lose some time, so if you eat with me, we can make up for that time together. How does that sound? It could offset the meal cost. Guao proposed, feeling somewhat exasperated. It was clear that this proposal piqued Shen Luoyan's interest. Noticing the slight change in her expression, Guao quickly added, "This is a fair exchange. In fact, we would be benefiting you. I would gain an additional half-hour of learning, which is advantageous for my studies." All right, but this needs to be included in the contract. And we must draft a new one. Perhaps it was Guao's assertion that it would benefit her studies, or the notion of a fair transaction that eased Shen Luoyan's reservations. She nodded thoughtfully, looking at Guao with earnestness. Okay. Guao felt a sense of resignation at her stubbornness. She possessed an unspoken pride that was difficult to articulate. Let us go. Shen Luoyan followed Guao back home. Hey, daughter, you're back? Mother Gu cast a surprised glance at Shen Luoyan, unable to resist looking over at her son Guao. She found herself puzzled as to how her son had managed to bring Shen Luoyan back. Being an employee of a state-owned enterprise, she had encountered many individuals and was quite familiar with Shen Luoyan's temperament. Initially, she had assumed that Shen Luoyan would never return. To her astonishment, her son had indeed called her back. This was rather intriguing. Guao briefly explained the situation to his mother, and it dawned on her. With a twinge of sympathy, she gazed at Shen Luoyan. Let us amend the contract then, she sighed. But first, let us have our meal. Shortly thereafter, Father Gu returned home. And upon seeing Shen Luoyan, his expression revealed a hint of surprise, though he refrained from saying much. During dinner, Shen Luoyan was exceedingly cautious, hesitant to eat too much, while Mother Gu diligently served her dishes. After the meal, under Shen Luoyan's insistence, they proceeded to sign a new contract. Chapter 34. Learning during high school. After signing the contract, Shen Luoyan felt a sense of relief and continued to tutor Guao. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she completed the lesson on the compulsory mathematics textbook Volume 1. The first chapter of Volume 2 focuses on planar vectors. While planar vectors are not particularly difficult in themselves, the challenge lies in comprehension and calculation. Shen Luoyan diligently explained the intricacies of understanding planar vectors to Guao, highlighting key areas that required attention. It is important to note that this topic can yield highly flexible problems and can be integrated with other concepts, resulting in a significant level of difficulty. As Shen Luoyan taught, she occasionally assigned targeted small problems to Guao. He could intuitively perceive a rapid acceleration in his learning progress. In terms of study completion for each chapter, aside from achieving a full 100% at the very beginning, the subsequent chapters were progressing at a rate of approximately 30 to 40%. Even though they had only just begun Volume 2, Guao had already reached about 40 to 50% comprehension. In the first year of high school, there are only 2 compulsory textbooks. This implies that if he could elevate his understanding of these 2 books to 100%, he could consider his mathematics studies for the first year complete. Contemplating this, Guao felt a slight surge of excitement. However, this exhilaration was short-lived, as the problems assigned by Shen Luoyan began to overwhelm him. Were these questions truly within the syllabus? Unable to contain himself, Guao inquired of Shen Luoyan. Of course not, Shen Luoyan replied earnestly, regarding Guao. Your grasp of individual chapters and isolated knowledge points is satisfactory, yet your ability to adapt to the transformations of these concepts could use improvement. Hearing her words, Guao felt a tinge of helplessness. She was right. The assessment of his progress in the chapters primarily focused on his mastery of the main content. However, the integration and transformation of knowledge were entirely different matters, encompassing the entirety of the curriculum. For instance, during his middle school studies, Guao had to tackle numerous complex problems to fully grasp the knowledge from the final year. Otherwise, he would still be stuck in that phase. As he transitioned to high school, it was evident that such transformations and integrations had become more common and perplexing. Nevertheless, it was essential for him to adapt. The vast majority of high school problems would not simply assess a singular knowledge point, but would require a comprehensive understanding. I understand, Guao nodded. Shen Luoyan began to guide him in enhancing his problem comprehension skills, reading the questions, understanding the concepts, and then practicing extensively. After she had reviewed the entirety of the first-year compulsory textbooks with him, Guao discovered that his progress in high school mathematics had barely reached 30%. Although he had long anticipated a significant difference between high school and middle school learning, he had not expected the disparity to be so vast. In high school, grasping foundational knowledge points is one thing, but practicing problems is of utmost importance. Additionally, the interconnectedness of knowledge points is also crucial. As high school commenced, the simplicity of straightforward questions had nearly vanished, leaving only complex problems. Shen Luoyan had been tutoring Guao until 6:30 in the evening. All right, I must take my leave. These exercises are ones I have selected from your 5 years of college entrance examination preparations and 3 years of mock tests. They are well suited to your current situation. Please present them to me for review by noon tomorrow, Shen Luoyan instructed Guao. Understood, Guao nodded in response. With that, Shen Luoyan departed from the Guo residence. Not long after her departure, Guao returned to his room. He engaged in solving problems for a while before halting, feeling fatigued. After all, Guao was merely an ordinary individual. He opened his computer and dabbled in programming for a bit. With elite-level hacking skills at his disposal, programming had become an exceedingly simple and rather enjoyable endeavor for him. After amusing himself with the computer for a time, Guao sighed softly and resumed his studies. There's no alternative. Learning brings me joy. I adore studying, he consoled himself within. The following day, during the morning self-study session, Guao adhered to his previous habit of memorizing the periodic table of elements. After confirming he could recite over 30 elements, he realized that the subsequent elements were no longer necessary to memorize. Next, he turned to reciting classical literature and poetry. Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River coming from the heavens? The setting sun and solitary wild goose soar together. The autumn waters reflect the expanse of the sky. The classroom was filled with a cacophony of reading voices, bustling with students striving to memorize English and literature. Recitation was a relatively easy way for most to earn points, and mediocrity was the common state of many. In the elite class, Zhao sat at the back, surrounded by several friends. Ying, you really took quite a tumble this time. Now you can't even satisfy your cravings for that guy. It's truly excessive, a friend remarked, gesturing with her lips. Although she did not specify who she was referring to, the surrounding friends understood she meant Shen Luoyan. Zhao frowned slightly but remained silent. She indeed feared Guao, yet it was difficult for her to say she was afraid of Shen Luoyan. At most, she feared Guao because he defended Shen Luoyan, which in turn made her hesitant to confront Shen Luoyan. The chatter from her friends only deepened Zhao Ying's furrowed brow. All right, let us keep it down. Let this matter rest, Zhao Ying said coolly. Why? Are you really not going to do anything? Her friends asked, surprised. This isn't like your usual self. You don't understand. Guao's uncle is the captain of the security team. Offending him could land you in jail. What more do you want from me? Zhao Ying replied, somewhat exasperated, addressing her friends. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's words, the expressions of her friends revealed astonishment. So that's how it is. No wonder things have developed this way. Ying, under those circumstances, it would indeed be unwise to confront him directly. However, we could approach it more subtly, several friends suggested, their eyes twinkling as they spoke to Zhao Ying. Subtly? Zhao Ying, somewhat perplexed, cast a puzzled glance at her surrounding companions. At that moment, one of her friends leaned in closer to whisper something in her ear. Zhao Ying gazed in astonishment at her companion, utterly taken aback that she could devise such a malicious plan. Was this not an excellent strategy? Bloodless and requiring no direct involvement from us. How splendid! Her friend smiled softly, observing Zhao Ying's expression. Zhao Ying fell into silence, perhaps ensnared in a web of inner conflict. At noon, having completed the exercises, Guao handed the workbook to Shen Luoyan, who had come to retrieve it after the lunch break. Upon hearing Shen Luoyan's words, Guao nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, he noticed Zhao Ying staring blankly at him. What on earth is wrong with her? Guo cast a puzzled glance in Zhao Ying's direction. Chapter 35, the brand new system panel. However, Guo did not dwell on it for long. Zhao Ying, this woman, seemed to possess a somewhat unbalanced state of mind. How could a normal person engage with so many delinquents during high school? Particularly when most of those relationships were murky and she herself was performing well academically and came from a decent family background. What could she possibly be after? Guo found it perplexing and could not fathom it. Setting aside these disordered thoughts, Guo returned to the classroom. The 5-year college entrance examination and 3 years of simulations had been submitted. During lunchtime, he felt no inclination to continue studying mathematics. Instead, he opened his chemistry textbook. As a high school student, self-study should be a fundamental quality that most students possess. Unlike mathematics, high school chemistry does not have a strong correlation with middle school chemistry. In middle school, chemistry was only studied in the 3rd year, focusing on relatively simple concepts. If one performed well in middle school chemistry, it could indeed save some effort in high school chemistry. The first chapter of the compulsory high school chemistry course dealt with substances and their changes. In chemistry, memory is of utmost importance. One must memorize the properties, weights, and reactions of molecules. Whether different substances can react is primarily determined by their fundamental properties. All of this requires a keen memory. When Guo first reincarnated, his memory was somewhat lacking, making self-studying chemistry a bit challenging. However, that was no longer the case. His intelligence had increased by 6 points, primarily activating the memory module in his brain, thereby significantly enhancing his memory. Guo diligently perused the textbook at a steady pace. Throughout the lunch hour, he remained engrossed in chemistry. Ding! The system notification chimed in his ears as the lunch bell rang. User has diligently studied chemistry for over an hour, gaining 50 chemistry experience. Was this akin to some sort of achievement? After all, Guo could hardly believe that the system, with its vast knowledge, would regard his current level of understanding as noteworthy. This accumulation of study time must be a specific method designed to assist him. With this thought, Guo felt a flicker of excitement. If studying chemistry yielded such rewards, what about other subjects? For instance, physics or language arts? With this thought in mind, Guo felt a surge of enthusiasm, though he longed to start studying immediately. He also recalled the tasks he needed to attend to after lunch. Exiting the classroom, he quickly made his way to the advanced class. Shen Luoyan was already standing in the corridor outside the classroom. 100 questions, your accuracy rate is 45%. Upon mentioning this figure, Shen Luoyan frowned. That's a significant decline from before. The previous questions were straightforward assessments of specific knowledge points. Guo shrugged. None of the 100 questions you assigned me focus solely on a single knowledge point. They all contain misleading elements. All right then. Shen Luoyan nodded. The more so, it is imperative that you diligently practice problem solving, as comprehension of mathematical formulas and theorems is essential. However, mere familiarity with them is insufficient for tackling high school problems. I have marked all the questions you answered incorrectly and outlined some problem-solving strategies. Additionally, I have selected 100 questions for you. Once you have completed them, please present them to me. All right, Teacher Shen, Guo replied with a slight smile, directing his gaze toward Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan maintained a calm demeanor as she turned and returned to the classroom. Guo observed her retreating figure for a moment before smiling and departing. He remained unaware of the observation taking place in the elite class classroom. Zhao Ying peered through the window, watching the exchange between Guo and Shen Luoyan. Her eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. None could discern her thoughts. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo did not immediately reach for the 5 years of college entrance examination. 3 years of simulation book. Instead, he eagerly opened his biology textbook and commenced his studies. The system's criteria for serious learning were stringent, seemingly only accounting for effective study time. Thus, if one failed to absorb any substantial knowledge during their study period, it would not qualify as earnest learning. Consequently, Guo could not afford to be distracted. From 2 to 3 o'clock, he devoted an hour to focused study. Ding! User's cumulative biology study time has exceeded 1 hour. Host gains 50 biology experience. The familiar system notification echoed in his ears. Guo gradually came to a halt, rubbing his forehead, a hint of a smile emerging in his eyes. Indeed, as he had surmised, there was indeed a criterion for cumulative study time. However, he pondered why his mathematics study time had not accumulated. Guo felt a twinge of confusion. No, there was some accumulation. At that moment, he recalled that when he had just been reborn, acquiring mathematics experience had been remarkably straightforward. Even studying earnestly for half an hour had yielded 50 experience points. Yet, As his level increased, the acquisition of mathematics experience had become more challenging. Perhaps it was due to the low level of his mathematics studies? He sensed something peculiar about the system's response. Guao contemplated this matter. By the time he completed his biology studies, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He then took out his physics book. Unsurprisingly, at 5 o'clock, he received another notification. Ding! User's cumulative serious study time in physics has exceeded 1 hour. Gaining 50 physics experience. Guao opened his attribute panel. User: Guao intelligence, 128 physical strength, 8 power, 7 speed, 7 mathematics, level 2, 361, 5000, linguistics, level 1, 590, 1000, informatics, level 2, 4288, 5000, chemistry, level 0, 8100, physics, level 0, 5100, biology, level 0, 5100, among the 4-dimensional attributes. The average intelligence quotient for a normal individual ranges between 90 and 109, with scores below 69 indicating intellectual disabilities. The standard values for other attributes in a typical adult are set at 10. During the high school phase, all subjects have manifested on the system interface. However, for the comprehensive science subjects, there remains a deficiency that prevents them from reaching level 1. The zero-level disciplines currently offer no enhancement to his abilities. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to elevate these subjects to level 1. Perhaps this could yield additional benefits to his intelligence. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the end of the final study period resonated through the air. As usual, Wangshi approached Guao's desk. Oh, weren't you previously engrossed in your mathematics book? Why the sudden shift to physics today? Are the sun and moon in a peculiar alignment? I assumed you would be revisiting middle school physics instead. Wangshi remarked with a smile directed at Guao. Chapter 36. Guao, I like you. Intermediate physics and high school physics are not closely related, Guao remarked nonchalantly. I have already reviewed my middle school mathematics and begun studying high school mathematics. That's impressive. Wangshi praised, giving Guao a thumbs up. Let's head back for a meal. Sure, Guao nodded in agreement. As the two exited the classroom, the corridor had grown sparse, with most students having departed at the ringing of the bell. Upon reaching the staircase, they encountered Zhaoying, who was standing at the top. Wangshi cast a surprised glance at Zhaoying, then at Guao, his expression slightly peculiar. However, noticing Guao's silence, Wangshi remained quiet as well. Just as they were about to descend the stairs, Zhaoying called out, Guao, wait a moment. After a brief internal struggle, she finally shouted towards him. Wangshi's expression turned odd, and he halted his steps alongside Guao. Guao furrowed his brow, looking at Zhaoying. Is there something you need, Zhaoying? He inquired. Though Guao was reluctant to engage with her, he acknowledged that Zhaoying possessed a certain tenacity. While he was unafraid, he worried that her relentless pursuit might endanger Shenluoyan. Disrupting his academic progress would indeed pose a dilemma. Zhaoying hesitated slightly, glancing at Wangshi. Wangshi chuckled. I'll wait for you at the bike shed below. After Wangshi left, Zhaoying seemed to muster her courage, fixing her gaze on Guao. Guao, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Guao was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply at her unexpected confession. Such a turn of events? He pondered, observing Zhaoying's bashful demeanor as she lowered her gaze. I apologize, but I do not comprehend how I have attracted your interest, Guao replied, genuinely perplexed. He could not fathom what had drawn Zhaoying to him. Had his allure intensified since his rebirth? That day, you stood before Qin Yi and his friends without a hint of fear. Most people would have been terrified in that situation. Zhaoying's cheeks flushed as she regarded Guao. I am drawn to bold men, and you perfectly fit my criteria. Especially the way you stood up to criticize me that morning. It made me feel like I was on a pedestal. As she spoke, her face turned crimson, revealing her shyness. After all this, Guao realized she had a certain penchant for boldness, yet he remained unimpressed. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in you. He stated flatly, preparing to leave. Why? What do I lack compared to Shenluoyan? Am I not pretty enough? Is my figure not appealing? If I were to be with you, I would do anything for you. I ask nothing in return. Am I not a woman who understands both warmth and coldness? Far superior to that icy block, Shenluoyan? Zhaoying said to Guao, a hint of anger in her tone. She glanced at Zhaoying's heaving bosom. Yet Guao's expression remained indifferent. What does it have to do with Shenluoyan? What does it pertain to? I refuse to consume someone else's leftovers, especially those that have passed through countless mouths. Having said that, Guao showed no inclination to linger, turning away to leave. Zhaoying stood frozen, staring blankly at Guao's retreating figure. At that moment, her face turned pale with rage, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "You will regret this," Zhao Ying shouted at Guao's back. Guao continued his descent without a pause. A few girls happened to pass by, glancing at Zhao Ying's grim expression. They quickened their pace in fear. Zhao Ying's eyes brimmed with hatred. Guao reached the parking area, where Wang Shi caught sight of him and teased with a smile. "What's up with Zhao Ying coming to find you every day? Does she have a crush on you?" "Indeed," Guao replied with a hint of resignation. "Really?" Wang Shi's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Guao. "That Zhao Ying truly has feelings for you?" Observing the surprise in Wang Shi's eyes, Guao could only offer a bitter smile and shake his head. "I truly didn't notice that woman is actually a submissive." "Submissive? What do you mean?" Wang Shi looked at Guao, bewildered. "BDSM." Guao shot Wang Shi a look, fully aware that he must understand. After all, during their all-nighters at the internet CAF, he had certainly watched his fair share of adult films and grasped the concept well. "Wow, that's impressive," Wang Shi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Guao, did you agree to anything?" "Of course not." Guao could easily guess what was swirling in Wang Shi's mind by his expression and demeanor. "What a pity," Wang Shi lamented, gazing at Guao. "If you had taken that woman, who knows, I might have gotten a taste of the action too. Just imagine us with her. How exhilarating." Indeed, this fellow's mind seems only occupied with such thoughts. Guao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. "I have a cleanliness obsession. If you wish to indulge, go ahead." "Well, she probably wouldn't look at me anyway, so never mind." Wang Shi shrugged. The two continued their conversation as they exited the school. Zhao Ying, with a frostbitten expression, returned to the elite classroom. She cast a glance at Shen Luoyan, who sat at the front, nibbling on a steamed bun while studying. A glimmer of hatred flashed in her eyes. Upon reaching the back of the classroom, her close friend was engrossed in her book. "Step outside for a moment," Zhao Ying said to her friend. "What is it? Are you ready?" The friend looked up at Zhao Ying and smiled faintly. Zhao Ying merely nodded, her expression remaining indifferent. The two departed from the classroom and found themselves in a secluded corner of the restroom. "So, you confessed to that Guao and it didn't go well?" inquired her friend Lu Shi, a smile gracing her face as she looked at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying's demeanor remained frosty as she nodded silently. "I truly cannot fathom what you see in Guao, although he did appear somewhat impressive when he stood out among the crowd to challenge the school leaders. I still don't understand why you've suddenly developed feelings for him." Lu Shi observed Zhao Ying with curiosity. "Enough with the pleasantries. Just tell me the plan." Zhao Ying shot a cold glance at Lu Shi. All right. Lu Shi chuckled lightly. After a moment's contemplation, a sly smile played at the corners of her mouth as she addressed Zhao Ying. "In truth, the solution I propose is quite simple. In fact, if executed properly, you need not sacrifice anything at all, and you could bring this fellow to the brink of despair." As she spoke, a glimmer of cunning shone in Lu Shi's eyes. Chapter 37. The Outburst of Public Opinion. Earlier this morning, I mentioned a method that had some flaws, but now, after refinement, it is nearly flawless. Excitement gleamed in Lu Shi's eyes. "What?" Zhao Ying looked at Lu Shi with a hint of confusion. "Quite simply, we can disseminate such information from an internet CAF. Messages posted from there are exceedingly difficult to trace back to us. Our objective is to tarnish the reputations of Guao and that wretched Shen Luoyan. So what if Guao's uncle is the captain of the public security team?" Lu Shi's lips curled into a slight smirk as she gazed at Zhao Ying. "Just tell me directly how to execute this," Zhao Ying urged. "If we post something online, will anyone pay attention to us? Besides, the influence of the internet is rather limited, isn't it?" "Rest assured." Lu Shi smiled gently. "My sister is a reporter at Ganqing Television. She often laments the lack of newsworthy topics. If what we post sparks significant discussion online, I can inform her, and Ganqing Television will cover the story once it airs. Imagine the potential impact." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Zhao Ying pondered. "Now the pressing question is, how can we fabricate a topic regarding Guao and Shen Luoyan that will gain traction?" "Precisely." Lu Shi smiled faintly, looking intently at Zhao Ying. "So, what do we do?" Zhao Ying asked, still puzzled. "Let me show you some intriguing photographs." Lu Shi's lips formed a playful grin as she retrieved her Fruit 4 smartphone from her pocket. Though it had been released 2 years prior, it remained exceedingly expensive. From Lu Shi's phone, Zhao Ying was astonished to see numerous photos featuring Guao and Shen Luoyan, all seemingly depicting their close interactions, both at school and within their neighborhood. "What in the world is this?" Zhao Ying exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Lu Shi. "Quite simple. I managed to capture these moments, albeit with a touch of Photoshop," Lu Shi replied, a glimmer of mischief in her smile. They were engaged in rather intimate conversation outside the classroom, seemingly in a tutoring session, and I happened to spot Shen Luoyin on the street that day. I followed her and discovered she went straight to Guao's home. Here are the photographs I took. Lu Shi beamed with excitement. Without these images, Lu Shi would not have made her earlier suggestion to Zhaoying. Zhaoying quickly scrutinized the photographs, her expression revealing deep contemplation. We simply need to make slight alterations with Photoshop, then compose a lengthy article to post anonymously on our local Ganqing forum and around campus walls. Let us seek out a few individuals to stir the waters, for with the renowned reputation of Shen Luoyin, it is only natural that such matters would gain traction. Once the flames of attention begin to flicker, I shall casually mention this affair to my cousin. Lu Shi's lips curled into a subtle smile, leaving her thoughts unspoken as she gazed at Zhaoying. A glimmer of excitement danced in Zhao Ying's eyes. When the time comes, Guao and Shen Luoyin will have no choice but to gain notoriety. I cannot help but doubt that Shen Luoyin will maintain her aloof persona. I am genuinely curious to witness her bewildered, helpless expression. Zhaoying appeared quite elated. Lu Shi's suggestion delighted Zhao Ying immensely. Furthermore, Guao was also ensnared in this unfolding narrative. One could only wonder how he would navigate this tempest of public opinion. Would his uncle from the police department come to his aid? A flicker of malice shone in Lu Shi's gaze. She harbored feelings for Chun Yi, a secret known to few. Chun Yi had been sent away by Guao, a fact Lu Shi was well aware of. Thus, she was determined to ensure Guao faced the consequences. The two young women began to deliberate over some details. Guao, of course, remained oblivious to the machinations against him. Even if he were aware, his disposition would likely elicit no reaction. Having endured the trials of previous business skirmishes, he was no stranger to both overt and covert attacks. The schemes of mere high school students were trivial matters in his eyes. During evening study hours, Guao immersed himself in solving the problems assigned by Shen Luoyin at lunchtime. In the elite class, most students were diligently studying. Save for 2 vacant seats at the back of the classroom, Zhaoying and Lu Shi had feigned illness during dinner. At that moment, they were nestled in a dimly lit internet CAF, commencing the editing of a lengthy article based on their afternoon discussions, complete with images. They began disseminating their work across various forums in Ganqing, also sharing it on the campus confession wall and reposting it on their QQ spaces. Their social circles were quite extensive, and this was juicy gossip indeed concerning Shen Luoyin. Matters pertaining to her were well known, not merely within their school, but throughout Ganqing No. 2 High School. After all, Shen Luoyin's beauty was undeniable, even if her attire concealed much of it. Her exceptional academic performance, coupled with her frigid demeanor, had already garnered her considerable recognition. Indeed, her academic prowess was somewhat extraordinary. She had once been the top scorer in the Ganqing entrance examinations, achieving near-perfect results, which caused quite a stir in the city. This led to a fierce competition between Ganqing No. 1 and No. 2 high schools to recruit her, ultimately attracting the attention of the prestigious Bailu Middle School. Yet, it was Ganqing No. 1 high school that successfully won Shen Luoyin over. Her academic achievements alone had granted her a modicum of fame. However, what truly catapulted Shen Luoyin into the limelight was her notoriously frosty demeanor. Cold, utterly frigid, she treated everyone with an unwavering indifference, never engaging in conversation with any classmates, be they male or female. Hardly anyone has witnessed her engaging in conversation with others. At school, she has no friends, which presents quite a spectacle. Thus, Shen Luoyin has garnered considerable fame. Currently, a photograph circulating on various platforms, including Tieba and QQ Space, depicts Shen Luoyin in an exceedingly intimate pose with a certain young man. Naturally, this has ignited a frenzy across numerous local platforms in Ganqing. The forums for both No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools were the first to explode with activity. What? Am I seeing this correctly? Shen Luoyin? Engaging so intimately with a boy? Incredible! Who is this young man, and why does he seem somewhat familiar? Oh my, I knew it. That bespectacled lad must be the one. Shen Luoyin, donning those thick black glasses, is undoubtedly a quintessential introvert. Remarkably, she even visited this boy's home. Truly astounding. I recall that young man. He was the one who stood up just a few days ago to counter the school authorities in Zhaoying, all in defense of Shen Luoyin. What a connection. It appears that this matter is likely true. Chapter 38. The Invisible Weapon of Murder. The online forum has ignited with fervor, while QQ Space remains in a state of brewing anticipation. After all, the demographic of middle school students possessing smartphones is still relatively small, with a significant portion being denied by their parents either the purchase or permission to bring them to school, confining their usage to the home. The online buzz can merely be described as a spreading phenomenon. The forum is a mixed bag, teeming with individuals, including several ruffians acquainted with Shen Luoyan. Notably, Zhang Xian and Chun Yi's underlings are familiar with both Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan. This incident is bound to cause trouble for them, and they do not require any prompting. They instinctively begin to stir chaos on the forum, reveling in the discord. Unbeknownst to them, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan remain blissfully ignorant, diligently focusing on their studies within their respective classrooms, entirely unaware of the online turmoil unfolding. Guo Hao dedicated the previous night to solving problems and achieved a notable milestone. Ding! The system notification chimed, indicating that the user had accumulated over 100 hours of serious mathematical study, earning an additional 200 experience points in mathematics. The sound of the alert momentarily surprised Guo Hao. Has it truly been 100 hours? A contemplative gleam sparkled in his eyes. Strictly speaking, his time spent studying mathematics likely exceeded that mark, despite having only been reborn for a mere 8 or 9 days. Throughout this duration, apart from the hours dedicated to eating and sleeping, the majority of his waking moments had been devoted to mathematics. However, the acknowledgement of whether he was genuinely studying required system validation. After all, aside from the times when he consumed energy potions, Guo Hao could confidently assert his earnestness in studying. Yet, during other periods, after prolonged study, his thoughts tended to wander, making it difficult to claim he was truly focused. Nonetheless, even so, he had indeed committed to studying mathematics for 100 hours. A slight daze enveloped him, recognizing that this was equivalent to a full 4 days of study. As Guo Hao pondered, the bell signaling the end of class rang. He exited the classroom alongside Wang Shi. On their way to the bicycle shed, Guo Hao keenly sensed numerous gazes directed towards him. A hint of confusion crossed his mind. The scrutiny felt different from before. "What's up, Haozi?" Wang Shi, walking ahead, noticed Guo Hao's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. "Nothing," he replied, albeit with a lingering sense of wonder. However, Guo Hao chose not to disclose anything to Wang Shi. The two engaged in conversation as they rode their bicycles, swiftly departing from the school. Upon returning home and enjoying a late-night snack prepared by his mother, Guo Hao retreated to his room, consumed an energy potion, and resumed solving problems. However, the online frenzy surrounding the academic top student Shen Luoyan's romantic involvement with a boy and her clandestine visit to his home began to escalate dramatically following evening study sessions. QQ Space was ablaze with shares and reposts of this matter. Guo Hao had only diligently studied for less than half an hour when his phone rang. Frowning slightly, he recognized that his father was calling, a number known to only a few. Given that he was at home, it was improbable that it was his parents reaching out. It could only be that fool Wang Shi. Why did the guy suddenly call himself? Guo Hao was filled with confusion as he picked up the phone. Indeed, it was Wang Shi. Shaking his head, he answered the call. "Speak quickly. I still have questions to practice," Guo Hao said impatiently to Wang Shi. "Practicing questions? Haozi, you need to check QQ Space and the forums. Something serious has happened." Wang Shi's tone was extremely anxious. "It concerns you and Shen Luoyan. Hurry and look." Guo Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He swiftly opened his computer and logged on to QQ. Soon, dozens of unread messages flooded his QQ. Instantly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He quickly accessed his QQ Space. On the first page, Guo Hao saw a short essay and photos. They were all intimate pictures of him with Shen Luoyan, including shots of Shen Luoyan entering his home. These photos appeared quite plausible. However, having experienced the future, Guo Hao immediately discerned subtle signs of editing. Of course, this was an obvious conclusion. Even without his future experiences, Guo Hao, as the person involved, knew full well that the pictures had been altered, especially since he had never been this close to Shen Luoyan. Typically, their interactions were held at a respectful distance. He never expected that these moments had been captured and meticulously edited. This was a setup. Guo Hao's mind raced with thoughts, and his expression darkened. Zhaoying. It soon became clear to Guo Hao that it had to be that vixen, Zhaoying. He had no enemies at school. Although Shen Luoyan had a somewhat cold demeanor, she too was not the type to harbor enemies, except for Zhaoying. Thus, this incident was undoubtedly linked to Zhaoying. She alone had a motive to do this. Furthermore, this afternoon, she had uncharacteristically come to confess her feelings to him. Guo Hao's brow furrowed deeper. What he initially thought was a mere conflict between students had escalated to this level. It was only 2012, a time when the internet was just beginning to flourish. He never expected that a high school girl from a small town would wield public opinion as a weapon to eliminate rivals. It was truly remarkable. Was this some form of talent? Guo Hao pondered for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. Just as he was preparing to devise a good plan, Wang Shi's voice came through the phone. "Haozi, say something." What should we do? Hearing Wang Shi's anxious tone warmed Guao's heart. He couldn't deny that regardless of their past lives or this one, his relationship with Wang Shi was exceptionally close. In their previous life, they were inseparable friends. And even after being separated, they would reunite every year during the new year. There was never any estrangement. Wang Shi still cared for him. Having such a friend was truly a blessing. Don't worry. Guao smiled gently. Upon hearing Guao's laughter, Wang Shi reproached him with exasperation. What on earth is wrong with you? Even at a time like this, you can still laugh? Do you have any idea how serious this situation has become? It's not just circulating in the QQ space of our school. It has spread to the second school and even to other student groups in Gancheng. Moreover, the discussions on the forums are rampant. The heat is overwhelming. This is bound to attract the attention of the school. You're in deep trouble. Wang Shi spoke urgently. Don't worry, Shigu. This matter isn't real. Even if it has reached the school, so what? The truth cannot be disguised, and falsehoods cannot become reality. Everything will be fine, Guao replied with a smile. Are you foolish? It may not concern you, but when the school inquires, you can simply tell the truth. And no one will hold anything against you. Just as you said, it is ultimately a fabrication. But consider Shen Luoyan. Rumors can be lethal. If this issue escalates to the local television station and her village sees it, have you thought about her grandparents? Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Guao fell silent for a moment. He earnestly addressed Wang Shi on the other end of the line. Wang Shi, rest assured. I will handle this matter with utmost care. I will ensure that Shen Luoyan suffers no harm whatsoever. Trust me. After a moment of silence, Wang Shi responded. I believe in you. Good luck. With that, he ended the call. Chapter 39. The Puppet Master. At this moment, Guao's gaze narrowed slightly. Zhaoing. How dare she plot against him in such a clandestine manner? The escalation on the internet could not possibly be their ultimate goal, could it? It must be the local television station's broadcast. After all, this was a story of considerable significance. The top scorer of the high school entrance examination. A prospective champion of the college entrance exam, suspected of engaging in a romantic relationship before the examination, and even sneaking off to the male counterpart's home. This would undoubtedly be considered explosive news in the locality. Utilizing the ensuing fervor to tarnish Shen Luoyan's family reputation within the village was likely their true intention. Given Shen Luoyan's character, if the public opinion merely revolved around her, she would likely disregard such trivialities, rendering their scheme futile. The most probable outcome would be that Shen Luoyan would simply ignore the surrounding chatter. However, if this matter were to reach her village, provoking the ire of the villagers or disdain towards her grandparents, it would be a devastating blow to Shen Luoyan. She could not afford to overlook this situation. What a cunning strategy. Guao's eyes narrowed further as he realized he needed to devise a plan. His mind raced, contemplating how to resolve this issue flawlessly. After a brief moment of reflection, he began to write a web crawler, deploying it onto a forum to swiftly gather data. Before long, he had pinpointed 2 accounts that were responsible for disseminating photographs of himself and Shen Luoyan. He initiated an IP tracking process. However, he soon discovered that it was a public IP. A cyber CAF, perhaps? Guao squinted slightly, impressed by their cleverness, thinking they could evade detection through such means. He quickly typed on his computer. Both forum accounts were newly created, yet the registration process required binding to a mobile number or QQ email. In no time, Guao uncovered the QQ accounts linked to these 2 profiles. He proceeded to execute a hacking operation on these QQ accounts. By examining historical chat records and some images within, he soon traced the source. Indeed, it was Zhaoing. Alongside her was a girl named Lu Shi. The 2 had begun to circulate this article at 7:30 in the evening. How amusing. Guao smirked, having documented all the pertinent information. He then quietly logged out of the 2 girls' QQ accounts, ensuring they would not realize anyone had accessed their accounts. After securing the evidence, he hesitated for a moment before exiting his room. In the living room, his father was still busy attending to some paperwork he had not completed during the day. How is something the matter? His father looked up, curiosity evident in his gaze as he regarded his son. Father, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Guao replied. His father looked momentarily taken aback, but smiled and set down his pen. Of course, what is it? Come and tell me. All right. Guao nodded and approached his father, briefly recounting the events that had transpired online. Guofu's expression remained largely unchanged. So, how do you plan to address this matter? Guofu inquired with a subtle smile, gazing at Guao. I wish to enlist Uncle Li's assistance, Guao replied candidly. What they have done has reached the level of defamation. I believe Uncle Li should intervene. How do you envision Uncle Li's involvement? Guofu asked, intrigued by his son's response. He was curious how his seemingly mature son would navigate this situation. Guo elaborated on his plan. After listening attentively, Guo fell into a contemplative silence before finally casting a deep glance at Guo. "Son, you have matured," he remarked. "I will speak with Li Xing. He will undoubtedly offer his full support. You can proceed with confidence." "All right. Thank you, Dad." Guo exhaled in relief. Feeling reassured by the backing of his father and Uncle Li, nearly certain of his success in this endeavor. "There's no need for thanks. You've worked hard all day. Make sure to rest early." Guo nodded, rising to return to his room. Watching his son's retreating figure, Guo felt a surge of pride. My child has grown up. The following day, as Guo made his way back to school, many students cast their gazes upon him, whispering and pointing with varied expressions. It gave Guo a fleeting sense of celebrity. "Have you come up with a plan?" Wang Shi asked, her tone slightly anxious. "This is my affair. Why are you so worried? Do you have a crush on Shen Luoyan?" Guo teased. Wang Shi rolled her eyes in response. "You're unbelievable. I'm merely concerned for you, and you choose to jest. Relax." Guo chuckled, reassuring Wang Shi. "If I were as troubled as you, your anxiety would be justified. My smile indicates that I have a solution. There is no need to fret." "Fine," Wang Shi replied, somewhat skeptical. "If you say so, what more can I say?" As they approached the school, the number of students increased, and the whispers directed at Guo grew louder. "Guo!" A voice called out as they reached the school gate. Guo and Wang Shi stopped, turning to see Wang Zheng hurrying towards them. "Wang Zheng, what is the matter?" Wang Shi asked, puzzled. Wang Zheng, a fellow classmate known for his average performance, had seldom interacted with them before. "Is it true what they're saying online? Are you dating Shen Luoyan?" he asked, adjusting his glasses as he looked at Guo. "It's not true," Guo replied bluntly. At that moment, Wang Zheng still had questions he wished to pose. Just then, a commotion erupted at the school gate as a throng of students began to stir. Upon glancing over, it became evident that the second protagonist of the incident, Shen Luoyan, had just arrived at the entrance. The surrounding students began to engage in hushed conversations, their gazes varying, all fixated on Shen Luoyan and Guo. Shen Luoyan sensed the unusual attention and furrowed her brow slightly upon noticing Guo nearby. She nodded in his direction and briskly pushed her bicycle into the school. Unbeknownst to her, she remained oblivious to the online discourse, as she possessed neither a mobile phone nor a computer at home. Consequently, she was entirely unaware of the happenings on the internet. Guo cast a fleeting glance at Shen Luoyan, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Let us go," he said, dismissing Wang Zheng and the surrounding students, and turned to Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. The two entered the school in tandem. At the school gate, the students soon erupted into a frenzy, fervently discussing the unfolding relationship between Guo and Shen Luoyan. Many had spent the previous nights speculating about the matter. It was inevitable. Shen Luoyan was exceptionally well known, having ranked among the top 3 in last year's provincial mock examinations, making her a formidable contender for the title of top scorer in the upcoming provincial college entrance examinations. Moreover, she was renowned as the Ice Queen, her frosty demeanor garnering considerable notoriety across all schools in Gaunt City. The revelation of her romantic involvement naturally incited a whirlwind of discussion, with many speculating on the potential outcomes of this situation, pondering whether the school would intervene to protect Shen Luoyan and whether Guo might be transferred to another school. Such matters were bound to spark a significant debate. Chapter 40. The heart of the matter. Many students engaged in fervent discussions, for this was a most sensational revelation for them. Life in the senior year was both tense and oppressive, marked by relentless studying that served as a psychological torment. While there might be a handful of students who genuinely enjoyed learning, they were undoubtedly a rare breed. This latest gossip provided a much-needed outlet for these high school seniors under pressure, which explained the rapid escalation of the rumor. Most were simply in a state of eager curiosity. Were Guo and Shen Luoyan truly in a romantic relationship? Could it be that this seemingly icy figure, Shen Luoyan, was indeed capable of love? The notion that such an academic powerhouse could also engage in romance ignited intrigue within many. Some were exhilarated, others perplexed, and still, there were those who remained skeptical. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo was met with the collective gaze of his classmates, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Ignoring their stares, he proceeded to his seat and retrieved his textbooks. At that moment, his deskmate, Wang Lijuan, poked him with her pen. Turning to face her, Guo found Wang Lijuan's expression tinged with curiosity. "Is it true that you are dating Shen Luoyan?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "No, please stop asking," Guo replied with a hint of exasperation. "I could even tell you who started this rumor, But what about those photos online? Wang Lijuan questioned, her confusion evident. Some of those images are real, and some are not. I will clarify everything later, Guao assured her with a smile. Wang Lijuan nodded thoughtfully. He then resumed his reading, beginning the morning session as usual, focusing primarily on classical poetry and literature, alongside some chemical reaction equations. It must be noted that there was a considerable amount of material to memorize in chemistry, whereas calculations were comparatively few. In some respects, geography bore more resemblance to the sciences than chemistry did, emphasizing memory and recitation. As the morning break approached, the atmosphere in the classroom became charged. Guao, step outside. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, summoned him with a stern expression. Following Mr. Huang out of the classroom, Guao could sense the buzz of speculation within. It was highly probable that this commotion stemmed from the events of the previous evening. Could it be that Guao was indeed involved with Shen Luoyan? The curiosity was palpable. Walking down the corridor with Mr. Huang, Guao noticed many eyes upon him, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. Soon Mr. Huang led him to the principal's office. Principal, I have brought Guao, Mr. Huang announced. Within the office, several school administrators were present, and Shen Luoyan, her expression impassive, had been summoned as well. Guao, did you not tell me before that you were not dating Shen Luoyan? What is the meaning of this? The principal's voice was laced with anger. Last night, the photographs of your romantic involvement with Shen Luoyan circulated widely across the internet. This morning, the Ganqing television station even dedicated a segment to this matter. Pray tell, what exactly transpired? Shen Luoyan, seated nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered. Amongst all these individuals, she was utterly in the dark regarding the unfolding events. Her eyes radiated confusion. A romantic relationship? What could this mean? It was evident that Shen Luoyan and I had been wronged. Guao shrugged nonchalantly and addressed the school officials beside him. Wronged? Then what of these texts and particularly these photographs? Please elucidate the situation. The school officials appeared somewhat incensed, directing their gazes at Guao. Should he fail to provide a reasonable explanation, they might very well converge upon him in a fit of rage. This was no trivial matter. Shen Luoyan was the prize jewel of the first high school, their sole weapon in the pursuit of provincial honors. Should she succeed in becoming the provincial top scorer, it would undoubtedly be a significant triumph for them. When they initially fought to retain Shen Luoyan at Ganqing No. 1 High School, they had employed every stratagem imaginable to prevent her from being poached by other elite schools. Now, as the college entrance exams loomed and it seemed she would achieve high marks, this scandal erupted, jeopardizing her mental state. The school officials were incensed. The photographs had clearly been digitally altered. Upon closer inspection, they exuded an unnatural quality. Had I not made our relationship abundantly clear long ago? We shared a teacher-student bond. She was my tutor, and I was her student, a relationship safeguarded by law. We had a contract. She tutored me, and the sessions occurred solely in my living room, with my mother present, never in private quarters, thus demonstrating utmost propriety. I fail to comprehend the fervor exhibited by the esteemed officials. Guao chuckled lightly. After hearing his words, the surrounding school officials managed to regain some composure. However, what now? This situation had already spread beyond mere whispers. It was not only rampant online but had also reached television broadcasts. We could issue a denial, yet the damage was done. What if this affected Shen Luoyan's grandparents and destabilized her mental state? The principal glared at Guao, seething with anger. He never anticipated that matters would devolve to such an extent. Shen Luoyan was of paramount importance. Any issue or the current public sentiment jeopardizing her academic performance would surely prompt the Education Bureau to hold him accountable. I have discerned the nature of this affair, and to mitigate its repercussions, I require the cooperation of all esteemed leaders present. Guao smiled subtly, addressing the school officials with a reassuring demeanor. Upon hearing Guao's words, several school leaders around him were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with one another before their gaze settled on Guao. He had presumably presented his plans and some materials he prepared the previous night for their review. After listening to Guao and examining the evidence he had assembled, the nearby principal furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of hesitation evident in his eyes. However, could such words lead to dire consequences? This course of action seemed rather extreme. I cannot guarantee the outcome. Guao shrugged nonchalantly, casting a calm glance at the principal. If you prioritize the opinions of the assailants over Shen Luoyan's, then I shall consider alternative approaches. Chapter 41. Psychological Tactics. Upon hearing Guao's words, Principal Fong finally resolved to proceed with his plan. Afterward, Guao returned to the classroom. During the third period that morning, the principal convened a school-wide assembly. inviting Captain Li Xing from the Public Security Bureau and Deputy Director Su Shi from the Ganqing television station. A multitude of students gathered, accompanied by staff from the television station. On the elevated platform, the principal scanned the crowd with a grave expression. Last night, certain photographs concerning our school, featuring students Guao and Shun Luoyan, went viral across major social media platforms. These images were even reported on the news by personnel from Ganqing television. The school leadership takes this matter very seriously. Hence, we inquired separately with Guao and Shun Luoyan this morning. This matter is utterly baseless. Upon hearing Principal Fang's words, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the students below. They whispered among themselves, their eyes glinting with excitement. They never anticipated the school would address this issue so swiftly. Indeed, Shun Luoyan, the school's top achiever, who consistently scores above 700, warrants such attention. A rumor refutation? Many students adopted a spectator stance, feeling detached from the situation, yet intrigued by the unfolding drama. They were curious how the school would handle it. Surely there could be no evidence to support such claims. Amidst the crowd, Zhao and Lu Shi exchanged anxious glances, their hands tightly clasped together. They found solace in the fact that they were using newly registered accounts to spread the rumors. Having sourced their information from online forums, they reassured themselves that it was unlikely any investigation would lead back to them. At that moment, Principal Fang continued to address the gathered students. As for the photographs, most exhibited signs of digital alteration, and we have consulted specialists regarding this matter. Furthermore, the reason Shun Luoyan visited Guao's home was that she had become his tutoring instructor. Guao, having resolved to take his studies seriously since last week, sought the assistance of a tutor due to his weak foundational knowledge. His parents found Shun Luoyan, who was offering tutoring services at a stall near Xinhua bookstore. As Principal Fang spoke, many students began to exhibit expressions of realization. Indeed, Shun Luoyan had been operating her tutoring stall on Dongmen Street. It made sense now. I recall having seen her there before. This clarification elucidated everything. I wondered why Shun Luoyan, who had previously kept to herself, suddenly had a boyfriend. It seemed peculiar. However, one could not dismiss the notion that, even if Shun Luoyan were Guao's tutor, it would be entirely normal for feelings to develop between them, given their circumstances. Amidst the students, hushed whispers began to fill the air. Principal Fang, seemingly anticipating the ongoing conversations, retrieved a document from his possession. It was the employment contract of student Shun Luoyan, which explicitly stated the prohibition of solitary interactions with students. Furthermore, it noted that Guao spent his weekends at home, studying under the vigilant gaze of his mother. The document also specified the commencement date of the employment. Upon hearing Principal Fang's words, the students exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and relief. Guao's mother was home. That alleviated any concerns. Who would dare engage in a clandestine romance right under their mother's nose? At this point, the rumors regarding Guao and Shun Luoyan's supposed early romance had largely been dispelled. However, Principal Fang hesitated, contemplating whether the matter should rest here. Yet, Guao discerned the principal's uncertainty and stepped forth from the ranks of his classmates, addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the principal is compassionate and does not wish to take extreme measures, nor does he desire to voice certain truths. However, as a party directly involved in this matter, I must speak up for the sake of my and Shun Luoyan's reputation. This is not only a matter of personal accountability, but also a responsibility towards Shun Luoyan and the esteemed reputation of our school, Ganqing No. 1 High School. Guao declared, his voice resonating across the playground. His proclamation left the surrounding students bewildered, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Was there more to this than met the eye? Principal Fang sighed softly upon hearing Guao's words. He did not aim to shield Zhao and Lu Shi, rather, he sought a private resolution to this matter, as public exposure of such sensitive issues could be detrimental. He pondered whether Zhao and Lu Shi could withstand the weight of public scrutiny, fearing the potential consequences on their well-being. The thought of either girl succumbing to despair was a burden he could not bear, as he would ultimately be held accountable. However, the situation now involved Shun Luoyan, and despite his initial intent to address the issue lightly, Guao's intervention forced his hand. This matter pertains to two of our female students. Guao sought out evidence last night that could substantiate claims that the two girls orchestrated this incident. Through the retrieval of data from several images, traces of manipulation were indeed identified. Officer Li Xing from the Public Security Bureau can attest to this, as he personally presented the evidence to the Criminal Investigation Department this morning, accompanied by professional verification. Such actions may constitute criminal behavior, Principal Fang stated. bracing himself for the weight of his words. At this moment, Officer Li Xing also rose from the platform, casting a grave gaze over the assembly of students before him. All of you are students, yet you are on the brink of adulthood and must learn to take responsibility for your actions. Spreading rumors and slandering others, as well as fabricating false evidence, is a grave matter that, when disseminated beyond a certain threshold, may incur criminal liability. I shall refrain from naming anyone here, but I sincerely hope that those responsible will voluntarily confess to the authorities. Upon hearing Li Xing's words, the surrounding students instantly displayed signs of trepidation. Although they were not directly involved, Li Xing's piercing gaze instilled a sense of unease in these inexperienced youths, causing them to feel a twinge of fear. Suddenly, someone fainted. At that moment, an exclamation arose from the crowd. Chapter 42. Such psychological resilience? Battling oneself? The students' gazes were fixed intently to the side. Do not move. Principal Fong shouted loudly to the surrounding students, fearing that chaos might ensue. In such instances, disorder could easily lead to a stampede. And Principal Fong could not afford to be careless. Class teachers, manage your students. After addressing the crowd, Principal Fong hurriedly descended from the platform. Guao glanced towards the elite class, a faint smirk gracing his lips. A flicker of derision danced in his eyes. Such psychological resilience? Engaging in a battle with oneself? Were it not for the involvement of Shun Luoyan in this matter, Guao would hardly feel the need to resort to any tactics. The current stratagem was merely a preliminary step. The tide of public opinion, naturally, had to be countered with more public opinion. In truth, the so-called evidence Guao possessed was nothing more than a bluff. Although he managed to discover that 2 forum accounts were linked to Lu Shi and Zhao Ying's QQ numbers, he lacked direct evidence to substantiate that the two were indeed responsible for the incident. Guao could hack accounts. Did that mean others could not? If Zhao Ying and Lu Shi were to staunchly deny any involvement, proving their guilt would be a complicated endeavor. After all, according to the IP address traced back to the Internet CAF, it was nothing short of a den of iniquity. Whether they would cooperate was one matter, and the existence of direct evidence was another. Moreover, any investigation would require considerable time. During this period, it would be exceedingly difficult to clarify the relationship between Guao and Shen Luoyan, as all efforts would be expended on uncovering the true puppet master. Proving one's innocence is perpetually the most arduous task. In light of this, Guao decided to reverse his approach, compelling Zhao Ying and Lu Shi to prove their own innocence. He insisted that the captain of the security team publicly clarify the situation, explicitly stating that he possessed relevant information. How could mere high school students withstand such pressure? Even a genuine criminal would likely struggle to endure it. As expected, under the weight of his assertions, Zhao Ying and Lu Shi likely succumbed to unconsciousness. All eyes, including those of the television audience, would inevitably shift towards Zhao Ying and Lu Shi as the alleged masterminds behind the rumors. The question of the punishment they might face for their slanderous actions became the focal point of public interest. As everyone tacitly accepted Zhao Ying and Lu Shi as the perpetrators of the rumors, they found themselves in a dilemma. No one would contemplate the nature of the relationship between Shen Luoyan and Guao any further. Meanwhile, as Guao pondered this, Principal Fong had already reached the elite class's lineup. He hoisted Zhao Ying onto his back, while another teacher did the same for Lu Shi. Teachers, guide your students to exit the playground in an orderly fashion and return to the classroom, Principal Fong said urgently to the nearby teachers. Before swiftly carrying the 2 girls away, the students on the playground gazed on, watching as Lu Shi and Zhao Ying departed. I knew it. They are indeed those 2 troublemakers. I had long suspected the significant discord between Zhao Ying and Shen Luoyan. Now it all makes sense. How utterly shameless. They are classmates. And Zhao Ying would stoop so low? Isn't she the so-called queen bee of the first high school? A mere ruffian, a little hoodlum. Such behavior is hardly surprising. Indeed. The tide of opinion within the student body has undergone a complete 180, with scarcely anyone discussing the romance between Shen Luoyan and Guao anymore. Most believe this is undoubtedly a deliberate scheme orchestrated by Zhao Ying and her cohorts. Once a trend emerges, the most effective strategy is to overshadow it with an even greater wave. Justifying oneself is the most foolish course of action. This is a lesson Guao learned from his previous life in the realm of business. Employing such rudimentary strategies of commercial warfare on these young minds is rather amusing. As the student body gradually shifted, upon returning to the classroom, discussions fervently swirled around the fates of Zhao Ying and Lu Shi, as well as the means by which they executed their schemes. Some gazes turned towards Guao, eyes gleaming with admiration. After all, Few students possess the audacity to publicly challenge the principal. Yet, Guao remained remarkably composed. Such trifles, compared to the tempests he had weathered in his former life, were hardly worthy of mention. He had never lost sight of his primary objective. He retrieved the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation textbook. The 100 questions Shen Luoyan had marked for him yesterday remained largely untouched. He had only completed just over 30. Engaging in such frivolities was an egregious waste of his energy, squandering his valuable focus on trivial matters. Guao shook his head in resignation and resumed his studies. The 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation is a classic high school guide, replete with questions that are highly targeted and of moderate difficulty. For most, the challenge level of these questions is comparable to that of the actual college entrance examination. At least 80% of the questions are foundational, with the remaining 20% considered more challenging. Naturally, Guao could not afford to tackle the difficult questions. Those Shen Luoyan had selected were well within his current knowledge level, many being the very basics. They assessed his grasp of first-year high school material and the ability to integrate knowledge. In high school, the formulas and theorems of mathematics are the most fundamental concepts. Mastery of these alone is insufficient to solve problems. Guao was still a novice. Although he appeared to be a senior, he was merely a newcomer just beginning his 3rd year of study. While the surrounding students animatedly conversed, Guao remained tranquil, diligently working through his problems. Wang Lijuan, sitting beside him, had initially intended to inquire about Guao's recent feelings, but upon witnessing his calm focus on the textbook, a flicker of admiration shone in her eyes. Guao's serene demeanor in the face of turmoil was indeed commendable. Consequently, Wang Lijuan quietly retrieved her own textbook, steadied her emotions, and joined him in solving problems. Not long after, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, entered the classroom. The previously excited students promptly settled down, hastily retrieving their books. Mr. Huang cast a sweeping glance over the room. This period is for self-study. I shall be observing. 2 class periods swiftly elapsed. Guao diligently tackled the exercises, completing over 20 problems with approximately 40 remaining. During lunchtime in the cafeteria, Guao stepped in, only to be met with the collective gaze of his peers. The Guao of yesteryears bore no resemblance to the renowned figure he had become. Bro, it seems we should start calling you Hao now. You've become quite famous. Wang Shi chuckled, giving Guao a friendly pat on the shoulder. When are you planning to debut, Hao Gu? Wang Shi teased, grinning at Guao. Oh, come on. Guao swatted Wang Shi's hand away, replying with mock irritation. Chapter 43. Learning is of utmost importance. However, to be honest, Hao, you have truly become quite renowned. Wang Shi remarked with a hint of nostalgia as he addressed Guao. In the past, you could be described as taciturn, with only a handful of acquaintances, but now, not only within our school, but I dare say everyone in Gan City's schools, both primary and secondary, recognizes you. Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Guao shrugged nonchalantly. It's all ephemeral. Such fame is merely a fleeting concern for the young. As you grow older, these high school events will merely become amusing anecdotes. Wang Shi looked at Guao with a peculiar expression. How? I never realized you possessed such profound insight. What's next? Are you planning to pursue a monastic life? Guao shot Wang Shi an exasperated glance. Enough of that. It's time to grab some food. After they finished their meal, they squeezed through the throng of students. Look, your teacher, Shen Luoyan, is over there. Wang Shi teased Guao. Find your own place to eat. Guao replied, turning away with his tray. Hey. Wang Shi wanted to say more but watched Guao's retreating figure head towards Shen Luoyan, rolling his eyes. What a beast. Completely forgetting his friends for a pretty face. With a shake of his head, Wang Shi turned and casually sat down with a familiar face. Guao took a seat opposite Shen Luoyan, who merely glanced at him before continuing her meal. Thank you, she said after a moment of silence. As a prodigy, Shen Luoyan's intellect far surpassed that of the average individual. Once she grasped the broader context, she quickly discerned Guao's role in the matter. Moreover, Guao's actions were entirely for her sake. Romance posed no threat to him. It became apparent that had it not been for Guao's intervention today, rumors would have spread throughout the village, placing undue pressure on her grandparents. Thus, having contemplated these matters, Shen Luoyan expressed her gratitude. You actually said thank you. Guao exclaimed, surprised. Shen Luoyan simply stared at him, her expression unchanging. Apologies, just a jest, Guao chuckled awkwardly. I owe you a favor, Shen Luoyan said earnestly. Must you be so serious? Guao couldn't help but inquire. Absolutely, she asserted with conviction. Very well. Guao observed the resolute young woman before him, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features. Truly, she was an indomitable spirit. How have you fared with the problems I assigned you? After a few bites, Shen Luoyin inquired. At this moment, Guao's other thoughts were momentarily set aside as he recounted the questions he encountered while solving the problems, such as the transformations of formulas and theorems. Upon hearing Guao's explanation, Shen Luoyin quickly grasped his queries with remarkable clarity. The issue at hand lies in the tendency to become ensnared in a cul-de-sac. We can undoubtedly transform this equation from this perspective without the need for scrap paper or even sight of the original problem. With just a few succinct phrases, the enigma posed by Guao was elucidated to a considerable extent, leaving him with a look of realization. So that was it. Guao proceeded to pose several more questions, to which Shen Luoyin accurately pinpointed the pitfalls that Guao had encountered in his problem-solving approach. The two engaged in a lively exchange of inquiries and responses. In the cafeteria, some students observed Guao and Shen Luoyin engrossed in conversation. A curious onlooker stealthily approached, straining to eavesdrop on their discussion. Initially expecting to glean some juicy gossip, they soon lost all interest upon discovering that the pair were discussing exam papers. Could it be that these two had sunk to such depths of boredom? Engaging in academic discourse within the cafeteria, this revelation swiftly spread among the students. Truly, Shen Luoyin is remarkable. Indeed, though I must admit, I am quite curious. I've heard that Guao's grades were rather poor previously. What has prompted such a sudden dedication to his studies? It remains unclear. However, I inquired with a friend from Class 7, who confirmed that Guao's grades were indeed lacking. Yet, since last week, he has expressed a desire to study diligently and has been putting in considerable effort ever since. Over the past fortnight, he has been fervently immersed in his studies. Students have a penchant for gossip, and such news travels rapidly, especially given the events of the morning. The protagonists and the occurrences were disseminated widely in no time. After finishing their meal, Guao rose with satisfaction. I shall take my leave. Shen Luoyin nodded in response. Before the evening study session concludes, please ensure you submit the completed exercises to me. Are you able to manage that? Absolutely, Guao affirmed with a nod. By the way, Teacher Shen, I plan to commence studying for the comprehensive science examination as well. Do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing Guao's inquiry, Shen Luoyin pondered momentarily. This Wednesday, I shall adjust your study plan. Great, thank you. With that, Guao stood and proceeded to wash his tray at the sink. Upon returning to the classroom, he found Wang Shi occupying his seat. You, chatting with a girl in the cafeteria, and you were discussing problem-solving techniques. Wang Shi remarked with annoyance. You were even more reserved than I was. What has prompted this sudden fervor for studying since that basketball hit you in the face? Have you truly been transformed by someone? Wang Shi regarded Guao with a puzzled expression. In your second year, during the chemistry teacher's class, you stop. Just stop. You are indeed my brother Hao. Wang Shi swiftly altered his demeanor. All right, return to your own seat and refrain from disturbing my studies, Guao retorted sharply. Fine. Wang Shi shrugged, resigned to retreat to his own spot. Throughout the afternoon, Guao diligently worked through practice problems. Unlike the previous experiences in middle school, when Guao diligently engaged in mathematics exercises, he occasionally acquired a modicum of mathematical experience, albeit rather meager. For instance, after spending an entire afternoon tackling math problems, he only garnered a mere 5 points of mathematical experience. This was a stark contrast to the time when he first traversed into this realm, effortlessly amassing dozens of experience points. Guao harbored a conjecture regarding this phenomenon. It seemed plausible that there existed an intricate evaluation system within the system itself, which ascertained the user's knowledge level. This assessment was predicated on the current academic standing of the user, indicating that the higher the academic level, the greater the challenge in acquiring experience. One must delve into knowledge that surpasses their academic grade to obtain experience with relative ease. During the final class of the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, summoned Guao out of the classroom. Is there something you need, Mr. Huang? Guao inquired, gazing curiously at Mr. Huang. Can we put an end to this matter? Mr. Huang hesitated momentarily before posing the question to Guao. Chapter 44, to stop here? Absolutely not. Teacher Huang, I find your words somewhat perplexing. Could you elucidate your point? Guao inquired with a faint smile, directing his gaze towards Teacher Huang. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite being his student and knowing Guao's character well, Teacher Huang felt an unsettling prickle at the back of his neck upon seeing the smile on Guao's face. It was a disconcerting semblance of mirth, difficult to articulate. Mustering his courage, Teacher Huang forced a smile and replied, This afternoon, Gongxing Television has aired the morning news, dispelling the rumors surrounding you and Shen Luoyin. Furthermore, the incidents involving Zhao Ying and Lu Xi have also been recorded. and the tide of public opinion has shifted. My stance, as well as the school's, is that this matter should be laid to rest. Let us all focus on our studies. After all, we are classmates. Upon hearing Teacher Huang's words, Guao's smile gradually faded, replaced by an impassive expression as he regarded Teacher Huang. Is this your intention, or the school's? Both. Teacher Huang stammered, feeling a bead of sweat form on his brow. How had he not realized the immense pressure his student exerted? Then I have no further thoughts on the matter. However, this does involve classmate Shen Luoyan. I can refrain from pursuing it. But it would be prudent for you to address her. If she harbors no objections, then we shall consider this matter concluded, Guao stated calmly. At Guao's words, Teacher Huang's expression became slightly awkward. Classmate Guo, the school has already sent representatives to speak with Shen. She stated that this situation arose solely from your protection of her. Without your intervention, she would not have evaded this attack. Therefore, she has entrusted the resolution of this matter entirely to you. Oh, is that so? Guao elongated his tone, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang, it seems you also understand that without my defense, Shen Luoyan would not have escaped this assault. I once heard someone say, I'm not sure if you've heard it as well. What is it? Teacher Huang, the homeroom teacher, inwardly lamented, overwhelmed by Guao's onslaught. It goes like this. Those who always advise others to be magnanimous are to be kept at arm's length. For when misfortune befalls them, it may ensnare you too. As he spoke, Guao cast a meaningful glance at Teacher Huang, with a face full of resignation. Teacher Huang regarded Guao. So, classmate Guo, what do you intend to do? Are you truly considering suing classmates Zhao Ying and Lu Shi? They are indeed fellow students. And young women at that. Must it escalate to such extremes? And what of being a girl? Do they not bear responsibility for their actions? Furthermore, what do you mean by escalating to such extremes? Is that not a form of unreasonable obstinacy? Zhao Ying once troubled me, and she caused distress to Shen Luoyan as well. What promises did she make? What apologies were offered? Should all of that be dismissed as mere trifles? This is a promise made in front of the school leadership. Guao calmly regarded Lao Huang. After a prolonged silence, Lao Huang seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His tone was contemplative as he replied, You are correct. The teachers support you. But what do you intend to do? Are you considering suing them? Lao Huang looked at Guao with a hint of confusion. Not to that extent. Since Zhao Ying's public apology before the entire school, including the leadership, proved ineffective, I shall handle this matter independently without burdening the school. Guao responded with a slight smile. Very well. Lao Huang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It is difficult to assert that the school bears no responsibility in this matter. Just because Guao claims he does not need the school's intervention does not absolve the institution of its duties. Nevertheless, given Guao's firm stance, Lao Huang conceded. I will communicate your thoughts to Principal Fang. I support you. He regarded Guao earnestly. Guao's face brightened with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Huang. Lao Huang sighed, observing Guao closely, as if seeing the student for the first time. The way Guao debated with such composure and reason was enough to elevate Lao Huang's perception of him. This young man is no ordinary talent. A thought arose in Lao Huang's mind. Return to your self-study, he instructed. Certainly, teacher. Guao returned to the classroom, calming his thoughts, and resumed his practice. Perhaps influenced by the problem-solving techniques shared by Shen Luoyan during lunch, Guao found his reasoning exceptionally fluid in the afternoon, having solved 80 problems thus far. Meanwhile, Lao Huang returned to the principal's office and briefly conveyed Guao's ideas and requests to Principal Fang. Upon hearing Lao Huang's account, Principal Fang furrowed his brow slightly. He expressed his frustration, stating, Guao is not mistaken. Zhao Ying apologized before us and made a promise. Yet, soon after, she schemed against Guao and Shen Luoyan. Such behavior is unacceptable. The principal's implication was clear, to relay Guao's assertions directly to Zhao Ying and Lu Shi's parents. The trouble they caused should be addressed by them, seeking Guao's forgiveness while the school merely acts as an intermediary. After a moment's contemplation, Principal Fang affirmed, agreed. Lao Huang nodded in agreement. The final bell for the afternoon self-study rang. Guao closed his book and capped his pen as students filed out of the classroom. Wang Shi quickly approached Guao's desk, eyes brimming with curiosity. So what did Lao Huang discuss with you? Is it about Zhao Ying and the others? Let us talk on the way, Guao suggested, glancing at several classmates who were observing them. Oh, all right, Wang Shi nodded. The two departed the classroom and made their way to the bike shed below. After leaving school, Guao recounted his conversation with Lao Huang to Wang Shi. Upon hearing Guao's words, Wang Shi pondered for a moment before curiously inquiring, Brother Hao, how do you intend to handle this matter? Are you truly considering suing Zhao Ying and Lu Shi? Sue? Certainly not, Guo chuckled. What kind of fool would sue two underage high school girls? Especially in this day and age? Although they are indeed involved in unlawful activities, it is highly unlikely that the court would convict them. My earlier remarks were merely intended to intimidate Zhao Ying and Lu Shi. After all, according to the law, they have indeed committed an offense. What do you plan to do then? Wang Shi looked at Guo in confusion. Chapter 45. Stay calm. I haven't thought it through yet. Guo chuckled softly. Wang Shi paused for a moment. The two rode side by side on their bicycles. Guo, with a serene expression, turned to Wang Shi and said, It's not as if I have committed a crime. The ones who should be anxious are Zhao Ying and Lu Shi, along with their parents. If they are genuinely worried, they will surely come to me with sincere offers. A faint smile played on Guo's lips. Such tactics are commonly employed in business negotiations. One must remain composed. Indeed, Wang Shi pondered for a moment. Guo Ji's words held significant wisdom. It is not Guo Ji's issue. The ones who should be concerned are undoubtedly Zhao Ying and the others. Guo is remarkable. Wang Shi gazed at Guo with admiration. Stop boasting and head home. I've arrived. Guo retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. All right then. With that, Wang Shi departed, while Guo pedaled into the community. Upon reaching home, he was greeted by his mother. You're back, Guo's mother exclaimed. I saw the news today. It really made me anxious, but thankfully I saw the news later debunked. Has this matter been resolved? She inquired curiously. Well, you could say it has been resolved, Guo replied with a smile. Our situation is settled. Now we await the compensation the two girls will offer. As he spoke, Guo briefly recounted the events to his mother, including his conversation with teacher Huang that afternoon. Guo's mother listened attentively, her gaze filled with warmth as she looked at her son. How, you've grown up. The way Guo handled this matter filled her with immense satisfaction. Guo smiled, feeling a swell of affection within. He was grateful for the second chance bestowed upon him by fate, allowing him to witness the pride on his parents' faces, pride that stemmed from him. For Guo, this was undoubtedly one of the greatest rewards since his rebirth. All right, it's time for dinner. Guo's mother suddenly remembered something and called out to Guo. Where's Dad? Guo suddenly recalled. What else would he be doing? Working late again. You go ahead and eat. I'll save him some food. Just then, the door swung open. How, you're back. Guo's father entered with a briefcase, changing into slippers at the entrance. He wore a smile as he greeted Guo. Dad. Guo replied with a grin. I just spoke with Uncle Li and inquired about you, Guo's father said as he stepped further inside. His eyes sparkling with pride and admiration as he looked at Guo. Uncle Li holds you in high regard. He mentioned that your future is limitless. Guo smiled modestly. Uncle Li is overly complimentary. Today's events were largely thanks to his assistance. Otherwise, things might not have gone so smoothly. Humility is indeed a virtue, yet excessive modesty may not be as commendable. Mr. Guo's eyes brimmed with admiration as he gazed at Guo. Guo offered a slight smile. You have executed this matter exceptionally well. One might even say it is near perfection, even if I were to undertake it. I could scarcely achieve such a result. The proceedings were conducted entirely by the book, without resorting to any tricks or risks quite commendable. However, I still have a question. How do you intend to address Zhao Ying and Lu Shi? Mr. Guo inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his gaze. I have yet to devise a plan. The course of action will depend on the circumstances surrounding Zhao Ying and Lu Shi, as well as their parents' reactions. However, I have no intention of suing them. That was merely a tactic to intimidate them. Guo replied with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Guo nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Guo's words. Engaging in a lawsuit with them is not a prudent choice, as Uncle Li has advised me to convey to you. After all, you are both minors, and on the opposing side, there are two young girls. Should the outcome of the trial weigh heavily upon them, leading to despair, it is a consideration that the judge must take into account, making a guilty verdict highly improbable. Mr. Guo spoke earnestly to Guo. As expected, Guo felt a tinge of mockery in his heart. His assumptions were indeed spot on. I understand, thus from the outset. It has merely been a means to frighten them. I prefer to wait for them to approach me for a resolution. As for the terms, they must propose them. Guo chuckled, addressing his father. Yes, in such matters, we need not rush. The urgency lies with them. Mr. Guo nodded, not wishing to burden Guo with undue stress. The repeated provocations from Zhao Ying and Lu Shi had irked Mr. Guo. And had it not been for his son's maturity in handling the situation, the emotional toll on both Guo and his tutor, Shen Luoyan, would have been considerable, a matter Mr. Guo found intolerable. As the family engaged in conversation, Guo soon finished his meal. Mom, Dad, I'm full. I shall take my leave, Guo said with a smile to his parents. Go on, study hard. They encouraged as Guao turned to exit the house. Watching his departing figure, both Mr. and Mrs. Guo exchanged glances filled with pride. Our child has grown up, Mrs. Guo remarked with a smile. Indeed, our child has matured. Mr. Guo nodded in agreement, and they shared a knowing smile. Upon returning to school, Guao and Wanxi encountered a peculiar sight. Two middle-aged men stood outside the classroom of Class 7. Year 3, attracting the attention of several students nearby, who began speculating about their identities. Guao felt a suspicion brewing within him. As Wanxi and Guao approached the classroom door, one of the middle-aged men suddenly spoke. You must be Guao, correct? May we have a word? Wanxi momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at Guao. Wanxi, please return to the classroom, Guao urged. All right, Wanxi replied, complying. Upon finishing his words, Wanxi turned to glance at the two middle-aged men beside him, and a conjecture began to form in his mind. As Wanxi entered the classroom, the gaze of the two men fixated entirely on Guao, who responded with a subtle smile. Uncles, is there something you need from me? One of the middle-aged men, surveying the bustling students around them, hesitated momentarily before addressing Guao. Would it be convenient for us to speak in private for a moment? Certainly, it is quite convenient, Guao replied. The three then proceeded to a relatively secluded corner. The two men had intended to take Guao outside the school to discuss matters further. However, Guao, citing his desire to focus on his studies, was unwilling to leave the premises. Reluctantly, the men acquiesced. Please, if there is something to discuss, do so directly. I must return to my class shortly, Guao remarked with a smile, looking at the two middle-aged men before him. Chapter 46, Apologies and Compensation. Upon hearing Guao's words, the two middle-aged men exchanged glances, revealing a hint of hesitation in their eyes. Guao, I am Luxi's father, one introduced himself. I am Zhao Ying's father, the other followed suit. Guao's expression remained unchanged, for he had already anticipated this encounter. I had already surmised as much. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What do you wish to convey? I have studies to return to. The two men appeared somewhat awkward. Well, Guao, this matter pertains to our daughters, and we sincerely apologize on their behalf. We are sorry, they said in unison. A mere apology won't suffice. If apologies are to be made, it should be from your daughters to both me and Shen Luoyan. Your apologies hold little significance for me. Please, let us discuss the compensation you are willing to offer. My time is precious, and I cannot afford to linger here, Guao replied calmly. Very well. We shall be direct. Guao, how much compensation do you require? Please, do not hesitate to ask. We will ensure your satisfaction, provided you refrain from pursuing legal action. Zhao Ying's father quickly interjected. From his tone, Guao discerned a sense of financial abundance. I am indifferent. As a boy, such rumors hold little sway over me. However, the impact on Shen Luoyan is considerable. Hence, I propose that both families contribute 10,000 yuan as compensation for her honor. This sum is not excessive, is it? Upon hearing Guao's request, both Zhao Ying's father and Luxi's father felt a slight sense of relief. Not excessive at all. Very well. We shall proceed with this arrangement. I must return to my classes now. Also, ensure that Zhao Ying and Luxi publicly apologize to Shen Luoyan in class. I shall consider the matter settled. Agreed. Agreed. The two fathers readily acquiesced. For them, the most crucial aspect was that Guao decided against litigation. His demands were reasonable, and they had no grounds for objection. Then it is settled. I shall take my leave, Guao concluded, turning away without regard for the thoughts of the two fathers. As they observed Guao's departing figure, the two fathers exchanged complex glances. This young man was far more mature than they had anticipated. Initially, they had prepared themselves for an extravagant demand from Guao, thinking that several tens of thousands of yuan would suffice to resolve the matter. However, they were taken aback that Guao only requested 10,000 yuan for Shen Luoyan. His words and actions were impeccably calculated. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Could this be a mere high school student? This boy is certainly no ordinary individual. Such thoughts arose in the hearts of the two fathers. Upon returning to the classroom, Wanxi could hardly contain her curiosity. Were those two just Zhao Ying and Luxi's fathers? What transpired? What conditions did you set? Wanxi gazed intently at Guao, poised to confront the wealthy adversaries. I do not seek any money, Wanxi remarked. His brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at Guao. I have already solicited funds on behalf of Shen Luoyan. To me, such money holds little significance. Moreover, I have not suffered any harm in this matter. Why should I claim their money? Shen Luoyan is the true victim. It is only just that she receives compensation. Guao shrugged nonchalantly. Goodness, what an extraordinary opportunity. You have truly transformed. Wanxi nearly sprang from his seat. incredulity evident in his gaze directed at Guao. All right, step down from your seat and focus on your studies. Do not disturb my practice. Guao replied tersely, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Shi. Fine. Initially eager to indulge in more gossip, Wang Shi reluctantly rose from Guao's position. Guao settled back into his seat, resuming his studies. He had nearly completed the set of questions assigned by Shen Luoyin, with only a few remaining, and he aimed to present them to her at the conclusion of the first evening class. This timing seemed most suitable. It must be said that the knowledge imparted in high school is considerably more intricate than that of middle school. In middle school, one merely needs to grasp the formulas and theorems, followed by a series of exercises, and the completion rate would certainly not lag. Particularly in the second year of middle school, the complexities are relatively few, primarily revolving around certain computational difficulties. In essence, the challenges are not overwhelmingly numerous. However, upon entering high school, understanding formulas and theorems is merely one facet. The integration of knowledge presents an entirely different challenge. High school questions often meander through convoluted paths, especially when assessing first-year material in the third year. The questions tend to lean towards composite types, and even seemingly straightforward computation problems can be deceptively intricate. Consequently, the pace of learning has noticeably slowed. After dedicating considerable time to study, Guao's completion rate hovered around 40%. Within high school material, numerous traps lie in wait. Some questions that appear quite straightforward conceal subtle details that are easily overlooked. As evening study continued, Guao recited classical poetry and chemical equations, also beginning to delve into certain biological content requiring memorization. After all, the goal was to achieve complete mastery of first-year knowledge within a month. Currently, he barely managed to advance his mathematics to the low 40s, with the comprehensive sciences yet to be addressed. Upon the conclusion of evening study, Guao resumed his problem-solving endeavors. After one session, he finally completed the 100 questions assigned by Shen Luoyin. After class, he promptly made his way to the elite class, clutching the 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. As soon as Shen Luoyin laid eyes on Guao, she interjected before he could speak. You solicited money for me? I refused to accept it. Her gaze was resolute, filled with defiance. This money is compensation for your emotional distress. This world operates on principles of fairness. If you decline it, they will assume you intend to pursue the matter further, compelling me to file a lawsuit against them. Should we truly allow them to commit wrongdoing without facing consequences? Guao smiled gently, looking at Shen Luoyin as he responded. Such an elementary principle, I believe you will comprehend. However, Shen Luoyin still harbored some hesitation. Take the money, or let your grandmother hold it, claiming it as compensation from the slanderer. I have already shown ample mercy. Guao's gaze remained indifferent. But this money should not be solely mine. After a prolonged silence, perhaps Shen Luoyin had come to a resolution. She looked earnestly at Guao and said, Let it be. My reputation has not suffered any significant harm. Thus I am disinclined to demand money from them. If I were to incur damage, I could simply ask for an additional 10,000. Guao chuckled softly, regarding Shen Luoyin. She nodded in silence. All right, let us speak no more of this. I have completed the exercises. With that, Guao handed Shen Luoyin the workbook for the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation. Chapter 47. Entering the Zone. The True Joy of Learning. Come find me for the next class, Shen Luoyin said to Guao, who was standing nearby. All right, Guao nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the classroom, Guao began to study chemistry independently. In truth, the difficulty of self-studying chemistry was somewhat less daunting than Guao had anticipated. It primarily revolved around comprehending various concepts within chemistry, alongside a profound and clear understanding of the relationships among different elements and their compounds. The reactions occurring between various elements and the types of substitution reactions that could transpire between atomic groups were key areas of focus. As Guao perused his textbook, he concurrently tackled several exercises, and surprisingly, his learning pace was not as slow as he had feared. However, this sense of astonishment was fleeting, as he soon recognized that it was quite reasonable. After all, the essence of studying chemistry lay in grasping the elements themselves. Even the calculations involved in chemical substitution reaction equations were considerably easier than he had imagined. Guao had acquired some foundational knowledge in chemistry, allowing him to perform simple substitutions in chemical equations. Initially, the array of knowledge and concepts had posed a challenge, but after just one class of chemistry, Guao had astonishingly achieved a 3% progress rate in his first-year chemistry studies. Ding! User has gained 15 chemistry experience. The chemistry experience earned in a single class exceeded Guao's expectations, prompting him to ponder. It appeared that the system was far more intelligent than he had presumed. It seemed capable of discerning the depth of his learning and research. Consequently, his accrued experience was not merely arbitrary. For instance, during this class, his in-depth study of chemistry had resulted in a relatively greater accumulation of experience. With this thought in mind, class concluded. Guao proceeded to the elite class. This time, you've done well. Out of the 100 problems I assigned, you solved 63 correctly, quite impressive. Shen Luoyan adjusted her glasses, a hint of surprise glimmering in her eyes as she regarded Guao. Initially, she had anticipated that he might only manage to solve 50 problems at most. Yet his progress had surpassed her expectations significantly. I've organized your thought process for the problems you got wrong and noted the errors for your attention. Additionally, among the new 100 questions I've assigned, several pertain to the second-year curriculum. You might take this opportunity to review them and study together. Starting tomorrow, I will provide you with a schedule to commence your comprehensive studies. As for your Chinese and English, Shen Luoyan was about to say something further. No need for Chinese for now. I can still score 130 in English. Guao replied with a slight smile, looking at Shen Luoyan. Upon hearing his words, she cast him a surprised glance, taken aback by how proficient his English was. Given this, how to study English and Chinese, you may handle it as you see fit. I shall not intervene. With that, Shen Luoyan turned and returned to the classroom, while Guao made his way back downstairs. Reflecting on the previous chemistry lesson, Guao realized that the more immersed and engaged he became in his studies, the more the system rewarded him with additional experience. He contemplated dedicating this lesson to a thorough exploration of mathematics, hoping to determine if intensive practice would yield results. To achieve this objective, Guao began to tackle problems that he found challenging, significantly slowing down his pace. As he took his time, he focused intently on uncovering the pitfalls within the questions, methodically working through each one. Gradually, he entered a productive state. Although some problems that had once seemed daunting were still approached with caution, he began to recognize where he had erred and which concepts remained unclear. He discovered that while he had a superficial understanding of certain topics, he lacked a deeper comprehension of their intricacies. The more problems he solved, the brighter his understanding became. So that's how it is, Guao exclaimed, enthusiastically engaging with the exercises, largely oblivious to the external world. If previously he had studied merely to fulfill a requirement, he now began to savor the thrill of uncovering new knowledge and the joy of scaling greater intellectual heights. For the first time, he truly experienced the pleasure of learning. With his heart fully immersed in study, Guao ceased to care about his learning pace or mathematical proficiency. Unbeknownst to him, as he delved deeper into his studies, his speed and progress had accelerated significantly. It was only when the evening study session concluded that the bell snapped him back to reality. With a sigh of relief, Guao felt invigorated. This immersive learning experience, though mentally taxing, was undeniably rewarding, leaving him slightly fatigued yet exhilarated. Upon glancing at his system interface, he was pleasantly surprised to see that his progress in first-year mathematics had reached 53%. Earlier that afternoon, it had been only 46%. This indicated that he had achieved a remarkable 7% increase in just 2 lessons. Furthermore, his system panel displayed a series of notifications indicating the acquisition of mathematical experience. Ding, Mathematics Experience 16. Ding, Mathematics Experience 21. A continuous stream of experience points had accumulated, totaling an impressive 79. This was quite remarkable, considering that prior to this, he had gained little experience outside of system rewards or additional bonuses. This must be the most significant experience reward acquired entirely through one's own efforts. Guao felt a surge of excitement. Why are you still sitting there like a fool? Just as Guao was reveling in his joy, Wang Shi's voice punctuated the air. Everyone in the class has left. Wang Shi said to Guao with a hint of annoyance. Let's go. Guao was in high spirits today, having entered a commendable learning state and discovered the true joy of studying. He couldn't be bothered to engage further with Wang Shi, who lacked perceptiveness. You, my friend, have truly lost your mind over studying. I saw you just now, solving problems while actually laughing out loud. It's downright terrifying. Wang Shi regarded Guao with a peculiar expression. You haven't turned into a weirdo, have you? You are the weirdo. Guao rolled his eyes. Let's go. Guao was too lazy to explain anything to Wang Shi. That fellow was like a stubborn piece of clay that couldn't be molded. If he were to elaborate on the joys of learning, Wang Shi would likely be even more bewildered. Chapter 48. Learning, an Addictive Pursuit. After leaving school with Wang Shi, Guao quickly returned home. As he enjoyed the supper prepared by his mother, his father inquired, how did everything go? Guo Hao recounted his conversations with the two men and with Shun Luoyan to his father. Well done. Guo Fu observed his son with approving eyes. You handled these matters exceptionally well. You have truly matured. Guo Hao smiled, attributing his success to his father's teachings. Enough of that. You needn't flatter me. I haven't taught you everything. Your current capabilities are largely due to your own efforts, Guo Fu said with a hint of nostalgia. That cannot be said, father. Your influence on me has been substantial throughout my life. Guo Hao protested. All right, enough flattery, Guo Fu chuckled in response. Then, may I return to my studies? Guo Hao asked. Of course, Guo Fu replied, his satisfaction evident as he watched Guo Hao head off to his room. Once inside, Guo Hao eagerly retrieved an energy potion from the system, glancing at the remaining quantity displayed on the panel. A tinge of regret washed over him. He had initially acquired 20 potions, yet only 11 remained after continuous usage. What a pity. I have no idea where to replenish these, once they're gone. They're gone. Such a treasure, he mused. Not only did it enhance his study efficiency, but its soothing effects after the potion wore off were remarkable. He would fall into a deep slumber within 5 minutes, awakening the next morning feeling utterly refreshed. Truly, this was an essential item for any household. Reluctantly gazing at the potion in his hand, he hesitated briefly before consuming it in one gulp. He then opened his textbook, confronting yet another 100 problems. Guo Hao felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, and his previous impatience had significantly subsided. In the past, Guo Hao's approach to learning had been somewhat superficial. He had not genuinely enjoyed studying but had pursued it for a specific goal, often coercing himself into it. However, that was no longer the case. He had begun to grasp the essence of learning and experience the joy of acquiring new knowledge. More importantly, this newfound method of study not only allowed him to absorb more information, but also ignited a passion for learning within him. His journey had transformed from one of forced study to a proactive engagement with knowledge, a shift that held profound significance. While mere initiative and action is meaningful, it is the combination of motivation and effective methods that truly enhances learning efficiency. To accomplish a particular learning task, the distinction between a genuine desire to learn and merely fulfilling obligations is profound. For instance, in the past, although Guo Hao was exceedingly diligent in his studies, his motivation stemmed primarily from the system's requirements. Achieving a score of 637 in the college entrance examination would grant him substantial rewards from the system. For a soul like his, having traversed from a future realm, recognizing the value of education and engaging earnestly in learning is inherently challenging. Transitioning back to the mindset of an ordinary student after over a decade of navigating the complexities of society is, in itself, a formidable task. Despite Guo Hao's belief that he had achieved a sense of tranquility, many of his assumptions did not reflect reality. He had never truly dedicated himself to his studies. Thus, he remained preoccupied with academic experiences and progress. This approach, infused with utilitarian motives and clear objectives, allowed him to grasp simpler concepts with relative ease. But when confronted with more intricate material, his pace faltered. The slow progress often bred impatience, leading him to seek hasty resolutions without delving into the underlying reasons for his difficulties. Nor did he contemplate how to thoroughly understand the roots of these challenges. This explains why, a few days ago, Guo Hao's learning tempo noticeably decelerated after entering the 3rd year of middle school. However, the situation has now transformed. Guo Hao has settled into a more contemplative state, tackling the problems presented by Shen Luoyan. His pace has undeniably slowed compared to before. Whenever he encounters a challenging question, he takes the time to dissect it, allowing himself to comprehend the essence of the knowledge involved, thereby breaking down mathematical concepts. Rather than merely practicing problems, Guo Hao is now deeply engaging with the questions, simultaneously exploring their fundamental nature. Although his problem-solving speed has diminished, his understanding of the material has deepened significantly. After 2 hours of studying in the evening, he managed to work through approximately 10 problems, yet his mathematical insight has expanded considerably. More importantly, Guo Hao has begun to perceive a path of enlightenment before him. Knowledge is radiating its irresistible allure. The following day, Guo Hao set out for Ganchengno, one high school, feeling refreshed as usual. Hao Ge, why do I feel like you're a bit different today? Wang Shi inquired as they cycled together towards school. Really? Guo Hao smiled slightly, responding to Wang Shi's observation. Yes, there is definitely something different about you. Wang Shi nodded vigorously, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he regarded Guo Hao. Uncertain of the reasons, he felt that the current Guo Hao seemed considerably more resolute than before. With every gesture and movement, there was an air of composure that had evidently intensified. Perhaps it was simply a sign of my maturation, he mused, After all, son, your father has aged another year, and it is entirely natural to grow more mature. Guao feigned an elderly demeanor, reaching out with one hand to ruffle Wang Shi's hair. Get lost, Wang Shi retorted, swatting Guao's hand away in annoyance. The two rode their bicycles, playfully chasing and jostling each other as they made their way back to school. Upon securing their bicycles, they returned to the classroom. As Guao entered, numerous students turned their gazes upon him. If Guao had once possessed almost no presence within the school, he had now ascended to the status of a celebrated star, commanding attention wherever he went. Ignoring the surrounding stares, Guao settled back into his seat and resumed his studies. Chapter 49. Time task completed. Lottery unlocked. Learning can become an addiction, provided one has genuinely embarked upon the journey. Most students, despite studying for over a decade, remain mere novices on the path of education. The majority do not even entertain the thought of learning. A small fraction acknowledges the significance of education. However, for them, it resembles a penance, a strenuous climb towards greater heights. Although these students may achieve commendable grades, they remain uninitiated. Their success stems from persistence, relentless memorization, and a fervent engagement with practice problems, which fosters an instinctive response to solving questions. Such an approach cannot be deemed a true initiation into learning. In many respects, they are utterly oblivious to the essence of education. Their so-called learning is merely a mechanical indoctrination, yielding only marginal results. True learning emerges only when one develops an intrinsic curiosity to explore the realms of unknown knowledge. Presently, Guao stands at the threshold of genuine learning. For most individuals, the experience of truly embarking on this educational journey is both wondrous and gratifying. Learning itself can evoke a release of dopamine. Guao continued to tackle practice questions. As he gradually entered this new phase, his speed improved, although he still encountered challenges with more complex problems. During lunch, Guao crossed paths with Lu Shi and Zhaoing. Upon noticing him, the two girls hurriedly averted their gazes and sidestepped him. To them, Guao had become the most formidable figure in the school. They could not fathom how he had uncovered the truth behind their messages or how he had pieced everything together. Nevertheless, to them, Guao seemed like a devil capable of reading minds, instilling a sense of fear whenever they saw him. They dared not provoke him. Even Zhaoing, who had previously exuded arrogance, had become much more subdued and discreet following Guao's confrontation. Guao merely glanced at the two girls, smiled, and chose not to engage. For him, as long as they did not seek trouble, he had no inclination to meddle in their affairs. After all, learning was far more significant to him than their antics. After lunch, Guao resumed his practice. By the end of the third class in the afternoon, he had diligently completed the 100 problems assigned by Shen Luoyan the previous night. He then submitted his work to her. Finished already? Shen Luoyan remarked, surprised as she gazed at the 5-year college entrance examination simulation papers before her. The problems she had assigned were somewhat challenging, and she had not anticipated that Guao would complete them so swiftly. Indeed, Guao nodded. Shen Luoyan's brow furrowed slightly. Do not forsake accuracy for the sake of speed. In your studies, ensure that you glean knowledge, for otherwise, no amount of practice holds significance. Rest assured, Guao smiled. Shen Luoyan nodded in agreement, remaining silent as she handed several notebooks to Guao. Within these, you will find a general syllabus I have prepared for you, along with my meticulously organized notes from my years of study in comprehensive science. Should you encounter any unfamiliar concepts, feel free to inquire with me or consult your teachers. Shen Luoyan conveyed to Guao. Certainly, Teacher Shen. Guao replied with a gentle smile. Upon returning to the classroom with Shen Luoyan's notebooks, Guao opened them and felt a surge of appreciation. Selecting Shen Luoyan as his tutor had proven to be an astute decision. The notes were exceptionally detailed, with key points clearly highlighted, a level of clarity that no other instructor could provide. For this alone, the investment in Shen Luoyan's guidance was undoubtedly worthwhile. As Guao began his chemistry studies, relying on Shen Luoyan's notebooks, she, in the elite class, was grading his assignments. The more she graded, the more astonished her expression became. 100 questions. Some even included advanced topics from the second year of high school. Yet, astonishingly, his accuracy reached 80%. The difficulty had increased, yet the precision and speed of his responses had also improved. Could it be that Guao was truly a prodigious talent? Shen Luoyan found herself somewhat bewildered. After the afternoon self-study session, Shen Luoyan unexpectedly approached Guao. I believe that if you maintain this pace and progress in your studies, you might not need to retake the year. However, you require a more rigorous and demanding study plan. If you agree, I can assist in formulating one. Shen Luoyan looked earnestly at Guao. Absolutely. Guo beamed with a smile, having awaited this very proposition from her. From the outset, he had never considered repeating the year. The supplementary tasks assigned by the system were never intended for such a purpose. Yet, reflecting on his prior pace of study, it felt inadequate, especially given the looming proximity of the college entrance examination. Time was of the essence. However, at this moment, Shen Luoyan likely did not share that perspective. Very well, for the next 2 months, I will implement a specialized training regimen for you. Although the primary responsibility rests upon you, I can only provide guidance and oversight. Ultimately, the bulk of the learning must come from your self-study. You must be resolute in this, Shen Luoyan advised Guo. Certainly, Guo responded without hesitation. In the following month, Guo rose half an hour earlier each day to arrive at school, where Shen Luoyan would conduct a half-hour lesson for him in the hallway and assign daily learning tasks and objectives. Then, during the afternoon self-study session, with the permission of Old Huang and the head teacher of the elite class, he would receive another lesson from Shen Luoyan, who would help assess his progress throughout the day. On an ordinary evening, devoid of unforeseen events, one would typically encounter a comprehensive science examination followed by a mathematics test. At long last, with approximately 3 days remaining until Guo's time task, a chime resonated. User has successfully completed the time task. In the wake of rebirth, education is paramount. Within 1 month, elevate the completion rate of all subjects in the first year of high school to 100%. He was rewarded with 6,000 experience points, 1 additional opportunity for a basic lottery, and 1 silver task card. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Guo was immersed in solving physics problems. He lifted his head, somewhat dazed. After nearly a month of fervent study, he felt a sense of bewilderment. The energy potion had long been consumed. Without it, Guo had relied solely on his willpower to rise at 5 o'clock every morning, without a trace of hesitation. Lottery, Guo silently chanted within himself. Chapter 50, Academic Advancement, A Frenzied Surge. Ding. Successfully acquired 50 energy potions. The system's notification echoed in Guo's ears, igniting a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. What a splendid reward! It is worth noting that over the past fortnight, Guo had been devoid of energy potions, studying until midnight each day without the luxury of deep slumber, leaving him utterly fatigued. At times, he could only resort to a brief 20-minute nap during lunch to alleviate his overwhelming drowsiness. Such was the nature of his circumstances. After all, profound fatigue rendered meaningful study impossible. For Guo, the mere prospect of energy potions facilitating deep sleep was more than enough to endear him to this reward. Regrettably, the system often bestowed far too few tasks. It seemed that, at most, only 1 or 2 tasks would be available at a time, with the next emerging only after the completion of the preceding one. And as for rewards, without task completion, what bounties could be expected? Although this lottery did not yield any skills, Guo was nonetheless exceedingly satisfied. Additionally, he received 6,000 points of free experience, which could be allocated at his discretion. After a moment's contemplation, he opened his panel. User, Guo Intelligence, 130, Stamina, 8, Strength, 7, Speed, 7, Mathematics, LV2, 4,361 5,000, Linguistics, LV1, 790, 1000. Informatics, LV2, 4,288 5,000, Chemistry, LV1, 280, 1000, Physics, LV1, 350, 1000, Biology, LV1, 150, 1000. Normal intelligence for an individual typically ranges between 90 and 109, while a score below 69 indicates cognitive impairment. The standard values for other attributes in an adult are set at 10. After a month of relentless study, complemented by Shen Luoyan's unwavering guidance, Guo's panel had undergone remarkable transformation. His intelligence had increased by 2 points, attributed to achieving level 1 proficiency in his 3 core subjects. Consequently, his intelligence experienced further enhancement. In the realm of mathematics, Guo's fervent dedication and genuine grasp of the subject had propelled his experience to a near threshold of level 3. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated 639 points of free experience to mathematics. Ding. User's mathematics experience is now full. Mathematics has successfully upgraded to level 3. Ding. Host intelligence 2. As the system's notifications resonated in his ears, Guo felt a surge of mental acuity, an indescribable sensation flooding his consciousness. His gaze fell upon the unfinished mathematics problems on the desk beside him. Merely glancing at them, an inexplicable realization dawned upon him. Answers appeared spontaneously in Guohao's mind. Was this mathematical intuition? Guohao calculated briefly, affirming the accuracy of the answers in his mind, his gaze revealing a contemplative expression. It appeared that elevating the levels of these subjects could enhance his sensitivity towards certain academic disciplines, much like his ability to keenly extract key points from mathematics, thus forming a semblance of intuition. Quite remarkable. Initially, Guohao believed that the primary benefit of advancing these academic levels was the enhancement of his intelligence. However, it now seemed that this heightened sensitivity to knowledge was equally as valuable as a mere increase in intellect. Guohao felt a sense of satisfaction. With approximately 5,000 experience points remaining, he pondered how best to utilize them. This thought brought a flicker of hesitation to his eyes. After some contemplation, Guohao resolved to elevate all 3 comprehensive science subjects to level 2 first, as he had less than 2 months remaining before the college entrance examination. This upcoming examination could profoundly impact his future development. Therefore, he must prioritize it above all else. He allocated 2,220 experience points to the 3 comprehensive science subjects. Ding. User S chemistry level has been upgraded to level 2, 5,000. Ding. User S physics level has been upgraded to level 2, 5,000. Ding. User S biology level has been upgraded to level 2, 5,000. Ding. Host has gained 3 intelligence. A series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Guohao felt a dramatic transformation occurring in his mind. The simultaneous elevation of the 3 subjects to level 2 brought about immense changes. In that moment, he felt a slight daze, which gradually gave way to clarity, akin to the refreshing sensation of consuming mint. His awareness of the world sharpened significantly. After a while, this feeling began to subside. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Guohao's eyes. The sensation was quite pleasant, and he could even sense that the knowledge within his mind had deepened somewhat. Upon checking, he noted that he still had approximately 3,000 experience points left. Without further hesitation, he allocated over 700 points towards information science. Ding. User S information science experience is now full, successfully upgraded to level 3. Ding. User S intelligence has increased by 1. Once again, a pair of notifications resonated in his ears. Guohao felt content. Indeed, the elevation of academic levels fundamentally aids in the evolution of his brain, albeit at a gradual pace. However, an increase in intelligence is quite normal, especially when reaching a certain threshold or higher academic levels. Naturally, Guohao speculated that this enhancement was also related to his inherent intelligence. The higher 1's intelligence, the more challenging it might be for lower-level subject advancements to stimulate significant intellectual growth. This thought flickered through Guohao's mind as he contemplated further. Guohao allocated several hundred experience points to linguistics, elevating it to level 2. As he had anticipated, this enhancement in linguistics did not result in a corresponding increase in his intellect. Without hesitation, he invested all remaining experience points into mathematics, recognizing its paramount importance. Moreover, based on Guohao's conjectures, advancements in disciplines such as mathematics significantly contribute to cognitive development. In contrast, fields like linguistics offer little in terms of profound or renewed intellectual growth, while the sciences, physics, chemistry, and biology also yield beneficial effects on cognitive enhancement. Guohao perceived their impact to be inferior to that of mathematics. Each time he advanced his mathematical proficiency, an increase in intellect seemed almost inevitable, a certainty not shared by the elevation of other academic disciplines. Chapter 51, Silver Level Reward Task. All available experience points have been allocated. Guohao, feeling a sense of satisfaction, reopened his attribute panel. User, Guohao Intelligence, 136, Stamina, 8, Strength, 7, Agility, 7, Mathematics, LV3, 2,219, 10,000, Linguistics, LV2, 5,000, Informatics, LV3, 10,000, Chemistry, LV2, 5,000, Physics, LV2, 5,000, Biology, LV2, 5,000. Among the 4-dimensional attributes, the average IQ of a normal individual ranges from 90 to 109, with scores below 69 indicating cognitive impairments. The standard values for other attributes in a typical adult are set at 10. His academic panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Apart from mathematics, the experience in all other subjects had reset to 0, yet they had all been elevated to level 2 or above. This made the completion of the ultimate objective, the gold-level reward task, significantly simpler. Guohao was elated, feeling a profound sense of relief. In just a month, He had progressed from an utterly ignorant reborn individual to achieving a full grasp of the first-year high school curriculum. This was indeed an impressive feat. Although the first-year stage was merely a beginning, he had secured an excellent start, particularly with all his subject levels improved, which promised a more effortless path in his subsequent studies. With his spirits lifted, Guao began to examine another reward from his tasks, the Silver Task Card. He clicked on the description of the Silver Task Card within the system. Silver Task Card. Upon use, 3 optional silver-level reward tasks will be presented. Completing these tasks will yield substantial rewards. As anticipated, it aligned perfectly with his thoughts. The rewards for the silver-level tasks should be quite generous. After all, the effort he was currently exerting was solely for a gold-level reward task. While the silver-level rewards might be slightly less impressive, they should still be worthwhile. Guao curiously opened the Silver Task Card. Optional Task 1. As a high school student of the new era, how could one lack accolades? Achieve a provincial-level competition award. Reward. Free experience 0 dash. Intermediate lottery draws 2. Optional Task 2. Love. A miraculous phenomenon exclusive to humanity for the purpose of reproduction. Delve into the mysteries of love and engage in a romantic relationship lasting over 3 months. Reward. Free experience 0 dash. Gold Task Card 1. Optional Task 3. In contemporary scientific circles, there exist factions. Within less than 2 months in the upcoming college entrance examination, gain admission to at least a 211-level university. Reward. Free experience 0 dash. Random Blueprint 1. Random Lottery Draws 1. Gazing at the 3 optional tasks before him, Guao felt a slight astonishment. Each of these tasks constituted a reward-based nature that could be relinquished, and the experience rewards were contingent upon the extent of task completion. Guao noticed the annotations behind him. However, he found himself somewhat helpless to comment on these 3 tasks, particularly the second one. Dating? Isn't that the simplest thing? Given Guao's recent prominence at school and his relatively handsome appearance, many female students had begun to develop infatuations with him. Of course, Guao had not taken the time to investigate this matter. All he knew came from Wang Shi, that fellow who seemed to have nothing better to do. Every day, Wang Shi was preoccupied with such trivialities, even accepting bribes from some younger female students to deliver love letters to Guao, leaving him utterly speechless. Thus, one could argue that finding a girlfriend was indeed the easiest task. Once found, it would merely require the right timing. According to the task description, it appeared that free experience would be calculated over a year with a possible marriage requirement. However, Guao felt somewhat exasperated. He had no desire to casually enter a relationship merely to fulfill a task. The notion of seeking a woman solely for the sake of completing a task made him feel like a mere subject in an experiment, a sentiment he found decidedly unpleasant. Although he yearned for a golden task card, he quickly dismissed that option after a moment's reflection. As for the first option, it was actually quite appealing. Unfortunately, given the provincial competition, he likely wouldn't have the opportunity to participate in the near future, not within 3 months, and perhaps not even within a year. Ultimately, the third task seemed to align best with his current situation. After all, his golden level task required him to achieve a score above 637. Attaining such a score would make gaining admission to a 211 university a breeze. If he were not particular about his major, based on previous year's scores, he might even reach the threshold for a C9 institution. Thus, Guao did not hesitate and promptly selected the optional task 3. With the task successfully chosen, he fully absorbed the accompanying rewards. Exhaling softly, he felt a slight sense of relief. The closer the deadline for this time-sensitive task loomed, the more frantically Guao immersed himself in his studies, especially over the past 3 days. His intense studying not only startled Shen Luoyan, but also caught the attention of his parents, who worried whether he was facing any difficulties. Upon clarifying that he was not encountering any problems, Guao's parents had to comfort him, emphasizing that health was more important than studying. At last, this fervent study period could come to a close. Just then, the school bell rang. Guao relaxed in his seat, but the sound of shifting desks and chairs caught his attention. "Oh, come see what I found," exclaimed a voice filled with astonishment. Guao turned toward the source. "What is it?" he asked Wang Shi, somewhat annoyed. "Brother Hao, is the sun rising in the west today?" Wang Shi scooted his chair closer, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he addressed Guao. "How astonishing it is that you, of all people, also take a break." Wang Shi gazed at Guao as if he were a rare specimen. Guao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. "For heaven's sake, I am human, not a machine. Naturally, I require rest." He then inquired, "By the way, does your frenzied studying actually yield any results?" The second mock exam is tomorrow. Do you have any confidence? Wang Shi teased Guao. It's hard to say. Let's see if I can manage to pass the baseline. Guao reflected for a moment before replying to Wang Shi. That's already quite commendable, but what? Wang Shi exclaimed in shock as he looked at Guao. Chapter 52. The upcoming second mock examination for the college entrance examination. What's wrong? Guao gazed curiously at Wang Shi, who appeared to be in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable pause, Wang Shi could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Brother Hao, are you certain you're referring to the first-tier university, not just an undergraduate program? There was a look of incredulity in Wang Shi's eyes as he regarded Guao. Historically, the minimum score for first-tier universities had been over 500 points, while Guao had previously only managed approximately 300 points, consistently ranking among the bottom 3 in their class. Was he genuinely claiming he could reach the threshold for first-tier universities? Surely, this was not a jest? Of course. It's the first tier, Guao asserted confidently. After all, he could easily score above 130 in English and had no trouble achieving over 90 in Chinese. As for mathematics, he had mastered 100 of the first-year material and had already begun studying some second-year topics. He felt quite assured about tackling foundational problems, confident he could secure at least 90 points, especially considering the abundance of basic questions in the college entrance examination. Achieving a 100 proficiency in first-year studies was already quite impressive. Then there was the comprehensive science section. Although Guao did not possess high confidence in scoring exceptionally well, his studies over the past month, combined with the guidance of Shen Luoyan, had ensured he could pass all 3 subjects. The difficulty was manageable, as he had already achieved 100 in first-year comprehensive science studies. Scoring 60 seemed feasible, and with his current calculations, 500 points was a certainty. However, Guao's ambition was to attain at least 530 points, marking a significant milestone for his month of intense study. He regarded this upcoming provincial mock exam as a crucial benchmark for assessing his recent academic endeavors. Damn it! Wang Shi exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at Guao. How come I never noticed how much you love to boast? First-tier university. 500 points. You're telling me you've improved by 200 points in just a month? What? Don't believe me? Care to wager something? Guao smiled slightly and met Wang Shi's gaze. Wang Shi fell silent for a moment, rolling his eyes at Guao. Let us just forget it. I see now that you've changed quite a bit. You enjoy pulling my leg. Go ahead and aim for those 500 points. Despite his skepticism, Wang Shi returned to his seat without further comment. The afternoon's final self-study session was about to begin. Just as the bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Old Huang, briskly entered the classroom. Everyone, please put down your pens for a moment, he announced from the podium, addressing the assembly of students before him. The class halted their writing, lifting their gazes to Old Huang, and Guao was no exception. At present, without the pressure of time-limited tasks, Guao feels a sense of calm, significantly less anxious than before, no longer afraid to waste even a moment. He can now afford to relax a little. Tomorrow marks the second simulated examination in our province, a critical event, as it is one of the final 2 practice tests before the college entrance examination. This examination holds great significance, serving as a concentrated assessment of everyone's academic performance over this period. It is not merely a trial for you, but also a substantial evaluation for our esteemed Guan City No. 1 high school. In the next 2 days, as the simulation unfolds, I encourage everyone to give it their all. Old Huang's expression bears a hint of tension. Such examinations carry immense meaning for class advisors like him. I shall refrain from further chatter, as the college entrance examination looms near, and I trust you all understand the value of this upcoming test. It serves as a preliminary rehearsal for the actual examination, and I hope you will approach it with the same seriousness as you would the real thing. Old Huang inhaled deeply. Very well, I shall not say more. This afternoon, please organize your materials and find a proper place to store them. Now, class leader. Yes. Zhao promptly stood up. This is a list of names and seating arrangements that need to be posted in our classroom. Old Huang handed a stack of slips to Zhao. After receiving the slips, Zhao understood that this would designate their examination rooms. When I call your name, please come forth to collect your examination permit. As Old Huang began to call out names, he emphasized that the provincial simulated examination is not an ordinary test. Generally, the third-year students will undergo 3 such simulations, all meticulously designed to mirror the standards of the actual college entrance examination. This format aims to acclimate students to the examination environment, alleviating anxiety when they ultimately face the real test. Following the examination, they will gain a clearer understanding of their capabilities. Furthermore, as these simulated tests will also yield provincial rankings. Students will acquire insights into their standings compared to their peers across the province. After all, the admission process heavily relies on one's rank within the province rather than solely on scores. Schools typically admit students starting from the highest scores downward, rather than strictly by numerical results. Even the demarcation of undergraduate and first-tier lines is intrinsically linked to the rankings of that year's college entrance examination candidates. Thus, comprehending one's provincial ranking holds considerable significance. One by one, the students approached to collect their examination permits, which indicated their designated seats in examination rooms. As external teachers from other schools will oversee the examination at our institution, it is imperative to keep the examination permit safe and not misplace it. Old Huang advised the students. Furthermore, there will be no evening study session today. Once you have tidied your belongings, you may return home. Wow! Before Old Huang could finish his statement, the entire class erupted in joyous cheers. They have only one day off each week, and evening study sessions are almost a daily occurrence. Senior students are human too. They yearn for rest. Surprisingly, with the impending exams, they find themselves granted a bit of leisure time. All right, everyone, let us pause for a moment. Old Huang, wearing a smile, surveyed the students around him. Having served as a homeroom teacher for many years, he understood all too well the jubilant cheers of the students. Gradually, the students ceased their exuberant celebrations, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they turned to Old Huang. Although evening study sessions are canceled for the next couple of days, do not become overly complacent at home. It is imperative to retire early each night to rejuvenate, for such preparation is essential to achieve commendable results. For this upcoming mock exam, the school has allocated numerous enticing prizes. Should you perform well, there are even special rewards awaiting you. I hope everyone takes this seriously. Chapter 53. How? Should I sell my Bitcoin? Lao Wang chuckled, observing the students around him. All right, class, he announced, eliciting a chorus of responses from the students of Class 7. Hearing Lao Wang's words, Guao offered a faint smile. A bonus? It was likely intended for Shen Luoyan, given her exemplary academic performance and humble background. The bonus served as an encouragement for her to excel further. Speaking of money, after Guao had successfully procured 10,000 yuan in mental compensation for Shen Luoyan, her demeanor towards him had noticeably softened. She was no longer as frosty as before. It seemed that Shen Luoyan was not entirely oblivious to the nuances of human relationships. However, perhaps due to her impoverished upbringing and striking beauty, her grandmother had instilled in her the belief that she should conceal her appearance and focus solely on her studies. After all, if her beauty were to be revealed, it could invite countless complications. Thus, it was prudent for Shen Luoyan to limit her interactions with classmates. For years, Shen Luoyan had lived in solitude, and Guao's arrival disrupted her solitary existence. His genuine desire to assist her, without ulterior motives, was palpable to her. The 10,000 yuan was something Guao could have easily overlooked. Yet he fabricated numerous excuses simply to lend her a hand, as if he were merely fulfilling the role of a teacher. Guao surmised that the reason for Shen Luoyan's newfound warmth towards him was largely due to his lack of any overt interest in her. Had he displayed even the slightest hint of attraction, she would likely have become 100 times colder in an instant. This thought brought a smile to his face. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the homeroom teacher, Lao Wang, had already recounted the matters requiring attention over the past few days. All right, I shan't say more. Class dismissed. Everyone, tidy your desks, and then the class monitor will lead a few helpers to affix the name tags on the desk corners. Make sure to clear out any personal belongings. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if something goes missing now. Off you go. As Lao Huang concluded his remarks, the students began to excitedly gather their things. Guao blended in with the others, sorting through his chaotic pile of books. It must be said that during high school, particularly in the final year, the sheer volume of textbooks and exam papers was overwhelming. Not only did they clutter the desk, but they also overflowed from the drawers and even piled up at his feet. After much effort, he finally found a suitable place to store them. How? Since you have some free time today, how about joining me at the internet CAF tonight? At that moment, Wang Shi squeezed him beside him, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he addressed Guao. Just as Guao was about to decline the invitation during this period, Bitcoin has experienced significant fluctuations, and Wang Shi turned to his classmate Guao to seek his opinion. All right, Guao conceded, acknowledging that the idea of purchasing Bitcoin had initially been his suggestion. It would be unwise to disregard the matter now. Great. Excitement illuminated Wang Shi's face. Let us have dinner outside and then head to the internet CAF. Absolutely. Wang Shi's enthusiasm was palpable. After organizing their books, they departed from the school. Guao made a quick call to his mother, and the two arrived at a nearby restaurant. As they dined, Wang Shi eagerly exclaimed, "Brother Hao, it's been ages since we last visited an internet CAF together. Tonight, we must duo queue. I'll play as the jungler and absolutely carry you. Let us climb the ranks. Who knows, we might even reach diamond. Just 2 hours." "Mind you," Guao replied. "Of course, I want to take away from your studies." Wang Shi smiled faintly, secretly calculating that if he could ignite Guao's gaming fervor, they might end up playing for 3 or 4 hours, perhaps even pulling an all-nighter. After their meal, they made their way to the Tianqing Internet CAF, a place that had once been their stronghold. They had spent countless nights there together. And as Guao beheld the familiar yet strange surroundings, he felt a moment of nostalgia. He had visited this place too many times in his past life. "Come on. Why are you dawdling?" Wang Shi queried, puzzled by Guao's momentary distraction. "Nothing, just reminiscing," Guao replied with a smile as he shook off his reverie. Just as they were about to enter the CAF, a voice suddenly called out to Guao, "Brother Guo." It was none other than the ruffian Zhang Xian. Guao had little regard for this troublemaker. He recalled that the thug named Chen Yi had likely been set up by Zhang Xian, who was aware that Guao's uncle was the captain of the security team, yet had deliberately kept this information under wraps, seemingly wishing to use him as a pawn. "Aha!" Guao acknowledged Zhang Xian with a mere nod. Zhang Xian, seemingly oblivious to Guao's indifference, continued with a bright smile, "If it weren't for your earlier warning, I might have fallen for that trick by Zhaoing. Thanks to you. Are you here to play at the CAF? My treat. No need. We're leaving." Guo shook his head and turned to Wang Shi. The two then departed, while Zhang Xian attempted to say more, but ultimately sighed in resignation, watching their retreating figures. "Boss, why are you being so polite to him?" The young man beside him inquired of Zhang Xian with an air of confusion. Zhang Xian, in a fit of annoyance, lightly patted the young man's head. After all, he was the nephew of the captain of the security team. Should one not curry favor? Was it wise to incur displeasure? Well, Wang Shi, however, understood why Guo did not show Zhang Xian any deference, having experienced similar situations himself, and thus refrained from further questioning. After the two found a suitable spot and set up 2 machines, they began their conversation. "Let us discuss your understanding of Bitcoin. Are there aspects that you find perplexing?" Guo did not rush to engage in gaming, as he still recalled Zhang Shi's earlier inquiries. Zhang Shi, who was just about to start playing, paused momentarily. "Brother Hao, regarding your advice for me to refrain from monitoring the Bitcoin market during this period, I must admit I have faltered. Just a few days ago, I took a look. Bitcoin has indeed surged. Just as you mentioned, it has risen to $12 each. It has nearly quadrupled." As he spoke, Wang Shi exhibited a hint of excitement, though he managed to temper it. "What do you think? Should I sell a quarter of my holdings to repay the money in my parents' bank account?" Chapter 54, Brother Hao. Why are you so inept? Observing the hesitation on Wang Shi's face, Guo refrained from hastily countering Wang Shi's remark. He lingered in silence for a moment before inquiring, "Is there a pressing issue with your parents' bank card? Are they at risk of discovery?" "Not quite," Wang Shi chuckled. "I was simply contemplating that. Having already made a considerable profit, I could sell a portion, deposit it in the bank, and the remainder would then all belong to me. This way, I wouldn't feel any pressure, would I?" Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Guo paused thoughtfully. "I want to dissuade you, but I must inform you that, given the current state of the Bitcoin market, it is likely to rise further. If you hold on to it until the end of the year, a 7- or 8-fold increase should not pose a significant challenge. If that is the case, would you still consider reducing your holdings?" Wang Shi sighed slightly, finding the matter rather perplexing. "All right, take your time to ponder that. Let us play some games." Guo chose not to dwell on the issue. The prospect of Bitcoin potentially soaring to hundreds or even thousands of dollars next year was something he could not divulge to anyone. The notion that Bitcoin would increase in value could merely be classified as investment advice. Many individuals and investment institutions in the U.S. shared that belief. This collective sentiment had led to Bitcoin's astonishing surge within a year. However, to assert that a Bitcoin, currently valued at merely over $10, would escalate to hundreds or even thousands within a year would be tantamount to making a prophecy. Where would such information originate? If that prediction were to come true, how would others perceive themselves? Guo felt he could not shoulder such a risk. All right. Unbeknownst to Wang Shi, Guo had contemplated numerous questions during that brief exchange. For the moment, Wang Shi set aside the dilemma of whether to sell Bitcoin and promptly launched League of Legends. The two began their gaming session. To be frank, it had been over a decade since Guo last played League of Legends. After graduating from high school, he attended a vocational college. And following his entrance into the workforce, he had largely abandoned the game. Goodness, Brother Hao, did you really just use your flash? Seriously, Brother Hao? Can your Garen really be outplayed by a Nasus? Brother Hao, could you refrain from misusing your skills? How is it possible for you to miss your Q ability? After 2 hours and 5 matches, Wang Shi had incessantly critiqued Guao throughout their gaming experience, continuing to do so even as they exited the internet CAF. All right, it's just a few games. Guao retorted with exasperation towards Wang Shi. Just a few games? Brother Hao, do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to reach gold rank? Wang Shi lamented, looking at Guao with indignation. Brother Hao, you are also at gold level. How have you declined so drastically? Perhaps it's because I've been diligently studying for over a month, and I've lost my touch. Guao admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had assumed that a brief gaming session would restore his skills, but it appeared he had overestimated himself. His reaction was commendable. However, when it came to the mechanics of the heroes, Guao was utterly oblivious, barely recalling anything. While playing the game, he had to familiarize himself with the hero mechanics, which resulted in a rather lackluster performance. All right, it's time to head home. Tomorrow is the day of the exam. Guao no longer wished to continue the discussion with Wang Shi. Amidst Wang Shi's somewhat despondent gaze, he pedaled away on his bicycle, almost in flight. A twinge of guilt lingered within him. After all, he had let his team down several times. Upon returning home, it was not yet 8 o'clock. What have you been up to this afternoon? His mother inquired as she helped him tidy up. I played a bit of games with Wang Shi, Guao casually replied. Tomorrow is a mock exam, so just relax a bit. Oh, I see. His mother nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. You certainly need to unwind. You've been studying tirelessly for over a month now. It's quite alarming, she said gently to Guao, who stood nearby. Only Shen Luoyan knew a fraction of how diligently Guao had been working, but his mother was the one who understood him best. Night after night, she noticed that the light in his room remained on until at least midnight, yet he would rise promptly at 5 in the morning. While Guo's mother felt a sense of pride, she also harbored concern. Despite Guao's youth, such a schedule could take a toll on his health. Tomorrow is the mock exam. Mom, I'll go study for a while, he said. All right, just make sure to sleep early tonight, Guo's mother advised with concern. Nodding, Guao retreated to his room and opened a mathematics test paper. Let me warm up my hands with this math test. After a month of study, he had barely managed to grasp the formulas and theorems of second-year high school mathematics. In terms of formulas and theorems, he had completed that segment of his studies. Of course, the pace of learning had not been particularly swift. The formulas themselves were not overly challenging, merely requiring memorization and recitation. However, solving problems was not solely reliant on formulas and theorems. It necessitated the integration of knowledge. The types of questions solvable through mere formulas and theorems constituted less than 5% of the examination, typically limited to the initial multiple-choice questions. Having completed the textbook, Guao now needed to engage in relentless practice, solving problem after problem. By the time he finished one test paper, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Guao drank a bottle of an energy potion, which had become less scarce after a series of lucky draws. After completing a mathematics test paper, he opened his chemistry book. Over the past month, he had only skimmed through the comprehensive science textbook, lacking in-depth understanding. According to Shen Luoyan, a gradual approach to learning was not suitable for Guao at this moment, as time was of the essence. Therefore, during this month, Shen Luoyan had advised Guao to familiarize himself with the comprehensive science textbooks in multiple sittings. In the ensuing weeks, Shen Luoyan dedicated 2 weekends to swiftly reviewing the textbooks, subsequently guiding Guao through a series of exercises. For the concepts that Guao found unfamiliar or frequently misinterpreted, she provided more in-depth explanations. This approach balanced expedience with a focus on the holistic understanding of knowledge. As Guao opened the textbook, he primarily sought to examine the concepts and key points that Shen Luoyan had annotated, which he had yet to fully grasp. With his chemistry level elevated to level 2, Guao could sense an unexpected affinity towards the chemical principles before him, reminiscent of the breakthrough he had experienced in mathematics. Indeed, while an increase in academic level may not directly enhance one's subject knowledge, it significantly alleviates the difficulty of acquiring new information and fosters a clearer comprehension of related concepts. Chapter 55. The end of the second mock examination. As Guao commenced his earnest study, he briefly reviewed the 3 subjects of the comprehensive science curriculum, seeking to deepen his memory of the knowledge therein. Typically, such an approach to studying holds little significance, as the human brain possesses a limited capacity for retention. Consequently, One cannot absorb an extensive amount of information in a short span. However, Guao was an exception. In the afternoon, his intelligence surged by 7 or 8 points. And not only that, his proficiency across all subjects ascended a level. At that moment, he was at the zenith of his cognitive abilities and exhibited a remarkable affinity for the comprehensive science subjects, coupled with the effects of a vitality potion. He found the endeavor of studying these 3 subjects to be exceedingly effortless, far surpassing his usual pace. Within a mere 2 hours, Guao's mind was swiftly enriched with various concepts and knowledge points, most of which he had encountered previously, although his earlier comprehension had been tenuous or somewhat challenging. He now grasped these ideas with clarity. Desperately, Guao committed these thoughts to memory, his mind brimming with an array of concepts until the effects of the vitality potion began to wane. He felt as though his brain was on the verge of bursting. With a sigh, he closed the book and, disregarding everything else, promptly turned and collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. For Guao, the singular endeavor he could undertake at that moment was to sleep. The following day, Guao woke at the early hour of 5:30 in the morning. Instinctively, he rose to wash up. After refreshing himself, he felt rejuvenated. The after effects of the vitality potion left his mind exceptionally fatigued, yet this was fortuitous, as it facilitated a deep and restorative sleep. To Guao, this so-called after effect had transformed into the most pressing matter at hand. With the examination scheduled for 9 o'clock that morning, he pondered why he allowed himself a bit more rest. Guo's mother gazed at her early rising son with surprise, accustomed to his usual waking time. Guao smiled at her and replied, "I'll prepare breakfast for you." His mother promptly responded, eager to assist. Nodding in agreement, Guao, having risen so early, did not rush to school, with the exam commencing at 9. There was no point in hurrying. Instead, he resolved to continue his studies, capitalizing on his morning clarity. Guao retrieved his books. Recognizing that the early hours were optimal for memorization, he intended to focus on biology and chemistry, both subjects rich with content that required diligent memorization, despite lacking explicit directives. The periodic table of elements and their properties in chemistry, alongside the extensive memorization required in biology, filled his mind with anticipation. After 3 additional hours of study and having shared breakfast, around 8:30, Wang Shi called for him from downstairs. Only then did Guao descend, and the 2 friends made their way to school, parting ways upon arrival to locate their respective examination venues. On the morning of the first day, the Chinese language examination commenced. Guao had not engaged in any extensive revision for this subject, apart from reviewing a few key concepts and completing a couple of practice papers. However, the essence of the Chinese exam lay in assessing reading and comprehension skills, which posed no significant challenge for him. He navigated the classical Chinese reading questions with ease. The real test, however, was the essay section, which constituted the most substantial portion of the exam, accounting for 60 out of 150 points. The essay prompt presented to Guao was to write a discursive piece on the topic of social responsibility, with the title left to his discretion. Upon encountering this prompt, Guao furrowed his brow slightly. The notion of social responsibility held a certain intrigue, offering ample material for discussion. After a brief contemplation, he was reminded of the Pingyu case and the recent Xiaoye incident. Swiftly, he conceived a title for his essay on the collapse of social responsibility. Guao's essay was audacious, commencing with real-life events, particularly the Pingyu case, before delving into the erosion of media credibility and the betrayal of legal principles. Ultimately, he circled back to the overarching theme of social responsibility. He articulated that social responsibility is a profound and weighty subject. Each individual is a part of society. Yet, it is the legal and media organizations, wielding significant influence, that shape societal norms. When the values upheld by these powerful entities clash with the fundamental moral beliefs of ordinary people, a rift in the social consensus born of this responsibility emerges, potentially leading to its collapse. Once Guao concluded his discourse, the examination came to an end. The speakers at the front of the classroom announced the cessation of the test, prompting Guao to set down his pen. The invigilator began collecting the papers. Exiting the classroom, Guao and Wang Shi chose not to partake in the obligatory school lunch and returned home instead. After a brief study session, the afternoon examination for English commenced at 2:30. Guao breezed through the English paper, even submitting it half an hour early. In the evening, he continued to study for the comprehensive science exam. The following day featured a mathematics test in the morning and a comprehensive science exam in the afternoon. After completing the tests, the invigilator collected the papers, and Guao stepped out of the examination hall. How did it go? Do you still have any hope of getting into a top university? Wang Shi inquired with a smile, placing a hand on Guao's shoulder. Guao sighed. It's just an exam. I haven't taken your bragging to heart. Wang Shi reassured him. No, I was contemplating how to choose between 985 and 211 universities. It's such a tough decision. Get lost. Wang Shi playfully shoved Guao, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The two were playfully teasing each other, their laughter ringing through the air. At that moment, a voice interrupted them, causing the pair to pause. Shen Luoyan approached, deliberately avoiding any glance at Wang Shi. How did you fare in this exam? She inquired. I believe it went reasonably well. Guao responded with a smile directed at Shen Luoyan. Once the exam papers are distributed, do show me the questions you got wrong. Certainly, Teacher Shen. Without further ado, Shen Luoyan turned and walked away. TSK. It seems you truly have a personal tutor now. Wang Shi remarked with a mischievous grin as he gazed at Guao. Guao instantly discerned the dubious thoughts swirling in Wang Shi's mind, likely inspired by some fanciful tales. He shot Wang Shi a disapproving glare. Mind yourself. Shen Luoyan is not someone to jest with. All right, I understand. Wang Shi replied, his neck retracting slightly as he conceded, aware of his own misstep without offering any justification. Now, let us return and tidy up the desks. Chapter 56, Perfect Composition. Upon returning to the classroom, chaos reigned as students hurried to rearrange their desks and gather their books. Guao and Wang Shi swiftly joined in the fray. Before long, the classroom was restored to its former order, with everyone back in their designated seats. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, strode in with purpose. Standing at the podium, Mr. Huang wore a smile as he addressed the eager students of Class 7. You all seem quite efficient. How quickly you tidied up your spots. So, how did the exam fare? Was it challenging? As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of voices erupted. Incredibly difficult. Teacher, is this the level of the college entrance examination? Why is it so hard? Goodness, if the actual exam is this tough, I fear I may not even qualify for a second-tier university. The classroom was suddenly filled with complaints, nearly every student lamenting the exam's difficulty. Mr. Huang maintained a mysterious smile. He chuckled softly and addressed his students. It is normal for it to be challenging. Previous years were similar. The difficulty of the mock exams tends to be slightly elevated compared to the actual college entrance examination, and that is to be expected. Therefore, when estimating your scores, consider that your actual results may indeed be somewhat higher than what you anticipate now. However, Mr. Huang's expression grew slightly more serious as he scanned the faces of his students. Although the mock exam may be tougher, remember that it is difficult for everyone. Not just for you. Your rankings in the province will likely reflect your standings in the college entrance examination. If you can improve, even by a single point in the coming time, you could surpass thousands of competitors in the provincial rankings. This will grant you the opportunity to attend better universities and pursue superior majors. Thus, you must dedicate yourselves even more diligently. The mock exam has passed. You should be well aware of the tough questions. Focus on mastering the relevant knowledge and practice extensively. Aim to deconstruct every question naturally in your mind. Mr. Huang then commenced his annual motivational speech, igniting a fervor among the students. Guao observed the scene before him, feeling a twinge of admiration. Students were indeed easy to inspire. To be precise, they were more easily swayed than someone seasoned by the trials of life. If a more experienced individual were present, Mr. Huang's methods might seem somewhat antiquated. Yet, witnessing the students' enthusiasm, Guao felt a flicker of emotion. It was still a relatively innocent era. Today's students had not yet been tainted by the influences of certain modern platforms, retaining a degree of purity. All right, everyone, study quietly. Shortly, your mathematics and English teachers will distribute 2 test papers, Mr. Huang said, nodding in satisfaction at the excitement radiating from his students. He was pleased with his words, as they had successfully stirred a bit of enthusiasm among the class. After all, that was the essence of a homeroom teacher's role. As he spoke, Lao Huang settled himself on the podium. The classroom swiftly descended into silence, save for the soft rustling of pens against paper. Guao set aside his other thoughts and resumed his practice. He was working through the 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulated tests. Since last week, after having completed the high school sophomore syllabus, Shen Luoyan no longer specified particular questions for him. Instead, she instructed Guao to directly tackle the extensive test materials. With 2 hefty volumes of questions at his disposal, he engaged in self-assessment. And if he encountered concepts that remained elusive post-evaluation, he could seek Xin Luoyan's guidance to clarify them. This approach proved to be a significant time saver, as Guao was inherently disciplined and did not require the constant oversight that other students might. Thus, Xin Luoyan proposed this streamlined method. The process of practicing questions was undeniably lengthy. However, Guao felt no urgency. Since discovering the pathway to effective study, his mindset had become increasingly stable. The once monotonous task of solving math problems now appeared invigorating to him. He diligently absorbed the lessons in English and mathematics that evening, with both teachers addressing various problem sets. The following day, as Guao and his peers attended classes, a distinguished group of top educators convened in the provincial capital of Guan province, diligently grading examination papers. Given the significance of the provincial college entrance examination simulations, the task held considerable weight. Among them was Teacher Qian, a renowned Chinese language instructor who found himself absorbed in a particular essay, his gaze reflecting a hint of hesitation. The composition in question explored societal consensus and the sense of social responsibility, revealing fractures in the discourse surrounding prominent events. However, the crux of the matter lay not in this breakdown, but rather in the audacious scope of the essay. It was an incisive critique rooted in social realities. Most notably, the candidate's tone, though devoid of overt aggression, skillfully dissected the media's sensationalism. With razor-sharp clarity, the essay pointed out that media outlets, in their relentless pursuit of trending topics, were, in fact, undermining the very foundations of society. The language was strikingly astute and highly confrontational, leaving Teacher Qian both startled and apprehensive. The writing was sophisticated, the arguments piercing, supported by real-world examples, and the prose quite commendable. Yet, Teacher Qian felt a twinge of resignation, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. According to the examination guidelines, submissions must align with the core values of society and convey a positive outlook. By those standards, this essay would likely be deemed off-topic, warranting no more than 30 points. In severe cases of deviation, it could even receive a score of 0. Nonetheless, Teacher Qian picked up the paper once more, scrutinizing it carefully. To be candid, the essay was exceptionally well crafted, rich in detail, and every assertion was fortified by factual evidence. More importantly, it is not merely about expressing opinions, but rather about summarizing insights grounded in an analysis of facts. It offers a sharp critique of certain phenomena prevalent in contemporary media, making it challenging to refute. Although it may not entirely align with the core values of society, Teacher Qian paused momentarily before inscribing a perfect score on the examination paper, subsequently handing it to the head of the grading panel. Group Leader Wu, please take a look at this essay, Teacher Qian remarked, directing his attention towards Wu. Oh. Group Leader Wu appeared momentarily taken aback, as typically, educators assess their own papers, only referring them to him for adjudication when uncertain. A perfect score? Upon receiving the paper from Teacher Qian, Wu's gaze immediately fell upon the essay prompt alongside the impeccable score. He looked up, somewhat astonished, to meet Teacher Qian's eyes. Chapter 57. I disagree. Indeed. Team Leader Wu, I believe this essay deserves full marks. Teacher Qian said, his expression grave as he regarded Team Leader Wu. Team Leader Wu offered no response. Instead, he lowered his gaze and began to scrutinize the essay before him. After a few minutes, he had finished reading the examination paper. He passed the essay to another teacher from the grading team seated nearby. Let us circulate this among ourselves and convene shortly to discuss whether this essay merits a perfect score, Team Leader Wu suggested, refraining from making an immediate judgment. The surrounding teachers were filled with curiosity. What kind of essay could possibly leave both Team Leader Wu and Teacher Qian, two seasoned language instructors, in such a quandary over its scoring? One by one, the teachers began to circulate the essay. The language grading team consisted of 13 experienced educators, each of whom fell into a contemplative silence upon completing their reading. Has everyone finished? Please share your thoughts, Team Leader Wu prompted the group. The teachers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting uncertainty, clearly indicating that the essay had left them in a state of indecision. Despite their extensive experience as veteran language teachers, all of whom were at least distinguished educators, they could easily discern the quality of an essay. However, the correlation between the quality of writing and the potential for high scores was not always straightforward. For instance, this essay was utterly nonsensical. It was riddled with absurdities. How could it possibly warrant a high score? I propose a score of 0. Teacher Kai from the grading team stepped forward, addressing Team Leader Wu with fervor. Most of the surrounding teachers remained hesitant, grappling with their judgment. After all, while the essay was well written, its alignment with core societal values presented an entirely different dilemma. How could one interpret this? How could it be deemed nonsensical? The essay was clearly well crafted, with straightforward language and sound reasoning, underpinned by factual evidence. It was not merely rambling. Moreover, the author had not overtly stated their opinion, but rather cautiously and conservatively expressed a portion of their viewpoint, grounded in substantial facts. I find such an approach commendable. After all, the existence of societal shadows is a shared consensus. We cannot simply ignore them as if they do not exist. The reason we generally discourage students from writing negative essays is mainly because most tend to be overly broad and merely superficial. However, this student is evidently not one of them. Teacher Qian countered with some agitation toward Teacher Kai. Teacher Kai regarded Teacher Qian with a cold smile. In light of the preceding discussion, it appears that Teacher Qian is inclined to agree with the student's criticisms of our media, does he not? Teacher Kai's remarks hung over him like a heavy hand, and a flicker of hesitation danced in his eyes. Such sentiments are precarious to express. Those in the media harbor grudges, and should they catch wind of this, a few disparaging articles could tarnish one's reputation. In matters of this nature, a sense of trepidation is only natural. These are private conversations. After all, what relevance do they have to media? Let us focus solely on the evaluation of the essays. Teacher Kai. At this moment, Team Leader Wu cast a discontented glance at Teacher Kai upon hearing his words. Teacher Kai smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Teacher Qian's expression shifted as Wu directly addressed the other teachers in the grading group. Enough of this banter. The essay indeed carries some controversy, and I shall refrain from influencing your judgments. Let us proceed to a show of hands. Wu turned to the surrounding teachers, who exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Those in favor of awarding full marks to this essay, please raise your hands. Upon hearing Wu's prompt, Teacher Qian immediately raised his hand without hesitation. The other teachers in the grading group hesitated briefly, yet soon a few of them began to raise their hands one after another. After a moment's pause, Team Leader Wu also raised his hand. With a tally of 8-5, the majority consented to awarding full marks, and so it shall be, Wu announced. Casting a glance at those who had raised their hands, Teacher Kai's countenance darkened as he shot a cold look at Teacher Qian. Typically, he commands great respect within the school. It was unexpected that today, during this grading session, he would be publicly contradicted by his peers. Nevertheless, as a distinguished educator, he maintained his composure and refrained from further comment in the face of this embarrassment. Once full marks were confirmed, Wu began recording the scores. All right, let us resume our work, he instructed the grading team. The group continued their evaluations. After casting one last icy glance at Teacher Qian, Teacher Kai returned to his grading. The grading process spanned 2 days. By the third day following the exams, the complete results for this year's senior class in Gan Province had been finalized, including rankings. The head teacher of Class 7, Mr. Huang, entered the classroom with a buoyant stride, his face aglow with joy. Attention, everyone. Mr. Huang beamed at the students. Please pause for a moment. The results of the second mock exam have been released. Our class has performed exceptionally well, he proclaimed with a smile. The students exchanged excited glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. In particular, I wish to commend student Guao, Mr. Huang announced loudly. All eyes in the classroom were directed towards Guao, who was seated at the back. As he was diligently solving problems, he gradually paused, raising his head to meet the gazes surrounding him. At that moment, Mr. Huang, with a beaming expression, exclaimed, "Classmate Guao, in the previous mock exam, you scored merely 312 points. Yet this time, in the second mock exam, you have achieved a remarkable score of 538 points. That is an impressive improvement of 226 points, placing you 5th in our class. This score has already surpassed the historical benchmark for first-tier universities. Remarkably, all of this was accomplished by you in just over a month." Mr. Huang was filled with exhilaration, although he had anticipated that Guao would surprise him, having witnessed his relentless efforts over the past month. He never expected such an astonishing revelation. Chapter 58. Astonished classmates upon hearing old Huang's words, the eyes of those around turned in unison towards Guao, their expressions revealing incredulity. 538 points? Surely, that guarantees a place in a prestigious university. Just a month ago, Guao was at the bottom of the class. How could he have made such rapid progress in just a month? This seemed utterly impossible, despite witnessing Guao's diligent efforts over the past weeks. Acceptance of this remarkable advancement was still hard to grasp. Could progress truly be so swift? Curiosity flickered in their gazes. Moreover, at this moment, the homeroom teacher, old Huang, wore a look of pure delight. Classmate Guohao's essay has received the only perfect score in our entire Gacheng #1 high school, he announced. Let us applaud to encourage him. As his words echoed, the applause erupted like thunder. Everyone's eyes brimmed with envy as they regarded Guohao. Incredible, absolutely astounding. Even having witnessed Guohao's tireless dedication, they remained incredulous at his achievements. For Guohao himself, however, there was little sensation of surprise. To him, this score was anticipated. Bolstered by the system's support and the guidance of the top tutor in Gacheng, coupled with his own fervent study, anything less than this result would have caused him to doubt his own abilities. Thankfully, his exam results aligned perfectly with his predictions. Yet the full score on the essay was an unexpected twist. A perfect score? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Guohao's eyes. He had assumed that writing an argumentative essay on social issues would likely yield a low score. He had hoped merely for a satisfactory score in the 30s as a consolation, not that he cared much, given that it was just a mock exam. The essay, which reflected his genuine thoughts on social responsibility, had not been written with high expectations. He had never anticipated achieving a high score, as teachers had always emphasized the importance of writing positively and optimistically. Essays focusing on negative social themes were often deemed off-topic, typically receiving scores below 30, or even 0 in some cases. Thus, Guohao had not harbored great hopes for his essay. To his surprise, achieving a perfect score was beyond his wildest dreams. Furthermore, Guohao would be recognized as a star of progress, a title reported to the school, which generously rewards students who show remarkable improvement. Let us all take a page from the book of our esteemed classmate, Guohao. No matter the hardships or exhaustion you may face, your high school journey is but a little over 50 days from its conclusion. In just over 50 days, the college entrance examination will arrive, a pivotal juncture that will determine the trajectory of your lives. The Gaokao. As for the latter part of Lao Wang's discourse, Guohao strategically chose to entirely ignore it. It was merely a series of slogans akin to no pain, no gain, and 3 years of high school in vain. Guohao was on the verge of nausea from hearing such platitudes in his previous life, and he certainly did not wish to endure them again in this one. He shook his head and resumed his practice questions. Meanwhile, the class monitor began distributing the report cards. The overall rankings from this mock examination were posted in the school's public notice board. If you are interested, feel free to take a look. All right, class dismissed. Guohao only heard the last sentence spoken by Lao Wan. Finally, the class is over. Guohao set down his pen, preparing to rub his somewhat fatigued eyes. At that moment, soft, delicate voices from several girls nearby interrupted him. What is the matter? Guohao was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the 3 girls who had suddenly gathered around him. How did you manage to achieve a perfect score on your essay? We would like to seek your advice on how to review our studies and how you have improved during this period. The 3 girls hesitated for a moment before turning to Guohao. Well, it's quite simple. Just put in the effort. Guohao pondered for a moment. If your grades have not improved, it signifies that your efforts are still insufficient. I apologize for the interruption. I must excuse myself for a moment to attend to a personal matter. With that, Guohao decisively rose to his feet. As he exited the classroom, several girls exchanged glances. Guohao hurriedly departed the scene. Ha ha ha. Outside the classroom, Wang Shi observed Guohao's noticeably hastened pace and burst into laughter. Brother Hao, today is indeed your day. Ha ha. You, too, find yourself in situations you cannot handle. Guohao shot a glance at Wang Shi. Spare me the trivialities. The 2 of them departed from the classroom and made their way towards the restroom. By the way, Mouse, how did you manage to achieve a perfect score on your essay? Wang Shi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at Guohao, unable to restrain his inquiry. I have heard that the standards for grading this time are even more stringent than those of the college entrance examination. This means that if you achieve a perfect score on your essay now, you are highly likely to secure a full score in the actual exam as well. A perfect score on the essay. That is likely even rarer than achieving a perfect score in both mathematics and English. I do not know. Guohao spread his hands. For this essay, I wrote a critique of societal realities. I never expected to achieve a high score, and I merely hoped that it would not be a 0. Goodness gracious. Wang Shi gazed in astonishment at Guohao beside him. Brother Hao, it must be your father who is grading the papers. Is not an essay that critiques reality merely disseminating negative values? Such an essay could hardly exceed 30 points. To think you received a perfect score? I don't know. Guohao said with a shrug. Wang Shi pondered thoughtfully. How go? I have a feeling that trouble is brewing for you once again. What business is it of mine? Guohao cast a disdainful glance at Wang Shi. Whatever I write is my own affair as a student. If there are troubles to be had, they belong to the teacher grading the papers. What does it have to do with me? Can they truly single me out among all the students? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Wang Shi paused momentarily, as if suddenly realizing the validity of this perspective. After all, what fault could lie with the one who composed the examination? They are merely a student. The true challenges are faced by the teachers responsible for grading. At that moment, Wang Shi felt a twinge of sentimentality. Nevertheless, it must be said, the teacher who steadfastly awarded full marks for your essay is indeed a remarkable individual. It seems they genuinely appreciated the quality of your writing, choosing to grant you the highest score without a thought for self-preservation or the potential for personal repercussions. It is a pity that such principled educators are becoming increasingly rare. Chapter 59. He has connections. Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Guo Hao felt a slight stir within his heart. Indeed, in this society, such educators, such individuals, are becoming increasingly rare, are they not? Perhaps it is time for him to find a way to assist this teacher. Meanwhile, on the other side, old Kai, what brings you here today? Lu, the chief editor of Chongqing Daily, greeted the head of Chongqing No. 1 High School, Teacher Kai, with a smile. Teacher Kai, a distinguished educator, holds a significant position in the educational realm of Chongqing and even the entire Guan province. He is also a close friend of editor Lu. Old Lu, I have come today with a matter to discuss, Teacher Kai replied, his expression still somewhat grim. Oh? Editor Lu's demeanor shifted slightly, becoming more serious. Please, come in and have a seat. He promptly ushered Teacher Kai inside. Once seated, Lu's wife served tea. At this moment, Teacher Kai leisurely addressed Lu. A few days ago, I was grading the second mock exam papers for Guan province, you know? Indeed, you have worked hard, Lu complimented. Teacher Kai took a sip of his tea and continued. In our Chinese composition grading group, there is a distinguished teacher named Qian Cheng from Liang High School, who surprisingly nominated an essay depicting negative news in society as a full-score piece. Moreover, this essay specifically disparaged you media professionals. You understand the worth of such an essay. Editor Lu, even if it were not deemed worthy of a 0 score, it ought to be graded below 30, correct? Editor Lu listened intently to Teacher Kai's account, refraining from hastily voicing his opinions. Would you not agree? Teacher Kai inquired. Grading examinations is indeed your forte, so I shall not intrude upon your expertise. However, I do recall that high school compositions ought to reflect positive societal values. Historically, essays focusing on negative news rarely receive high scores, Lu remarked with a slight smile. You are indeed the expert, Teacher Kai exclaimed, thumping his thigh. That is precisely what I said. Yet, Qian Cheng, through some enchantment of persuasion, managed to sway others to his side, transforming that essay into a full-score submission. Upon hearing Teacher Kai's words, editor Lu grasped the underlying meaning. So, old Kai, your intention today is to. We need not target the student who wrote the essay. After all, they are just a student, and it is normal for them to be a bit naive and uninformed. My original intention was merely to classify that essay as off-topic, awarding it a score of 20 or 30 to reflect our group's stance. However, there are those who obstruct progress. Old Lu, I believe that you, as a journalist, should take action at this moment. Otherwise, awarding full marks would merely encourage these students to write about the darker sides of society, which would be quite inappropriate. What do these students truly understand? They spend their days in school, untouched by the realities of life, and they ought not to critique the world, particularly the media. What is your opinion, Chief Lu? Teacher Kai smiled gently and turned to Chief Lu. Chief Lu lightly tapped on the table. I understand. Did you bring that essay? Yes. Here it is, said Teacher Kai, producing the essay he had prepared in advance. Although he ordinarily would not have access to such exam papers, they are retained for record-keeping purposes after the examination. Some are directly scanned into the computer, and the document Teacher Kai presented was a photocopy. Chief Lu glanced over the essay. The writing is indeed commendable, and the style is quite straightforward, though the perspective is somewhat naive. Chief Lu remarked with a hint of nostalgia directed at Teacher Kai. However, as you mentioned, there is an excessive focus on society's darker aspects. Yet the understanding remains rather immature and superficial. This child possesses talent. If this experience of receiving full marks fosters his confidence in writing such essays, I comprehend your good intentions, Teacher Kai. Upon hearing Chief Lu's words, Teacher Kai's face displayed a look of satisfaction, a sign of a student worthy of guidance. Is that settled then? Yes, I know what to do. Chief Lu replied with a smile directed at Teacher Kai. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Teacher Kai, stay for a meal. Not today, I have matters to attend to. Time is of the essence. Teacher Kai responded with a smile, addressing Chief Lu. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Chief Lu accompanied Teacher Kai to the door. It was not until Teacher Kai's figure disappeared from view that Chief Lu's smile faded. At that moment, his wife approached, looking at him with confusion. Old Lu, why do you treat Teacher Kai with such caution? He is merely a high school language teacher. Every time he visits, you seem so careful, even flattering him. Others come to our home bearing gifts to request favors, yet he simply asks you to do things. His wife looked at Chief Lu with some displeasure. Chief Lu, wearied, turned to his wife with irritation. Do you think I want this? Teacher Kai may appear to be just an ordinary language teacher, but he has quite a significant background. He is the brother-in-law of the esteemed Director Wang of the Education Department, and not many are aware of this. Please do not spread this information casually. Upon hearing Chief Lu's words, his wife expressed surprise. Director Wang of the Education Department? Indeed, Chief Lu sighed. Moreover, this Kai successively exudes an air of arrogance. Believing he has solely relied on his abilities to become a language teacher at Chongqing No. 1 High School, even achieving the status of a distinguished educator. Thus, concerning his connections, little is mentioned, yet many are well aware of his background, albeit they refrain from speaking of it in his presence. More crucially, this old rascal harbors grudges, embodying a spirit of retribution. Who would dare to offend him? Observe. His visit to me was solely to address grievances against those who have wronged him. He holds disdain for those who seek his favor, specifically approaching me, which reveals his character. Indeed, one must tread carefully around him. His wife felt a sense of relief, thankful that during the visit of Kai Chenggong, she had conducted herself with utmost propriety, affording him no slight. Otherwise, offending such a person would have led to significant troubles. Well then, I shall be more cautious in the future. I need to attend to my writing. Editor Lu sighed softly. To be candid, this sort of nonsensical affair is what he detests the most. Yet, what choice does one have when the brother-in-law of a superior personally pays a visit? One must find a way. Chapter 60. A shift in perspective. After a brief moment of contemplation, Editor Lu swiftly composed a news article. Upon completion, he promptly dispatched the piece to his subordinates at the editorial center via computer. Prepare a layout for this article by tomorrow, he instructed his team. The following day, Lu's article graced the finest page of Chongqing Daily. The title read, Is it arrogance for an exemplary language teacher to award full marks to a high school student's essay on societal negativity? Who has never touched a drop of water? This title, laden with malice, directly targeted the esteemed teacher Qian Sheng. The article primarily launched a scathing critique of Qian, building upon Guao's essay. Initially, it praised Guao's eloquence and expressed admiration for the student. However, the tone soon shifted as Lu questioned how the distinguished teacher, Qian Ming, could ascertain the veracity of the so-called facts presented in Guo's essay. One by one, Lu countered several assertions made in Guo's writing. As the discussion drew to a close, Lu lauded Guo's writing style and the sharpness of his viewpoints, suggesting that Guo would make an exceptional journalist. Particularly, once Guo became aware of certain truths, he would undoubtedly emerge as a fearless media figure. Just when Lu seemed to be extolling Guo, he pivoted sharply. However, while students may be naive, how can a language specialist and expert evaluator like Qian Sheng be equally ignorant? He continued, questioning the professionalism required in grading exams and the vigilance expected of educators. It is imperative for teachers to guide their students to comprehend the true essence of goodness, beauty, and truth in the world. This is the essence of social responsibility. If even the most sheltered students perceive the world as filthy and ugly, casting judgments without grasping the facts, is this the value system that society and schools wish to promote? I believe this is not what anyone desires to witness. The article, sprawling over thousands of words, although devoid of vulgarity, essentially amounted to a furious rebuke directed at Qian Sheng, while offering unreserved praise for Guao. The publication of this article stirred considerable waves in Chongqing and throughout Jiangxi province. As Qian Sheng gazed at the Chongqing Daily before him, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Why has this happened? To put it plainly, grading an essay is a trivial matter, so minuscule that it hardly warrants a dedicated space for discussion over tea. Yet, once this triviality is elevated to the pages of a prominent newspaper like Chongqing Daily, the ramifications become entirely different. Some matters may seem light as a feather when unweighed, but once placed on the scales, their impact can be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Qian Sheng, drenched in cold sweat, stared at the newspaper before him. More crucially, this editorial is penned with remarkable professionalism and is entirely directed towards oneself. This piece is clearly aimed at me. I have gotten myself into quite a predicament. Qian Sheng pondered for a considerable time before a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could it be him? The name that emerged was Kai Qinggong. After a moment's contemplation, Qianqing swiftly confirmed it. It is undoubtedly him. The individual who had vehemently debated with me back then was none other than Kai Qinggong. And I had even slapped his face. I had thought this matter was behind us, as Kai Qinggong had refrained from further comments at that time. Little did I expect that he would be waiting for me here. Qianqing's expression was exceedingly complex. Viewed in this light, Kai Qinggong's background was even more formidable than I had imagined. Over such a trivial matter, he had escalated things to this extent. What now? Just as Qianqing was lost in thought, he heard, "Teacher Qian, the principal is calling for you. It's time." With a slight sigh, Qianqing acknowledged that the inevitable had finally arrived. He cast one last glance at the news article on his desk before rising and heading towards the principal's office. News is inherently time-sensitive. Moreover, by 2012, the print media was already at a crossroads of decline. Although print media still wielded considerable influence in this era, it had begun to face immense challenges from the advent of smart devices. Guao, lacking the habit of reading the news, was naturally unaware of these developments. Gansheng No. 1 High School had just held an awards ceremony. Guao, honored as the most improved star, ascended the podium. As the most improved star of the entire Gansheng No. 1 High School, Guao received a scholarship of 500 yuan along with a certificate of achievement. For Guao, 500 yuan was not particularly significant. However, the certificate of achievement could be presented to his parents, allowing them to boast a little. As for Shen Luoyin, her performance in this mock examination was still remarkably commendable, scoring 709 points. This score placed her among the top 5 in Jiangxi province. Without a doubt, the school directly awarded her 3,000 yuan in scholarship, which was quite generous indeed. As she descended from the stage, she took a seat beside Wang Shi. Wang Shi's eyes were filled with envy as he took Guao's certificate and scrutinized it for quite some time. The admiration in his gaze was almost overflowing. "How about it? Are you envious?" Guao smiled and addressed Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded vigorously in response. Envy, however, was futile. Guao snatched the certificate from Wang Shi's hands, playfully chastising him. "Back then, when I urged you to study diligently with me, how did you respond? You claimed studying was pointless, being lazy and making excuses for yourself." Guao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. Wang Shi, feeling sheepish, remained silent. "So tell me, is it beneficial for me to study hard now?" "Theoretically, it is beneficial. In theory, it is never too late to strive. However, the college entrance examination is merely over 50 days away. If you truly wish to learn, you must await the opportunity to retake the examination. You are undoubtedly unable to participate in this year's college entrance examination." Guao shrugged. He would not claim to possess a systematic approach, yet theoretically, if Wang Shi were to exert effort concurrently with him, it could yield significant results. After all, Wang Shi possessed a certain foundational knowledge, far superior to Guao's own at that time, making an improvement of several dozen points, or even surpassing 100, entirely conceivable. Indeed, as the college entrance examination approaches, there are many who experience accelerated progress. Unfortunately, Wang Shi did not apply himself back then. As for now, it would be wiser to contemplate the next year's examination. Very well, Wang Shi sighed. The commendation ceremony concluded swiftly, and the students promptly returned to their respective classrooms to resume their studies. Meanwhile, Qianqing stood in the principal's office, awaiting his own momentous challenge. Chapter 61. The fire has ignited. What is happening? Principal Li of Liyang High School gazed with a somber expression at Qianqing before him, who wore an expression of helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, Qian recounted the events that had transpired within the grading committee, also sharing the original text of Guao's essay with Principal Li. Although excerpts from Guao's essay were included in the news article, they were rather limited. Upon finishing the essay and listening to Qian's account, Principal Li's demeanor remained largely unchanged, yet the flicker in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. "I need to investigate this matter further," he finally stated, not hurrying to speak. After a brief pause, he addressed Qian. Recognizing him as the finest Chinese language teacher at Liyang High School and one of the nation's distinguished educators, no matter the circumstances, Principal Li would not wish to forsake such a remarkable teacher. Principal Li's thoughts turned to Kai Qinggong's background. How could someone of his stature easily prompt the Chongqing Daily to publish such an article? Clearly, Kai's connections were not ordinary. Thus, Principal Li swiftly made a call to several acquaintances at Chongqing No. 1 High School and even within the Jiangxi Provincial Education Department. Soon, he had ascertained Kai Qinggong's background, which caused his brow to furrow deeply. "What's the matter, Principal Li?" Qianqing inquired. Noticing the change in Li's expression, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Kai Qingdong has significant connections, Principal Li replied with a slight sigh. Qian's heart sank, while he had anticipated such news. Hearing it from the principal still left him feeling disheartened. He had not expected that a casual offense would lead to entanglements with someone of considerable influence. What should we do now, Principal? Perhaps I should resign to avoid dragging you and Liyang High School into this, Qian suggested after a moment of silence. Why the haste? Principal Li shot him a glare, irritated. Am I not currently contemplating a solution? Qian forced a smile and remained silent. After a prolonged pause, Principal Li turned to him and declared, at this juncture, there remains but one course of action. What is it? Qian asked, momentarily perplexed as he regarded Principal Li. In terms of background, we cannot compete with Kai Qingdong, but I have read that essay, and it is indeed exceptional, worthy of high praise. Even among the best essays in past college entrance examinations. Indeed, Principal, otherwise, I would not have awarded it full marks, Qian replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Therefore, your turning point lies within this essay. Principal Li smiled, looking at Qian with renewed resolve. Qian blinked in confusion. Are you suggesting that we find a media outlet to publish the entire essay? A media outlet? Who in Gan province would dare to accept your manuscript now? Principal Li shot a knowing glance at Qiancheng. What do you mean by that? Qiancheng inquired, increasingly perplexed. Traditional media is undoubtedly out of the question. With Kai Qingdong's background, if you dare to publish anything in the media, it would be utterly unfeasible. However, in this era, apart from traditional media, there exists online media as well. Principal Li smiled slightly as he regarded Qiancheng. Unlike traditional media, online platforms are far more adaptable. Once a trend takes off online, its influence can surpass that of local publications like Changcheng Daily, even attracting attention from higher-tier media outlets. Qiancheng contemplated for a moment. He was indeed aware of the rapid development of online media over the past couple of years. Yet, the question remained, how could they generate buzz online? Other essays may not suffice, but this particular composition perfectly aligns with current trending topics. Principal Li smiled knowingly. With our strategic efforts, its popularity will far exceed your expectations. Principal, please just tell me what to do. I'm all ears. Principal Li chuckled and briefly outlined the operational plan to Qiancheng. Thus began the counteroffensive of Liyang High School. The following day, an essay gradually started circulating online, titled, Gan Province's Mock College Entrance Exam Perfect Score Essay, involving the Xiao Yeye incident. Ignoring it would be a loss. With the allure of this title, the essay began to spread rapidly across the internet. It was indeed an exceptionally well-crafted piece. It discussed how social credit and a sense of social responsibility have been gradually eroding amidst various societal events. Exactly. There are also media personnel contributing to the adverse effects, alongside the saying, if you hit someone, why don't you help them? Such matters severely damage our collective sense of social responsibility. Indeed, it's high time to rectify the current media landscape, especially with today's media education, which, in pursuit of sensationalism, shamelessly feasts upon the misfortunes of others. Numerous comments flooded the internet. Fueled by certain individuals, this essay was linked to the recent Xiao Yeye incident, causing its popularity to soar. After a day of fermenting, it quickly climbed the Weibo trending list that evening. The shadow cast by the Xiao Yeye incident had yet to dissipate, and under the influence of certain individuals, coupled with the essay's inherent quality, it swiftly gained traction and even went viral. As the essay gained fame, the editorial from Changcheng Daily that had been published that morning was soon shared online, provoking a torrent of outrage from netizens. What is this? What is the name of the author, Lu Shi? How utterly shameless! Indeed, it was quite shameless, while ostensibly praising the essay's author and seemingly defending high school students. The piece was fundamentally dismissive, questioning what high schoolers truly understood, and claiming they merely spewed nonsensical comments throughout the essay. High school students are unworthy of writing about society's negative news. It amuses me to no end, if high school students refrain from doing so. Will the sense of social responsibility truly not collapse? Furthermore, I find this essay to be exceptionally well written. It presents its arguments with clarity and substantiation. Yet it is these so-called media professionals who exude arrogance. Indeed, this essay likely struck a nerve with those pretentious media figures. How comical. Guao, having savored a late-night snack prepared by his mother, settled beside his computer desk as per his usual routine. After glancing at the current market value of Bitcoin, he casually opened Weibo News. Oh, Guao noticed a trending topic on Weibo. He clicked to take a closer look, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Chapter 62. Guao's Choice. Originally, Guao's essay had received a perfect score. He did not think much of it. Perhaps the examiner simply appreciated his work and deemed it worthy of full marks, which he considered quite normal. There was no need for excessive surprise. However, he did not anticipate that so many events would unfold as a result. With a sense of curiosity, Guao opened the Changcheng Daily and briefly perused the editorial. Gradually, his expression grew more serious. After organizing his thoughts, he began to comprehend the situation at hand. It seemed that a teacher named Qian Sheng had taken a particular liking to his essay and thus awarded it a perfect score. This editorial appeared to be Qian Sheng's response to the ire of the examination committee, stemming from his decision to grant Guao full marks. Consequently, a subtle conflict ensued between the two parties. From this, it appeared that teacher Qian was unlikely to possess significant influence. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to utilizing the internet as a tool. Pausing for a moment, Guao swiftly began typing on his keyboard, initiating a web crawler to gather data. Before long, he discovered the original accounts that had published these articles, along with several accounts used for promotion. After exerting a bit of effort, Guao successfully located several personal accounts, including that of teacher Qian, who had registered using his mobile phone number. Following a series of steps, Guao found Qian Cheng's account and sent a friend request from his own social media profile. "Who are you?" Qian Cheng was momentarily taken aback upon noticing a new friend request on his account, pondering how to respond. A slight sense of guilt gnawed at him, as he had recently been one of the online promoters. Though he felt there was nothing inherently wrong with it, he could not shake the feeling of being a thief. "Teacher Qian, I would like to inquire why the situation has escalated to this point. Why has the media chosen to publish such an article?" Upon reading this message, Qian Cheng was momentarily stunned, but soon felt a flicker of joy within. Could it be that certain media outlets had become privy to some underlying details and sought him out specifically? Contemplating this possibility, Qian Cheng suppressed his excitement, hesitated briefly, and composed a lengthy response to Guao. "Here's the situation." Guao briefly skimmed through the message sent by Qian Cheng and grasped the general course of events. Kai Qinggong. This teacher is indeed rather intriguing, harboring such pettiness. Over such a trivial matter, he has escalated it to newsworthy proportions. While he possesses some degree of intelligence, his article notably refrained from mentioning my name. However, having read the news piece, it was as if it practically branded me as a mere inexperienced youth, unworthy of critiquing the work of seasoned media professionals. On the surface, it appeared to encourage younger generations. In reality, it implied that I lacked understanding. A reckless young man whose writing was decent, yet whose content was utterly chaotic. Upon reflecting on these matters, a cold smile flickered across Guao's eyes. How intriguing. These media professionals truly exhibit a lofty pride. He was keen to ascertain whether this editor Liu was equally self-righteous behind the scenes. Guao commenced an online inquiry, utilizing web crawlers to swiftly gather all pertinent information regarding this editor Liu of Changcheng Daily, as well as details about Kai Qinggong. Regrettably, the current state of the internet was not particularly advanced, and the traces left by educators and traditional media figures were scarce. Guao was unable to uncover much of value, leading him to abandon the search. Instead, he contributed to the trending topics on Weibo related to Qian Cheng, amplifying the heat of the discussion. With that, Guao finally shut down his computer. At present, it seemed there was little he could accomplish. Judging by Kai Qinggong's professional background, there appeared to be some faint traces. Furthermore, it was likely that editor Liu harbored his own unsavory secrets. However, in this era, the internet was far from the omnipotent entity it would become in the future. The use of social media was not yet commonplace, particularly among the older generation. Were these individuals to utilize WeChat, he could easily infiltrate their accounts, undoubtedly uncovering some scandalous content. Alas, Guao sighed, momentarily setting this matter aside. Although he felt a degree of sympathy for Qian Cheng, especially given that this teacher consistently awarded him perfect scores for his compositions, a quality he greatly admired, ultimately, the issue bore little relevance to him. He had no substantial reason to expend excessive mental energy on it. At most, out of a sense of duty, he might look for ways to lend assistance, but to expect Guao to squander his efforts on this matter, he deemed that impractical. After all, he still had his studies to attend to. With this thought, Guao shook his head, casting all concerns aside. He consumed a bottle of energy tonic and opened his physics textbook from the series 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation. He began to tackle the exercises. In this second mock examination, Guao's mathematics score was surprisingly higher than he had anticipated, achieving 110 points. After all, being an elite hacker endowed him with a commendable mathematical intuition, and among elite hackers, there existed a foundation of mathematical knowledge. Of course, The overlap between that knowledge and high school mathematics was not particularly high, which explained why Guao managed to score 538 points overall. Conversely, his comprehensive science score was significantly lower than expected, barely surpassing 140 points. There was no alternative. He would have to bolster his performance in comprehensive science. A low score in that subject would render the ambition of attaining 640 points in the college entrance examination nearly impossible. In contrast, should he achieve above 240 points in comprehensive science, it would directly enhance his current score by 100, thus enabling him to fulfill the system's task. Therefore, Guao gradually shifted his focus from mathematics to comprehensive science. On this point, Shen Luoyin wholeheartedly supported Guao's perspective. Ultimately, addressing one's weaknesses is paramount in the Gaokao examination. If one can secure all the foundational marks, the gateway to the prestigious 211 universities is already ajar. Once a certain score is attained, further advancements become significantly more challenging, rendering the effort disproportionate to the outcome. However, this does not imply that Guao has abandoned the study of mathematics. Rather, the time allocated to it will not be as extensive as before. Physics, being the discipline most intricately intertwined with mathematics among all sciences, inevitably involves numerous calculations, whether in mechanics or other areas. Indeed, many physics problems are essentially computational in nature, merely framed within the context of physical concepts. Yet, these concepts are themselves sufficiently challenging, at least in Guao's perspective. They are more complex than those found in chemistry and biology. Chapter 63. The heat continues to intensify. Guao is diligently studying. The fervor online continues to escalate. Gradually, numerous revelations have come to light. It remains unclear who uncovered that the author of the essay is Guao. Additionally, editor Lu from Chongqing Daily has been implicated. Some have even begun to delve into the earlier debate between Kai Changong and Qian Cheng, as well as the voting process within the grading committee at that time. More and more sensational details emerge. The following day, the buzz reached its zenith, igniting widespread discussion. Goodness, why does this story feel increasingly explosive? Indeed, the unanimous decision of the grading committee to award full marks raises questions. Why has editor Lu directed all criticism towards a single individual? Whom has teacher Qian offended? Is it not Kai Qinggong, whom teacher Qian had confronted? It appears that this confrontation could be the source of the animosity. However, how could a mere high school teacher persuade a newspaper editor to compose such an article? There seems to be something amiss here. Certainly, I sense that something is not quite right. What could possibly be wrong? I investigated and discovered that Kai Qinggong has a sister named Kaiyu, who is married to a prominent figure in the education department. If he wishes for the editor to publish an article, would it not be a simple task? Incredible! If this is true, it certainly adds an intriguing layer. Could it also imply corruption among officials and the misuse of public resources? How thrilling! Speaking of which, are you not paying attention to the essay's author, Guao? He is merely a high school student. What is there to focus on? Indeed, I find the most thrilling aspect to be Kai Qinggong himself. If it is indeed Kai Qinggong who persuaded editor Lu to write this article, that would be fascinating. The online discourse has reached a fever pitch. The more one digs into the matter, the more captivating it becomes. This incident continues to ferment online, with more revelations and individuals being uncovered. These developments have exhilarated internet users, who believe they have unearthed a major scoop. However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the netizens, editor Lu is now overwhelmed. He never anticipated that this matter would gain such traction online. This has become a significant predicament for them. After a moment's hesitation, editor Lu composed a lengthy post on his personal Weibo account. He provided a brief explanation regarding the origin of the article published in Chongqing Daily and urged netizens to refrain from spreading rumors. Regarding Guao's essay, editor Lu had encountered it on the website. At that time, the essay resonated deeply with him due to the Xiaoya incident. Thus, he was compelled to write the editorial, which is entirely his own endeavor and unrelated to anyone else. In this lengthy discourse, there is a significant emphasis on re-evaluating Guao's essay, exploring the reasons and rationale behind the belief that it does not merit a perfect score. The article is meticulously detailed, presenting logical arguments while clarifying that the critique is not directed at Guao personally, but rather stems from his lack of understanding of these matters, which is explicitly noted. Editor Lu's extensive analysis was published on a Weibo platform and quickly became associated with trending topics. The platform thoughtfully tagged his article as related to the individual in question. It is indeed commendable that students should ideally remain sheltered from the darker aspects of society. Supporting editor Lu is essential, as students, confined within the school environment, possess limited exposure to the world and often lack comprehensive information. Awarding high marks for negative news portrayal could undermine established norms and be detrimental to the mental and emotional well-being of the students. Indeed, the comments from those below seem to suggest ulterior motives, blatantly ignoring the core issue. Is the focus on Guao's identity as a high school student? A pack of self-serving individuals seems to overlook the crux, the authenticity of what Guao expressed in his essay. From my perspective, the content he wrote was, if anything, rather conservative. It hardly constitutes a revelation of society's darker facets and may even be perceived as a glorification. Undoubtedly, the mendacious media, which corrupts our sense of social responsibility, plays an exceedingly pivotal role in this narrative. It's quite amusing. I wholeheartedly support this. As editor Lu's clarifications circulated online, the fervor did not wane but instead escalated dramatically. The focus of online discussions began to shift toward the essay itself. Some individuals questioned the insights of a high school student, suggesting that the examples cited in the essay were merely hearsay. It is indeed inappropriate for the concerned parties to encourage such depictions of negative news. Conversely, many argued that the editor merely sought to exploit the situation, asserting that the content of the essay posed no genuine issue. Yet, rather than addressing the veracity of the essay's content, editor Lu aimed to undermine it based on the identity of the author and the perceived worldview of high school students, exuding a paternalistic tone that is difficult to articulate. The online discourse grew increasingly heated, and the repercussions naturally reached the inner workings of Chongqing Daily. Editor Lu found himself in a precarious position. "Old Lu, what is going on?" inquired President Wang, furrowing his brow as he looked at editor Lu. "Today, numerous longtime subscribers have called, questioning whether our newspaper is facing issues, why we would target a high school student's essay. They are concerned about the integrity of our publication." "Old Lu, please explain what is happening." Upon hearing President Wang's words, editor Lu hesitated slightly. "President, this cannot be attributed to me," he replied with a hint of helplessness in his gaze. "This editorial is not of my own design." "Then whose is it?" President Wang furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at editor Lu before him. Kai Qinggong. Kai Qinggong. President Wang momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Is it really him?" President Wang's brow furrowed deeply, revealing a look of discontent in his eyes. He simply relies on his uncle to act with impunity. Now, he even targets high school students' essays? However, it is not the students that Kai Qinggong aims to confront, but rather a teacher named Qian Cheng, with whom he has reportedly had some conflicts regarding this particular essay. Initially, he sought to utilize public opinion against Qian Cheng, but I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Editor Lu's expression was one of helplessness. Such matters, which began as trivial, have now spiraled beyond the control of a mere newspaper editor. Chapter 64. A shallow composition illuminates a gloomy life. President Wang's gaze sharpened slightly. "Please recount the entire sequence of events to me in detail." Editor Lu promptly relayed the words spoken by Kai Qinggong when he sought him out, detailing his writing process and how the topic unexpectedly gained traction. He recounted everything thoroughly, without a hint of hesitation, to President Wang. After absorbing editor Lu's account, President Wang leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his pen against the table. He remained silent for a considerable time. It appears that there is indeed a remarkable figure at Liyang Middle School. With a sigh, President Wang slowly began to speak. "What?" Editor Lu looked momentarily taken aback, gazing at President Wang with confusion. With a slightly grave expression, President Wang addressed editor Lu. "Lao Lu, have you not considered why this topic has suddenly surged in popularity online?" "What do you mean?" Editor Lu's expression began to mirror the gravity of the situation. "Public opinion requires guidance." President Wang fixed a penetrating gaze on Lu. "You hold a master's in journalism. You should understand this matter better than I do." "I see." Editor Lu nodded slowly. "Then it seems this incident was primarily orchestrated by Qian Cheng from Liyang Middle School." His countenance darkened. "Just because you are in first grade does not mean others cannot be in 15th. President Wang retorted with a sidelong glance at Lu, who momentarily faltered. "Enough with the pointless grievances. Let's find a way to divert the attention. Also, remember to call Kai Qinggong and clarify the situation. His uncle holds a significant position. We must avoid offending him if possible." President Wang said calmly to editor Lu. "Understood." Editor Lu nodded. "Very well, go devise a strategy." President Wang felt a twinge of frustration. Such matters were indeed quite thorny. The internet is a burgeoning medium, and while their traditional print media possesses greater authority, in terms of reach and influence, it pales in comparison to the broader impact of online platforms. Unfortunately, they, as local media, have no means to intervene in online affairs. Moreover, the situation had escalated to a point where it had already attracted the attention of higher authorities. What should he do now? President Wang let out a soft sigh, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. His administrative rank was simply too low. He constantly found himself entangled in a myriad of chaotic and absurd situations. What could he do? The mess created by those above him needed to be contained. Otherwise, his tenure as president would come to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, Editor Liu returned to his office, pondering briefly before dialing Kai Qinggong's number. Hello. Upon connecting, Editor Liu summarized the online situation and President Wang's suspicions to Kai Qinggong. Then, subtly implying the situation regarding Kai Qinggong, it was time for his brother-in-law to intervene. If this matter was not resolved swiftly, it was highly likely that Kai Qinggong would also be dragged into the turmoil under the mounting pressure. After listening to Editor Liu's words, Kai Qinggong remained silent for a considerable time. I understand. Without taking any particular action, he simply responded coldly. Editor Liu was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Kai Qinggong to rebuke him, yet he was surprised that he let him off so easily. At that moment, Editor Liu cautiously contemplated saying something further. However, Kai Qinggong had already hung up the phone. Upon hearing the click of the call ending, Editor Liu felt a mix of irritation and relief. Serving such a person was indeed an exceedingly troublesome affair. His indifference towards him was, in fact, a blessing in disguise. The pressing issue now was how to mitigate the impact. With a sense of unease, Editor Liu opened his computer and logged into Weibo. His account, which previously had only a few hundred followers, had now surged to thousands. However, the private messages condemning him had long surpassed 99. He did not even dare to glance at his messages, fearing an emotional explosion. The vitriol from those netizens was relentless and often included attacks on his family. He found it unbearable. How vicious. Editor Liu lamented, recalling Qian Cheng's response, decisive and incisive, showing no mercy whatsoever. Impressive, truly impressive. However, at that moment, Editor Liu suddenly pondered something. In the future, would such tactics of online harassment become widespread? The thought of such a future sent a cold sweat down his spine. Kai Qinggong's expression was grim. In truth, he had been monitoring this matter without the need for Editor Liu's call. The versions circulating online had already mentioned him numerous times. He could not escape his involvement. He called his brother-in-law, who informed him that he had someone investigate the matter. The sudden explosion of this issue was indeed propelled by a powerful force. Yet, that force was enigmatic. Even his brother-in-law had failed to uncover the puppet master behind it. Nonetheless, Qian Cheng was undoubtedly one of the main culprits. According to his brother-in-law, this trending topic was difficult to retract. If they were to remove it, it could likely trigger a wave of backlash. The best approach would be to reduce the intensity and handle it with a cool demeanor. However, Kai Qinggong found it hard to swallow his pride. Qian Cheng, this scoundrel dared to oppose him. No, he needed to devise a strategy to retaliate against Qian Cheng. The optimal solution was to utterly discredit that essay. Once that essay was rendered worthless, the one who had awarded it full marks, Qian Cheng, would naturally become the greatest fool. But how could he ensure that the essay was deemed worthless? He should enlist a prominent figure to publicly support him. Analyzing the flaws in that essay, utilizing the influence of that figure, he would crush that scoundrel. With these thoughts crystallizing, Kai Qinggong's face took on a somewhat sinister expression. After a moment of contemplation, Kai Qinggong dialed the number of a prominent figure known for their influence online. This individual, a local from Jiangxi province, had thrived in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai over the past few years, amassing a following exceeding 1 million on Weibo. Previously, they had served as an editor at a television station. Once Kai Qinggong articulated his needs and concerns to this esteemed figure, they readily agreed to assist him, of course. Understanding that financial compensation was essential, after all, one must earn a living. In no time, this influential personality published a public relations piece titled Superficial Essays Reflecting a Gloomy Existence. In the lengthy narrative, Liu Xiaoxu recounted how he encountered a perfect scoring essay online. With curiosity piqued and expectations ignited by the title, he opened the essay, only to be met with vacuous prose devoid of depth and meaning. Is this truly the standard for top-scoring essays in Jiangxi province? In his extensive analysis, Liu Xiaoxu meticulously dissected Guao's composition. Chapter 65, A Direct Confrontation. The instances cited within the essay were all thoroughly dismantled, culminating in a poignant conclusion. To rely on rumors for crafting an essay, no matter how eloquently expressed, is akin to constructing a dream castle upon shifting sands, despite the assertions made with fervor. The outcome is nothing more than a mirage in the water or a flower in the mirror. Such an essay lacks substance, is steeped in darkness, and perpetuates falsehoods. The fact that a composition of this caliber received full marks compels me to question the judgment of the evaluators. What were you truly thinking? Do you genuinely believe such an essay warrants a perfect score? The final remarks were direct, aimed squarely at Qianxing with an almost surgical precision. While the lengthy discourse may appear neutral, it is evidently directed towards financial motives. Furthermore, it serves to undermine Guao entirely, stopping just short of labeling him a charlatan. Devoid of any competence, a complete failure. The online discourse erupted once more, taking on a tumultuous character. As Qianxing sat before his computer, his brow furrowed tightly. A sense of apprehension washed over him. At this moment, the winds of social media had finally reached Ganqing No. 1 High School, where many had become aware of the situation. Discussions surrounding Guao proliferated, with astonishment at the revelation that his essay, awarded full marks, was of such a nature. It must be the evaluators who were shielding him. Could it be that the evaluator named Qianxing shares some special connection with Guao? Perhaps they are relatives. If so, then Guao's accolade as the star of progress is certainly unjustified. This seems rather dubious. Brother Hao, what is going on? Wang Shi inquired. His expression tinged with uncertainty as he turned to Guao. Is there any truth to what that person online is saying? Hearing him. I feel as though your essay is utterly devoid of merit. How could it possibly receive full marks? Do you trust him, or do you trust me? Guao retorted, casting a glare at Wang Shi. Of course, I trust you, but many are discussing your situation at school, and I'm a bit. Just trust me. That's all that matters. Guao replied nonchalantly. Let them bark. The bright moon will illuminate the mountain ridge. All right, Wang Shi nodded in agreement. At that moment, the classroom door swung open. Guao, step outside. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, entered and beckoned Guao to leave. The students collectively raised their heads, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation as they watched Guao exit the classroom. The two found themselves at the corner of the corridor. You're aware of the situation online, aren't you, Guao? Mr. Huang hesitated briefly before addressing him. Yes, I am, Guao responded calmly. Good. Mr. Huang nodded. You need not concern yourself too much. I, along with the language teachers at our school, have thoroughly reviewed your essay. The writing is devoid of issues. Although it addresses negative societal news, it is undoubtedly problem-free. As for the scores they assign you, that is beyond our control. So, rest assured. Teacher, I am not so fragile. Guao discerned Lao Huang's hesitation. He smiled and turned to Lao Huang beside him, saying, That's good. Upon hearing Guao's words, Lao Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then the teacher can rest easy. It's best to refrain from involving yourself in online matters. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by me. In this period, focus diligently. Strive to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination. However, during the exam, avoid writing such controversial essays. Lao Huang said with a slight smile, addressing Guao. Understood. Guao did not divulge anything to Lao Huang and the others, as they were still rather uninformed, only aware of the online narratives. Yet, they remained oblivious to many underlying issues, like Guao, who was fully aware that this so-called influencer was likely just a pawn summoned by that Kai Qinggong. Such entanglements. Now, they even made themselves a target. Contemplating this, Guao's gaze narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within his eyes. Then go back and study. Lao Huang believed he had convinced Guao, and a smile lit his face as he addressed him. The online discourse and rumors are trivial matters. Currently, the college entrance examination is paramount. Guao's performance in the previous mock exam has already demonstrated that he is a gifted student. If he continues to exert effort, gaining admission to a prestigious university is undoubtedly within his reach. Perhaps he might even excel further. In the specialized class, such a score might be deemed average. But in their class, it is exceptional. Lao Huang did not wish for such a promising student to suffer any setbacks. Thus, upon learning of the situation that morning, he promptly approached the principal, requesting that students be prohibited from discussing the matter at school. After speaking, Lao Huang hurried back to the classroom to meet Guao, providing him with psychological support. Once assured that Guao was free of any mental distress, Lao Huang finally felt relieved. As for the controversy surrounding the essay, truth be told, it had little to do with Guao as a student. The grading was not in his hands. Moreover, while the writing itself was acknowledged for its quality, it merely contained slightly contentious content. This, in itself, is quite normal. After all, it is expected for articles to evoke debate. However, the grading is not in the hands of the student. Thus, theoretically. The turmoil stemming from public opinion should not burden the student. Lao Huang feared that Guao might develop negative emotions that could impact his studies, which would be disastrous. Guao turned back to the classroom. He did not consider himself an exceptionally magnanimous individual. Articles like those from the previous newspaper were clearly not directed at him. So he remained indifferent. However, the lengthy article pinned by that so-called influencer was entirely a self-critique. Since he initiated the attack, he cannot fault others for retaliating. Guao chuckled softly. Initially, he had intended to focus on his studies, fulfill his system tasks, and diligently engage in research. Yet, given that others had encroached upon his territory, if he remained silent, they might indeed perceive him as in the wrong and easily trifled with. Thus, he resolved to take action. Guao calmly entered the classroom, returned to his seat, and resumed tackling physics problems. The comprehensive sciences were currently his priority. After a day of serene study, upon returning home in the afternoon, Guao greeted his mother briefly before retreating to his room, where he swiftly registered an account. Following immediate real name verification, he published a brief essay, directly tagging that influencer. He responded with fervor. Chapter 66. Troubles abound. The barking of dogs reveals their pretense. The quality of my writing will be judged by the public. Why is it that this once serene corner of the internet is inundated with these so-called million-view influencers? In his composition, Guao meticulously cited all his sources, each one drawn from various media platforms, even providing URLs. You accuse me of fabricating facts, to which I retort. How shameless can one be? Those who accept money from certain individuals only to emerge and cleanse their reputations are truly laughable, considering themselves literati. In a single article, Guao stripped away all the FA aids surrounding Liu Xiaoxiu. He candidly and accurately declared that the financial backer of Liu Xiaoxiu was none other than Cai Qinggong, who, in turn, is associated with a prominent official. Guao left no room for leniency in his composition, revealing the sordid connections between Cai Qinggong and Xincheng. He also shared intriguing findings he uncovered online. This piece was published shortly after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Due to the acknowledgement from the parties involved, it was swiftly shared thousands of times within minutes of its release. Incredible. The critique was brilliantly sharp, targeting the entire Liu Xiaoxiu family without resorting to vulgarity. Hilariously satisfying. I have long harbored disdain for Liu Xiaoxiu, and this article struck a chord deep within me. I never anticipated that one of the key figures in this affair, the very author of the composition, would stand up to defend himself. What a thrill. I relish such direct evidence. Indeed, Guao's writing is impeccable. I could not have imagined that this high school student would exhibit such audacity. Remarkable. It is astonishing how this situation unfolded. I was curious about the inexplicable escalation. If this matter is genuine, then Cai Qinggong must be rather foolish to mobilize media forces over a mere essay. Laughable. This transcends the triviality of a composition. It pertains to the dignity of bureaucratic relatives. With Guao's essay making its impact, the entire affair reached its zenith. The fervor escalated, even surpassing some entertainment news, catapulting to the top of Weibo's trending topics. What began as a minor issue evolved into a complex narrative, especially with the involvement of a million-view influencer and the potential connection to a high-ranking official. This piqued the interest and curiosity of countless netizens, amplifying the buzz exponentially, propelling it from the top 10 to the pinnacle. Guao, however, did not concern himself with the trending topics. After publishing his essay, he departed from home. Downstairs, Wang Shi was already waiting for him. What took you so long to come down? Wang Shi complained. Nothing much, Guao replied with a smile. You will know soon enough. Huh. Wang Shi looked at Guao in confusion. All right, let's head back to school, Guao said with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further, as explaining the situation could be rather cumbersome. Tell me, Wang Shi insisted, persistently pursuing Guao as they rode their bicycles. One after the other. Reluctantly, Guao shared a brief account of his endeavors during the ride. What the heck? Wang Shi exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. You're so bold, my friend. What else could I do? Guao shrugged. If I don't retaliate against his critique of my essay, it would only seem as if I'm easy to bully. That's true. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. It's not your style to suffer in silence. As they conversed, the two arrived back at school. Liu Xiaoxiu opened his computer, eager to peruse the comments, hoping to bask in the joy of a fruitful outcome. However, his expression soon turned somber. To his dismay, he discovered that the high school author of the essay he had judged had penned a rebuttal, thoroughly dismantling his original piece. Moreover, the response had only heightened the controversy surrounding the incident. Most critically, the high schooler had revealed the influential figures backing him. This was a significant predicament, Lu Xiaoxu's countenance darkened as he navigated to the top of the trending list, opening Guohao's account. It was evidently a newly created profile, and the lengthy article required considerable effort for Lu Xiaoxu to fully digest. Upon completion, his expression grew even more grave. This was indeed a serious issue. Lu Xiaoxu, a discerning individual, instantly recognized that despite Guohao being merely a high school student, he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, the essay was exceptionally detailed, directly countering his own arguments and even including relevant links. All the evidence was laid bare. He would undoubtedly appear a fool. How could this happen? Wasn't he just a high school student? Why was he engaging in this matter? Moreover, no one had informed him of the high schooler's remarkable capabilities. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxu dialed Kai Qinggong's number. Old Kai, have you seen the trending topic on Weibo? What is going on? Didn't you tell me that Guohao is just an ordinary high schooler, riding casually? How could this occur? If this situation isn't handled properly, my account with 1 million followers could be jeopardized. Lu Xiaoxu's tone was decidedly unfriendly. This was a matter that directly impacted his livelihood. An account with 1 million followers generated a substantial income for Lu Xiaoxu each year. If this account fell apart, his reputation would likely follow suit, making future earnings exceedingly difficult. He couldn't afford to remain calm. I understand. I'll take care of this. Don't worry. Kai Qinggong replied, his expression grave. Lu Xiaoxu wanted to say more, but Kai Qinggong had already hung up the phone. Afterward, Kai Qinggong called his brother-in-law. Got it. Before long, Weibo received a call. In no time, the top trending topic was promptly retracted. Even numerous related topics have vanished entirely. This action, paradoxically, has ignited a certain level of fervor across the entire internet. On various platforms, such as forums, scattered discussions have begun to gain traction. Of course, none of this is known to Guohao, who is engrossed in his studies at school. He could hardly have anticipated that in this era. The handling of such matters could be so rudimentary. The decision to abruptly overturn the situation and eliminate trending searches is a rather crude approach. In a later time, there would certainly be more nuanced methods to address similar issues. Nevertheless, even if he were aware, Guohao would remain indifferent. It matters not to him. He possesses ample means. As long as the fervor is ignited, everything can be negotiated. Chapter 67. Withdrawal of trending searches? What a brilliant idea. That evening, as Guohao was engrossed in his studies, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, summoned him outside. Guohao, what on earth is happening online? Did you not promise me that you would steer clear of such matters? Mr. Huang gazed at Guohao with a hint of exasperation. He had initially anticipated that Guohao would exercise a degree of restraint, yet to his astonishment, the young man had uploaded an extensive article during the brief interlude of his return home for dinner. Given the length of the article and the time he had at home, it was evident that he had premeditated this action. Mr. Huang had also perused the lengthy piece, which contained speculations regarding certain officials that Guohao had mentioned. This revelation left Mr. Huang even more disheartened. What to do now? Guohao was merely a student. Regardless of how furious the educational authorities might be, they could not vent their frustrations on him. Yet, Mr. Huang, as Guohao's teacher, bore the brunt of the responsibility. Contemplating this, Mr. Huang's expression grew increasingly intricate as he cast a complex glance at Guohao. Rest assured, Mr. Huang, I will handle this matter myself. Guohao smiled reassuringly at his teacher. Mr. Huang opened his mouth, wishing to articulate his concerns. He truly wanted to convey that Guohao's actions might implicate him. But as a figure of authority, he found himself unable to voice these thoughts, merely observing Guohao in silence. Have no worries, Mr. Huang. I will manage this cleanly and will certainly not involve you. Guohao reiterated with a smile. Mr. Huang regarded him with a look of mixed emotions. His mouth agape, as if to speak. Finally, he conceded. Very well, you may handle it as you see fit. But I must emphasize that you should not squander too much time on such matters. For you, enhancing your science scores is of utmost importance. Just look at your performance in the last mock exam. Your scores were dismal. If you can improve in this area, while I cannot guarantee admission to a top institution, gaining entry to a second-tier university should be well within your reach. Mr. Huang regarded Guohao with solemnity. Learning should take precedence. Everything else can be set aside for now. I understand, teacher, Guohao replied, his smile slightly waning as he nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Mr. Huang recalled something. There is one more thing I wanted to discuss. It appears that the article you posted this afternoon has been retracted, and the trending searches regarding it have also been removed. Frankly, it might be best for this matter to conclude here, at this juncture. It would be wise for you to remain focused and not be distracted by such issues. Let us put an end to this, Mr. Huang advised Guao. Guao chuckled lightly. Teacher, do not worry. I know what I must do. Observing Guao's demeanor, Mr. Huang felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He realized that he could not dissuade Guao from his path. Fine, fine. I shall refrain from intervening in this matter. It's commendable that you have your own convictions. However, you must understand that your primary focus now is your studies. Understood. Very well, then go back and study. Old Huang said to Guao with a sense of resignation. Guao turned and walked away, observing Guao's retreating figure. A trace of helplessness flickered in Old Huang's eyes. Such a student requires no persuasion, yet simultaneously, he is not one who can be easily managed. A child so self-disciplined and opinionated. No amount of words from him would be of any consequence. With this thought, Old Huang sighed deeply. Upon returning to the classroom, Guao took his seat, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. How amusing. If public opinion could simply be swayed by withdrawing trending searches, then there would be far fewer examples of illustrious stars facing downfall. Perhaps another wave would draw the attention of justice. Guao smiled faintly. Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, he resumed working on his physics exercises, continuing with the class as usual. That evening, upon arriving home, Guao found his father there as well. Come here, Hao. I have something to ask you, his father beckoned. Beside him, Guao's mother sat on the sofa, her gaze filled with concern as she watched her son. Guao approached his parents and took a seat. What is happening online? Gua's father inquired, his expression somewhat serious. Guao was not surprised by the question. After all, with the uproar online, it was only natural for people from his parents' workplace to be aware and discuss the matter. After gathering his thoughts, Guao recounted the events and their outcomes to his father. Listening intently, Gua's mother regarded her son with worry, though she chose not to speak. Gua's father smiled slightly and asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter? I've heard that the people from Kai Qinggong's side have used an administrative order to have your article and the related trending searches completely removed. To strike a snake and leave it alive is to invite harm," Guao replied calmly. "But what will you do? The forces behind Kai Qinggong are not insignificant. He has connections within the provincial education department." Gua's father pondered for a moment before asking. Withdrawing trending searches has always been the most foolish course of action. Since they have chosen this path, it becomes all the simpler for me to handle. Guao replied with a smile. Very well. Then I shall leave this matter to you. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to either me or Uncle Li, Gua's father said earnestly. Guao nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Gua's mother, who had remained silent, looked at her son with concern and said, How, perhaps we should let this matter rest. Considering you are still a student, such things. She hesitated, wanting to express more. Mom, don't worry. I won't see you waste any time on this matter. Guao smiled reassuringly. These are merely trivial issues, easily resolved. However, Gua's mother still seemed inclined to voice her concerns. All right, Mom, trust me. I can manage this. Moreover, I am merely a high school student. Even if they were to target me, what could they possibly do? Rest assured, Guao said with a smile to his mother. In truth, there was something he had yet to express. It is nearly impossible to expect someone like Kai Qinggong to hold no grudges against him. He would undoubtedly harbor resentment, given that he had already become embroiled in this turmoil. Failing to eliminate Kai Qinggong and those who stand behind him would signify a considerable defeat for himself. Once Kai Qinggong, the petty individual, regains his composure and the fervor of this incident wanes, he would undoubtedly turn against my parents. Rather than waiting for Kai Qinggong to strike, it would be better to eliminate him now. Well, Gua's mother still felt a twinge of worry as she gazed at Guao. A mother's heart is heavy with concern as her child ventures forth, especially in such matters. Chapter 68, A Surge of Public Sentiment. Guao reassured his parents once more. After enjoying a late-night meal prepared by his mother, he retreated to his room. Inside, he opened his computer and immediately accessed the programming interface, swiftly crafting lines of code until a unique small program materialized. This was a diminutive web crawling application. Yet it diverged significantly from conventional crawlers. It bore a closer resemblance to a virus, capable of obstructing certain back-end deletions, akin to a potent parasite. After approximately half an hour, he completed the program and proceeded to compose a lengthy article, embedding this viral code within its text. He then began to penetrate the underlying code of Weibo and other social media platforms, identifying their vulnerabilities. Upon uncovering these flaws, he created accounts and disseminated the article. For the platform to remove the article containing this embedded virus would prove to be a formidable challenge, rendering any attempts to diminish its visibility nearly impossible. Once the article was published, a faint smile graced Guao's lips, and he paid little mind to the article's sudden surge in popularity. He shifted his focus to the next course of action, dedicating time to investigate Kai Chengong. This individual was likely a mere figurehead. Yet his status as a nationally recognized exceptional Chinese language teacher suggested that his success was not without the assistance of his brother-in-law. What kind of assistance could that be? Although it was improbable to uncover direct evidence online, there were bound to be some traces to follow. To bring down a high-ranking official from the education department, it would require more than a mere stir of public opinion. One needed concrete evidence of violations scattered across the internet to present to the disciplinary commission. Only then could one truly strike a decisive blow. Having made an enemy, Guao resolved to thoroughly dismantle this individual. He swiftly commenced an online investigation into Kai Chengong. Finding that information about his brother-in-law was scarce, officials of such rank rarely had their affairs documented online. Much of the information was likely to remain clandestine. However, Kai Chengong was a different story. Despite his connections, he was not a high-ranking official himself, making it relatively easy to unearth some of his background. As Guao anticipated, upon verifying his direction, he quickly stumbled upon intriguing details regarding Kai Chengong. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Perhaps the final answer was within reach. Meanwhile, the article Guao had posted online began to wreak havoc. In his piece, he meticulously outlined the current state of collusion between officials and businesses, achieving the top trending spot without any violations, only to be abruptly removed from the trending list. Clearly, it was the influence of some powerful figures within the bureaucracy. This article soon stirred a tempestuous reaction. Bravo! The darkness of the situation is palpable. With a mere utterance from an official, one's own issues can be conveniently obscured. Is there no inquiry from the disciplinary inspection department? In the face of such heightened public discourse, can it truly be overshadowed by the words of a select few? The trending topics on Weibo have exploded. Previously, they were merely trivial pursuits of entertainment, yet following the significant repercussions of a single hot search retraction, a wave of indignation has surged among netizens. Many have taken to tagging various state media outlets, and have even begun to inundate certain relevant departments with phone calls. This issue has ignited a firestorm across nearly all social media platforms. Guao has successfully crafted an image of a persecuted high school student. What began as a trivial matter has swiftly inflated, primarily due to the tremendous fallout from the retraction. After Guao uncovered certain information and glanced at Weibo, he noted the fervent reactions to his comment and smiled faintly. This, he mused, is the side effect of the hot search withdrawal. There is no need for explicit explanations. The sudden removal of a trending topic only leads the public to suspect ulterior motives. Why else would there be such concealment for a matter so seemingly insignificant? Such tactics are utterly futile, only serving to amplify the issue's prominence. This truth has been continually validated over the ensuing decade. In the face of public controversies, the most prudent course of action is to maintain silence, allowing the fervor of the event to gradually subside, unless absolutely unavoidable. The best strategy for minor controversies is to simply ignore them. Guao chuckled softly, anticipating that by tomorrow, certain relevant departments would take notice. At that point, he could unleash another wave of compelling revelations. However, such revelations would be best disseminated through another account. With this thought, Guao shut down his computer. The clock had already struck 11. After spending an hour idly, he resolved not to squander further energy on the matter. Instead, he would read for a while longer before attending to his nightly routine and retiring for the night. Guao read until midnight, then proceeded to wash up and enjoyed a restful slumber. At present, Guao could find solace in sleep, yet others were not so fortunate. Kai Chengong sat on the sofa, his face contorted in distress, while his wife dared not interrupt him. Just moments before, Kai Chengong's brother-in-law had called, chastising him harshly and accusing him of perpetually courting trouble. He declared that he would not intervene in this situation. Kai Chengong seethed with anger, yet felt utterly powerless. Nearly all of his connections were tethered to his brother-in-law. The direct consequence of his brother-in-law's disregard was his own helplessness. The negative sentiment online surged relentlessly, all directed at Kai Chengong. What could he do? He found himself in a state of bewilderment. Just then, his phone rang again, and he hastily answered. Kai Chengong, you've ruined my account. The number of unfollows is staggering, and my comment section is filled with vitriol directed at me. You bear full responsibility for this matter. All my financial losses shall be compensated by you. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiaoxiu furiously berated Kai Chengong. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with Kai Chengong's background. When it came to his own interests, he would not hesitate to lash out, regardless of who stood before him. Otherwise, I shall publicly disclose your network online, claiming that your brother-in-law coerced me into posting on Weibo. You may handle it as you wish. Lu Xiaoxi was beyond caring about the intricacies of the situation. He was filled with rage, having never anticipated that a simple business deal would lead to such an outcome. How much will it take for you to remain silent? Kai Qinggong, after a moment of silence, spoke to Lu Xiaoxiu. He understood all too well that the more revelations emerged at this juncture, the greater the pressure on his brother-in-law would become. Chapter 69. The Evidence You Desire. I possess it. Although Kai Qinggong believed that Lu Xiaoxi would not dare to expose his brother-in-law, he could not afford to gamble on such matters. If something were to occur involving his brother-in-law, he would undoubtedly be unable to continue in his position as a teacher. The thought of what he might become in such a scenario was too daunting for him to contemplate. I demand 500,000. This matter will be considered resolved. Fine. Give me time to raise the funds. After a moment of silence, Kai Qinggong directed his words towards Lu Xiaoxiu. Hurry. I can wait a maximum of 2 days. Don't think you can fool me once this frenzy dies down. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoxiu still harbored some trepidation regarding Kai Qinggong's brother-in-law. Therefore, even though compensation was necessary, he dared not ask for an exorbitant amount. Rest assured, Kai Qinggong nodded before ending the call. He rubbed his aching forehead and tossed his phone aside, his eyes reflecting sheer exhaustion. To be honest, he had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Initially, he believed that with editor Lu's article, the person who had offended him, Qin Cheng, would obediently resign, thus paying a sufficient price for his transgressions. However, to his astonishment, this individual showed no inclination to capitulate. Instead, he had ingeniously carved out a new path online, creating a separate narrative. It was not supposed to be a significant issue. He had enlisted a prominent influencer, intending to decisively dismantle Qin Cheng's credibility. He thought it was a surefire plan. Unexpectedly, the author of the contentious piece, a high school student, emerged to pen a rebuttal on his behalf. Consequently, the controversy only intensified. Even when the trending topic was withdrawn, another inexplicable surge in popularity arose. With such heightened attention online, even his brother-in-law began to feel apprehensive. Reflecting on this, Kai Qinggong felt utterly drained. How could this situation be resolved? He was at a loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Su sat before his desk, his authoritative visage marred by agitation. His wife cautiously approached, presenting a bowl of noodles. Please eat something. You didn't have dinner, she gently urged him. Humph. Wang Su replied coldly, his eyes flashing with anger as he regarded his wife. Why didn't I have dinner? His wife stood silently, holding the bowl, too intimidated to respond. I had already told your brother to keep a low profile and live his life quietly, but he insists on stirring up trouble everywhere. I warned him long ago, walking too many dark paths will inevitably lead to encountering ghosts. Why can't he be a bit more amiable? It's not like every matter is a life and death struggle. Has he ever listened? Even over such trivial matters, if someone slightly offends him, he seeks to annihilate them. These people are not puppets. How could they allow themselves to be slaughtered at his whim? Does he truly believe that I can wield absolute power in the province? As he spoke, Wang Su slammed his fist heavily on the desk, producing a thunderous sound. The wife beside him dared not breathe, nor utter a single word. Inform Kai Qinggong. At that moment, Wang Su's gaze turned frigid as he abruptly faced his wife, stating, if he dares to exploit my name for such deeds again, do not expect me to acknowledge him as my brother-in-law. Wang Su spoke with a chilling tone. I will certainly convey your message. His wife hastily replied. Humph. Wang Su scoffed coldly. Is this incident truly as grave as it seems? His wife could no longer contain her curiosity and questioned him. Given the current fervor online, the disciplinary committee will undoubtedly come knocking tomorrow. My friend has already alerted me. Wang Su replied icily. My political adversaries will not let this opportunity slip by. Just moments ago, my former superior called, berating me thoroughly. Do you comprehend the severity of this situation? Upon hearing Wang Su's words, his wife stood silently, too intimidated to speak. As the spouse of a high-ranking official, she was acutely aware of what these actions signified in the political arena. Enough. Do not linger before me. You are an eyesore. Wang Su snapped irritably at his wife. She uttered not a word and departed from his presence. The following day, on his way to work, Wang Su was intercepted by several personnel from the disciplinary committee. Minister Wang, we have received numerous reports against you. We kindly request that you accompany us for an investigation. Very well, Wang Su replied, his expression unyielding. This was the fundamental decorum expected of an official. He accompanied the committee members to discuss the highly publicized matter online. And it was not until midday that he was released. Wang Su's demeanor remained composed, yet within him brewed a tempest of foreboding. Indeed, this situation was proving to be quite troublesome. The sheer volume of complaints highlighted the potency of the internet. Upon returning to his office, Wang Su began to strategize. As a man of his stature, he certainly possessed an extensive network of connections. He sought to exert some influence, hoping to expedite the resolution of this crisis. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at him, as if a sinister scheme lurked in the shadows. It was inconceivable that a mere schoolteacher and principal could orchestrate such a debacle. The previous evening, he had inquired with the staff at Weibo, who informed him that the article recently published by Guao was beyond their ability to delete, seemingly embedded with a virus linked to the platform. Should they attempt to forcibly eliminate the post or engage in similar actions, it could potentially crash the entire platform. Naturally, Weibo would not go to such lengths for Wang Su, and he was not surprised. The crux of the matter was, who had maneuvered this high school student as a pawn, and who was the mastermind behind it all? How could an ordinary high school student possess such exceptional programming skills that even the Weibo staff could not resolve the issue? Moreover, this article had gone viral across nearly all social media platforms. If no powerful force was propelling this incident, Wang Su found it utterly implausible. Who could it be? Wang Su's eyes narrowed slightly. Hallmaster, there are important documents. Please come in. At that moment, Guao, who was under Wang Su's suspicion, was sitting in the classroom attending a lecture. In the last class, we discussed the direction of force, which is always perpendicular to the surface. Yet, this time on the exam, so many people still made mistakes. The college entrance examination is approaching. The physics teacher was delivering the lesson from the podium. Guao listened intently and took notes with great diligence. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate. Since he was in school, Guao always kept his phone on vibrate mode. And he furrowed his brow slightly. Whoever was calling him at this time was certainly not an acquaintance. The call was soon disconnected. The physics teacher had also finished the lesson, and Guao took out his phone. It was indeed an unfamiliar number, originally intending to disregard the call. Guao suddenly recalled something and hesitated for a moment. He quickly exited the classroom, walking to a secluded corner, and dialed the number. You finally called me back. Who are you? Guao's brow furrowed slightly. Who I am is not important. The key is that I possess the evidence you desire most. So, what do you say? Do you want it? As you can see, this book has not performed well, but the author possesses some integrity and will persist until its completion. However, I hope that those who are still reading can provide some feedback, a good review, or a tip, whether it's a free or paid tip. It all reflects love for the author. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 70, The Hacker Organization. Pray tell, what evidence do you require? Guao's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of peril gleaming within them. The corruption evidence regarding Wang Su from the education department, am I correct? The voice on the other end carried an air of amusement. Wang Su, who might that be? What concern is he of mine? Guao felt a shiver run through him, yet maintained his composure as he retorted, Director Wang Su from the Provincial Education Department, the very individual behind Kai Qinggong. I presume, dear brother Guao, that you have already conducted your investigation. Oh, this is the first I have heard of it, Guao replied nonsensically. Faced with an unfamiliar stranger whose background was shrouded in mystery, Guao knew precisely how to navigate the conversation. Haha, brother Guao, you were quite the cautious one. Naturally, with your hacking prowess, prudence is paramount. It seems you are quite familiar with the situation. Guao's expression grew grave. What exactly are you trying to convey? Patience. My friend, I am your peer. I sought you out today to forge a friendship and, incidentally, propose a transaction. Young man, your skills are commendable, however. Your handling of the IP subnet mask leaves much to be desired, as you have left considerable traces on the network. Particularly, those codes you wrote, while certainly sophisticated, suggest a lack of experience in such matters. I stumbled upon your traces and was quite startled to discover such a young, top-tier hacker. You possess remarkable talent. A shiver coursed through Guao, yet he chose to disregard the rest of the man's words. I fail to comprehend your intentions. If you do not clarify soon, I shall terminate this call. At that moment, the voice on the other end suddenly disclosed a series of numbers. This is my dark web ID. Contact me online. With that, the mysterious individual hung up. Furrowing his brow, Guao set down his phone, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. To his surprise, he had attracted the attention of a hacker. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that the hacker did not exhibit any malice. In fact, he had kindly alerted him to the traces he had left online. Perhaps this was not a dire situation after all. Yet, he felt a surge of curiosity regarding the evidence mentioned. Could there truly be incriminating proof against Wang Su? If irrefutable evidence of corruption existed, he could simply forward it to the Disciplinary Inspection Department's email and publicly disclose it online. Even if Wang Su held some degree of influence and connections, it would surely spell his doom. Previously, Guao had sought evidence, but the information regarding Wang Su online was alarmingly scarce, rendering his search fruitless. Setting aside these thoughts for the time being, Guao returned to the classroom. Upon entering, Wang Shi cast a glance at him, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Guao shook his head in response. Though Wang Shi was intrigued, she refrained from probing further. Guao resumed his seat and continued his studies. In the realm of comprehensive science, particularly biology and chemistry, he found the process of learning to be far more enjoyable than he had anticipated. These two subjects require considerable memorization and recall. During this period, Guao has made notable intellectual progress, particularly evident in his enhanced memory. His efficiency in studying these subjects, along with reciting ancient poetry and classical texts, has significantly improved. Physics, however, proves to be more challenging, as Guao lacks a foundational knowledge base, necessitating a fresh start in his studies. Despite the complexities involved, he has developed greater patience and focus, enabling him to learn at a pace considerably swifter than the average student. Guao's current approach to learning is markedly more relaxed compared to his previous efforts. Ultimately, he only needs to elevate his comprehensive science scores. Once achieved, he will seamlessly complete the silver and gold reward tasks he has selected. In essence, these two tasks are fundamentally one and the same, as the gold level task demands a score of 640. Attaining this benchmark would grant him access to a plethora of universities, including the esteemed C9 institutions, with relative ease. As Guao diligently worked through his exercises, he returned home in the evening. After exchanging greetings with his parents, he retreated to his room, booted up his computer, and swiftly accessed the dark web. Following a mysterious series of numbers provided by an enigmatic figure, he entered a deep-level chat room within the dark web. "Hello, Guao," the stranger messaged him. "Before revealing your true name, could you kindly introduce yourself? It would be rather impolite otherwise." Guao promptly typed a response. "Haha, indeed. I am Guao, pleased to meet you. My codename is Vulture." "Vulture?" Clearly an alias. "What is your real name?" Guao sought to glean more about this Vulture. "In this realm, no one uses their true name, do they? Perhaps you could share your codename with me as well." "A codename, you say?" Guao paused briefly. "You can call me Kid." "All right, Kid. I possess all the information regarding Wang Su, irrefutable evidence that I can provide you. What are the conditions?" Guao inquired after a moment of contemplation. "The conditions are quite simple. You must join our organization." "Is it an illegal organization?" Guao felt a slight heaviness in his heart. "Certainly not. We are one of the most clandestine red hacker organizations in the country. Each member enjoys freedom, with our sole activity being the periodic organization of cyber intrusions against foreign networks. Additionally, we assist in defending against foreign cyber attacks during overseas cyber warfare." As he read Vulture's messages, Guao's expression revealed his astonishment. "Is that all?" He could not help but ask. "Of course. Aside from these two tasks, you are free to disregard any directives I may give you. Does that sound agreeable?" "That poses no issue. Assisting Tianlong Nation is something Guao feels morally compelled to do. Whether to join this organization will remain unchanged. Thus, for Guao, this condition is virtually inconsequential." "Very well. I shall now transmit the evidence to you." Shortly thereafter, the Vulture sent an encrypted file package. Upon receiving the package and obtaining the password from the Vulture, Guao swiftly opened the file. The transaction was complete. "This chat room will self-destruct automatically. I will add you as a friend, and I shall notify you of any future assignments." Without waiting for Guao to inquire, the deep-level chat room disintegrated. Guao opened the folder. After examining its contents for a brief moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, there was evidence concerning Wang Su's embezzlement and corruption, including ledgers. This material was undoubtedly Wang Su's lifeline. How could it possibly fall into someone else's hands? Who exactly is that Vulture? Chapter 71. A surge of excitement. Guao's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Such things should not manifest on the internet. If they did, Wang Su would have long met his demise. After flipping through the evidence and confirming its validity, Guao chose not to send the materials from his home network. Until the issue of the network subnet mask was resolved, he refrained from transmitting such information through his own internet connection. After bidding farewell to his parents, Guao left home and made his way to a nearby internet CAF. Upon accessing a computer, he swiftly opened a web browser. Employing false information to obscure the network's subnet mask and IP address, and then disseminated all the data he possessed widely. Whether through social media or the inboxes of various disciplinary bodies, he sent it all out. Surely, Wang Su would be doomed. A smile crept across Guao's face. Once he completed this task, he recalled the Vulture, the Red Hacker organization, perhaps? Guao pondered this notion. Closing the computer, he decided not to dwell further. Overthinking such matters bore no fruit. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. After consuming a bottle of energy potion, Guao resumed studying. Meanwhile, the information he shared spread like wildfire online, circulating through numerous QQ groups and social media platforms, igniting a frenzy of reposts. Incredible. Actual evidence of corruption. And from an official of this rank. The excitement was palpable. Discussions erupted everywhere, with many engaging in fervent debates about the scandal, despite the late hour. The public was deeply intrigued by the gossip surrounding high-ranking officials. Furthermore, this incident intertwined with the recent hot topic involving Cai Qinggong. Wang Su, the exposed corrupt official, was actually Cai Qinggong's brother-in-law. Now that was intriguing. Haha, a true corrupt official. Weibo is truly cowardly, Just a word from a corrupt official and they retract the trending topic. Unbelievable. I knew those behind the scenes must have something to hide. They haven't even directly exposed those backing Cai Qinggong, yet they jumped forth themselves. Haha, truly impressive. Who is this godly figure who unveiled this? Remarkable. Indeed, it was astonishing. But why did this matter only just come to light? It was speculated that those orchestrating events leveraged the current online fervor to release this information. Otherwise, given Wang Su's status, he might have been able to suppress it. Furthermore, with the online heat reaching such heights, even if someone wished to protect Wang Su, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Haha, how amusing. What began as mere gossip has unveiled such a scandal. Truly remarkable. Corrupt officials deserve their fate. Upon witnessing the online uproar, Cai Qinggong felt as though the sky had collapsed. Staring blankly at the documents being shared across major platforms, his eyes were filled with dread. He never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner, nor did he foresee that matters would escalate to this extent. The documents before him were filled with incontrovertible evidence of his brother-in-law's corruption, including meticulously detailed accounts. Many of the revelations were beyond even Cai Qinggong's comprehension. Yet a portion of them had indeed crossed his path. Cai Qinggong was acutely aware of the veracity of these claims. The realization of their truth sent a chill down his spine. He felt ensnared within a vast web of conspiracy, one that enveloped both him and his brother-in-law. The origin of this web was none other than himself. As the fervor of the public surged, ignited by his own withdrawal from trending topics, the moment reached its zenith. It was then that damning evidence of corruption was released. Under such circumstances, not even the highest authority could save his brother-in-law. An investigation was inevitable. Even though his brother-in-law, Wang Su, was the head of the education department, and despite his extensive network, what difference did it make? This matter could no longer be suppressed. With such abundant evidence, a thorough inquiry was imperative. And what about him? Cai Qinggong's eyes were filled with trepidation. What was he to do? With his support system collapsing, could he still remain unscathed? Was there any hope of preserving his own integrity? Panic enveloped him, and he was gripped by fear for the future. At that moment, Cai Qinggong began to regret why he had involved himself in such a trivial matter. What relevance did a perfect score on a mock exam essay have to him? Why did he even consider approaching the editor of Changcheng Daily to eliminate Xiansheng? Each action was intricately linked, and had he possessed even a modicum of forbearance, he and his brother-in-law would not have found themselves in such dire straits today. Cai Qinggong was consumed by remorse. But what could he do now? He sat on his bed, lost in contemplation throughout the night. The following day, as Wang Su was taken away by the disciplinary inspection department on his way to work, Cai Qinggong faced a similar fate. Upon his arrival at school, in front of all the students, a representative from the disciplinary inspection agency approached him, displaying their credentials. Mr. Cai, we require your assistance with an investigation. Cai Qinggong opened his mouth, intending to protest, but as he felt the inquisitive, curious, and disdainful gazes of the students around him, it was as if countless arrows were piercing his heart. His face flushed with shame, and he dared not defend himself as the officials placed handcuffs on him and hurriedly escorted him out of the school premises. Behind him, the students of Changcheng One high school began to discuss the unfolding events. Given the sensational nature of the incident, awareness spread rapidly among the students, with nearly everyone now informed. Investigations take time. For Guao, this absurd situation had simply passed. The ridiculousness of the affair was akin to a bun inciting a bloodbath. The online outcry held little significance for him at that moment, as he was engrossed in his class. Unlike before, Guao had been fervently cramming for mathematics, thus neglecting most of his classes. Now, however, apart from Chinese and English, he is diligently attending all other subjects, particularly excelling in the comprehensive science courses. The three teachers of physics, chemistry, and biology hold Guao in high regard, especially since he achieved remarkable scores in his previous mock exams for Chinese, mathematics, and English, which starkly contrasted with his performance in the comprehensive sciences. Such students often receive heightened attention from their instructors. In the morning, the news broke regarding Wang Su and Kai Qinggong being taken away by the disciplinary committee, which stirred quite a commotion online. Guao learned of this during the break from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang. Upon hearing the news, Guao smiled, his gaze serene. He had anticipated such events. Once the matter concluded, he was determined to focus on his studies, as his teacher held high hopes for him. Mr. Huang departed, and as Guao was about to leave the corridor, he was called back by Shen Luoyan, who was descending the stairs. Chapter 72. The conclusion. Guao paused momentarily as Shen Luoyan approached him, presenting a notebook. This is a compilation I've meticulously prepared, focusing on your weaker points in comprehensive science knowledge over the past period. Take it home and study it carefully. Guao extended his hand to receive it. At that moment, Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow, gazing at him inquisitively. What has been going on with you these past couple of days? You haven't found time to seek my guidance, and your study progress has noticeably slowed. She looked at Guao with concern. Guao initially intended to jest about whether Shen Luoyan had checked online, but he hesitated. He suddenly recalled that she hadn't even registered for a QQ account. Furthermore, she had no friends at school and never engaged in gossip. Discussing online matters with her would likely be futile, as she genuinely might not be aware. I've indeed had a few matters to attend to these days, but they've been resolved, Guao replied. Shen Luoyan nodded. There are only about 40 days left until the college entrance examination. Given your current performance, there is still ample room for improvement. If you can elevate your scores in comprehensive science, there would be no need for you to repeat the year. She regarded Guao earnestly. Thank you. I understand. Guao acknowledged with a nod. Shen Luoyan nodded in return, choosing not to speak further as she turned to ascend the stairs. At that moment, Guao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had anticipated this outcome yesterday, receiving confirmation from Lao Huang still brought him joy. After all, speculation is one thing. Witnessing the reality unfold is quite another. There was no avoiding it. Individuals had directly attacked him. While he could keep his head down to ensure his safety, that would inevitably tarnish his history. Having been granted a second chance at life, Guao was unwilling to retreat into obscurity. It was evident that he had made the right bet. Such officials, who abused their power, likely had a plethora of hidden transgressions. Although uncovering these secrets posed a challenge, the difficulty would significantly diminish once the matter garnered widespread attention. Have you not noticed how most officials strive to conceal themselves, avoiding public appearances and steering clear of trending topics? The reason is clear. Resolving the situation with Kai Qinggong and his associates served as a personal vindication and alleviated the risks associated with his online presence. Upon returning to the classroom, Guao opened the notebook that Shen Luoyan had entrusted to him. It was a pristine notebook, the handwriting fresh yet elegantly neat, filled with meticulously organized notes. It appeared that Shen Luoyan had dedicated significant time over the past few days to compile this comprehensive study aid for him. A warm feeling enveloped Guao's heart. This notebook illustrated Shen Luoyan's genuine concern for his progress. She had devoted a considerable amount of her precious study time to create such a detailed resource, surpassing the typical expectations of a tutor. Upon contemplating this, Guao let out a faint sigh. He wondered whether occupying her study time would adversely affect her education. Surely, she must feel grateful for the employment he had provided her, given that her grandparents lacked any significant means of earning. Although Shen Luoyan had not explicitly stated its importance, Guao could sense how crucial this tutoring job was for her. Perhaps he should remind her to prioritize her academics. With this thought in mind, Guao began to diligently peruse the notes that Shen Luoyan had entrusted to him. The content of the notes was predominantly filled with concepts that were unfamiliar to him, accompanied by comprehensive explanations and even illustrative diagrams. After only a brief examination, Guao felt he had gained substantial insight. Indeed, these top-tier students, who consistently scored above 700, had thoroughly mastered the entirety of their high school curriculum, often surpassing many of their teachers. Their elucidations of these concepts were remarkably clear and insightful. After studying the notes for a while, Guao resumed practicing problems from the 5 years of college entrance examination. 3 years of simulation, having already completed a significant portion of the physics mandatory coursework. He was determined to finish as swiftly as possible, with a renewed sense of purpose. Guao felt invigorated. With matters resolved, he could once again engage in his studies with enthusiasm. During lunchtime at the school cafeteria, The news of Kai Qinggong and Wang Su being placed under investigation was broadcasted. Wow, how good! Wang Shi exclaimed, suddenly turning to Guao. He was not alone. Many students around Guao directed their astonished gazes towards him. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. These individuals had, to varying degrees, heard or seen Guao's article online, in which he had referred to Liu Xiaoxiu as merely a pawn for Kai Qinggong, predicting that a significant figure was behind him. The impact of that article was considerable. To think that just days after its publication, both Kai Qinggong and the aforementioned Wang Su were now under investigation. However, not everyone was taken aback. Some had stayed up late the previous night and had already seen the evidence. Guao maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to eat his lunch. Enough. Just eat your meal. What does this have to do with you? He retorted to Wang Shi, who looked at him with confusion. Aren't you excited? How good? Wang Shi pressed. What is there to be excited about? This was already anticipated, Guao shrugged. In due course, he finished his meal. I'll take my leave now. Wang Shi attempted to engage him further, but Guao had no desire to discuss the matter any longer. After cleaning his tray, he returned to the classroom alone, resuming his problem-solving. Ultimately, studying remained a rather mundane endeavor. While solving problems was not entirely tedious, much of the knowledge necessitated repetitive practice to ensure accurate application during examinations. The incessantly repetitive process, regardless of how eloquently articulated, ultimately remains tedious. Even though Guao has settled down to study, his afternoon was consumed with earnest learning. He paid no heed to the distractions outside. Over time, this matter gradually subsided, and everything slowly returned to its normal course. On the weekend, the vessels were navigating the swift river, heading upstream. During this journey, if a breeze were to arise from downstream, how many forces would the vessels experience? How many directional forces were exerted upon the vessels, and what were their respective magnitudes in newtons? This was evidently. Shen Luoyin furrowed her brows as she observed Guao, beginning to sketch directly on the examination paper. Soon, Shen Luoyin delineated a clear diagram of the force analysis. You have clearly overlooked the force exerted by the surface waves on the vessels. Chapter 73. Strive to learn. Prepare for the Guao. In light of the known wind speed, aside from the force exerted by the vessel itself, one must also consider the impact of the wind on the ship, as well as the force from the water waves influenced by the wind. Shen Luoyin meticulously analyzed each force for Guao, followed by calculations. Guao listened attentively. When tackling problems, it is crucial to pay attention to these details. You are intelligent and quick to learn, yet your cleverness is not the primary factor here. It is the minutiae that matter, particularly in comprehensive science exams, where precision is paramount, Shen Luoyin advised Guao. I understand. Guao nodded in acknowledgement. After explaining the problem, Shen Luoyin continued to cover the textbook material. Since Guao had already reviewed many topics, she proceeded swiftly through the lessons. Typically, after summarizing the key concepts of a chapter, Shen Luoyin would assign Guao some exercises. The dynamic of teaching and learning made time fly by. After lunch, they resumed their studies until 6:30 in the evening. I have selected 100 physics problems for you from the workbook. Focusing on the areas where your understanding is relatively weak. Be diligent in your practice, and once you have completed them, return them to me so that I can go over any mistakes with you, Shen Luoyin instructed Guao. Okay. Guao nodded in agreement. After their discussion, he addressed Shen Luoyin. Auntie, I must take my leave now. Smiling, Shen Luoyin replied, I won't stay for dinner. After exchanging pleasantries, she stepped to the door, changed her shoes, and departed from Guao's home. Watching her retreating figure, Gua's mother turned to him with a hint of nostalgia. How? You really ought to express your gratitude. A significant part of your recent academic improvement is due to Shen Luoyin's assistance, isn't it? Indeed, Guao affirmed with a nod. He smiled at his mother, adding, however, I doubt Shen Luoyin would readily accept our thanks. She likely feels it's her responsibility, having received our compensation, and is merely fulfilling her duties. He shrugged nonchalantly. What a wonderful girl. Truly a remarkable young lady, Gua's mother remarked with admiration. Guao chuckled, contemplating that there would be ample opportunities to show his appreciation in the future, so there was no need to fixate on the present moment. He resumed his practice. As of now, Guao had gained considerable confidence in solving the majority of foundational problems. Throughout the day, Shen Luoyin had devoted herself to assisting Guao with his comprehensive science studies. Consequently, his completion rate in that subject had reached 30% of the second-year syllabus. Unfortunately, Guao's foundational knowledge in comprehensive science had been exceedingly poor, nearly non-existent, and during his previous life, he had predominantly focused on studying mathematics tirelessly. only recently beginning to delve into comprehensive science. Thus, his performance in that subject remained lacking. Before the second mock exam, he dedicated all his study time to the comprehensive sciences, with barely a week of preparation. The subsequent period was filled with serene study sessions, devoid of any upheavals. After more than 10 days had passed, he had amassed over 100 points of experience in various subjects of the sciences. His mathematics, however, had only seen a modest increase of a few dozen points. Despite this limited growth, Guao felt that his mathematical skills had significantly improved over these 10 days. His accuracy in tackling mathematical papers had greatly enhanced, and many of the challenging problems that once stumped him now posed little difficulty. With just a month remaining until the college entrance examination, the final mock exam of his high school journey commenced, the third mock exam, which followed a process nearly identical to that of the second. Having been reborn into high school for over 2 months, Guao had fully acclimated to the busy and fulfilling life of a student. Once the third mock examination concluded, results were released within 2 to 3 days. Guao once again achieved an impressive score of 607, earning the title of Progress Star at Ganqing No. 1 High School, and ranking first in Class 7 of his senior year. Teacher Huang stood before the class, brimming with joy. How could he not be delighted? Guao, once a student languishing at the bottom of his class, had undergone such a remarkable transformation in just half a senior year. A score of 600. How many students in Ganqing No. 1 High School have surpassed that threshold? Not to mention, how few within the entire city of Ganqing can boast such scores. Just over 100 days ago, Guao was merely a struggling student, hovering around 300 to 400 points. While it is evident that this transformation was a result of Guao's own efforts, Teacher Huang, as the class advisor, was sure to reap the rewards of this success as well. With this thought, a broader smile spread across his face. The dedication Guao had shown in recent days had not gone unnoticed by his classmates. He had convincingly demonstrated the simple yet profound truth that with determination, no challenge is insurmountable. With only 20 days left until the college entrance examination, many might feel inclined to relax. However, I must emphasize that these 20 days could very well be the critical period that sets you apart from others. Just 1 point can outshine 1,000 competitors. Guao managed to improve by 300 points in 60 days. How much progress do you think you could achieve in just 20 days? Teacher Huang passionately rallied his students, igniting their motivation. Guao, seated at his desk, remained unfazed by the fervor around him. He had long since developed an immunity to such enthusiasm. At that moment, he was deeply engrossed in contemplating a challenging physics problem. It must be noted that physics posed a considerable challenge, although it shared a significant overlap with mathematics. Its various concepts and phenomena presented their own intriguing complexities. As Guao became lost in thought, his desk mate, Wang Lijuan, gently prodded him with her pen. Turning his gaze towards her, he noticed her signaling him to look at the podium. Subconsciously, he lifted his head to gaze towards the podium. Guao, come up and share some of your study experiences with your classmates. Old Huang said with a smile, looking at Guao. Just go up there. Guao stood up, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding students. We are all classmates, and I won't say anything insincere. Let me just say this. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, even with just 20 days left, it is possible to transform from being unable to get into a university to being able to do so. From only being able to aim for a second-tier university to being able to enter a first-tier one. As long as you are willing to strive. With that, Guao sat back down. Old Huang was momentarily taken aback, then led the applause for Guao. Soon, the classroom was filled with applause. Indeed, Guao is absolutely right. As long as one is willing to work hard, even until the very last second, there remains an opportunity to change our lives. Let's fight for these 20 days. Choose the university you desire for your future. With Old Huang's invigorating call, the classroom erupted with the passionate shouts of students. Inexplicably, Guao felt a profound sense of emotion and inspiration within. Perhaps, this is what youth truly signifies? They genuinely believe that through their efforts, a beautiful future awaits them. Such confidence is truly wonderful. Chapter 74. The eve of the college entrance examination, perhaps spurred by Guao's encouragement. Or perhaps the students genuinely felt the looming pressure of the impending college entrance examination. Their attitudes towards studying underwent a remarkable transformation. The once lively chatter among classmates diminished significantly, with the majority engrossed in their books within the classroom. The sounds of diligent study during morning and evening sessions resonated more loudly than ever before. Those students who had previously struggled academically displayed a newfound seriousness, while those who were already on the cusp of achieving higher education qualifications or fluctuating around the admission threshold immersed themselves in their studies with fervor. A palpable sense of urgency filled the air. During breaks, the once boisterous corridors fell silent. The classroom, previously filled with raucous noise, now exuded an atmosphere of quiet concentration, as if the very air had thickened with gravity. This was the essence of the college entrance examination. Even Wang Shi, typically one of the underperformers, found himself compelled, partly by pressure and partly by inspiration, to pick up his books in the final 20 days leading up to the exam. However, this led to him venting his frustrations to Guao throughout their journey home. Good grief. Studying today nearly made me sick. It feels as if the content is written in an alien language. Why must books be filled with such jargon? I can't comprehend any of it. What's the point of this learning? Guao rolled his eyes in response. I told you to study diligently before. Now you complain? If you'd rather sleep than learn, then just do that. Was this your approach all along? Feeling a bit sheepish, Wang Shi scratched his head. It's just that the atmosphere in class is so studious. Even that rascal Sun Yu, who ranks third from the bottom, has picked up his books to study earnestly. I can't possibly lag behind him. Guao rolled his eyes again, realizing that Wang Shi was merely following the crowd. And haven't others said it? No pain, no gain. If you don't strive, your senior year is wasted. If we continue to sleep now, we will have no shared experiences to discuss about our senior year later. Wang Shi, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head once more. Guao shot him an exasperated glance. It was no wonder this fool had suddenly decided to study. Was it merely to have something to talk about later? All right, I'm home. Goodbye. With that, Guao, disinterested in listening to Wang Shi's nonsense any longer, rode off on his bicycle. Hey, Wang Shi attempted to voice something more, but Guao had already pedaled away. This guy. Wang Shi was utterly perplexed by the sudden change in his childhood companion's demeanor. What had he said that was so wrong? With a furrowed brow, he cycled home, still bewildered. In the ensuing 20 days, Guao's zeal for studying intensified beyond previous levels. Shen Luoyin increased the frequency of her tutoring sessions, eager to impart an array of problem-solving techniques and key high school knowledge to him as the examination approached. The fervor of the teachers mirrored her own, each striving to equip their students for the challenges ahead. As the second semester of the final year unfolds, the entirety of knowledge that should have been imparted throughout high school has already been conveyed. Yet, in consideration of those students with weaker foundations who still aspire to learn, the teachers find themselves compelled to revisit previously covered topics, reiterating them time and again. Amidst this fervent pursuit of knowledge, the looming shadow of the college entrance examination approaches quietly. 3 days before the examination, the school commences its holiday. Today, June 3rd, marks the beginning of a brief respite. With only 3 days remaining until the fateful day. Speaking of the examination, Lao Huang takes a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the students before him. This afternoon, everyone is permitted to take their belongings home. During these 3 days, it is advised not to overload themselves with excessive study tasks. Yet they should not become overly lax either. It is essential to maintain a relaxed mindset and to cultivate a state of tranquility. Lao Huang firmly believes that each student will rise to the occasion and present their best selves for the examination. The expressions of the students are difficult to decipher. Are they anxious or excited? Nevertheless, most, including Guao, harbor a sense of apprehension within. After all, the college entrance examination is a pivotal moment. For Guao, this is truly a decisive test that could shape his future. Should he falter this time, it would jeopardize 2 significant system tasks, both of which promise substantial rewards. Guao cannot guarantee that a failure in this examination would grant him another opportunity from the system. Thus, it is imperative that he approaches this examination with a mindset of absolute triumph, leaving no room for defeat. Completing the golden task and securing the brain enhancement reward from the system is of utmost importance. The class monitor rises to distribute the examination permits, taking them from Lao Huang's hands and methodically passing them out. Remember, the examination permit is crucial. Do not lose it. If you do, you won't even be able to enter the examination hall. Moreover, your examination venue may not even be at our school, so be sure to check your assigned location. Lao Huang reminds them, elaborating on the important details regarding the examination. Throughout the afternoon, Lao Huang shares a wealth of thoughts, not only about the examination but also about life itself. As the final class bell rings, he concludes, having spoken extensively. I sincerely wish you all exceptional performance in the examination. May you excel in what you know and achieve perfection in your answers. Thank you, teacher. The students chorus in response. All right then. Lao Huang exhales deeply. Class dismissed. He casts one last lingering glance at the students before him. Although he bids farewell to a graduating class each year, he invests genuine emotion into each cohort. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. The monitor suddenly interjects, prompting the other students to echo their gratitude toward Lao Wang. He feels a slight moisture at the corners of his eyes. Everyone, good luck in the examination. With that, Lao Huang hastily exits the classroom, anxious that he might succumb to tears in the next moment. Undoubtedly, Lao Huang is an exceptional teacher. Guao gazed at Lao Huang's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of sentiment. As Lao Huang departed, the students in the classroom began to gather their books and belongings. However, the raucous shouts emanating from the adjacent classroom drew everyone's attention. With fervor, they all clutched their completed exam papers and scarcely used books, spilling into the corridor. We have completed our college entrance examination. The senior students erupted in jubilant cries, tearing apart their exam papers and textbooks. Fragments of paper cascaded down like snowflakes. As the pent-up pressure of preparing for the exam seemed to be unleashed in a wild frenzy at that very moment. Come on, let's go. Tear the books. Wang Shi exclaimed eagerly to Guao. You go ahead. I still have 2 questions left to finish, Guao replied, shaking his head and addressing Wang Shi. Chapter 75. The Frenzy Before the Gaokao Don't. You're tearing books right before the Gaokao. Wang Shi exclaimed, bewildered as he gazed at Guao. Guao merely cast him a flat glance. All right. Wang Shi responded with a hint of resignation. Soon, he eagerly picked up his own book and made his way to the corridor. The students in their final year were unleashing their pent-up frustrations, shouting wildly as they ripped apart the tomes they had studied for 3 years. After completing their exercises, Guao looked towards the corridor, where students were venting their fears about the future. Shreds of paper cascaded down like snowflakes, fragments of countless youths' aspirations. Following this cathartic release, the ground below was blanketed with a thick layer of confetti-like debris. The high school seniors exchanged farewells, gathering their belongings as they prepared to leave the school. Come on, hurry up. Guao had just finished organizing his books. Could you help me carry these? He asked Wang Shi. Wang Shi's expression was filled with confusion. If I'm carrying your books, what are you going to do? Of course, I'm helping Shen Luoyin carry her books. How do you expect a girl to lug all those books home? Guao retorted, somewhat irritated, as he addressed Wang Shi. You rascal. Wang Shi wanted to tease Guao further, but he had already exited the classroom. Make sure to take them home for me. My mom is waiting. He called back before leaving. Unbelievable. Wang Shi rolled his eyes at Guao's retreating figure. What a guy, prioritizing romance over friendship. Wang Shi felt utterly helpless. Let us go. What else can I do? He began to carry the heavy stack of books down the stairs. Fortunately, Wang Shi had already torn up all his books, and he hadn't brought anything else to school. Guao ascended the stairs, and indeed, Shen Luoyin was still busy organizing her books. Let me help you, Guao offered as he prepared to assist her. No need for your help, Shen Luoyin replied, her tone somewhat frosty. But you are my teacher. It is only right for a disciple to share in the labor of their mentor. Do you wish for me to be ungrateful? Guao smiled gently at Shen Luoyin. Shen Luoyin furrowed her brow, hesitated momentarily, but did not stop Guao's actions. What about your books? She inquired. I had that guy Wang Shi take them back. His books are all torn anyway, so it's perfect for him to carry mine. Guao replied with a smile directed at Shen Luoyin. Many students from the elite class observed Guao assisting Shen Luoyin in organizing her books, but they had grown accustomed to it. After all, Guao's visits to seek Shen Luoyin's guidance had become increasingly frequent. Helping her with her books seemed quite normal. Only Zhaoying watched Shen Luoyin with envy. Though jealous, Zhaoying had matured significantly since earlier days. No longer the domineering figure she once was at the top of the class. After experiencing a few reprimands from Guao, she began to adopt a notably low profile both inside and outside of school, even severing ties with the local delinquents. At school, her discretion was taken to an extreme. Her days were consumed solely by her studies, resulting in significant academic progress. In light of the current circumstances, it could be said that Guao had saved her once again. After all, in her previous life, her involvement in a brawl between 2 ruffians had led to one of them losing their life, resulting in her own imprisonment. Such is the adage that fortune may lie in misfortune, and misfortune may conceal fortune. Zhaoying observed Guao assisting Shen Luoyin with her belongings for a while, and soon, the jealousy in her heart began to dissipate, replaced entirely by a sense of desolation. Unbeknownst to Guao, he was unaware of Zhao Ying's emotional turmoil. At that moment, he had already packed all of Shen Luoyin's books, and fortunately, she had previously taken half of them home, although there were still many books remaining. Guao managed to gather them with some effort. All right, let us depart. he declared, hoisting a large box of books as he addressed Shin Luoyan. She furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. Allow me to handle this, Shin Luoyan insisted, directing her words towards Guao. Really, let us go, Teacher Shin. Assisting you is no burden at all, Guao replied with a smile. With no other option, Shin Luoyan acquiesced and allowed Guao to carry her books. The two descended the stairs together. After a bit of back and forth, Guao secured the box to the rear seat of his bicycle. Let us proceed, Teacher Shin. I shall escort you home, he said cheerfully. Unable to resist his insistence, Shin Luoyan mounted her bicycle and followed behind Guao. As they traversed the rural landscape, they cycled for approximately 20 minutes before finally arriving at Shin Luoyan's residence. Your home is so far away. What time do you wake up each morning? Guao asked, gazing incredulously at the old brick house nearby. For 50, Shin Luoyan replied calmly. Guao was taken aback. The last class of her senior year typically ended around 10 in the evening, meaning Shin Luoyan would likely return home around 10:30, even without studying. Merely tidying up and freshening up would take her until at least 11. This indicated that, regardless of the circumstances, Shin Luoyan's sleep would not exceed 6 hours per day. In fact, she often managed with less than 5 hours of sleep. Upon reflecting on this, Guao let out a slight sigh. Let us place the books down. And then I must take my leave. With that, the two arrived at the entrance of Shin Luoyan's home. At that moment, her grandparents emerged from the house. Their expressions filled with confusion and helplessness as they observed Guao carrying the books. Grandpa, Grandma, I am a classmate of Shin Luoyan, as well as her student. I came specifically to help her with her books. After all, teacher has taught me so much. It is only fitting that a disciple lends a hand, Guao said with a smile to the elderly couple. With that, he carried the books into the old house. The furnishings within the humble abode are exceedingly sparse, with the few tables and chairs in a state of disrepair. Observing this scene, Guao is filled with emotion, yet his expression betrays no change. I shall leave the book here. Teacher Shin, grandfather, grandmother, I must take my leave. Guao remarks with a smile directed at his grandparents. Stay for a meal before you go, implores his grandmother from the side. No, grandmother, my mother has prepared a meal for me at home. If I do not return, she will be saddened. With that, Guao bids farewell and departs. As he rides away on his bicycle, his grandparents turn their gazes toward Shin Luoyan, who feels a twinge of embarrassment but quickly regains her composure. He is my student in tutoring, she explains. This young man seems quite polite, the elderly man chuckles. If only we could be together. Grandmother. Shin Luoyan interrupts her grandmother before she can finish her thought. I have already stated that I shall not consider such matters. Chapter 76. The college entrance examination in progress. Guao was oblivious to the conversation between Shin Luoyan and her grandmother. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Although he had long been aware of Shin Luoyan's impoverished background, this was the first instance in both his past and present lives that he had witnessed the true extent of her family's circumstances, far worse than he had imagined. Given such dire conditions, it was truly commendable that Shin Luoyan had managed to achieve so much in her studies. Many ought to feel a sense of shame. Shaking his head, he temporarily cast aside these chaotic thoughts. After cycling for over 20 minutes, Guao returned home. Hey, why are you still here? Guao exclaimed. Noticing Wang Shi seated on the sofa, being warmly entertained by his mother, Wang Shi offered an awkward smile. What kind of talk is that? Wang Shi is a guest. Guao's mother retorted, her tone slightly irritable. Guao shrugged and sat beside Wang Shi. Shall I take my leave then? Wang Shi turned to Guao and said, Yes, I should be going. All right, take care. Guao nodded in response. Wang Shi stood up, addressing Guao's mother, Andy. I'll be heading back now. Don't go yet. Stay for dinner. Guao's mother urged Wang Shi. No, my mom is waiting for me at home. Wang Shi replied with a smile, before departing from the Guao household. As Wang Shi closed the door, Guao's mother shifted her gaze towards her son. You child. What kind of talk is that? Haha, I was just joking with him. It's nothing serious. Guao chuckled. At that moment, Guao's mother looked at him with curiosity. Did you visit Shin Luoyan's home? How was it? Even poorer than we imagined, Guao said after a brief pause, meeting his mother's gaze. Upon hearing this, a hint of sorrow flickered in Guao's mother's eyes. That poor girl, it's quite heart-wrenching. Guao shrugged. There is nothing to be done. That's just life. In the following 3 days, Guao did not let up, and Shin Luoyan continued to tutor him daily. The final 3 days were crucial, leading up to the college entrance examination. On June 7th, the weather was overcast, with a heavy humidity permeating the air. Guao's mother rode him on her electric bike to the entrance of the examination venue. His examination was held at the first high school, which indeed saved him considerable time. Outside the examination hall, numerous students were already waiting. The gates would open half an hour prior to the exam. The first exam, Chinese, was scheduled for 9 o'clock, meaning they could enter no earlier than 8:30. Yet it was only 8 o'clock. And the school gates were already thronged with people, candidates, and their anxious parents alike. There were public security officers and school guards maintaining order. The annual college entrance examination was undoubtedly one of the most significant events in the region, and thus it was treated with utmost seriousness. The weather was foggy, and many rain shelters were set up at the entrance. Focus on your exam. Don't think about anything else. Just do your best. Guo's mother appeared even more anxious than Guao himself. I understand, Mom, Guao replied with a hint of helplessness. He truly felt little trepidation, after all. He had weathered numerous storms in both this life and the last. Even if there was a modicum of anxiety, it stemmed more from concern over fulfilling the system's tasks rather than the exam itself. Guo's mother incessantly rambled on, accompanying him with a myriad of words until the school gate finally opened. Mom, you needn't wait here at the school gate. Just come to pick me up when the exam is nearing its end. If you don't, I can return home alone. It's not a big deal. Absolutely not. Guo's mother quickly dismissed his words, her tone sharp as she said, Other parents are waiting outside the examination hall. How could I allow you to be without a guardian? What others had, he too must possess. It seemed futile. Guao realized that his mother was impervious to his reasoning. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Fine, do as you wish. With a sense of resignation, he joined the throng of students entering the school. Upon reaching the examination room, he found his designated seat and settled down. The college entrance examination, he had not anticipated experiencing it once more after his rebirth. Guao took a deep breath to calm the tumult of emotions within him, checked his belongings to ensure everything was in order, and then closed his eyes to meditate, awaiting the commencement of the exam. 15 minutes prior to the exam, the invigilator entered the room, preparing to distribute the test papers. As the white speaker at the front of the classroom crackled to life, the invigilator unsealed the papers and began to hand them out. Guao received his exam paper, filled in the requisite information, and thus, the examination officially commenced. Soon, the only sound remaining in the room was the gentle rustle of pens against paper. Guao navigated through the questions with ease. Although he had not specifically studied literature upon his return, he understood that the essence of the subject was to teach comprehension. Having spent considerable time in the business world, he found reading comprehension to be a task of minimal difficulty. A bit of understanding was all that was needed. Guao had diligently practiced several test papers, allowing him to adapt well to high school literature. Consequently, his performance in the subject was commendable, even exceptional. This year, the essay prompt for the exam in Jiangxi province was "What do you possess?" This topic resonated with Guao, as he had accumulated an abundance of possessions, both in his past and present life. Inspiration flowed freely, and soon he had composed a compelling essay. The examination proceeded smoothly, even more seamlessly than Guao had anticipated. Approximately 10 minutes after he completed his essay, at 11:30, the exam concluded, and he submitted his paper before exiting the examination room. Upon leaving the hall and stepping outside, he immediately spotted his mother. A light drizzle had begun to fall. Guao settled onto the back seat of his mother's electric scooter, clad in a raincoat. On the journey home, his mother did not mention the examination even once. Instead, she sought to discuss leisurely topics about where they might go to enjoy themselves after the tests. Look, isn't this everything one could wish for? Guao smiled faintly. In the afternoon, he faced the mathematics exam, which he approached with ease. The following morning brought the comprehensive science exam, and in the afternoon, he would tackle English. The college entrance examination concluded remarkably smoothly. As he exited the examination hall after completing the English test, Guao let out a subtle sigh of relief. The experience was even more favorable than he had anticipated. It was certainly less challenging than the third mock exam and considerably simpler than his usual practice questions. Once the exams are over, there's no need to dwell on them. Let us go. Your mother will prepare some delicious food for you. Observing Guao standing at the school gate, his mother mistakenly presumed he was still preoccupied with thoughts of the examination room. She smiled and called out to him. Guao did not offer a rebuttal. All right, let us go. He climbed onto his mother's electric scooter, and they made their way home. Chapter 77. The Golden Mission. Completed. Guao sat in his bedroom, his mind slightly adrift. The examination was over. The sense of urgency that had weighed heavily upon him had, all at once, dissipated, leaving him with a peculiar feeling. The urgency he felt now was distinctly different from the pressure he experienced during his business ventures. Back then, his anxiety stemmed primarily from the instinct for survival, a tension that could not simply vanish. especially given the considerable distance between him and financial freedom. However, the current strain was solely linked to the looming goal of the college entrance examination. With that short-term objective now behind him, Guao found himself momentarily lost in thought. Seated in his chair, he involuntarily picked up a book. Learning had, in a sense, become a habit for him. There was nothing amiss with that, was there? A faint smile graced his lips as he casually opened his physics textbook. Freed from the pressure of the examination, his approach to studying was now devoid of any utilitarian motives or problem-solving strategies. He merely flipped through the pages, occasionally engaging with a couple of intriguing problems, turning them into cognitive exercises. Guao? At that moment, the door swung open. His mother entered the room, pausing slightly upon seeing him engrossed in his studies. I called your name several times, but you didn't respond. Why are you still reading? The exams are over, aren't they? She regarded him with a hint of confusion. You should relax. There's no need to study when there's nothing else to do. Guao chuckled softly and replied, Come on. I just want to unwind a bit. His mother, a little exasperated, admonished him. You finished your exams. It's time to give yourself some space and rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Guao felt a twinge of helplessness. Many parents in Longbo were like this when their children were not studying. They worried that they were being lazy and unambitious. Yet, when the children were overly diligent, they fretted about their health. All right, Guao nodded. Let us go. I've made some dumplings. Come and have some. After leaving his room to eat, the atmosphere post-examination was abuzz with students sharing answers and estimating scores. Guao, however, felt little curiosity about his results. After all, the scores would be released in about 20 days. For him, there was only one target, to surpass 640 points. Only then would the examination hold any significance. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure in his eyes. Amidst this lively chaos, Guao found no place for himself. Meanwhile, Wangshi lamented, This time, it's definitely over. In the internet CAF, Wangshi's eyes reflected his resignation as he glanced at Guao beside him. What is up? Guao was immersed in a game, having just been sent out by his mother. After finishing his exams, he had spent his days gaming at home, much to his mother's concern that he might become reclusive. Thus, she had urged him to venture outside and enjoy some leisure time. Consequently, Guao sought out Wangshi, and they had come to the internet CAF together to play games. What else could it be? I checked the answers, and I have a feeling I might not even score 350. It's over. Wangshi's face was filled with bitterness. Guao, who was engrossed in a game, paused his actions and turned to Wangshi, rolling his eyes. Can you not have a shred of dignity? With your usual effort. Scoring 350 would be commendable. What more do you want? But with this score, I'm finished at home. If I could just manage over 400. I could deceive my parents into thinking it was a setback in my college entrance exam. But 350? Who would believe that essay failure? Wangshi gazed at Guao with a face full of despair. Guao remained silent, merely giving him the finger. You don't put in the effort, and yet you sit here hoping for luck. You really have high aspirations. Isn't it just a thought? Wangshi chuckled awkwardly. Just play the game. Guao dismissed him lazily. After playing for a while, Guao gradually adapted to the league of this era, considering it was still the beginning. With his current learning capability and reaction speed, he found it quite easy to get the hang of it. After playing for 3 or 4 hours, he remarked, I knew that if we teamed up, we'd dominate. Just a few matches, and we're almost at gold too. Next time, we'll definitely reach diamond. After leaving the internet CAF, Wangshi excitedly turned to Guao. However, Guao felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Ever since discovering the joy of studying, the thrill of gaming had diminished significantly. The two exited the CAF, pushing their bicycles as they prepared to head home. Hey, isn't that Shenluoyan? Wangshi suddenly exclaimed. Guao followed Wangshi's gaze, and indeed, at a small makeshift farmer's market by the street. Shenluoyan was squatting in a corner, surrounded by some vegetables and sweet potatoes. Guao approached her. Are you selling vegetables? Guao asked with a smile. Shenluoyan looked up at him, remained silent, and simply nodded. Just in time, I haven't bought any vegetables for home. I'll get some for my mom. You don't need to spend your money. I can give some to your mother. That won't do. That would mean I'm taking advantage of you. If you want to let me benefit from you, how can I take advantage of your family? Shenluoyan was left speechless. She was not adept at navigating the complexities of social interactions. Guao chuckled, haggled normally, and purchased some greens. Just after completing the purchase, Shenluoyan suddenly asked Guao, how did you fare in the college entrance exam? Quite well. I should thank you for the tutoring over the past few months. Guao replied. It's nothing. I received my salary from your family every month. I merely fulfilled my obligations, Shenluoyan responded, her expression still cold. This was her usual demeanor. Shen Luoyan's character was inherently reserved. Perhaps only academics could evoke significant fluctuations in her emotions. Guao took no offense. He smiled at Shen Luoyan. All right, I shall take my leave now. With that, Guao departed from Shen Luoyan's stall, accompanied by Wang Shi. Wait, how go? Why do you seem so unfamiliar with Shen Luoyan? Haven't you known her for quite some time? Wang Shi inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. It's been 2 or 3 months now, and she has been your tutor. By now, she should be considered a friend, no? Are you not aware of Shen Luoyan's temperament? Guao shot a glance at Wang Shi, his tone somewhat irritable. Simply being able to engage with me is quite commendable. What does time have to do with it? Indeed. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Guao resumed his studies, his heart brimming with anticipation for the arrival of his college entrance examination results. This routine continued until June 23rd, the day the results were announced. Coincidentally, it was also the Dragon Boat Festival. The family gathered at home, ready to check the results online. After enduring several instances of website crashes, amidst the anxious gazes of the three, the results finally refreshed. Guao scored 668 points, ranking 192nd in the province. Upon seeing this score, Gua's parents beamed with overwhelming joy. At that moment, Guao's mind was simultaneously filled with the sound of a system notification. Chapter 78, Brain Enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the golden task and achieving a score above 85% in the college entrance examination held 103 days later. The host scored 668 points, exceeding 85% of the total score. Successfully awarded 1 brain enhancement attempt and 3 random lottery chances. Ding! Would you like to use the brain enhancement? Not for now, Guao silently contemplated. After all, his parents were still by his side, and no one knew how the brain enhancement would react. The system's voice fell silent. The reward for the silver task would likely be settled after Guao submitted his university applications. Based on the current situation, the better the universities Guao applied to, the more experience he would gain upon being accepted. These thoughts flashed through Guao's mind. Meanwhile, his parents, Guo father and Guo mother, remained entirely oblivious to Guao's peculiar behavior. At that moment, they were engulfed in a sea of joy, even feeling tears welling in their eyes. They could not help but feel elated. Initially, they had considered giving up on Guao's education, thinking that allowing him to live a carefree life as an ordinary person might be for the best. Thus, they had adopted a rather lenient attitude towards him. However, which parent does not wish for their child to succeed? Which parent does not hope for their child to study diligently, gain admission to a prestigious university, and secure a promising future? In essence, Guo father and Guo mother had reached a point of desperation regarding Guao's education. They never expected that. With merely 100 days left until the college entrance examination, their child would suddenly begin to apply himself. And it was not a FAA day of diligence. He was genuinely striving and taking his studies seriously. In fact, Guo father and Guo mother were already filled with astonishment. For them, Guao's grades were secondary. The crucial aspect was his newfound willingness to learn and strive. As long as he was truly committed to his studies, they would go to great lengths to support him. Initially, Guo father and Guo mother had prepared for Guao to repeat the year. They would have been content if he could gain admission to a reputable university. But they never anticipated that their son would embark on a fervent quest to elevate his academic performance with less than 100 days until the examination. During the second mock exam, Guao scored over 530 points, leaving his parents utterly astonished. Was this really the same boy who typically scored only around 300 points, ranking last in his class? To their amazement, Guao soon delivered another monumental surprise. In the third mock exam, he directly surpassed 600 points. The couple was so elated that they were at a loss for direction. A flicker of concern crossed their minds. Could their son be cheating? Naturally, they could only ponder this quietly, as they dared not question him directly. Thus, they continued to place their trust in their son. As I silently prayed, the day finally arrived. The results of the college entrance examination. A score of 668 brought tears of joy to their eyes, making them proud of their son. Tonight, my boy, we shall feast. You can have whatever your heart desires. Mr. Guo declared grandly to Guao, his heart swelling with delight. His son had achieved great success. At that moment, he felt like the happiest man in the world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Luoyan, having dialed in, discovered her own results. Your score is 712, Chinese 129, Mathematics 150, English 148, Physics. Ranking: first in Jiangxi province. The mechanical voice announced. What do you think? Her grandparents looked at her with gleaming anticipation. With a total of 712 points, she had secured the top spot in Jiangxi. Shen Luoyan bit her lip, overwhelmed with joy. Her grandmother, though not well educated, understood the significance of being the top scorer. This score and ranking were akin to being the scholar of the highest order in ancient times. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with delight. First, a true scholar. Who would have thought our Shen family would produce such a standout? Her grandfather's expression mirrored her grandmother's astonishment. Just then, a commotion arose at the door. "Excuse me, is this the home of Shen Luoyan?" Several reporters appeared before her. "I am Shen Luoyan," she replied, ready for the interview. That day, news of Shen Luoyan being the top scorer in Jiangxi spread like wildfire across the internet, with various rumors circulating about her. The media quickly began to sensationalize her achievement. Such was the treatment reserved for the top achievers each year. In contrast, Guao did not receive the same accolades. With a score of 192, though commendable, it fell short of the threshold for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking University, which typically accepted only the top 50 or even 40 students from Jiangxi in previous years. Guo's chances of applying to those elite institutions seemed bleak. However, other universities below that tier posed little challenge. As for which university to attend, Guao had yet to form a decision. Seated in a hot pot restaurant, he and his parents enjoyed a meal while discussing the future. That evening, Mr. Guo drank heartily, and Mrs. Guo joined him in celebrating their joy, a rare occasion over the years. Guo gazed affectionately at his parents, warmth filling his heart. As long as they were happy, his rebirth was not in vain. After dinner, Guo helped his slightly tipsy father back home, while his mother, also a bit flushed from the wine, smiled and said, "Let us go to bed early tonight." "All right." Guo nodded, retreating to his room with a smile gracing his face. It is truly delightful to make one's parents proud. Now, it is time to embrace the rewards. Guo sat on his bed, eagerly preparing to engage in the brain enhancement bestowed by the system. Commencing enhancement. Guo silently chanted in his mind. Initiating. In an instant, he felt as if he had been thoroughly scanned from head to toe, and he seemed to be illuminated in his entirety. Before Guo could fully comprehend the sensation, a refreshing aura began to rise within his consciousness. He could perceive the profound presence of this invigorating essence, which rendered his awareness increasingly lucid. This clarity felt as though it could penetrate the very fabric of the world. However, it was not long before Guo sensed a cataclysmic transformation occurring in the scene before him. Chapter 79. A Surge of Intelligence. Before Guo, the scene transformed into a deep blue vortex. This vortex swiftly darkened, with countless stars swirling within it. An indescribable sensation enveloped Guo. A profound dizziness that completely engulfed him. Yet, amidst this disorientation, he did not truly lose consciousness. Rather, he became increasingly lucid within the haze. A powerful clarity emerged. Time seemed to lose all meaning. All perceptions faded into oblivion. Guo sat up in bed, as if awakening from a deep dream. He stared blankly ahead, taking a while to regain his composure. In that moment of clarity, the world before him became extraordinarily vivid, akin to a piece of glass. Aged for centuries and covered in a thick layer of dust, suddenly polished clean with a potent cleanser. The sensation of that moment was beyond words. Ding. The system's brain enhancement has concluded. Ding. The host's intelligence has significantly increased, now reaching 230 points. 2 system notifications echoed in his ears. An expression of excitement flickered in Guo's eyes. Remarkable. This brain enhancement has elevated his IQ by nearly 100 points. Such a terrifying degree of improvement. Guo felt as though his brain now operated at nearly double the speed, with both his reaction time and problem-solving capabilities vastly enhanced. More importantly, he sensed a newfound clarity in his perception of the world around him. This feeling was truly delightful. After savoring the benefits of his cerebral enhancement, Guo smiled faintly. His relentless study over the past 3 months had not been in vain. The rewards exceeded his expectations. He rose from his bed, took a shower, and intended to rest. However, Guo felt invigorated, albeit slightly hungry. After finding a bite to eat, he settled into his seat. His mind was exceptionally clear, rendering sleep impossible. He casually picked up a physics book, flipping through its pages. The knowledge within was swiftly absorbed by Guo. Concepts that once posed challenges now felt as simple as elementary arithmetic. The sensation of mastering each step was simply exhilarating. Guo took a deep breath and reached for another physics book. He felt like a sponge, wrung dry and immersed in water, eagerly absorbing the vast ocean of knowledge. His learning pace was astonishing. Although his intelligence had not doubled, the enhancement in his cognitive abilities resulted in an exponential increase in overall efficiency. It was far beyond mere doubling. He flipped through high school material, and the once challenging problems that required contemplation now seemed trivial. However, at this moment, it seemed that with just a glance, he could perceive the essence of the problem. He swiftly arrived at a solution, rapidly flipping through a physics book. With his eyes closed, Guao engaged in deep contemplation, as if the information were still vividly present before him, akin to leafing through pages in his mind. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy shone in his gaze. The enhancement of his cognitive abilities was comprehensive. His memory had significantly improved as well. Truly, the system was remarkable. Guao felt his mind brimming with vitality, and the excitement rendered him restless. Without hesitation, he continued to delve into his studies. For idleness was not an option. At that moment, his reading was a means to enrich his intellect. That night, Guao nearly studied through the night, only realizing the onset of fatigue around 4 in the morning. It was time for rest. He lay down on his bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Guo's mother attempted to wake him for breakfast. After several unsuccessful calls, Guo's father intervened with a smile, saying to her, How? Knowing his exam scores yesterday, must have been quite exhilarated and likely stayed up late. Let him enjoy a rare opportunity to sleep in. Guo's mother nodded in agreement. Guao finally awoke around 10 in the morning, feeling refreshed. He rose from his bed and proceeded to wash up. As he exited his room, his mother cheerfully asked, Are you awake? Are you hungry? I'll prepare some noodles for you. Sure, Guao replied with a nod. At that moment, Guo's father, seated on the sofa, exclaimed, Hey, how, come look. Is that your tutor on the television? Guo's father, astonished by a scene on the screen, called to Guao. Guao paused for a moment, then approached his father to gaze at the television. Indeed, the news was broadcasting an interview featuring Shen Luoyan. The headline read, From humble beginnings, Jiangxi's top scorer overcomes adversity with diligent study, achieving an impressive score of 712. It's her. Guao nodded affirmatively. The top scorer, a bare score of 712. Truly impressive, Guo's father remarked, filled with admiration. This young lady has brought honor to our gaunt city. We truly struck gold hiring a tutor who happens to be the provincial top scorer, he said, smiling at Guao. Indeed, Guao nodded in agreement. Gazing at his father, if it weren't for Shen Luoyan's dedicated guidance, my score likely wouldn't have been so high. Just achieving over 500 would have been commendable. Such kindness must be remembered and repaid, Guo's father said earnestly. Although Shen Luoyan may consider this merely part of her tutoring duties, we must not view it that way. This is a gesture of goodwill. I understand. Guao nodded resolutely. At this moment, Guo's mother approached with a bowl of noodles in hand. That young lady possesses a strong sense of pride. If you wish to express your gratitude, it would be prudent to do so subtly. Guo's mother remarked with a smile directed at Guao. I understand, mother, Guao replied with a chuckle. Come, let us enjoy this while it's hot. Guo's mother placed the noodles before him. As Guao savored his meal, on the other side, Shen Luoyan faced a significant life choice. Just moments ago, the admissions offices of Shuimu University and Yinjing University had contacted her, offering remarkably favorable conditions. However, Shen Luoyan had no desire to attend either of those prestigious institutions. Earlier that morning, her homeroom teacher had also called, suggesting she consider Shuimu University, likely due to some promise made to Ganqing No. 1 High School. Yet, in all honesty, Shen Luoyan did not wish to attend either university. Despite their esteemed reputations, her heart was set on Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. While this institution held a more modest ranking nationally and lacked significant renown, its research in aerospace was among the finest in the country. Since childhood, Shen Luoyan had harbored a dream of exploring the cosmos. Chapter 80, The Dilemma. From a young age, my grandparents have harbored great expectations for me, aspiring for my admission into the finest university in Tianlong country. The only institutions they are familiar with are Shuimu University and Yinjing University. Reflecting on this, I, Shen Luoyan, find myself momentarily hesitant. Observing my indecision, my grandfather, with a gentle smile, inquires, What troubles you, my dear? I hesitate briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. Is it concerning the two of you? How did you know? I express my surprise, gazing at my grandfather. Ha. My grandfather chuckles, looking at me with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. My dear child, I have watched you grow since childhood. You have always been resolute. It is rare to see you in such a quandary, except when it pertains to matters involving us old folks. Normally, you would find a solution. Pray tell, what issue has our newly crowned top scholar so perplexed? With a warm smile, My grandfather regards me thoughtfully. I hesitate again, eventually divulging my concerns. What could it possibly be? He asks, still smiling. Is it about the violations? I remain silent, pondering my thoughts. At this moment, he gently reassures me, my dear. My high hopes for you stem from a desire for you to study diligently, not for the sake of superficial accolades. It is not about boasting that you gained admission to Shuimu University or Yanjing University. Besides, your accomplishment of being the top scholar in Jiangxi province is already widely known. Your grandparents have basked in enough glory. You must also consider your own aspirations. His gaze is tender as he observes me. The path ahead is one that neither your grandmother nor I have traversed. We can no longer offer you valuable advice. We have become marginal figures in society. The journey ahead is yours to navigate. But Grandpa, you still I attempt to express more. Enough, my dear. Flattering words will not sway me, he replies kindly. You must choose your future path wisely, without us hindering your way. Upon hearing my grandfather's words, I fall into contemplative silence and nod in agreement. Meanwhile, at Guao's home, discussions about his future are also taking place. Ranking 192 is quite commendable, particularly with a score of 668. He has opportunities beyond Tsinghua and Peking University, remarks Guo's father with a smile. Ultimately, it is about where Hao wishes to go, which school he desires to attend. That is the crux of the matter. I have no particular preference regarding the city, Guao muses thoughtfully. I primarily wish to engage in research that leans towards foundational disciplines, while harboring a keen interest in the realms of intelligence and automation. After a moment of contemplation, Guao turned to his father beside him. This notion is quite commendable. Guo's father regarded Guao with approving eyes. The future trajectory is almost certainly inclined towards the development of intelligence and automation, and foundational disciplines serve as the bridge and cornerstone of all progress. Your idea is indeed praiseworthy. Guao smiled faintly. Having reincarnated from a future era, he was well aware of the advancements to come. In a decade, artificial intelligence would experience a significant surge. By the time he graduates, establishing a related company would align with the major trends of the next 20 years. That sounds splendid. Do you have a preferred institution in mind? Guo's father inquired. Guao shook his head, contemplating the fields of automation and intelligence. He considered Yanjing University of Science and Technology, Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and Jiling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics to be quite commendable. At present, I will likely choose between the first two. Judging by my scores, I should be adequately qualified. Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics would be a slightly better option, however. The choice ultimately lies with you. Your father will not make decisions on your behalf, Guo's father remarked with a smile. Guao nodded, jotting down several institutions and specific majors in front of him. I will further investigate when the time comes. After all, there is still about a week left for application submissions, allowing ample time for thorough research. Guao chuckled, addressing his father beside him. Indeed, Guo's father acknowledged with a nod of approval. This is a remarkably prudent approach. There is no need to rush. Your grades are exemplary. As long as you do not forcefully pursue top institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, other universities will undoubtedly welcome your presence. Therefore, take your time to investigate. We are in no hurry. Absolutely, Guao acquiesced. His inclination leaned towards Yanjing institutions, as Yanjing is a hub of resources beneficial for both research and business endeavors. Pursuing opportunities elsewhere would yield fewer advantages, which seemed unnecessary. More importantly, his scores were sufficient, leaving no room for the prospect of attending a better university in another region. There was, however, another university that intrigued Guao, Longwa University of Technology. He envisioned applying for a program in foundational physics there. Yet, the location of this institution was rather remote, situated in Huizhou province. After a brief contemplation, he added this university to his list of alternatives. Though his heart still favored the universities in Yanjing. On the third day of the college entrance examination, the homeroom teacher sent a message in the group, requesting graduating students to return to school for a graduation ceremony. Guao pondered for a moment, tidied himself up, and then set out. Upon arriving downstairs, Wang Shi was already waiting for him. Brother Hao, let us go. Wang Shi exclaimed with enthusiasm as he called out to Guao. The young man, Guao, gazed at Wang Shi with a sense of resignation. Just yesterday, Wang had called him, lamenting his poor examination performance and the stern reprimands he had received from his parents, which had left him in a rather dismal mood. However, in hindsight, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. The two of them rode their bicycles to school, where the first and second-year students had just begun their vacation. At this moment, the campus was filled with third-year students. Many institutions do not hold graduation ceremonies. Yet at Ganqing No. 1 High School, such ceremonies are a near-annual tradition, typically occurring within 2 or 3 days following the release of college entrance examination results. Naturally, not all students attend. Some, having faltered in their examinations, struggle with their mental state, while others contemplate re-enrollment and thus tend to stay away. Conversely, most of their peers attend, eager to partake in the festivities, as the school provides refreshments and snacks alongside a celebratory ceremony and award presentations. The atmosphere is quite lively. And following the graduation ceremony, many students engage in discussions with their teachers regarding college application strategies. Chapter 81. The stunning Shen Luoyin. When Guao and his companion arrived at the school, they were greeted by a bustling crowd at the entrance. Many students from their cohort displayed expressions of excitement, while others remained indifferent. From their visages, one could glean insights into their performance in the college entrance examination. Typically, those who achieved high scores had already shared their results on social media to bask in the glory, whereas some students, aware of their lower scores and with no intention of pursuing a bachelor's degree, remained cheerful. Much like Wang Shi, there were indeed many students who mirrored his sentiment. They were content to enroll in a vocational program, seeking to relish the fleeting moments of their youth. Upon entering the school, Guao was recognized by numerous peers, for he had become a notable figure during the final 100 days leading up to the examination. His remarkable journey from a meager score of just over 300 to exceeding 600 in the third mock exam was enough to leave a lasting impression on many. Curiosity buzzed among the students about Guao's actual score, yet most hesitated to inquire, given their unfamiliarity with him. As Guao and his companion stepped inside, a sudden stir emerged from the throng at the entrance. Who is that? Could it be Shen Luoyin? Well, I always thought she must be beautiful, but I never imagined she would look this stunning in casual attire. Goodness, had I known she was this lovely, I would have pursued her. Are you serious? You? The commotion continued for a moment, and Guao followed the gaze of the crowd, spotting Shen Luoyin entering the school, pushing her bicycle. Clad in a delicate white long dress, her hair was elegantly tied up. The thick black-rimmed glasses had been replaced with slender silver-framed ones. Her expression remaining as cool as ever, yet exuding a captivating intellectual charm. The surrounding students were momentarily entranced. Guao, too, found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at Shen Luoyin. Indeed, in his previous life, she had made a similar entrance, sparking discussions among the students. And he had been part of that discourse. Seeing her now brought back vivid memories. She's so beautiful, Wang Shi exclaimed, turning to Guao. Undeniably stunning. Guao agreed with a nod. You sly dog, Wang Shi remarked enviously, casting a glance at Guao. Did you already realize how gorgeous Shen Luoyin was? Guao rolled his eyes in response. Only you would harbor such dubious thoughts. Don't project your own mindset onto others. Having Shen Luoyin as my tutor is a tremendous advantage, all right? The provincial top scorer. Without her guidance, could I have achieved a score of 668? True enough, Wang Shi conceded, nodding. Though his thoughts might have been a touch improper, he had to admit that the previous Guao had been entirely focused on academics, never allowing his mind to wander in such directions. Upon reaching this thought, Wang Su let out a quiet sigh. Beside him, Shen Luoyin observed the multitude of unwavering gazes fixed upon her, causing her brow to furrow slightly. This scenario was anticipated by Shen Luoyin originally. She had intended to don her loose-fitting school uniform, allow her hair to cascade freely, and wear her black-rimmed glasses to school. However, her grandmother insisted, asserting that this was an experience she would inevitably encounter. Consequently, Shen Luoyin had no choice but to tie up her long hair, an act she had not performed in quite some time, and make a simple effort to present herself attractively. Her expression remained indifferent as she strode directly through the crowd, which instinctively parted to grant her passage. Shen Luoyin moved unimpeded away from the throng, leaving behind a hushed atmosphere where all eyes followed her retreating figure. As she vanished from sight, the crowd erupted once more into animated chatter. She is truly stunning. Although we suspected Shen Luoyin was beautiful, this is the first time we've witnessed her allure. Absolutely captivating. The murmurs spread among the crowd as they made their way to the playground, where all the homeroom teachers had gathered. The students assembled on the playground, taking their seats according to their respective classes, engaging in nostalgic conversations with their teachers. Old Huang, his face beaming with joy, could not help but comment as he noticed the 7th grade class arriving in dribs and drabs. Do you all know what the highest score in our class was this time? The students shook their heads, their curiosity piqued as they looked towards old Huang. Mr. Huang, what was the score? Indeed, Mr. Huang, please don't keep us in suspense. Who was it? What did they score? Was it Li Xian? Yes, Mr. Huang. Just tell us directly. Who achieved that score? Among the top-performing students in the class, only a few were noteworthy. Besides Guao, 2 others had scored above 600 in the 3rd mock exam. The 7th class had performed remarkably well, second only to the elite class in the entire school. Most in the crowd were thinking of Li Xian, the class's top student, rather than Guao. No. The highest score in our class this time was achieved by Guao. He scored 668 points. Old Huang declared, his face glowing with pride as he addressed the students of the 7th class. How much? The classroom fell into a stunned silence, with many pairs of eyes turning in unison towards Guao. While Gansheng No. 1 High School was indeed a commendable institution, historically, only students from the elite class managed to score above 650 points. Previously, students from the ordinary class had only reached the low 600s at best. This was already an astonishing accomplishment. After all, the starting points were different. The elite students were those who excelled in the college entrance examination in Gansheng, and they faced stricter expectations. In contrast, the ordinary class did not impose such rigorous standards. Therefore, achieving a score of 600 was rare, and typically, a score of around 560 or 570 could secure the top position in the class. 668 points. Such a score would place Guao among the top ranks in the elite class. Everyone had a rough idea of how Guao had performed 100 days prior to the examination and understood the significance of this achievement. Unexpectedly, in just 100 days, Guao underwent a remarkable transformation. Many gazed at him with expressions of complexity, while Old Huang could hardly conceal his excitement. For Old Huang, this was indeed a substantial achievement. A student who was not from an elite class had completely reinvented himself in his class, astonishingly scoring 668 in the college entrance examination, placing him among the top 10 in the entire school. How impressive! Guao, would you like to say a few words? Old Huang inquired with a smile. Directing his gaze towards Guao, Guao chuckled and replied, "There's not much to say, just 4 words. Heaven rewards diligence." Well said. Old Huang beamed at Guao. The words of our student resonate profoundly. Heaven rewards diligence. I hope we all take this to heart. Whether in university or in our future careers, these 4 words are immensely applicable to all of you. At that moment, Old Huang had more to say. But then he called out, "Hey, everyone, please take your seats and maintain silence as we welcome our esteemed graduate from Gansheng No. 1 High School, the provincial champion, Shen Luoyin, to deliver the graduation speech. Let us give a round of applause. P.S. Thank you to my brothers for their gifts. I appreciate everyone's support. The performance of this book hasn't been stellar yet, and I hope you can contribute some data, whether by casting a vote of love or leaving a 5-star review. It would be of immense help to the author. Thank you all." Chapter 82 Graduation Ceremony. Guao initially held little interest in Shen Luoyin's graduation speech. After all, in his recollection, there seemed to be no memory of it. Perhaps he had simply not listened at the time. Or maybe it was so bland that it left no impression. However, after listening for a while, Guao found himself overturning his previous assumptions. The seemingly cold and socially inept Shen Luoyin delivered a speech of remarkable eloquence. The manuscript was exceptionally well-crafted, leaving him astonished. It appeared that Shen Luoyin's lack of social awareness was merely superficial. In reality, she possessed an extraordinary insight into human relations, displaying a depth of perspective that was hardly typical for someone of her age. Guao pondered thoughtfully. Moreover, through Shen Luoyin's speech, he could perceive her determination, formidable confidence, and her ideals. She was indeed a young woman of strong opinions and undeniable brilliance, radiating a profound sense of conviction that evoked a sense of admiration in Guao. It was clear that someone with such self-discipline could not possibly lack sufficient belief in herself. Upon the conclusion of the speech, the school awarded Shen Luoyin a scholarship of 100,000 in recognition of her achievement as the provincial college entrance examination top scorer. This was an unprecedented sum, only made possible by Shen Luoyin's extraordinary accomplishment that brought glory to Gansheng No. 1 High School. While the other students were envious, they fully understood the significance of being the provincial top scorer. Next came the ceremonial portion of the graduation. The principal took the stage to share some encouraging words. As the ceremony concluded, students gathered around their homeroom teachers, with many initiating conversations about their future aspirations. Guao stood apart from the crowd, refraining from seeking out his homeroom teacher or engaging with his peers. His homeroom teacher was already surrounded by students discussing their aspirations. To be honest, Guao had always been a rather reticent student, with very few friends at school apart from Wang Shi. Furthermore, having returned from his rebirth, his already tenuous social connections had become even more obscure, and he had long forgotten most of them. Aside from Wang Shi, he had no classmates to connect with. However, some students began approaching Guao, either seeking his contact details or asking him to write postcards. After all, aside from student gatherings, this was likely their last opportunity to see Guao. For those who approached him, he was generous in sharing his contact information. As the homeroom teacher was engaged in discussions with students about their future plans, he noticed Guao standing nearby. "Guao, come here for a moment," Lao Huang called out with a smile. Guao walked over to him. "What is it, Teacher Huang?" Guao inquired, looking at Lao Huang. "Which school are you planning to attend? What major do you wish to pursue? Please share with me, and I shall offer my guidance," Lao Huang said with a smile directed at Guao. After all, a score of 668. This remarkable achievement allows for nearly limitless options among universities and majors, save for a few prestigious programs at certain institutions. As for schools and majors, Guao pondered for a moment. "I don't have a particular major in mind. I mainly wish to attend Yinjing, as it is the capital, and the prospects for development may be considerably better." "Indeed," Lao Huang responded, casting an approving glance at Guao. "Your consideration is commendable. When selecting a university, it is imperative to first consider the city. The significance of the city exceeds your expectations. For post-graduation, you are likely to establish your career in a city where you are familiar and comfortable. Furthermore, during your internship in your senior year, opportunities abound in major cities, and the platforms are superior. Crucially, you may also have the option of staying in school dormitories, which can save a considerable amount of expenses." Lao Wang smiled as he addressed the students before him. Many of the surrounding students nodded thoughtfully. "Guao, with your score. Yinjing University, Yinjing Normal University, Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Yinjing University of Science and Technology, and Yinjing University of Technology are all viable options. Apart from Tsinghua and Peking University, you have a plethora of choices. If you are considering a future in education, Yinjing Normal University is worth contemplating, given its focus on teacher training. However, Yinjing University may not be ideal, as it is primarily a liberal arts institution. In summary, I personally recommend that you consider either aeronautics and astronautics or a polytechnic university." Lao Huang possessed profound knowledge regarding universities. "I understand, and I am indeed mainly choosing between these two institutions," Guao replied. "Ah, I see." Lao Huang's face brightened with a smile upon hearing Guao's words. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall not elaborate further." Lao Huang continued to assist the other students with their application strategies. On the playground, students from other classes had mostly departed, many heading off to celebratory dinners. After 3 years of high school, the bonds formed among classmates were quite strong. With the conclusion of the college entrance examination, they would soon part ways. "Class 7. This evening, we will dine at Binjiang Banquet. The teacher has already reserved 3 tables," Lao Wang announced cheerfully to the surrounding students. The crowd erupted in cheers, though their eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance. They exchanged glances with one another. These were individuals they had grown intimately familiar with over the past 3 years. Students clustered around Lao Wang as they strolled towards the school exit, sharing laughter and conversation. As they departed the school, Guao caught sight of Shen Luoyin riding her bicycle alone. He sighed softly to himself. Perhaps Shen Luoyin truly did not adapt well to such occasions, or perhaps she simply had no friends at this school. Attending such gatherings would only serve to disrupt the atmosphere. Perhaps it was for the best. The students of Class 7 clustered together in pairs and small groups. Just as they were walking, a voice suddenly broke the air. "Uncle?" Guao expressed surprise upon seeing his uncle Li Xing, clad in police uniform, accompanied by 2 officers. "Teachers, please go ahead. I would like to have a brief chat with my uncle," Guao said to Lao Wang, who nodded in acknowledgement, glanced at Li Xing, and continued to lead the students forward. At that moment, a smile graced Li Xing's face as he patted Guao on the shoulder. "Well done. You've made progress. Just the other day, when your results came out, your father called me to share the good news, 668 points. Quite impressive." Chapter 83. The heart of a young girl. Li Xing gazed contentedly at Guao before him. Guao smiled faintly and remarked, "Not too shabby. I suppose this effort over the past few days has not been in vain." "Indeed." Li Xing nodded affirmatively. "Focus on your studies in university. Strive to learn as much as you can. Ideally, you shall become a scientist, and I shall take pride in you." Li Xing's face radiated warmth as he looked at Guao. "Sure thing, uncle," Guao replied enthusiastically. "All right, I must resume my patrol. You go enjoy dinner with your teachers and classmates." Li Xing smiled at Guao, who nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Guao arrived at the Binjiang banquet. The students shared the collective memories of their 3 years in high school, gossiping about one another, with even Lao Wang joining in on the joviality. The atmosphere was vibrant, punctuated by bursts of laughter and discussions about future aspirations. Lao Wang recounted tales of past seniors to the students. Guao settled beside Wang Shi, who appeared somewhat melancholic. Hey, how go? Graduation has arrived. What's wrong? Weren't you just jubilant? Guao inquired, perplexed by Wang Shi's somber demeanor. Yes, that was earlier. Hearing them reminisce about our high school days made me realize that opportunities to see you will dwindle, Wang Shi confessed, his expression marred by sorrow. Guao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. Come now. You know where I live. If you wish to see me, you're always welcome at my home. But you're going to study in Yinjing. You won't be home much, will you? Wang Shi continued, still downcast. Guao paused, taken aback. That is true. Indeed. Henceforth, you will likely find yourself farther from Ganqing. Wang Shi lamented. Yes. Guao felt a twinge of sentimentality, yet he remained largely untroubled. Having spent his previous life engaged in business away from home, he had long since become accustomed to farewells. It matters not. Reunions and partings are but destinies we must accept, he stated calmly. The final gathering of high school was markedly different from previous ones. A bittersweet blend of joy and melancholy, with many beginning to reveal their true selves. They sought one another out for drinks. While Wang Shi wandered off to reconnect with a female classmate, Guao found himself seated alone, pondering the path ahead as he savored his meal. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Guao. Startled, he turned instinctively to see Wang Lijuan, his female classmate from senior year. She approached with 2 bottles of beer in hand. I would like to share a drink with you. Wang Lijuan's cheeks were flushed, whether from the alcohol or shyness was uncertain. Of course, Guao accepted without hesitation. Having developed a cordial rapport with her, he took a beer from her hands, and they clinked their bottles together. I shall drink heartily. You may indulge as you wish. Guao directed his gaze towards Wang Lijuan. As he spoke, he downed an entire bottle of beer, for in his previous life as a businessman, one could hardly engage in trade without partaking in drink. Wang Lijuan managed to force down half a bottle, her complexion reddening further. Guao. I. She slurred, attempting to articulate her thoughts but failing to find the words. Suddenly, she dashed outside, retching violently into the trash can, expelling both the alcohol and the meal she had just consumed. Observing her retreating figure, Guao smiled faintly. He was somewhat aware of the young girl's affections. Such youthful sentiments from their school days were best left in the past. He relished the essence of youth, though his fondness was not rooted in romantic attraction. The final dinner of their senior year was vibrant and lively. The students indulged in drinks, reminiscing about their shared high school experiences and toasting to their homeroom teacher. However, as time passed, the food and drink dwindled, and the exuberance began to wane, giving way to a melancholic atmosphere. The sorrow of parting began to permeate the gathering. Perhaps the predominant theme of this banquet had always been the bittersweet nature of farewell rather than mere celebration. Gradually, the students too began to sense the underlying sadness. Inevitably, the moment of separation approached. Though reluctant, all the students understood that they must part ways. During the farewells, some were thoroughly intoxicated, while others were rendered speechless by tears. Certain parents had already arrived to collect their children. Guao and Wang Shi remained sober, opting not to summon their families. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Lao Huang, they departed. Witnessing the scene of parting, even the usually carefree Wang Shi found her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In contrast, Guao maintained his characteristic calm demeanor. In truth, he envied those high school students who could immerse themselves so completely in their emotions, for that was the essence of youth. His own youthful days had long since faded. Even if he could return to the past, he would still possess the soul of a middle-aged man in his 30s. Unable to reclaim the innocence of youth. Let us go, Guao said to Wang Shi, who nodded silently in agreement. The two mounted their bicycles and rode away, marking the conclusion of their final high school gathering. Upon returning home, Guao continued to ponder the trajectory of his future. He held a strong desire to attend either Yanqing University of Science and Technology or Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. After a moment of deliberation, he chose to pursue a degree in Materials Science and Engineering, a flagship program of Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, esteemed as an A-level discipline. For Guao, this was a commendable choice. After all, in his view, the study of materials was fundamental to all progress. For humanity to advance and transcend its limitations, it must develop exceptional materials. Without such advancements, civilization would likely find itself trapped upon this earth. Indeed, Many significant scientific breakthroughs and critical engineering feats hinge upon the progress of materials science. Having attained an intellect level of 230, Guao possesses ample confidence in himself. On the evening of filling out his college applications, he placed Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, majoring in materials science and engineering, as his top choice. Subsequently, he casually filled in other options, such as Shanghai Jiaotong University. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyan sat in the computer room at her school, surrounded by several teachers who were earnestly trying to persuade her. Shen Luoyan, your academic performance is more than sufficient for Tsinghua or Peking University, and you can choose any major you desire. Why opt for Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics? The teachers looked at her in confusion. Isn't the Aerospace Propulsion Engineering program at Tsinghua or Peking University exceptional? Shen Luoyan gazed earnestly at the teachers, who momentarily appeared taken aback, their expressions revealing uncertainty. However, if you attend Tsinghua or Peking University, your future employment prospects could, she interjected calmly. I do not believe I require the prestige of a school to secure a job. Chapter 84. A random lottery. Micro-robots. However, the teachers nearby still wished to persuade her. After all, the top scorers of the college entrance examination over the years had predominantly chosen Tsinghua and Peking universities, with only a few opting for Shanghai Jiaotong University or Longhua University, which also house prestigious programs. Although Yanqing Aerospace University is indeed an excellent institution and ranks among the finest, it does not belong to the C9 League. Thus, it inevitably falls short when compared to the elite institutions of the Dragon Kingdom. In the minds of these educators, it was a rare achievement for Ganqing No. One high school to produce a top scorer, someone who could easily be courted by Tsinghua or Peking universities. Moreover, both institutions had promised that should Shen Luoyan choose to attend their schools, they would be willing to expand certain collaborative projects with Ganqing No. 1 High School, such as the Strong Foundation Program. This was the genuine motive behind these teachers' attempts to sway Shen Luoyan towards Tsinghua or Peking. Nevertheless, Shen Luoyan remained resolute, impervious to their persuasion. All right, esteemed teachers, she said calmly, gazing at them. I understand that you all have my best interest at heart. Perhaps Tsinghua or Peking is indeed the optimal choice for me. Yet ultimately, this is my life, my decision. You cannot bear the responsibility for my choices, can you? You cannot guarantee that attending Tsinghua or Peking will lead me to the life I desire, can you? Therefore, I kindly ask you not to interfere with my choice. I wish to decide for myself, for I am the primary steward of my own life. Having articulated her stance so clearly, the teachers around her exhibited expressions of resignation. With the conversation having reached this point, what more could they say? Very well, they conceded. Since you have expressed yourself so firmly, we find ourselves without further grounds to dissuade you. You are right. Your path must be chosen by you alone. As teachers, we can only provide you with relatively better options. Several educators sighed and addressed Shen Luoyan beside them. Shen Luoyan nodded in agreement, resolutely selecting the Aircraft Power Engineering program at Yanqing Aerospace University on her application. Observing her determination, the teachers around her could only express their helplessness. It was evident that this was Shen Luoyan's choice, free from any external interference. She resolutely opted for an institution outside of the C9 League. Although Yanqing Aerospace University is a premier university, for the field of aircraft power engineering, it stands as the pinnacle of excellence. Thus, the teachers found themselves at a loss for compelling arguments to persuade her otherwise. After completing her application, Shen Luoyan departed from the school. Soon thereafter, news of Shen Luoyan, the top scorer from Jiangxi province, choosing not to attend Tsinghua or Peking, nor any C9 institutions, began to circulate. Numerous media outlets commenced their coverage, and some journalists even returned to Shen Luoyan's home to interview her about her decision to forego Tsinghua and Peking in favor of Yanqing Aerospace University. In no time, Yanqing Aerospace University extended a warm welcome to Shen Luoyan on Weibo. Furthermore, it was announced with great enthusiasm that student Shen Luoyan is welcome to apply to Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, whose aircraft power engineering program is ranked first in the nation. Students with an interest in aerospace are encouraged to submit their applications. The news has been widely reported, as it appears that she is the first top scorer in the college entrance examination to apply to Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, which has stirred considerable discussion. Some individuals believe that Shen Luoyan's choice is entirely reasonable. However, there are others who argue that a top scorer should at least attend one of the C9 League universities. Although Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is indeed a prestigious institution, it is perceived as slightly inferior in both reputation and caliber compared to the very top universities. Nonetheless, Shenluoyan's chosen field of study, aircraft power engineering, is indeed the best in the country at this university. Thus, while this matter has garnered attention, it has not caused a significant uproar. However, the Guo family has taken note of this news. Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics? I never expected Shenluoyan would choose this school, exclaimed Guo's mother, her eyes filled with surprise as she watched the television report. It seems this institution is quite commendable. Shenluoyan aims to study aircraft, so attending the school is indeed a wise decision. Yet, I initially thought she would opt for Tsinghua or Peking University. A flicker of something unusual crossed Guohao's gaze. At that moment, he suddenly recalled why Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics felt so familiar. Indeed, Shenluoyan's choice of this university had previously made headlines, which is why it feels so recognizable to him. Is the reason for my own application to this university somehow connected to Shenluoyan? Guohao fell into a contemplative silence. He realized that perhaps, on a subconscious level, he indeed desired to attend the same university as Shenluoyan. Guohao felt a sense of bewilderment. Since you are attending the same university as Shenluoyan, you must take good care of her, for university life is quite different from that in Gan City, Guo's father earnestly advised him. I understand, Dad. Guohao quickly nodded in agreement. His father proceeded to remind him of various matters, to which Guohao acknowledged with nods, affirming that he would indeed follow through. After concluding his conversation with his parents, Guohao returned to his room. On his desk lay a copy of a calculus textbook, the Tongji edition, which he had borrowed from the city library a few days prior, as it was unavailable at Xinhua bookstore. He had also borrowed several mathematics books, including those covering Fourier transforms, as well as foundational texts in chemistry and physics for his undergraduate studies. After all, he was about to embark on a journey into materials engineering at university. Guohao recognized the necessity of diligent study, especially considering that his intelligence quotient of 230 places him among the brightest in the world. Neglecting his studies would be a squander of his remarkable intellect. However, it is worth noting that Guohao did not retreat to his room solely for academic pursuits. Following the release of the examination scores, he had utilized his cognitive enhancement. Yet he still had 3 random draws remaining to explore. Since it was a random draw, Guohao had little interest in waiting for the subsequent results. Perhaps today was destined to be his lucky day. With this thought in mind, he silently intoned, "Draw a virtual will spun rapidly in the air." Ding! The user successfully claimed a reward, 10 micro-robots. Micro-robots. Guohao paused momentarily, instinctively opening the system panel and navigating to the rewards section to examine the details of this nanobot. Micro-robots. Ultramicroscopic machines, with a size of less than 1 millimeter, possessing numerous functions, operating through the reception of the owner's brainwaves. Maximum signal transmission distance, 100 meters. Wow, truly cutting-edge technology. Chapter 85, The Draw Again. Guohao's gaze became fixated. 1 millimeter. This is an incredibly minuscule unit. 1 centimeter is equivalent to 10 millimeters. In other words, a robot measuring merely 1 millimeter is akin to the size of a speck of dust. Remarkably, it is capable of receiving brainwave activity. How impressive! Guohao never anticipated that he would suddenly acquire such a marvel of technology. Fascinating. However, he refrained from hastily extracting it from the system, as he still had 2 opportunities for random draws remaining. Suppressing his curiosity, Guohao continued with the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, user. You have successfully drawn the skill of public speaking mastery. Upon hearing the system's notification, Guohao momentarily froze, and soon a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Public speaking mastery? This skill seems rather mundane. Is it of any use to me? It feels like yet another trivial acquisition. Nevertheless, it is still a skill, and perhaps it may prove beneficial in the future. Onward with the draws. Ding! User has successfully drawn a thesis, a unique high molecular compound. Hearing the system's notification, Guohao was slightly taken aback. A unique high molecular compound? With all 3 draws now expended, he eagerly retrieved the thesis. It was stored on a pure black USB drive. The USB was devoid of any ostentatious decorations, and its black hue absorbed the surrounding light as if it were a black hole. Placed there, it was difficult for anyone to notice its presence. Casting a curious glance at the USB in his hand, Guohao felt certain that its material was far from ordinary. It was undoubtedly crafted from some special substance. Unfortunately, he lacked a laboratory. Borrowing one was no simple task, especially for someone like him. It was utterly impossible, and he could not allow anyone else to research this item. Reflecting on this, Guao felt a tinge of regret. However, upon further contemplation, he realized there was no need for lamentation. Opportunities to study this would arise in due time. Guao approached his computer with the USB drive in hand. He inserted it into the computer, and soon, a file began transferring to his device. Just as he prepared to remove the USB, it disintegrated into fine black grains, which were swept away by the wind, vanishing entirely. This surreal scene left Guao wide-eyed in astonishment. What just happened? Is this extraterrestrial technology? His eyes brimmed with wonder. Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, Guao turned his attention to the thesis displayed on his computer. After a brief glance, he found himself bewildered. It was filled with specialized terminology. Although, with his current intellect, he could infer some concepts, he was still woefully lacking in the requisite knowledge to fully comprehend it. In light of this realization, a look of resignation crossed Guao's face. If one does not acquire relevant knowledge, the current self lacks even the ability to discern the significance of this paper. Contemplating this, Guao let out a soft sigh and carefully concealed the document. He could only hope to revisit this paper after amassing a wealth of pertinent knowledge. If he could not master its content and possess a profound understanding of the related concepts, the paper must never be published. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of explaining how he came to write it. One must forge their own strength. Only by solidifying one's foundation can any published paper withstand scrutiny and doubt. With this thought, Guao sighed once more and sealed the paper with an array of encrypted codes. It was only then that he turned his attention to the miniature robot he had initially acquired. This contraption was a true marvel of science fiction, truly extraordinary. Extracting the robot from the system, Guao eagerly observed 10 minuscule robots, no larger than grains of sand. Upon closer examination, despite their diminutive size, each possessed all the essential components. They appeared to have multiple modes of movement. Guao watched with curiosity as he pondered the capabilities of these tiny robots. In truth, humanity has the capacity to create remarkably small robots, given that chips can be manufactured at the nanoscale, coupled with certain nanoscale metals. The ability to miniaturize robots is certainly within reach. In fact, concepts of nanobots exist, which evoke a sense of dread when considering robots at such a minuscule scale. However, while creating robots of such small dimensions is feasible, their functionality is invariably constrained by material and size. Regardless of integration capabilities, one must consider Moore's law and quantum tunneling. Even the most sophisticated tiny robots cannot perform complex tasks. Yet, it seemed that the miniature robot before him was an exception. The mere fact that it could be controlled via brainwaves was already impressive. Although the idea of utilizing brainwaves to manipulate objects is not particularly novel, research in this area has long been underway. The devices designed to stimulate brainwaves are typically enormous and intricately crafted. The existence of such a diminutive robot, capable of being controlled by brainwaves, raised questions about its energy source. How could such a small robot integrate the substantial brainwave receiving apparatus? What unique functions might it possess? To be candid, Guao was genuinely intrigued. This level of technology verged on the magical. After a series of operations within the system, Guao's brainwaves soon connected with the miniature robots. A wondrous sensation enveloped him as his perspective underwent a profound transformation. A rather peculiar perspective emerges, seemingly akin to that of a robot. Everything in the surroundings appears magnified hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Soon, Guao disengaged from the robotic viewpoint. A surge of information coursed into his mind, an instructional manual for the microrobot. In accordance with the 36th Edict of the Empire, the regulations governing robot management stipulate that a textual directive must precede the operational instructions of the robot. This particular robot is designated as a civilian multipurpose microrobot. It adheres to the laws of the Alliance and is prohibited from being employed for any unlawful activities as delineated by the legal statutes, including the infringement of others' rights to privacy. The microrobot is forbidden from entering private premises, otherwise, it would constitute. A lengthy string of text materialized in Guao's mind, detailing an array of prohibitions. It resembled an extensive document, rife with text that seemed to allude to various taboos, much of which was redacted. Chapter 86, The Power of Computing. This so-called empire, its name seems to be taboo. It remains unclear whether it has been erased from the robot's memory or if the designation itself has been expunged by the system. Nevertheless, as a reward bestowed by the system, this purported empire must possess a profound connection with it. Could it be the technological empire responsible for creating the system? Such a notion is not entirely implausible. Guo pondered thoughtfully, momentarily setting aside these musings to focus on the robot's functionalities. Beneath the disclaimers and pertinent regulations, the capabilities of this miniature robot were indeed impressive. It boasted projection abilities, a camera, and remarkable mobility, even enabling silent flight. Most astonishingly, it possessed computing functions as well. Guo's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be true that such a diminutive robot had computing capabilities? How extraordinary! It certainly lived up to the legacy of a certain interstellar empire. He promptly delved deeper into the exploration of this functionality. Soon, however, his excitement began to wane. The explanation was rather straightforward. Each of these miniature robots contained quantum chips, and the so-called computing functions were reliant on these chips. However, due to their minuscule size and the multitude of integrated features, the quantum chips themselves lacked substantial computational power to allocate. Yet, this miniature robot harbored another core function: clustering. It could connect with other robots of the same model, consolidating their computational power and coordinating their efforts to achieve the performance of an ordinary quantum computer. Yet, this would necessitate thousands of miniature robots, and with only 10 at his disposal, Guo's enthusiasm dwindled. He had initially anticipated experiencing the computing prowess of that grand empire, envisioning the possibility of harnessing a powerful computational machine. Alas, it seemed that pleasure eluded him. He sighed softly. Regardless, he resolved to investigate how this clustering worked in practice. Following the manual's instructions, Guo began to attempt controlling the 10 robots using his brainwaves. Soon, he managed to orchestrate their connection and initiate projection. Adhering to his operational instincts, he swiftly projected a model reminiscent of a computer on Earth. The alien operating system was rather peculiar, resembling a self-compiling system that could be tailored according to one's programming preferences. Fascinating. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Guo's eyes as he observed the computer projected by the 10 robots. The virtual keyboard was functional, and as he struck the projection, he found that he could indeed interact with the projected computer. Guo quickly began to familiarize himself with this remarkable device. The self-compiled system is remarkably comfortable to use, as it operates on a personal computer, eliminating concerns about compatibility and other issues. Before long, Guo had crafted a rudimentary system that aligned perfectly with his personal usage habits, freed from commercial considerations and the constraints of copyright and compatibility. He could directly extract code from x86 architecture. Creating such a simplistic system proved to be exceedingly straightforward. Upon completing his basic personal system, Guo began testing its computational power. Soon, his eyes widened with astonishment. Both the smoothness and computational speed far surpassed that of his own computer. In a mere 10 seconds, his home computer could only compute the digits of pi to around 100,000 places, whereas this makeshift assembly had already reached several million places. The computational prowess was magnitudes greater. Although his home computer was neither the latest model nor equipped with high-end specifications, the disparity was still somewhat staggering. This machine's computational capability likely equated to that of civilian computers a decade hence. Furthermore, it would require at least a 14,900K processor to compute pi to several million places within 10 seconds. Quite impressive indeed. A look of satisfaction crossed Guo's face as he admired this portable computer, which possessed unparalleled computational power and functioned as a multifunctional robot. With such an array of features, what could he possibly find unsatisfactory? Guo felt a profound sense of contentment. With a mere thought, he commanded the miniature robots to disengage from their connection, causing the computer projection to vanish. They swiftly manifested wings, delicate and nearly transparent, and as they took flight, these robots became even smaller, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye against the backdrop of the sky. Remarkable! This was merely an ordinary small-scale civilian robot. What of the military drones of this empire? Could they perhaps achieve true invisibility? Imagine the potential of equipping them with powerful quantum bombs. The thought was chilling. Larger objects can be concealed and defended against, but these diminutive machines are far more elusive and challenging to counter. After some time spent exploring the capabilities of the miniature robots, Guo retrieved them with satisfaction. These tiny machines were easily concealed, and after a moment's contemplation, he tucked them away in various inconspicuous corners of his clothing. They were entirely unobtrusive, and given the durability of these gadgets, shattering them would be virtually impossible. Once this was accomplished, night had fallen. Guo's mother called him for dinner. After the meal, Guo returned to his room, finally able to focus on studying advanced mathematics. The version from Tongji University proved to be quite intriguing. Accustomed to self-study and blessed with an exceptionally high IQ, he found that learning mathematics was not as daunting as it might seem. However, while a high IQ can diminish the difficulty of learning, it cannot alter the inherent monotony of the process. Fortunately, a notification chimed. After dedicating an hour to the study of advanced mathematics, the user earned a commendable 289 in mathematical experience. The sound of the system notification resonated in Guao's ears, filling him with satisfaction. The complexity of higher mathematics surpasses that of high school learning, consequently leading to a significant increase in mathematical experience. It is noteworthy that during high school, the acquisition of mathematical experience was often negligible, with rewards amounting to merely a few points on occasion. However, the study of advanced mathematics is markedly different. Diligent effort yields a bountiful harvest of mathematical experience. Likewise, Guao found himself immersed in a vast and magnificent realm, exploring its depths. Concepts such as calculus, linear algebra, and complex functions awaited his discovery, each offering a new facet of mathematical knowledge. Chapter 87. Mastery in Mechanical Engineering. Beyond advanced mathematics, Guao is diligently laying the groundwork in materials science. His pursuit of knowledge is for his own enrichment. Given his intellect, it would be a shame not to study. Throughout the summer vacation, Guao immerses himself in self-improvement, a routine that his parents have gradually come to accept. Since they cannot change Guao, they can only remind him to take breaks, to step outside, and to engage in leisure activities, lest he confines himself within the walls of his home and become stifled. Guao readily agrees. Yet, what could be more exhilarating than studying? Indeed, learning provides Guao with a profound sense of fulfillment. More importantly, it is akin to a game where one can accumulate experience directly. With an abundance of experience, he can elevate his level, thereby enhancing his intellect once more. This is an exceedingly rare and addictive experience, more so than any digital addiction. Currently, Guao is consumed by the pursuit of knowledge, continuing until the admissions process concludes. Ding! The host has completed the silver-level reward task, successfully gaining admission to Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. The system assesses the task completion at 90%. He receives a bonus of 10,000 experience points. Additionally, he acquires the blueprint for high-strength carbon fiber production. A random lottery draw has been added. The system notification jolts Guao from his reverie. How delightful! He feels a surge of excitement at the prospect of the high-strength carbon fiber production blueprint. With his current knowledge base, Guao realizes he does not possess a comprehensive understanding of carbon materials. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware of the significance of the term high-strength carbon fiber. The creation of such a material would undoubtedly represent a premium asset, with numerous applications across various fields. Although he is uncertain about the exact parameters of this so-called high strength or the complexity of the production process, he recognizes it as a significant opportunity for financial gain, a pathway to greatness. However, Guao is not naive enough to believe that he can directly replicate the material preparation techniques provided by the system. After all, many of the necessary production devices may not even exist on Earth. The processes will certainly require his own modifications, and it remains to be seen how the final product will compare to the original techniques. As for experience, Guao opens his system panel. Guao, endowed with an impressive intellect of 230, finds himself equipped with modest physical attributes, strength at 8, speed at 7, and stamina at a mere 9. His academic prowess is reflected in his levels of expertise: mathematics at level 3, linguistics at level 2, informatics at level 3, chemistry at level 2, physics at level 2, and biology at level 2. In the realm of cognitive abilities, the standard IQ for an average individual falls between 90 and 109, while scores below 69 indicate a significant intellectual deficiency. Despite not having leveled up, Guao has accumulated a substantial amount of experience. He recognizes that the limitations of high school-level knowledge hinder his advancement in subject proficiency. However, since embarking on his studies in advanced mathematics, he has noticed a marked acceleration in his mathematical acumen, particularly when immersed in focused study sessions. With an additional 10,000 experience points at his disposal, he contemplates enhancing his academic levels. After a brief moment of reflection, Guao allocates 781 points towards his mathematics proficiency. A notification chimes, announcing that his mathematics experience has reached its threshold, successfully elevating him to level 4. Another prompt follows, indicating that this advancement has stimulated his intellect, resulting in an increase of 2 IQ points. Guao is pleasantly surprised. He had presumed that further enhancements to his intelligence would be arduous post the initial brain fortification. With over 5,000 experience points remaining, He hesitates briefly before dedicating 900 points to his physics expertise. The notification confirms his physics level has ascended to level 3, accompanied by an additional boost of 1 IQ point. Elated by this further enhancement, Guao reflects on the remaining experience points, over 2,000, which he decides to invest entirely in biology. His biology experience surges to 4,117, and he feels optimistic that, with continued self-study, he may soon achieve level 3 in this discipline as well. Buoyed by these accomplishments, Guao presses on and discovers he has earned another opportunity for a random draw. Without hesitation, he initiates the draw. The system responds with a notification. He has successfully acquired the skill of mechanical engineering mastery. Taken aback momentarily, he quickly realizes the significance of this new skill. It may enable him to comprehend the intricate processes involved in the production of high-strength carbon fiber materials. With this newfound knowledge, he envisions the possibility of designing equipment to experiment with the synthesis of this advanced material. Guao is thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the draw, as a torrent of knowledge begins to inundate his mind. The sensation was reminiscent of the initial mastery of hacking. Guao felt his mind being inundated with a plethora of knowledge. Of course, his intellect had ascended to a level far superior to before, having undergone several rounds of knowledge infusion. Moreover, his brain had been specifically enhanced, allowing for a remarkably smooth assimilation of information, albeit accompanied by a slight sense of dizziness that dissipated swiftly. With his eyes closed, he began to perceive and absorb this newfound knowledge. Before long, Guao had nearly digested it all. The only step remaining was practical application, naturally. Theory and practice often differ, and he anticipated a degree of unfamiliarity at first. Pleased with his progress, he opened his computer and revisited the blueprint concerning the preparation process for high-strength carbon fiber. However, after merely glancing at it, his brow furrowed in concern. From an engineering perspective, the machinery required for high-strength carbon fiber production bore significant differences from the equipment currently employed on Earth. To redesign the process, it seemed he would need to elevate his materials science acumen to a certain level, integrating both materials science and mechanical engineering principles to overhaul the entire preparation procedure. Indeed, the undertaking was monumental. Upon absorbing knowledge in mechanical engineering, Guao also noted substantial enhancements in his physics and mathematics skills. As the realm of mechanical engineering encompassed a considerable amount of mathematical and physical concepts. Chapter 88, Graduation Banquet Mastery of Mechanical Engineering is undoubtedly a commendable skill, as it significantly enhances one's foundation in mathematics and physics, accelerating the learning process considerably. However, the so-called expertise in mechanical engineering or hacking that the system provides appears to be calibrated to the current knowledge level of Earth. Were it to be assessed according to the standards laid out in the robot's manual regarding the so-called technological empire, one would already be capable of mastering the entire planet. Regrettably, the system does not seem to offer such a loophole. It appears that the system is consciously guiding one's education, presenting material primarily to encourage proactive learning and self-improvement, seemingly assuming the role of a civilizational mentor. Guao pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps this is indeed the system's intent, to guide him beyond the current technological limits of humanity? If that were the case, the system would not provide him with technologies that exceed the present capabilities. Nevertheless, it remains imperative to study diligently. Guao set aside these musings and returned to solving problems. Whether it be calculus, linear algebra, or algebraic geometry, each area is essential for Guao, whose current knowledge base is still quite modest. In early August, the admission letter arrived. Although Guo's parents were not particularly fond of revelry, the fact that their less-than-promising son had been accepted into Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was a cause for celebration. They spared no expense, hosting nearly 10 tables of feasting at a hotel in Ganqing, inviting numerous friends and relatives. After all, wealth should not be hoarded away from one's hometown. It is akin to wearing fine clothes while walking in darkness. Guao certainly did not oppose his parents' decision. A significant reason for his rebirth was to bring joy to them. Observing his parents, who were laughing heartily among family and friends at the banquet, warmed his heart. "I envy you so much," remarked Wang Shi, glancing at Guo's jubilant parents. Guao shot a sidelong glance at Wang Shi. "When I was trying to study diligently, I called out to you. Do you recall how you responded back then? Had you chosen to study alongside me? Even if you couldn't achieve the same results as I did, I would have ensured you secured a place in a university. Yet here you are, even after the college entrance examination, still preoccupied with gaming. Honestly, who can keep up with your pace?" Wang Shi sighed in response. "Just ask them." He gestured toward their table, where many were classmates from Class 7, alongside some friends from middle school. Although they had not kept in close contact, Guo Hao had still invited them to the graduation banquet. Wang Lijuan, sitting nearby, chimed in, exactly. I was quite taken aback when Guo Hao first decided to study. Having been his desk mate for so long, I had never witnessed him studying. Initially, I presumed it was merely a fleeting enthusiasm, yet to my astonishment, this fellow has persistently dedicated himself to his studies. Indeed, I had noticed that too, remarked another classmate from Class 7, laughing. Moreover, after he committed to studying diligently, he became quite reclusive, as if entranced, and I found myself hesitant to engage him in conversation. He has grown even more introverted than before. Exactly. Other classmates from Class 7 nodded in agreement. Not at all. Guo Hao chuckled, addressing the surrounding classmates. I've acknowledged your greetings. Please refrain from fabricating rumors about me. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you have acknowledged us, but only to a slight extent. The classmates from Class 7 jested back at Guo Hao as they savored their meals. They engaged in discussions about school trends and shared visions for their future universities. Only Wang, she wore a furrowed brow, for he was the sole recipient of a college acceptance letter among the group. The others had at least secured spots in undergraduate programs. Come on, is there no humanity among you? Am I the only one going to a vocational college? Wang Shi lamented with a wry smile to his classmates. Laughter erupted from the group. Wang Lijuan teased Wang Shi with a grin. Wang Shi, who was it that spent every night gaming? Now you realize the merits of studying, don't you? The surrounding students joined in laughter at Wang Lijuan's words. Wang Shi shrugged. What can I say? I'm simply not inclined towards studying by nature. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, Guo Hao, now pleasantly tipsy, moved to toast the teachers. I raise a glass to all the educators. Thank you for your guidance during my time at school. After the toast, the mathematics teacher, Wang Xiujuan, smiled warmly. Guo Hao, at the start of the semester, you assured me you would study diligently. I thought you were merely jesting. To my surprise, you were genuinely serious. Your commitment has exceeded my expectations. Indeed, Guo Hao was diligently engaged in mathematics during my class every day. I refrained from interrupting his focus, chimed in the language teacher with a smile. I reprimanded him, laughed the physics teacher, addressing the other educators and Guo Hao. This lad, during my physics class, was constantly solving math problems. The irony is, he only scored in the 40s on the mock exam. It was infuriating. The other teachers began to chime in, their faces adorned with smiles. Guo Hao's remarkable talent and unyielding diligence left a profound impression on them. It could be said that Guo Hao was among the fastest progressing students they had encountered throughout their teaching careers. His exceptional aptitude was matched only by his unwavering commitment. Over the past 6 months, the teachers' observations of Guo Hao had never ceased. Thus, they effortlessly recounted a plethora of amusing anecdotes related to Guo Hao. Listening with a smile, Guo Hao gleaned an alternate narrative of his own efforts from the other teachers. After conversing with them, he returned to the table of students. After indulging in a bit more food, the gathering was nearly at its conclusion. One by one, the students took their leave. Wang Shi also had matters to attend to and departed. As Guo Hao escorted the students out, Wang Xiujuan, the last to leave, hesitated momentarily before addressing Guo Hao. May I speak with you privately? Guo Hao paused briefly, then nodded in agreement. The two made their way to a secluded corner of the restaurant, where they both came to a halt almost simultaneously. Chapter 89. A confession. Wang Lijuan turned around, her demeanor betraying a mix of hesitation and eagerness as she gently bit her lower lip, gazing at the tips of her and Guo Hao's shoes. Observing her, Guo Hao intuitively sensed her desire to express something. In an effort to dispel the awkwardness, he feigned nonchalance and inquired, "What is the matter, Wang Lijuan? Is there something you need to discuss in a secluded place?" At that moment, it seemed Wang Lijuan had summoned a certain resolve. She abruptly lifted her head, fixing her gaze into Guo Hao's eyes. "Guo Hao, I like you." Upon uttering those words, she instantly lowered her head, her fair complexion visibly flushing a deep crimson. Indeed, Guo Hao sighed softly within. It was likely that during the graduation banquet, when Wang Lijuan had sought him out for a drink, she had intended to convey this very sentiment. Unfortunately, her tolerance for alcohol was lacking. After consuming half a bottle, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. After a brief moment of hesitation, Guo Hao looked at Wang Lijuan and replied, "I'm sorry, Wang Lijuan, but I already have someone I like." His gaze was filled with sincere regret as he addressed her. Upon hearing his words, Wang Lijuan raised her head, her complexion now ashen, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. "Is it Shen Luoyan?" she asked softly. "Yes," Guo Hao nodded in affirmation. "I understand," Wang Lijuan murmured. "I wish you find your true love." Guo responded, "Thank you. And I wish you the same. May you and Shen Luoyin find happiness." Wang Lijuan managed a faint smile. "Shall I take my leave then?" she inquired. Guo nodded. Wang Lijuan turned to depart. Watching her retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossed Guo's eyes. After a moment's deliberation, he dialed Wang Shi. "What is up?" Wang Shi's voice came through, tinged with annoyance. "Are you still at the internet CAF?" Guo asked directly. "Not yet. Why? Are you coming over? I can save you a spot." "Not exactly. Wang Lijuan just confessed to me, and I turned her down. I'm worried she might do something rash. Can you come to the hotel and keep an eye on her? Make sure she gets home safely." "What? Wang Lijuan confessed to you, and I wasn't there? What a loss. Damn it," Wang Shi exclaimed. "Fine, it's settled. You always call me to clean up your mess." Guo, uninterested in his friend's complaints, hung up the phone. Their relationship had always been straightforward, devoid of formality, as they had been friends since childhood, always speaking freely with one another. Having completed his call, Guo returned to the banquet area, which was beginning to wind down. He assisted his parents in bidding farewell to the departing guests. With everyone gone, his parents wore expressions of joy. Their son had achieved success, and nothing delighted them more than this. After settling the bill at the restaurant, the cheerful family of three returned home. Upon arriving, Wang Shi called him. Guo answered the phone in his room. "I must say, can you refrain from being so self-absorbed next time? Just because that young lady confessed her feelings and faced rejection, does that mean you have to imagine she's utterly despondent?" Wang Shi remarked irritably as soon as the call connected. Guo chuckled. "It's merely a precaution. After all, Wang Lijuan had been drinking, and her emotions were quite heightened. It's not safe for her to return home alone. I thought you could play the gallant protector, yet you always prefer to whine. Be careful, or you might struggle to find a partner." Wang Shi retorted sharply. "Come on, I'm helping you out, and yet you curse me? I disdain you." Guo laughed again. "All right then, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up." "Okay." With that, the call ended. Guo felt a slight relief. As long as Wang Lijuan was safe, being overly cautious was not a bad thing. Otherwise, if something were to happen, he would feel guilty. Confirming that Wang Lijuan was indeed fine, Guo resumed his studies. He had nearly completed his coursework in advanced mathematics as per the Tongji edition. Currently, he was engrossed in a course in pure mathematics by G. H. Hardy, which was a commendable textbook on mathematical analysis. The summer vacation swiftly passed. Aside from his studies, Guo invested some of his spare funds in stocks, yielding a decent profit, which supplemented his tuition and pocket money. He was disinclined to reinvest in Bitcoin, which had seen a rapid surge, reaching up to $100 or $200 per coin at its peak. Purchasing now seemed futile. Instead, Guo had invested in semiconductor stocks and achieved some gains. He currently possessed over 100,000 yuan, yet lacked motivation to invest further, especially since he held over 10,000 bitcoins. With a mere flip next year, his wealth could soar into the hundreds of millions. Moreover, his crafts, once in production, would yield countless returns annually, rendering financial worries obsolete. Before he knew it, September arrived, marking the start of the academic year at Yanjing Aerospace University. His parents escorted him to the train station. In this era, high-speed rail had yet to become widespread. Although Gancheng was not small, it lacked high-speed trains, providing only direct trains to Yanjing, while Chongqing did have flights. They were rather cumbersome compared to the convenience of sleeper trains. Guo's parents had already procured him a sleeper ticket, which was offered at a discounted rate for students. The journey from Gancheng to Yanjing would take 24 hours, necessitating a night spent on the train. Don't cause any trouble at school, in Yanjing. You're unfamiliar with the surroundings. If issues arise, don't confront them head-on. Your uncle Li Xing won't be there to assist you. Guo's mother expressed her reluctance. Gazing at Guo, "Mom, don't worry. Am I the type to stir up trouble?" Guo replied with a smile. At this moment, Guo's father appeared somewhat silent. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the reluctance shimmering in his eyes. "At school, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to inform us. Feel free to call any time. Do not remain silent," he urged. "All right, Dad," Guo responded, his peripheral vision catching sight of Shen Luoyin, who had also arrived at the station alongside her grandparents. "Isn't that Luoyin?" Guo's mother exclaimed in surprise upon noticing her. Guo's father's gaze now shifted towards Shen Luoyin. "Luoyin." Guo's mother called out to her with a warm smile. At that moment, Shen Luoyin, along with her grandparents, also spotted Guo. "Isn't that the boy who helped you carry books the other day and referred to you as teacher?" Shen Luoyin's grandfather immediately recognized Guo. Shen Luoyin nodded in acknowledgement. "It is him." Chapter 90. Boarding the train. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Guo had brought Guo before Shen Luoyan, both wearing warm smiles. Luoyan. These two must be Luoyan's grandparents. Mr. and Mrs. Guo beamed as they greeted Shen Luoyan's grandparents with enthusiasm. The elderly couple appeared somewhat taken aback and awkwardly returned the greeting. We are truly indebted to this child Luoyan for tutoring our Hao. Without her assistance, his performance in the college entrance examination would surely not have been so commendable. We are immensely grateful. Mrs. Guo expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Glancing at Shen Luoyan and her grandparents. It is not solely my doing, Shen Luoyan replied calmly. It is Guo Hao's own diligence. Had he not worked so hard, no matter how well I taught, he would not have achieved such scores. Indeed, Shen Luoyan's grandfather, feeling a bit more at ease, smiled and addressed Mr. and Mrs. Guo. If anyone deserves our gratitude, it is you. Were it not for your family providing Luoyan with this tutoring opportunity, we, with our meager earnings, would have put her through considerable hardship. With a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, Shen Luoyan's grandfather continued, money is but a trivial matter. Luoyan is truly a remarkable girl. She is an academic top achiever. Moreover, her dedication in tutoring Guo Hao is commendable. Finding such a devoted tutor is indeed a tremendous fortune for us. After exchanging pleasantries, Mrs. Guo, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, by the way, is Luoyan also attending school? Indeed. What a coincidence. It seems my boy is attending school as well, and I believe they are at the same institution. Possibly even in the same train carriage. Mrs. Guo chuckled as she spoke to Shen Luoyan's grandparents. How fortuitous. Shen Luoyan's grandfather remarked, slightly taken aback. After a round of cordial exchanges, ticket inspection commenced. In this era, family members were permitted to accompany travelers to the platform. The group made their way to the station where Shen Luoyan's grandparents bid her a reluctant farewell. Meanwhile, Mrs. Guo continued to chatter away, imparting life advice to Guo Hao. As the green train approached with a loud rumble, an understanding silence fell upon everyone. It was time to part ways. Be sure to eat and drink well at school. Do not skimp on your meals. If you need money, do not hesitate to ask us. There is no need to be overly frugal. Mrs. Guo chattered on for quite some time. Mom, I need to board the train, Guo Hao said, feeling a sense of reluctance as he glanced at his mother. All right. Off you go. Mr. Guo assisted Guo Hao with his belongings as they boarded the train. Coincidentally, they encountered Shen Luoyan, who was also carrying a brand new suitcase. Let me help you, Guo Hao offered, taking hold of Shen Luoyan's suitcase, and together they boarded the train. It turned out they were indeed in the same carriage, though not in the same sleeping compartment. In the same train carriage, this is hardly remarkable. Generally speaking, being in the same location and boarding the same train, especially in sleeper cars, significantly increases the likelihood of sharing a carriage, particularly under circumstances where both parties are heading to the same final destination. Thus, this is not merely a coincidence. All right, I'm getting off now. You two watch out for each other. Mr. Gu glanced at Shen Luoyan and Gu Hao as he spoke. Understood, Dad. Gu Hao nodded. Mr. Gu exited the train, and Gu Hao settled into a seat beside the sleeper, while Shen Luoyan hesitated momentarily before taking a seat opposite him. I can't believe you ended up at the same school as me. After a brief silence, Shen Luoyan surprisingly took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Gu Hao. Gu Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to face Shen Luoyan. He had not anticipated that she would engage him in conversation. Noticing Gu Hao's surprised expression, Shen Luoyan inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm just quite taken aback that you would approach me first," Gu Hao replied with a smile. "When I tutored you, wasn't it always me initiating the conversation? What is so strange about that?" Shen Luoyan furrowed her brows. "Is it the same? That was all business. You were merely fulfilling your duties as a tutor. We never engage in meaningless small talk, which you have never initiated." Gu Hao chuckled as he responded to her. Shen Luoyan pondered for a moment, her brow still furrowed. "I suppose you're right. I've never really interacted with classmates unless it was necessary. Our exchanges have always been quite formal. Enough of that. Don't overthink it," Gu Hao said with a grin. "The reason I chose Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is twofold. First, my scores align perfectly with the admission criteria of this institution. Of course, I could have opted for a C9 university, but that would have required some compromise on my major. The most crucial factor is that I wanted to study materials engineering, and Yanjing University ranks third in the nation for that field. The first is Shuimu University, and the second is Shanghai Jiaotong University, which I couldn't quite qualify for, so here I am at Yanjing." Gu Hao spread his hands wide. "I see." Shen Luoyan nodded. She found this reasoning quite convincing. Choosing a school based on one's major was sensible. And Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is indeed an excellent 985 institution. Guo's choice was perfectly reasonable. What about you? Guo asked. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Shen Luoyan with interest. I have a passion for aerospace. My dream is to design aircraft for our dragon country. The power engineering program at Yanjing is the best in the nation. I had no choice but to select this university, Shen Luoyan confessed after a moment of silence. Oh, I understand now, Guo remarked, surprised. He had not expected that beneath Shen Luoyan's somewhat reclusive demeanor lay a dream of space exploration. If that is the case, then choosing Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics does not seem surprising. After all, this is the most accessible place to engage with aerospace studies. Once the words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the two. The atmosphere became notably quiet. By the way, have you commenced your university studies? Guo broke the silence with a smile, realizing that it might be somewhat challenging for Shen Luoyan to find a topic. Upon hearing the subject of study, Shen Luoyan's interest was instantly piqued. Yes, I began studying calculus during the summer vacation. I found the difficulty quite manageable. Additionally, I self-studied aerodynamics and borrowed some books from the Gancheng library. What about you? Have you begun your studies? Shen Luoyan inquired, gazing at Guo. Chapter 91. Allow me to enlighten you on interpersonal communication. During the summer vacation, I took it upon myself to study calculus and found the challenge to be rather manageable. As the conversation shifted towards academics, it was evident that Shen Luoyan's interest significantly piqued, prompting her to engage in a lively discussion with Guo. The two delved into their scholarly pursuits with great enthusiasm, even retrieving their mathematics textbooks to explore various concepts and tackle challenging problems. Their discourse continued well into the night until they eventually retreated to their respective beds. With the foundation of their academic dialogue, Shen Luoyan's eagerness to converse flourished considerably. The following morning, after a modest breakfast, they resumed their mathematical discussions, continuing until their train journey concluded. Guo, laden with a backpack and 2 suitcases, disembarked from the train. Following the address provided by the freshman group, he guided Shen Luoyan to the assembly point for new students at Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Are you the new students of Yanheng? Upon his arrival, a senior volunteer greeted them with warmth. Yes, we are the newcomers. Guo replied with a smile directed at the senior. Have you all brought your admission letters? The senior inquired enthusiastically. Indeed, we have. Splendid. Allow me to escort you to the registration area. With that, the senior led the two to a nearby registration desk. They both presented their admission letters to a few senior students who were in charge of the registration process. After registering Guo, one of the senior girls, upon receiving Shen Luoyan's admission letter, could not help but look up and gaze at her with renewed interest. What is the matter? Is there an issue, senior? Shen Luoyan remained silent, while Guo, smiling, addressed the senior girls. Oh no, it's just that I didn't expect you to be Shen Luoyan. We've long heard about the top scorer from Jiangxi province who chose to attend our University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. It's quite surprising to encounter you here. Upon hearing this, other students from the university, including fellow newcomers, turned their attention towards Shen Luoyan. It was no wonder. Her story had made headlines. The top scorer from Jiangxi province had forsaken the prestigious offers from Tsinghua and Peking University to attend an aeronautics university, a decision unprecedented in history. Although the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is indeed a prestigious institution, especially in certain fields that could be deemed the best in the nation, it does not rank among the top 10 universities. Traditionally, top scorers would at least have options within the C9 league. Choosing the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics as a high school champion was virtually unheard of. This was precisely why it garnered media attention. Despite sensing the curious and scrutinizing gazes from those around her, Shen Luoyan's expression remained unchanged. What you say, senior, implies a lack of confidence in our institution. Our university boasts several programs that are nationally recognized as the best. Guo interjected with a slight smile, addressing the senior before them. Your point is well taken. The senior at the registration desk smiled gently. All right, your basic information has been recorded. You can board the bus over there. Once you arrive at the university, the student council from your respective colleges will assist you with various registrations, including enrollment. The senior cast a slight smile at Guo. Thank you, senior, Guo replied, politely declining the suggestion from a nearby upperclassman to help him and Shen Luoyan with their luggage. He took up the baggage himself and, accompanied by Shen Luoyan, made his way to the bus. With the upperclassman's assistance, they placed their luggage in the bus's cargo hold and then boarded. Shen Luoyan hesitated briefly before sitting beside Guo. Thank you. Despite her understanding of social niceties, Shen Luoyin's long-standing habits made her uncomfortable in interpersonal interactions. Guo had already aided her significantly by stepping in to help with her luggage and easing her discomfort. What is there to thank for? You are my teacher. Guo smiled gently at Shen Luoyin. She nodded in silence, her expression revealing her struggle with communication, which left Guo feeling somewhat helpless. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed her, Teacher Shun, I shall continue to call you that. During high school, your sole focus was on studying, and you refrained from engaging with others. I hold no judgment on that, whether right or wrong. However, in university and the professional world that follows, this approach cannot persist. I understand, Shen Luoyin replied hesitantly, aware that her behavior was flawed. Yet, the character and habits she had cultivated over many years were not easily changed. In university, both learning and research inevitably involve communication with others. If one were solely engaged in theoretical study, it might be manageable. Yet, you have chosen a major in aircraft propulsion systems, which is not a purely theoretical field. It requires collaborative research with many individuals. This necessitates communication. And given your current disposition, Guo felt a tinge of helplessness. What should I do then? Shen Luoyin acknowledged her shortcomings, recognizing the validity of Guo's words. How about this? Guo suggested with a smile. Before the college entrance examination, you acted as my teacher, facilitating my rapid improvement. Now that you face a challenge, I cannot simply stand by. Navigating social interactions and communication is essential. You may have a general understanding, but the specifics of how to engage with others might elude you. I can assist you in mastering these skills. How does that sound? Well, thank you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Luoyin nodded. Indeed, Guo was the most suitable person to help her learn how to communicate effectively. On the bus, Guo began instructing Shen Luoyin on how to interact with individuals of varying backgrounds, discussing appropriate topics and the potential reactions of different people. He emphasized the importance of etiquette in everyday interactions. Guo, having been reborn, possessed a background in business during his previous life, where the mastery of interpersonal relationships was paramount. For him, navigating such complexities was a mere trifling task. However, for Shen Luoyin, grasping these nuances proved to be considerably more challenging. Nevertheless, Shen Luoyin approached her studies with great diligence, exhibiting a commendable zeal reminiscent of Guo's own earnest pursuit of knowledge in the past. Their academic journey was not prolonged. As the bus came to a halt at number 37, Xueyuan Road, Haidian District, Beijing. This was their campus, and fortunately, both Shen Luoyin and Guo found themselves on the same grounds. Otherwise, complications might have arisen. Upon disembarking from the bus, senior students from various colleges warmly guided Guo and his companions to the registration desk. After leaving a phone number for Shen Luoyin, Guo accompanied a senior to the reporting station. Chapter 92. Is she a lily? Was that your girlfriend just now? The senior could no longer contain his curiosity as he accompanied Guo to the registration. Not yet, senior. I just gave her my number. Guo replied with a smile. Oh, I see. The senior let out a sigh of relief. What is her name? Do you know? She is truly stunning. I fear the only place one might encounter such beauty is in the flight service program at the Continuing Education Institute. The senior expressed with a hint of nostalgia. She is from the same high school as I am. Her name is Shen Luoyin. Guo chuckled lightly. Oh, I see. Does she have a boyfriend? The senior's interest visibly piqued as he turned to Guo. Well, she doesn't have a boyfriend, but senior, I advise you to give up on that idea. Guo cautioned. Why? The senior looked perplexed. I've known Shen Luoyin since childhood. She has always been indifferent to boys. She ignores any confession, leaving no room for face-saving, Guo explained. What? Is she a lesbian? The senior's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, well, that is not quite the case. It's just that Shen Luoyin holds herself to very high standards. She is fiercely independent. Not to mention, she has no friends at school, being solely focused on her studies and research. It's highly unlikely that she would be interested in any man unless he is an exceptional figure, Guo remarked. Is that so? The senior's expression was filled with disappointment. Such a beautiful junior is truly a rarity. Before long, the senior completed the enrollment procedures for Guo. Let us go. I'll show you to your dormitory. Despite his disappointment, the senior quickly composed himself, aware of his own position. He understood that a girl as beautiful and accomplished as Shen Luoyin would likely not be interested in him, so he did not dwell on his disappointment. Our academy primarily resides in apartment 21, right next to Chioshu Square. There is a dining hall nearby, but I wouldn't recommend eating there. The food is rather mediocre. The best dining options are in the third and fifth dining halls. I can take you there another day. The senior was quite enthusiastic, sharing various tips about the school and practical life advice as he led Guao to the student dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory building, the senior kindly helped Guao carry his suitcase. Inside the dorm, two roommates were busy arranging their beds. This is your dormitory. I'll take my leave now. The senior smiled at Guao. All right, Senior Zhao soon. Earlier, while downstairs, Guao had learned the senior's name and they had exchanged QQ contacts. After Zhao Sun departed, Guao located his assigned bed, which had long been designated. On the bed, his name was affixed. After putting his belongings in order, he greeted his two roommates who were making their beds with a smile. Hello, I am Guao. Greetings. I am Ma Xian, replied one, while the other added, I am Li Ming. The two roommates, who were tidying up their beds, looked up and returned Guao's smile. From now on, we shall all be roommates, sharing life for the next 4 years. If I have any shortcomings, I urge you to point them out, and I hope for your understanding. As I am not without my flaws, Guao said with a grin. Look at you. Ma Xian, a robust fellow with an imposing stature, seemed anything but a typical freshman, his t-shirt failing to conceal his muscular build. Who among us is without faults? If one had none, would they still be human? We should strive to understand and correct one another, and grow together. Exactly, chimed in Li Ming, adjusting his thick black-rimmed glasses. He appeared rather slender and scholarly, embodying the archetype of a studious high school top performer. We all have our imperfections. During our 4 years of university, we ought to support and correct each other. The 2004 Ma Jiajua incident had made many acutely aware of the importance of fostering good relationships with roommates. Guao nodded in agreement. You are right. Let us strive for mutual progress. With that, Guao began to organize his belongings. Their dormitory was a 4-person room, featuring the efficient layout of bunk beds with study desks beneath, and it was bright and tidy, a pleasant environment. As Guao wiped down the desk and wardrobe with an old towel, 2 more individuals entered the room. This is your dormitory. I shall not intrude further, one of them announced. Thank you, stammered a boy dressed in a faded green shirt and worn sandals, clutching a colorful woven bag. He nodded awkwardly at the senior before the latter departed. Once alone, the boy, struggling under the weight of a tattered backpack and his woven bag, cautiously entered the dorm. Hello, he greeted Guao and the others with trepidation. Hi, I'm Ma Xian. What about you? Ma Xian, perched on his bed, was the first to respond, his smile warm and welcoming. My name is Li Wei, the newcomer replied cautiously. Come on in. That is your bed, Guao said with a smile, moving over to assist Li Wei and arranging his belongings. I'm Guao. I'm Li Ming, chimed in Li Ming from the adjacent bed, also extending a friendly greeting. Please tidy your cabinet and bed. I will do the same. Guao encouraged Li Wei cheerfully. Okay. Li Wei nodded eagerly. Guao returned to his own space, resuming the task of arranging his bed and cabinet with swift efficiency. Soon, the beds were tidied up and made. Everyone, Guao said with a smile, addressing his 3 roommates around him. The group turned their gazes toward him, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Once we finish cleaning up, how about we go out for a meal together? My treat. No way. It's impossible for you to treat us right after arriving at school. Let's go Dutch. Ma Xian interjected. Let's enjoy a nice dinner together tonight to strengthen our bonds. Li Wei, standing nearby, appeared troubled. Li Ming keenly sensed Li Wei's discomfort. Since Brother Hao's treating, we should go along with his suggestion. After all, it seems Brother Hao is quite affluent. As he spoke, Li Ming cast a knowing glance at Ma Xian beside him. Chapter 93. An unexpected dormitory gathering. Ma Xian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Li Wei beside him. Noticing the troubled expression on Li Wei's face, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, since Hao Gu has graciously offered to treat us, we must honor his gesture. Let tonight's dinner be on Hao Gu. Ma Xian responded with a bright smile. At that moment, Li Wei hesitated slightly. You all should go. I'll sit this one out. His voice dwindled to a whisper. He understood that it would be inappropriate to dampen the mood. Yet he was also acutely aware of the social debt that needed to be repaid. How could he indulge in a free meal without a twinge of conscience? When his turn came to host, would he be able to afford it? The answer was undoubtedly no. Therefore, it seemed wiser not to attend from the outset. Guao, perceptive of Li Wei's thoughts, reassured him, it's perfectly fine. With a gentle smile, he addressed Li Wei. It's merely a meal, hardly a matter of obligation. And in the future, I shall have ample opportunities to seek your assistance. Hearing Guao's words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Li Wei's eyes. He sensed that Guao had been considerate of his pride. Nevertheless, Li Wei still felt hesitant. Indeed, Ma Xian interjected with a grin towards Li Wei. We are set to live together for 4 years. Who has he experienced a bit of discomfort during that time? We are all roommates, brothers. It's just a meal. We must seize this opportunity with a generous host. If we don't partake, it would be a disservice to ourselves. Ma Xian intentionally emphasized this point. Exactly. Later on, when this fellow comes seeking a favor, such as bringing food, it's merely reciprocal assistance. Let us not overthink these trifles. Li Ming chimed in with a smile directed at Li Wei. Well, all right then. After a brief pause, Li Wei nodded. He felt touched. These 3 roommates were genuinely wonderful individuals who recognized his awkwardness and difficulties. Not one of them looked down on him. Instead, they endeavored to preserve his dignity, crafting various justifications for him. He silently resolved to contribute more around the dormitory in the future. All right, it's settled then. Everyone, hurry up and tidy up. Once we're done, we shall feast. Guao declared with a smile. Absolutely. Let us indulge in the banquet. Li Ming and Ma Xian responded cheerfully. The group swiftly organized their living space before taking out the trash together. Then, the 4 of them departed the campus, arriving at a nearby pickled fish restaurant. I heard from seniors on the forum that this pickled fish restaurant offers exceptional flavors. Guao remarked with enthusiasm to his 3 roommates. With that, they all entered the restaurant. Shen Luoyan? As they stepped into the establishment, Guao spotted a familiar face among a nearby table of 4 girls, his acquaintance, Shen Luoyan. At that moment, Shen Luoyan lifted her head and recognized Guao. Upon gazing at Shen Luoyan's visage, both Ma Xian and Li Ming beside her displayed expressions of astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Wei lowered his head, too timid to look up. Luoyan, are they your friends? One of the 3 girls adjacent to Shen Luoyan inquired with curiosity. Yes. Shen Luoyan nodded slightly, her voice remaining cool and composed. We are high school classmates. Hello. Guao greeted the 3 girls next to Shen Luoyan with a smile. Since Luoyan is your friend, let us share a table. It would be a splendid opportunity for everyone to get acquainted. A strikingly elegant woman among them smiled softly at Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan hesitated, unfamiliar with such social nuances, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Guao. Many observed her eyes, igniting curiosity about the nature of Shen Luoyan's relationship with Guao. All right, Guao replied, beaming at Shen Luoyan. It is perfect for 2 dormitories to mingle. I would love to meet all you beautiful ladies. Upon hearing Guao's words, the nearby girls smiled in response. Guao was quite handsome, and being complimented by a charming man invariably lifted their spirits. Waiter, please find us a private room. Guao called out to the staff of the sauerkraut fish restaurant. Soon, the group of 8 was escorted to a private chamber. After ordering their meals, Guao rose first. It is a fortuitous gathering. You are Shen Luoyan's roommates and my friends. I am Guao, and I encourage everyone to exchange contact information. Sounds good. Gentlemen, would you kindly introduce yourselves? Guao smiled at his 3 roommates. Certainly. I'll go first. Ma Xian, eager to take the spotlight, stood up, his tall stature quickly capturing everyone's attention. I am Ma Xian, a materials engineering major and Guao's roommate. Feel free to reach out to me. He proudly thumped his chest. Brother, you look quite formidable. Please do protect us. A petite girl chimed in, addressing Ma Xian. Indeed, this physique of mine is solely for your protection, Ma Xian replied, his pride swelling at the girl's sweet words. With Ma Xian breaking the ice, Li Ming began his introduction, though his was rather unremarkable. As it came time for Li Wei, a palpable tension manifested within him. After stammering for what seemed like an eternity, Guao nearly witnessed him perspire. He gently patted Li Wei's back. This young man is Li Wei. He is a bit nervous, so I ask for your understanding, ladies. Guao smiled at Shen Luoyan's roommates. It's all good. The several roommates of Shen Luoyan smiled kindly beside her. Please take a seat, Guao said, gently patting Li Wei's back. Li Wei sat down, casting a grateful glance at Guao. We have all introduced ourselves. Perhaps it is time for you to do the same, Guao said with a smile, addressing Shen Luoyan and her companions. My name is Xiaoping, declared the elegant woman who had first spoken to Guao. I am a student in the aerospace propulsion program, she added. I am Xiaoyu, just like Sister Xiao, chimed in a fierce-looking girl beside her, donning thick black-rimmed glasses. My name is Wang Biyan, said the petite girl who had been conversing with Ma Xian. Among the 4, her appearance was the most unremarkable, yet her voice was exceedingly charming. After speaking, Wang Biyan shifted her gaze, curiously observing Guao and Shen Luoyan. I am rather curious. Brother Guao, what is your relationship with our Luoyan? Are you a couple? She inquired playfully. At this, all eyes turned to Guao and Shen Luoyan. Chapter 94, the master of control, Guao. Upon hearing Wang Biyun's words, neither Guao nor Shen Luoyin displayed any noticeable change in expression. Guao offered a slight smile and turned to Wang Biyun, responding playfully, "One must be cautious with words, Miss Wang. To be precise, Shen Luoyin is my teacher." He continued, "In my earlier academic endeavors, I struggled significantly. To aid my studies, my parents arranged for a tutor, and that was how I came to know Shen Luoyin. She boasts exceptional academic prowess, being the top scorer in our province's college entrance examinations. With her assistance, I have been granted the opportunity to meet all of you. From this perspective, Shen Luoyin is indeed my benefactor. Top scorer in the province?" The surrounding individuals gazed at Shen Luoyin with astonishment. It is indeed rare for the top achievers of provincial examinations to enroll at Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Even many city-level top scorers typically opt for the prestigious C9 universities. The fact that such a high achiever has chosen Yenjing University is remarkable. I recall now. At that moment, Xiaoping seemed to have an epiphany. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at Shen Luoyin. During the summer vacation, I saw in the news that this year's top scorer from Gan province applied to our university. I didn't expect it to be you, dear sister. Shen Luoyin nodded. I wouldn't call it a favor. Guao paid me for tutoring, and my family was quite impoverished at that time, desperately in need of financial support. If we speak of favors, then his hiring me as a tutor can be considered a kindness in itself, she replied calmly. Wow, this sounds like a romantic tale, exclaimed Wang Biyun, her face alight with excitement as she turned to Guao. Brother Guao, during your tutoring sessions with Shen Luoyin, did you encounter any amusing incidents? Did any sparks of romance ignite? Not at all, Guao chuckled. At that time, my grades were dismal, and my focus was solely on studying. Day in and day out, my interactions with Shen Luoyin were entirely dedicated to rigorous study. There was no time or inclination for anything else. You cannot imagine. Just 100 days before the college entrance exam, I was scoring barely over 300 points, without complete dedication to my studies. How could I have achieved a score of 668? Guao smiled modestly. What? Exclaimed Ma Xian, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Guao. Li Ming adjusted his dark-framed glasses, his incredulity evident even through the lenses. Even Li Wei, who had been silent until now, lifted his head, astonished. As he looked at Guao, the three other girls were equally astonished. Wow, that's impressive. Wang Biyun's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Guao. Brother Guao, you are truly remarkable. There's nothing extraordinary about it, Guao replied with a gentle smile. It's all thanks to Teacher Shen's excellent guidance. Do not attribute all the credit to me, Shen Luoyin said calmly. My teaching is not significantly different from that of an ordinary tutor, without your intelligence and diligence. Achieving such a score would be utterly impossible. Initially, I believed that attaining over 500 points was commendable, yet you astonished me with a score of 668. Guao smiled faintly. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Guao assisted everyone. The boys poured beer while Wang Biyun requested a drink, and the other three girls opted for juice. Cheers. To commemorate our successful gathering at Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Our meeting is a fortuitous connection. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. With these words, Guao lifted his glass, and everyone followed suit, their faces adorned with smiles as they dined and conversed. Among the youth, camaraderie formed swiftly, particularly in this unfamiliar environment where all had just completed the Gaokao examination, excluding the reticent Li Wei and Shen Luoyin. Soon everyone was engaged in lively discourse, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Guao possessed remarkable social skills. His witty remarks elicited laughter from the entire table. As he occasionally raised his glass for toasts, he maintained a commanding presence over the table's rhythm, captivating even Wang Biyun, who watched him in awe. Guao exuded capability, coupled with a touch of charm, naturally drawing attention to himself. His humor and intelligence only added to his appeal. Such a young man was inherently popular among the girls. At the table, the four girls, save for Shen Luoyin, gazed at Guao with sparkling eyes. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with animated chatter and shared meals. Before long, everyone grew acquainted, exchanging their QQ numbers. Even Shen Luoyin revealed her newly registered QQ account. Having recently acquired a smartphone gifted by her grandparents following her triumph as the provincial top scorer, the school awarded her a generous sum of 100,000, while the county government contributed 300,000, alongside an additional 30,000 from the township. Furthermore, several local enterprises bestowed a total of 200,000 in scholarships. Altogether, she amassed over 600,000 in rewards, rendering the Shen family financially secure. In pursuit of communication, she specifically purchased a smartphone. And registering for QQ was a recent endeavor. Only Li Wei lacked a mobile phone and QQ account, yet none of the group bore any disdain. They simply asked him to remember their QQ numbers until he could register. Under Guo Hao's lively influence, the meal was enjoyable and devoid of any sense of awkwardness. After dining, Guo Hao eagerly offered to pay the bill. "Is there anything else you all wish to partake in?" he inquired cheerfully outside the restaurant. "Let us call it a day. I've been on the road for a full day and night, and am feeling rather fatigued," Xiaoping replied, shaking her head and revealing a weary expression. "Indeed, I am somewhat fatigued," Li Ming remarked. The others echoed his sentiment, acknowledging their weariness after a day filled with various activities on the first day of enrollment. "Very well, let us gather again another time. For now, everyone should return and rest." Guo Hao chuckled as he observed the fatigued faces of his companions. After expressing his sentiments, the group returned to the school, where the residents of the two dormitories bid farewell and made their way back to their respective quarters. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ma Xian exclaimed, "Wow, brother Hao, we've barely settled in, and you've already organized a dormitory gathering. Quite impressive, especially with all those beautiful ladies." His eyes sparkled as he looked at Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled in response. "It was merely a coincidence. I never expected to run into Shen Luoyan while dining out, nor to stumble upon her dormitory's gathering. Even if it was by chance, it was delightful. In this school, aside from you, I am unfamiliar with anyone else." Li Ming chuckled from beside him. Chapter 95. Shen Luoyan, could you assist me in tying the red thread? Indeed. Ma Xian smiled as he spoke to Guo Hao. Guo Hao chuckled and shook his head. At that moment, Ma Xian cast a curious glance at Guo Hao. "By the way, I almost forgot to ask, what is your relationship with that Shen Luoyan? Is it truly just that of a tutor?" "Indeed. I sense, Hao Ge, that your gaze towards Shen Luoyan seems rather unusual," Li Ming interjected. A smile gracing his face as he looked at Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled in return. "Currently, it is certainly a teacher-student relationship. As for what the future holds, who can say for certain? Shen Luoyan has always been an independent spirit, fully aware of her desires. Compared to matters of the heart and other such things, she is far more intrigued by academics and research." With that, Guo Hao shrugged. He did not conceal the slightest hint of affection he harbored for Shen Luoyan. This sentiment was not particularly intense. After all, Shen Luoyan was unlike any woman Guo Hao had encountered before. Conventional methods would never suffice to win her over. Thus, from the outset, Guo Hao had no intention of pursuing her. It seemed futile. A girl of her caliber could only be attracted through genuine excellence. Perhaps, only through mutual allure could they find common ground. Is that so? Li Ming and Ma Xian exchanged knowing smiles. "Wishing you success then." Ma Xian said cheerfully to Guo Hao. "I find that Xiaoping is quite beautiful. Perhaps you should consider pursuing her." Guo Hao chuckled. "All right, brother." The group chatted for a while longer before heading off to freshen up. Afterward, Guo Hao settled into his own space. Several roommates, exhausted, had retired early for the night. Guo Hao, however, felt little fatigue. The weariness from his journey was hardly bothersome. Sitting in his chair, he rubbed his slightly aching forehead. Just as he was about to open advanced algebra, a notification chimed in his ears. "Ding! User successfully enrolled. The current phase task is released. An introduction to research requires a vast reservoir of foundational knowledge. The user's mind is empty. Promptly select some books to enrich your intellect. Task details. Complete the study of 100 mathematics and physics books. Requirements. Achieve the threshold of difficulty. Task rewards. Mathematics experience 50,000. Physics experience 50,000. Random lottery draws 2. Sample 1. The system prompt startled Guo Hao momentarily. The system had issued another task. It had been an entire summer without any tasks. Guo Hao had nearly forgotten the system's existence. Yet, here it was, just as he embarked on his academic journey. Quite splendid. Guo Hao's eyes lit up. However, the prospect of reading 100 books seemed rather excessive. Moreover, they must adhere to the system's stipulated difficulty threshold. Anything below would not suffice. How long would it take to accomplish this? Guo Hao sighed. His gaze fell upon the advanced algebra nearby, where a sequence of numbers unexpectedly appeared, 71%, not included in the statistics. Observing this, Guo Hao felt a slight surprise. So that's how it is. He had been pondering how to ascertain whether these books met the difficulty benchmark. If that were the case, it would certainly simplify matters. Perhaps he should visit the library tomorrow. He could seek out 100 books in physics and mathematics, and then study with peace of mind. It was high time for him to solidify his knowledge. Despite his intelligence exceeding 230, his mind remained a blank slate, with his understanding barely surpassing the high school level. The system was correct. He needed a wealth of knowledge to fill his empty mind. 100 books above the benchmark, indeed. Guao was filled with a fighting spirit. This would be his first challenge in university. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, the girls took considerably longer to prepare than the boys. Shen Luoyan was an exception. Having finished her morning routine early, she was already seated in her place. Next to her, Xiaoping completed her grooming and was patting her face dry. Noticing Shen Luoyan engrossed in her book, she recalled Guao, who had dominated the evening events. Curiosity stirred within her, and she leaned slightly towards Shen Luoyan, asking, "Luoyan, may I inquire about your relationship with Guao?" Shen Luoyan frowned slightly. In high school, she would have dismissed such inquiries as meaningless. However, she remembered Guao's earlier words about responding to others' queries unless one harbored a dislike for the person, lest it leave a poor impression. This was a different context from high school, where social dynamics were notably distinct. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "It's a typical teacher-student relationship. I suppose we could call ourselves friends. Is there no hint of romance?" Xiaoping asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "No," Shen Luoyan responded directly. "Oh, I see." Xiaoping felt an inexplicable thrill upon hearing Shen Luoyan's words. She held a favorable impression of Guao. In truth, she was drawn to mature men. Guao exhibited a commendable level of maturity and discernment in his actions. Moreover, he appeared to come from a good family and was quite handsome. Engaging in a relationship with someone like him during university would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. However, she felt some hesitation regarding Shen Luoyan's connection with Guao. To her surprise, it seemed Shen Luoyan truly had no romantic involvement with him. Perhaps she indeed had a chance? With this thought, Xiaoping felt a peculiar excitement stirring within her. "What do you think about me pursuing Guao? Do you have any good suggestions?" Shoping cast a bright glance towards Shen Luoyan, her eyes sparkling with intent. Upon hearing Shoping's words, Shen Luoyan was momentarily taken aback. "I don't know," she replied after a brief silence, her tone calm. For some inexplicable reason, when Shoping mentioned pursuing Guao, Shen Luoyan found herself lost in thought. If he truly ended up with Shoping, would he still be able to tutor her? Shen Luoyan's mind wandered. "Could you assist me?" At that moment, as Shen Luoyan was distracted, Shoping approached her side. She had not detected any unusual tone in Shen Luoyan's voice. It seemed that Shen Luoyan was genuinely uninterested in Guao. Perhaps she truly had a chance. As long as Shen Luoyan was willing to lend a hand. Shoping looked at her with a hint of urgency. I don't know." Shen Luoyan felt a sense of confusion within herself, uncertain of her own thoughts. "I'm sorry, I might not be good at this. Perhaps you should not seek my help. It's all right. I don't need you to do much. Just help me arrange a meeting with him. I can handle the rest." Shoping was not about to relent in her pursuit of Shen Luoyan's assistance. Chapter 96. From Calculus to Cohomology. Well, it seems that Shen Luoyan struggles with interpersonal relationships. Perhaps another individual would possess numerous strategies to gracefully decline such matters without leaving any lingering resentment. At this moment, Shen Luoyan solely recalls Guo's advice on the bus. It is essential to maintain amicable relations with one's roommates during university, for such connections are of utmost importance. Thus, despite having rarely dined out during her high school years, she acquiesced to her roommate's invitation for a gathering. At this juncture, although Shen Luoyan is indeed intelligent, she finds herself at a loss for a tactful way to decline Xiaoping's proposal and is left with no choice but to passively agree to the matter. "Well, Luoyan, you are the best. Thank you. If this works out, I will definitely treat you to a meal." Upon hearing Shen Luoyan's consent, Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with excitement. What meal treat? At that moment, Wang Bian emerged from the bathroom. Her curiosity piqued as she directed a question towards Xiaoping. "It's nothing." Xiaoping replied with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Shen Luoyan before returning to her place. Wang Bian felt a tinge of confusion but, being newly acquainted with her roommate, chose not to press further since Xiaoping seemed unwilling to elaborate. Zhao Yu also finished her routine and stepped out of the bathroom. "Everyone has worked hard today. Let's turn in early," Xiaoping said with a smile, before retreating to her bed. As all the girls settled in for the night, Shen Luoyan remained awake, pulling out a copy of the Tongji University edition of Advanced Mathematics. Much like Guao, she did not loosen her standards simply because she was now in university. On the contrary, free from material pressures, she found herself studying with even greater diligence than before. "Aren't you going to sleep, Luoyan?" Zhao Yu inquired, observing Shen Luoyan's actions with mild curiosity. "You all go ahead and rest," Shen Luoyan replied. switching off the main lights and turning on her desk lamp to continue her studies. She is a person of strict self-discipline. One might even say she is harsh on herself. After all, it is impossible to have pursued her studies so tenaciously for years without forming friendships. Learning has always been her priority, for she is driven by ambition. The other girls in the dormitory observed Shun Lin's dedication with a hint of admiration. It is no wonder she managed to achieve the top score in Jiangxi province despite her modest background, a feat that seems almost miraculous. Many from affluent families struggle to score above 600, let alone attain the pinnacle of academic success in Jiangxi. One must acknowledge the significant impact of one's environment on the pursuit of knowledge. The following day, Guao rose early, getting up at 6:30. After a brief jog and a quick breakfast, he made his way to the Yanheng Library, arriving just as it opened at 7. To his surprise, the library was quite populated in the morning, with some individuals even waiting for its doors to open. It appears that many individuals here are either preparing for postgraduate studies or pursuing doctoral degrees. The crowd is substantial. Guao, having found a secluded spot with his belongings, proceeded to the bookshelf nearby. His gaze fell upon ordinary books, but yielded no reaction. However, upon encountering texts related to mathematics or physics, a line of small text would appear, indicating either knowledge baseline not met or inappropriate for current user level. Thus, he continued his search with patience. Before long, a book that met the knowledge baseline caught Guao's eye, Basic Topology by Mark Armstrong. Topology. There exists a theoretical foundation regarding topology within advanced mathematics. Yet, this volume on basic topology likely delves deeper into the subject. Without hesitation, Guao retrieved the book and resumed his quest on the shelf. In his view, only books pertaining to mathematics and physics were of interest. Guao found himself puzzled, as his major was materials engineering. Logically, the correlation between materials science and chemistry should be more pronounced. Why, then, was the system assigning him tasks related to physics and mathematics? While there is indeed a relationship between materials science and these fields, could this be a subtle hint from the system? Guao pondered. Currently, materials science globally finds itself in a predicament, often referred to as the biochemical and material pit, a metaphorical abyss. Why a pit? Because the challenges are formidable. Akin to a vast chasm that has buried countless geniuses and substantial funding, leading many nations and institutions to hesitate in investing heavily in this domain. Materials science is one such area, as humanities materials have remained stagnant for far too long. Perhaps the system's directive to explore mathematics and physics is an indication that chemistry may not be the solution for materials science, and that physics and mathematics could be the ultimate paths forward. Though these thoughts flitted through Guao's mind, he realized that contemplating them was futile at this moment. It would be more beneficial to immerse himself in literature and enrich his intellect. Unlike the library in Ganqing City, the library at Yinjing Hongda was evidently more expansive and comprehensive. Soon, Guao discovered another book that met the knowledge baseline, From Calculus to Cohomology. This text, related to calculus, represents a fundamental component of higher mathematics, often the first advanced concept encountered by university students. Given that this book is positioned on the system's knowledge baseline, it should provide a substantial extension of calculus concepts. Without a moment's hesitation, he took it. Guao selected approximately 6 mathematics books. In addition to the first 2, he also chose linear algebra, the right way to learn, ordinary differential equations, Lie groups and Lie algebras, and fundamental functional analysis. Having completed his selection of mathematics texts, Guao proceeded to the physics section to find several volumes: Principles of Physics, the Feynman Lectures on Physics, Electromagnetism, Mechanics, Optics, and Thermodynamics. Having gathered a total of 12 books, Guao made his way back to his seat, clutching a hefty stack of literature. The substantial collection quickly captured the attention of other students in the library. However, upon a mere glance, many swiftly averted their gazes. To them, these were rather elementary texts, albeit in somewhat excessive quantity. After placing the books on his desk, Guao picked up From Calculus to Homology and began to delve into its contents. The initial material comprised fundamental concepts, yet he had previously self-studied advanced mathematics and had encountered calculus at an early stage. Coupled with his impressive IQ exceeding 230, his learning pace was naturally swift. In the blink of an eye, he had flipped through nearly half of the book. At 8:30 in the morning, Guao noticed a message in the group chat indicating a class meeting at 9 o'clock in room 304. Chapter 97. An unexpected encounter. Guao emerged from the library, cradling a stack of books. At the entrance, he was taken aback to see Shen Luoyan, who also held a similar pile of books. "When did you arrive?" I didn't notice you, he inquired. I came at 7:10, Shen Luoyin replied, gazing at Guo Hao. Ah, that explains it, Guo Hao chuckled. Well, I'll drop these books off in my dorm. We have a class meeting later. Okay. Shen Luoyin nodded in agreement, just as Guo Hao was about to leave. She bit her lip nervously. Guo Hao, wait a moment. Surprised by her call, Guo Hao turned back, curiosity etched on his face. What is the matter? Shen Luoyin hesitated, her gaze fixed on him. Our dorm mate, Xiaoping. With that, she divulged the events of the previous night to Guo Hao. While Guo Hao maintained a composed exterior, a stir of emotions brewed within him. It seemed that Shen Luoyin held some regard for him after all. What kind of presence did he occupy in her thoughts? To be honest, Guo Hao felt a twinge of curiosity. So, what kind of response are you hoping for from me? He asked with a smile. I'm not sure. Shen Luoyin fell silent for a moment. It's fine. I won't hold it against you. Just do as she suggested. It's a trivial matter. Guo Hao offered a gentle smile. But, Shen Luoyin hesitated, wanting to say more. What else is there? Guo Hao inquired, still smiling. Nothing. I just wanted to. Never mind. It's nothing. She said, shaking her head. I'll take my leave then. Guo Hao chuckled and turned to depart. As he walked away, Shen Luoyin's expression was a complex mix of emotions, tinged with confusion. In her heart, Guo Hao was her first and only friend. Over the past 6 months, his dedication to his studies had garnered her deep respect. Would she truly lose this friend if he ended up with Xiaoping? The thought left Shen Luoyin feeling desolate, a sentiment she seldom experienced. What was happening to her? She sighed and made her way back to her dormitory. In stark contrast to Shen Luoyin's tumultuous feelings, Guo Hao's steps were decidedly lighter. Her previous demeanor suggested that he held some significance in her eyes, not merely another classmate like the rest. Perhaps he occupied a unique niche as her singular friend. That was quite promising. Guo Hao smiled, his spirits lifted. And the stack of books in his hands felt considerably lighter as he returned to his dorm. Aside from Li Wei, the other 2 roommates had just risen from their slumber. What on earth? How go? Have you transported the entire library here? Exclaimed Ma Xian, taken aback by the considerable stack of books in Guo Hao's hands. Is this a lot? Just over 10 books? Guo Hao placed the tomes on his desk, responding. This is hardly much. Ma Xian looked at him with a peculiar expression. How go? We've just managed to get into university. Haven't you thought about taking a breather? You've barely stepped into college, and already you're voraciously reading. How are we supposed to cope? You all can read too. The library is free. Just bring your student ID. Guo Hao chuckled. Li Ming, with a look of exasperation, interjected, How go? What we mean is, we've entered university, let us take some time to relax. Shall we? Let us prioritize enjoyment for now. Enjoyment is reserved for the deceased. Why languish in slumber when life still awaits? We are still young, and a bright future lies ahead. Guo Hao smiled. He could genuinely empathize with Li Ming and Ma Xian. Most individuals experience a phase of bewilderment upon entering university. Many swiftly descend into lethargy. This confusion arises because, during high school, the relentless pursuit of knowledge is driven by a fixed goal, a set endpoint, where every effort is quantifiable by a score. This score, in the eyes of teachers and parents, holds immense significance, ultimately influencing future educational opportunities and, consequently, one's destiny. Such a clear objective allows many to focus solely on their studies without the distraction of other concerns. However, in university, this clarity dissipates. After exerting immense effort to gain admission into a prestigious institution, they find themselves among a cohort of so-called chosen ones. Yet, many of these adults likely never attended university themselves, offering little in the way of practical advice, apart from the usual encouragement to study diligently. Having been conditioned to excel academically since childhood, the sudden absence of a learning objective leaves them adrift. What then becomes their academic aspiration? Most students find themselves in a period of confusion until they can establish a new goal, whether it be pursuing further studies or otherwise, thereby emerging from their state of uncertainty. Hey, you. Ma Xian, oblivious to Guo Hao's contemplations, shot him a playful middle finger. Guo Hao merely chuckled. All right. Let us get moving. We have a class meeting in room 304 at 9. Sure thing. The group hastened their preparations. Once ready, they ventured out together, and after a brief search, quickly located classroom 304. By that time, a considerable number of students had already taken their seats. Guo Hao and his companions found a row at the back and settled in. As the clock struck 9, the classroom was filled to capacity. A young man wearing black-framed glasses entered the room. Stepping onto the podium, he wore a smile. It is delightful to see everyone punctual. This is a commendable habit that I hope you all will maintain, the young man remarked, pausing briefly. Before delving into the topic at hand, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Ming, and I am your counselor. Should you encounter any uncertainties or issues during your time at school, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. With that, Wang Ming turned, chalk in hand, and inscribed 2 lines of numbers on the blackboard. The upper line displayed my mobile number, while the lower line presented my QQ number. Feel free to note them down. If you face any difficulties, you may call me or send me a message on QQ, he said with a smile. After a brief pause to allow everyone to jot down the information, Wang Ming continued. During your high school years, you were all top scholars from various institutions, the pride of your respective schools. However, upon arriving at Yan'an here, each of you is a distinguished individual in your own right. As you embark on your undergraduate studies, I urge you to adjust your mindset and adopt a more humble perspective. Here, you are all like empty vessels. Your task is to fill yourselves with knowledge as swiftly as possible and to seek opportunities, whether in research or internships. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. I hope you can immerse yourselves wholeheartedly. The college entrance examination is merely a stepping stone in life. Before you lies an expanse of endless possibilities. Wang Ming's expression turned serious as he gazed at the multitude of students before him. A commendable counselor, Guao silently appraised Wang Ming. P.S. Thank you to my brothers for their gifts. I kindly request 5-star reviews. Please lend your support to this endeavor. Your every 5-star rating and act of goodwill serves as motivation for the author's writing. Chapter 98 Concern in his previous life. Guao had never attended university. This brings forth a question regarding whether a vocational college qualifies as a university. Regardless, he only encountered his vocational college counselor during the beginning of the semester and at occasional events. Typically, there were no class meetings, and any important announcements were made through the class leader. Unlike Wang Ming, who had taken the initiative to provide psychological counseling to these newly admitted students, Guao found that the counselor's engagement was rather minimal. Initially, students must confront military training upon entering the school. Starting next Monday, they would undergo a 14-day military training program, during which they would receive their training uniforms. It was expected that everyone had some knowledge of what military training entailed. Following this, the counselor distributed the class schedule for the semester, which included all the courses they would be taking. An electronic version was also available in their group chat for easy access. Wang Ming was a rather loquacious counselor, discussing numerous aspects that required attention for their academic journey. Suddenly, he recalled the need to elect class officers and suggested that they proceed with the selection. Acknowledging that he could not oversee every detail personally and would rely on the class officers for communication. As the election for class officers commenced, Guao felt no inclination towards the role. Most students pursued such positions for experience, while a few sought personal gain. Guao found himself lacking in neither regard. Thus, the responsibilities of a class officer seemed more like a nuisance to him. In contrast, Ma Xian and Li Ming were eager to participate in the election, actively vying for positions. As anticipated, Ma Xian, with his robust physique, successfully secured the role of sports committee member, while Li Ming, who lacked distinctive qualities, faced an unfortunate defeat. Thank you for electing me as class leader. I will serve you all diligently. Ma Tianyu, the newly appointed class leader, beamed at his classmates from the podium. Li Ming sat at his desk, visibly displeased. Guao merely smiled, refraining from offering consolation. After all, he was not a child, and such matters required personal processing. All right, Ma Tianyu, you may step down now. I have a few additional announcements to make. Wang Ming addressed him. Understood, Teacher Wang. Ma Tianyu replied as he exited the stage. Wang Ming then approached the podium once more. Additionally, I recall that there are a few students from our class who are under financial strain. The school has allocated a special grant for needy students, approximately 5,000 yuan. Those eligible can approach me directly to apply. Feel free to speak with me privately. However, some documentation will be required. I will provide details on what is needed when you come to see me. Upon hearing this, Guao felt a slight stir within him and glanced at his roommate, Li Wei, whose family circumstances seemed rather average. One should consider whether it is possible to assist him in applying for a scholarship. Upon concluding this thought, the class meeting adjourned, and Wang Ming exited.